many magical powers related to my eyes. I don't have the fiery eyes or the golden eyes. But, it is said that the double pupils can see through all illusions in the world, and can even detect all the weaknesses of the enemy. Even when the double pupils are cultivated to the extreme, they can see through the origin of time. When Su Wanqing heard this, she was a little confused about what he meant, but she still said, so what? Su Yu didn't rush to explain, but continued leisurely, back then, you said that I almost gouged out your pupils just to refine them. That, compared to the power of your double pupils, how does my chaotic body that can dissolve all things compare? If it's not enough, then, what about my holy light technique? As he spoke, Su Yu formed seals with his hands, and the aura of holy light technique that could dissolve all things emerged. Upon closer inspection, it was found to have similarities with the chaos body. Moreover, this method is even more unsolvable, the number one secret technique below the Emperor realm. It can restrain the effects of all spells, dissolve the power of curses, and offset some of the power of heaven. Even if you practice to the extreme, you will have the chance to complete the holy light technique to the Imperial realm secret technique, thus showing the miraculous effect of dissolving the power of rules. My double pupils can see through illusions and every flaw in the enemy. So how can you resist me with these three secret techniques of the Heavenly Lord? The secret of the word, Bing, control thousands of soldiers. The secret of fighting, the unparalleled fighting method. The secret of Lin, sublime to the limit, improve combat power, and fight across the forbidden realm of the gods. The brilliance of the holy light technique, combined with the 3 secret techniques, made Su Yu look completely unmatched. The aura of Su Yu in front was enough to make the two elders at the peak of the Saint realm feel oppressed. Su Yu, who had now revealed his true strength, completely shocked them, and even the circulation of their spiritual energy became sluggish. It was as if as long as Su Yu made a move, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. It's intimidating. Su Wanqing was immediately furious when she was locked in by Su Yu's aura. She felt that the person standing in front of her was not her brother, but a ferocious beast with a bloody mouth and a pair of scarlet eyes staring at her. It seemed that as long as he made any unusual movement, the giant beast would devour him in an instant. Even if she activated her double pupils, she couldn't see through Su Yu's flaws. It was as if the person standing in front of him was an absolutely perfect and supremely powerful being without any flaws. You have to know that her cultivation level is that of a quasi-saint, and coupled with the incredible effect of her double pupils, she can see the flaws even in the peak of the saint realm. But she couldn't see any weakness in Su Yu. This is an all-round warrior with no blind spots. Under Su Yu's pressure, Su Wanqing subconsciously took a step back. Even she had not expected this move. Now, tell me, I possess the forbidden combat power of the gods. I can fight against the great sage. I can transform all things in the world. I can ignore the rules of the avenue and prove the truth against the will of heaven. Do I need your double pupils? Su Yu grinned. Su Wanqing was silent for a long time. Her eyes fluctuated violently, and finally her double pupils disappeared and returned to normal. Su Wanqing lowered her proud little head and said solemnly, no need. How could one person master so many secret techniques and physical qualities, and master these most difficult secret techniques in the world at the same time, and even practice them to this level? This in itself shows that Su Yu's talent, understanding and foundation are unparalleled. What does it matter if her double pupils can reveal the flaws in the laws of nature and the flaws in the shackles of her own realm? The shackles of realm Su Yu doesn't have them at all. He won't have any bottlenecks. Seeing her approval, Su Yu turned his gaze to Su Miao, who had become unnatural at the end. Third sister, you said that I want to exchange blood for the immortal phoenix body and peek at your true phoenix egg. Su Yu's mind moved, and a powerful vitality spread from his body, gradually replacing the chaotic power of the chaotic body. So what about my Green Emperor immortal body? The Green Emperor's immortal body has infinite vitality, and his spiritual power is constantly generated. He can absorb the vitality of endless plants and trees in exchange for his eternal life. Although it is not truly eternal, the lifespan of the Green Emperor's immortal body is several times longer. Moreover, it is easier to live a second or even third life. Then how does my true ancient phoenix seed compare to your phoenix bloodline spirit egg? Ha ha ha, listening to Su Yu's words that seemed to be bending and showing off, Su Miao felt powerless. Her physique is not comparable to that of a real ancient phoenix. That's a real phoenix. It is not comparable to her bloodline. She doesn't have the power of the phoenix's nirvana. Su Miao was silent for a long time, and finally lowered her head, I'm not as good as you. Ha ha ha, Su Yu laughed out loud when he heard her admit it. My way is inherently invincible. Everyone knows that double pupils, supreme bones, and the immortal phoenix body are the 3 rarest physical qualities in the world. They are destined to become invincible emperors in the future. But who could have known that I could enter the celestial realm in one day and induce the chaos body and invincible Tao of Saint Tribulation in a moment? Supreme bone, digging out the bone can give rise to the reincarnation treasure technique, digging out the double pupils and facing the origin directly. The immortal phoenix body, with the blood of the phoenix, was born when blood was drawn from the body to replace the body in childhood. It can awaken the true phoenix nirvana and rebuild a flawless foundation. Ha ha ha, Su Yu laughed wildly and arrogantly, and also felt a sense of relief from releasing his emotions. Everyone was speechless. They couldn't have imagined that Su Yu would say such a thing. These words made the 3 sisters speechless at the same time, and the confusion in their eyes became even more intense. Did they really misunderstand Su Yu? My own brother, is he really doing this for my own good? Ding, congratulations to the host, you have successfully suppressed Daoshan, the son of Golden Destiny, and received a reward. Prompts kept ringing in his mind, but Su Yu paid no attention to them. Instead, he turned his gaze to the last person, Chen Yunqi. My nominal fiancé, I don't need to elaborate on your identity. You possess everything beyond this universe. You are the one who possesses the greatest opportunity, but I'm still no less capable. Su Yu looked at Chen Yunqi, who had an expressionless face, and spoke word by word, I will not admit my mistakes in what happened back then, and I don't think I was wrong. As promised back then, today, I allow you to take action. Come and fight me with your strength. The reincarnation of a female immortal. Let me see if your immortal inheritance is stronger than mine. Boom. Chapter 266, even the so-called reincarnated immortals must bow down before me. You, what are you talking about? Chen Yunqi's expression also became calm. She also didn't expect that Su Yu could guess her background. She was the reincarnation of a fairy, a secret she never told anyone. Although this reincarnation is equivalent to rebirth, after all, not all memories are retained, only the skills, martial arts and other memories that are helpful for practice are retained, but this is indeed the real inheritance of the female fairy. It is a legacy from the immortals. If it were to be exposed, countless holy places and countless powerful people would covet everything she possessed. There is even a high possibility that he will attack her. In other words, everyone present was trustworthy. Otherwise, based on Su Yu's words alone, she would have wanted to kill everyone to keep the secret. This was the thought that came to her mind in an instant. After all, it matters too much. After hearing this, the people standing by were even more shocked and looked at Chen Yunqi with their mouths wide open. Obviously, they didn't expect Chen Yunqi's background to be so powerful. Directly possess the inheritance of the immortals. Su Yu did not look at their expressions. His robes were like flags, rustling in the wind from the invisible energy, and his hair was flying, like a banished immortal. Looking at Chen Yunshi's calm expression, Su Yu smiled and said, "You possess the immortal inheritance and immortal skills." "Sorry, I have it too. The three sisters' cultivation is too low. Even if I suppress them to the heavenly man realm, I can easily crush them. You are the only one who can be on the same level as me. So bring out your true fighting strength and fight me, to satisfy your so-called desire to wash away the shame of breaking off the engagement. Is this the martial arts technique passed down by immortals?" He has it too. In addition, he also wanted to know how powerful the skill, washing, he mastered was. Can she compare to Chen Yunshi, a female fairy who can reincarnate and cultivate again? At this moment, Su Yu did not have any other physical strength, only the simple fluctuation of martial arts, which was a kind of martial arts spiritual power whose grade could not be seen. Very advanced. It even gave people the illusion that no matter who they looked at, it was like they were looking at Su Yu. It's like everyone and everything is him. This sudden change shocked everyone in the Su family and the two elders at the peak of the same realm. What a strange martial art. It's not like my Jushao's technique, it's even more powerful than the emperor level technique. What kind of opportunity has Su Yu had over the years to transform to this point? The ninth elder was greatly shocked. He could be considered the person who had been in contact with Su Yu the longest. When he met Su Yu before, he only thought that the other party was a genius with extraordinary talent and outstanding brilliance. When I see him again now, I find that Su Yu has changed. Become more sophisticated. He is unpredictable, and there is a mysterious and immortal rhythm lingering around him. Like the transcendent, the changes are really huge. It won't be long before the road to becoming an emperor opens. I'm afraid he will become an emperor in less than 100 years. Thinking of this possibility, the ninth elder was shocked by his own thoughts. It's really scary. This absurd and unattainable idea actually made sense to Su Yu. Su Yu stood with his hands behind his back, revealing the aura of a mid-stage saint. The spiritual energy swept across the air, making people feel as if they were facing a huge wave, a raging torrent hundreds of meters high. It makes people feel insignificant and unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. So powerful that it's scary. Come on, try to defeat me, humiliate me, and wash away the so-called humiliation you feel. Fairy, Su Yu smiled wantonly. Arrogant. This attitude made Chen Yunshi feel an endless aura of arrogance coming towards him. This guy is really annoying. Chen Yunshi gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Su Yu, since you want to see my strength, I will grant you that. In the past, I was restricted by my cultivation level and couldn't unleash the power of my foundation. But now, as my cultivation level gradually improves, I've been able to begin absorbing the increased power brought by the inheritance. Then I'll let you see what the power of immortals is. It is incomparable to any immortal arts inherited from the lower realms." Boom. Chen Yunshi is very proud and conceited. She is very confident that her inheritance is no lower than any immortal in the lower realm. Her inheritance comes from the immortal king. The power of an immortal king is absolutely incomparable to that of an ordinary ascended true immortal. Comparing the two is disrespectful to the immortal king. Stream sword technique. Chen Yunshi's cultivation level improved rapidly, and in almost a blink of an eye, he broke into the holy realm. Breaking through the barrier did not trigger a heavenly calamity, which was simply horrifying. In fact, the female fairy was reincarnated, and she practiced the skills of the fairy king. Only the way of heaven in the fairy world could control her, and this lower universe was just a small world created by the fairy king. Therefore, the laws of the lower universe dare not interfere. Although the name of the stream sword technique is very ordinary, the sword power it displays is the real power of the holy realm. This is a martial art that was unlocked as she cultivated. The saint realm unlocks martial arts up to the great saint realm, and the great saint can use quasi-emperor level martial arts. When she reaches the quasi-emperor level, she will be able to use true immortal level magic and supernatural powers. This sword technique is extremely soft, and it is a gentle sword technique that can restrain huge force. It is nothing more than using softness to overcome hardness. Seeing the sword that Chen Yunshi unleashed, elderly of the Tianchuan Holy Land exclaimed in astonishment, this sword has actually reached the peak of the saint realm. This sword may not seem to cause any damage, but it can dissolve the power of a late-stage saint. You can even use the opponent's force to counterattack. What a mysterious sword. He is at the peak of the saint realm, proficient in swordsmanship, and his sword skills cultivation makes him qualified to withstand 10 moves from the hands of the great saint realm. As a person with the same sword intent level at the peak of the saint realm, he knew best how strong the sword intent exuded by Chen Yunshi was. This sword gave him the feeling of facing an opponent of the same level. The stream sword technique, although the name is a bit elegant. However, what it brought about was not the power of a small stream, but its own spiritual power, which attracted the vast amount of energy from the surrounding heaven and earth, which was endless and tore through the space with the sword intent. You are indeed very powerful, but compared to me, you are still a little worse. Although there were no outsiders present when we broke off the engagement, your behavior was despicable. In today's battle, I will definitely return the shame to you. Chen Yunshi's voice was cold and clear, and he thrust out with his sword, as smooth as flowing clouds in water, and extremely smooth. This is the ultimate expression of cleverness. Faced with this sword technique that was difficult to defeat with brute force, Su Yu simply raised his head and took a look. Then, he smiled. Hee hee, what shame. It's just that you feel your pride has been trampled upon. If I really wanted to humiliate you, I would have broken off the engagement in public. Why do we have to do it in private? But, Su Yu changed the subject, and a sharp and unstoppable aura gradually rose from his body. After this battle, you and I will have nothing to do with each other. Even the so-called reincarnated immortals should bow before me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu's eyes instantly burst out with a strong sword intent. This look even made the two elders who were in the holy realm feel a sharp pain, and even their souls were shaken. Boom, Su Yu raised his hand, and a mysterious knife that was shining with glass light was held in his hand. He took a step forward and slashed out with the knife. This sword can subdue all enemies. Open the sky. Chapter 267. This time, the bond faded like alienation. What a model of using softness to overcome hardness. In Su Yu's eyes, there is no soft thing that cannot be cut. If there is, it means that the strength is not enough. He always has only one goal, and that is to break everything with force. As long as he has enough strength, there is nothing he can't cut off. Being an immortal is no big deal. You don't have to show your deep hatred for me all the time. If you have the ability to defeat me, then use all your strength. Come on, try to defeat me. Su Yu shouted angrily and slashed out with a knife in an instant. Boom, this blow caused the small secret realm that had been reinforced by the great sage to shake violently, and the space was shattered at the moment his power exploded. If it were replaced with the Su family's previous secret realm of heaven and man, or the secret realm of saints. With this blow, it will completely cease to exist. Even so, the secret realm still shook violently, as if a major earthquake had occurred, and everyone felt the tremor. All the Su family disciples looked up in horror, somewhat confused as to what was happening. I just felt a very strong pressure restraining me. Certainly, this is normal. If both of them did not restrain themselves, the ordinary disciples of the Su family secret realm will probably be pressed to the ground in an instant, and their souls will suffer irreversible damage. Su Yu's sword strike was as powerful as the sky, heading straight for Chen Yanxi's stream sword technique. The power of creation is too strong, fierce and overbearing. Under the influence of this force, the energy tides caused by the stream sword technique began to fluctuate violently. Show your true strength, otherwise you won't be able to defeat me, Su Yu laughed. With a sudden exertion of force, in an instant, the sword of creation broke the energy stream. The energy stream couldn't even hold out for more than 10 seconds before it was broken by Su Yu's sword. This scene made Chen Yanxi's face change drastically. When she wanted to dodge, she saw Su Yu in front of her disappear in a flash. The next second, her eyes went dark. Su Yu's figure stood directly in front of her. Bang! One punch. Su Yu did not hold back when he threw this punch, and it hit Chen Yanxi's body, protecting spiritual power directly. Although it did not touch her physical body, it made Chen Yanxi's face change violently. Because the power of Su Yu's punch was too overbearing. It almost completely suppressed the effect of the gentle spiritual power she cultivated. It can't be offset at all. Come on, bring out the courage you had in your anger, bring out your fighting strength, and fight me. Su Yu frowned and swung his fist, which fell like raindrops. Chen Yanxi didn't even have the strength to resist. Can only passively take the beating. Try to defeat me, kill me, humiliate me. I'm giving you the chance now. Su Yu shouted at Chen Yanxi. If it were a normal duel, anyone who fought him would either be injured or disabled. Anyone who intends to kill him will have no choice but to die. Speak up, why aren't you speaking? What's wrong? Do you look down on my strength, so that you don't even want to fight me? Su Yu's fist smashed down on his face and abdomen. Although he did not break the protective spiritual power, Chen Yanxi could still feel the recoil force vibrating in his body. After hearing these words, Chen Yanxi was furious. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Didn't she want to fight? There's absolutely no chance to fight back. You. Bang! Just as Chen Yanxi was about to speak, Su Yu punched her and interrupted her. Of course he was aware of Chen Yanxi's condition, but he just wanted to do this. The person in front is threatening to kill him. Although I have no intention of killing you, you have already said those words. If I don't teach you a lesson, do you really think he is a vegetarian? Humiliation. The one who is being humiliated is you, the reincarnation of a female fairy. After this operation, not only Chen Yanxi was confused, but even the ninth elder and elderly were confused. Is Chen Yanxi weak? No, not weak. When Chen Yanxi broke through to the saint level, and when he used the stream sword technique, they felt a little pressure. Even if they take action, it will take some effort. But now, a person who can fight against the peak of the saint realm was beaten by Su Yu like this. Is she really the reincarnation of a fairy? They were all lost in deep thought. Only Su Yu knew the exact gap between him and Chen Yanxi. He uses fighting to nourish his body, skills, and combat experience, and his control over spiritual power is at 90% or even 100%. Although Chen Yanxi inherited the legacy of a female fairy, she focused more on improving her cultivation and did not go into battle. So, how does she compare with herself? The three sisters, Su Qingying, Su Wanqing and Su Miao, were all stunned. They stood there blankly with bewildered looks on their faces. Crush. Yanxi was crushed. They all fell into self-doubt, thinking that after 50 years of experience, they had become very strong. Who knows? Su Yu, who could be bullied and beaten by them before, has now transformed into an invincible strong man in the Holy Realm. What he possessed made everything they had pale in comparison. Even their cultivation and combat power are beyond their reach. Some time ago, they had challenged the Saint Realm with their quasi-saint bodies, and were able to compete with the elders in the early stage of the Saint Realm. They were hailed as Saint Sun level geniuses and were famous throughout Qinchuan. But, this Saint Sun level sequence is in Su Yu's hands, but he can only passively take the beating. This crushing battle lasted for half an hour. He didn't stop until Su Yu had completely vented all the emotions deep in his heart. At this time, Chen Yanxi was lying on the ground, his eyes were somewhat empty and confused, as if he had become autistic due to the beating. Call. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Su Yu now felt refreshed. After expressing his thoughts and misunderstandings, he no longer worried about what his three sisters and Chen Yanxi would think. Because it doesn't matter anymore. Looking at Chen Yanxi lying on the ground, Su Yu said sternly, I know you're unwilling to give up, but your personality is too extreme. I can only tell you that without setbacks, you will never understand the true meaning of inheritance. You felt humiliated at first, but didn't you ever think about why I only told you to break off the engagement? A marriage without love is not valid, and I don't recognize it. So, now that Uncle Chen and my father are here, I'm officially informing you that our engagement is no longer valid. From now on, whatever you want has nothing to do with me. Female immortal. Wait until you comprehend the true inheritance, then come and tell me to wash away the shame. After saying that, Su Yu didn't look at the others. He just let go of the things that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. He felt that at this moment, his mind was clear and his thoughts were clear. Ninth Elder, let's go back to the Holy Land together. Dad, Grandpa, in the future. Su Yu's walking figure paused for a moment, and then he slowly said, in the future, if I can achieve great cultivation and become invincible in this world, I will return to the Su family. Take care. Swish. The next second, Su Yu's figure completely disappeared from the spot. Behind, everyone in the Su family looked at his back, and Su Yu's words kept echoing in their minds. It seemed at this moment. The bond between them and Su Yu suddenly faded. I owe you what's wrong. Chapter 268 Look, our Jushao Holy Son is back. Looking at the departing backs of Su Yu and the Ninth Elder, Su Yuxing, Su Tianming, the three Su sisters, and Chen Yanxi were all completely stunned. They never imagined that their reunion after decades would end this way. This time, the only feeling Su Yu gave them was that he was severing the connection between him and them. What does he want to do? Su Miao looked into the distance, a little absent-minded, and muttered. As the eldest sister, Su Qingying did not say anything, but her eyes became deep. Su Wanqing's pupils were looming, as if she wanted to see through Su Yu, but after looking for a long time, she could only see that Su Yu's soul was in its original state, with no signs of being possessed by another body. A long time passed. Su Yuxing, who was originally immersed in joy, gradually lost that emotion. He glanced at the two life source stones he had contracted with. After a long moment, he said in a heavy tone, perhaps those enemies outside have put too much pressure on him. We are still too weak and are holding him back. He had an intuition. After leaving here, Su Yu's future reputation will be known as the invincible son of the nine skies. Rather than the Su family, unless one day, Su Yu can become an emperor. The Su family will be mentioned. You three sisters should practice hard. You have a big misunderstanding about Ayu. He is a very good child. Su Tianming had a complicated expression. He looked at Su Qingying and her sisters, sighed, and then turned and left. Su Yuxing also echoed, Ayu is not as bad as you think. Su Yuxing sighed, back then, because you three sisters were young, your powerful foundations were not well cultivated, and your cultivation was almost non-existent. When you were only at the third or fourth level of the body tempering realm, Ayu was already at the seventh level of the vein condensing realm. If he really wants to take away your double pupils, supreme bones, and immortal phoenix bloodline, you will have many opportunities. But you are still fine. This can't be said to be your good fortune. Because at that time, even his mount, Xiao He, could have crushed you to death. If there's a chance, you siblings should talk it out as soon as possible. It's unclear and you're both confused. As he spoke, Su Yuxing also walked towards his own yard. Chen Zongtian looked at Chen Yunxi and sighed softly, Yunxi, none of us knew about Ayu's breakup with you. He has already given you a lot of face. Your dignity is preserved. Although his tone was not nice, the fact that he only told you when he was young that he wanted to break off the engagement was enough to prove that he cared about your self-esteem. Well, now that the result has been announced, this marriage is off the table. From now on, it's up to you young people to develop on your own. We can't interfere. Don't be hostile to Ayu, he's done a great job. If we can't be husband and wife, we can be friends. Although he knew today that his daughter was the reincarnation of a fairy with immortal heritage, he was not happy. He was very happy that his daughter had become stronger. But knowing that they had always misunderstood Su Yu, I felt a little sad. These are the children I watched grow up. They had a falling out, and as an adult he felt bad too. After speaking earnestly, Chen Zongtian left with his hands behind his back, shaking his head. Only 4 girls were left standing there in a daze. Have we really wronged my brother? Su Qingying said blankly. When she said the last 2 words, she wanted to call out Su Yu's name as usual, but this time, she called him, brother. Perhaps, the mentality has changed at this moment. Su Wanqing stopped jumping around and became calm. She said slowly, I want to go back to Tianchuan and check the ancient books. See if what he said is true. With double pupils, she is best able to distinguish the real from the fake. She also has a strong learning ability and a photographic memory. She wants to look through all the records in ancient books. Just to verify the authenticity of this statement. Do you really think so? Chen Yunxi murmured, looking into the distance. This day, it is destined to be an extraordinary day. The Su family obtained the source of life stone that sealed the young earth Gilin and the ancient phoenix species. This should be something to be thankful for. But there wasn't much joy. Instead, I felt a little lost. After gaining all these, my relationship with Su Yu became weaker. This made Su Yuxing feel a little uncomfortable. After staying at the Su family for a while, the 4 girls followed Elder Li and left the Su family and flew towards the headquarters of the Tianchuan Holy Land. Walk out of the Su family's secret realm. Su Yu and the Ninth Elder were not idle on the way either. They had a discussion, and the Ninth Elder gained a lot from the rich experience. Su Yu's understanding of the Saint Realm and subsequent realms is too deep. This made this elder, who had been immersed in the peak of the Saint Realm for many years, have a great understanding. It seemed that he was only a little away from entering the Great Saint Realm. Today, all the top holy places have emerged from the small world. All the holy places stand above Xuantian. No longer requires void travel to return. Even so, the distance between the major holy places is still very far. For example, the Su family's secret realm is not far from Jushao, but even a strong man with the cultivation level of a saint needs a day to rush to another place. Xuantian is too big. Even if it is divided into the 5 domains of the human race, the demon domain, the sea domain, and the devil domain, it is still very large. The area of one domain is comparable to the size of a sun. If the area is not large enough, how can it accommodate so many monks? The day passed quickly. Feeling the increasingly rich rules of heaven and earth and the energy of heaven and earth, Su Yu understood that this was approaching the range of the Holy Land. Until noon the next day, as a magnificent building complex similar to a small city appeared in front of him, Su Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the small city covered by various Taoist rhymes and formations. From now on, I will be the invincible holy son Su Yu. The golden age is coming, geniuses will emerge one after another, and countless saints who have been sealed in the source of gods and immortals will come out. Those immortal seeds and emperor sons will also emerge from the divine source. His opponents are these people. His goal is to trample all of these ancient evildoers under his feet and prove his invincibility. If anyone disobeys, I will kill them. They are your best nourishment, the best nourishment for you to become stronger. In this life, I am the only one who reigns supreme. This is his goal. As the 2 of them quickened their pace, they soon arrived at the Holy Land. After entering the Holy Land, they saw several ancient characters full of Taoist charm engraved on the gate archway that was hundreds of meters high. 9 Heavens Holy Land. As they stepped into the gatehouse, they passed through the outer disciple area and returned to the inner gate core area. At this time, in the inner gate square, countless disciples and elders have gathered, including the Saint Lord Jushao and the other 8 peak masters, all standing in the square. Seeing the 2 people appear, the elegant saint in the front immediately showed a bright smile. Look, our holy son of Jushao has returned. Chapter 269, the list of geniuses, which includes the strongest geniuses in the entire Xuantian. Upon hearing the Holy Lord's voice, over 1,000 inner disciples and over 300 core disciples in the square turned around at the same time. At this sight, everyone's eyes were filled with enthusiasm and excitement. Holy son, welcome back, holy son. All the inner disciples and core disciples raised their heads at the same time and shouted loudly. These inner disciples had already heard Su Yu's story during this period of time. Just hearing it made their blood boil. Despite the pressure from countless powerful men, he not only killed countless celestial beings and quasi-saints, but even while undergoing a tribulation, he forcefully killed the saint of the Emperor's tomb and the saint of the Sea of Clouds in the Northern Territory. Not only that, even if a person at the peak of the Holy Realm came, he couldn't be forced to bow his head. He is simply the invincible image in the eyes of all young people. When the news about Su Yu came back, Su Yu became a true idol in everyone's mind. It's really hard not to get excited about his deeds. Looking at the fiery gazes of his fellow disciples, Su Yu's calm heart began to waver. Perhaps this was what he wanted. Admired by thousands of people. No, therefore, he is invincible and makes everyone submit to him. A smile gradually appeared on Su Yu's handsome face, and he and the Ninth Elder stepped into the square together. As the 2 of them advanced, the Ninth Elder even consciously left Su Yu half a body length behind. Obviously, he also truly recognized Su Yu's status. Not only his identity, he also recognized Su Yu's fighting ability. When he arrived at the front of the square, the elegant Saint Lord was looking at him with a gentle smile. He nodded and said, "You've come back just in time." Su Yu bowed to him, the several peak masters, and the elders before asking, "Senior brother Saint Master, you have gathered the disciples here in the square. Is there something important you want to announce?" Although he didn't stay in Jushao for long, but Jushao is actually very relaxed and would never gather his disciples here for no reason. The Scarlet Sky Peak Master, with hair even redder than before, grinned and said, "Don't you know yet? Tianjin Holy Land and Tianji Tower have jointly activated the Tianjiao ranking." Hearing this, Su Yu couldn't help but frown and asked in confusion, "Tianjiao ranking?" The Holy Lord took over and gently explained, "The Tianjiao list is a treasure left behind by the Jaidian immortal sect, the predecessor of Tianjin Holy Land and Tianji Tower. It can intercept a ray of heavenly secrets and add a bit of luck to the Tianjiao list. Those who can make it onto the list are all the strongest geniuses in the entire Xuantian human race, the strongest in their realm. Because of this bit of luck, no genius would refuse it. Even those from the ancient freaks, immortals, and emperors will break free and come out to participate during this period. When the world's greatest prodigy is chosen, the path to becoming an emperor will also begin. This ray of luck may become a great help on your path to becoming an emperor. Of course, it's not a competition. Instead, we will collect your aura and put it on the Tianzhao ranking to assess your foundation and talent. It is said that if one can surpass the strongest prodigy remaining on the prodigy ranking, one will be blessed with great fortune. By the way, the number 1 on the Heavenly Pride list is currently the Heavenly Emperor. No one has been able to break this position since ancient times. The Scarlet Sky Peak Master also added at the right moment. Not only that, it's reported that the Emperor Road will begin its first stop on Xuantian, and the geniuses from all over the universe will come here one after another in the future. You are competing with all the races in the universe. Hearing this, Suyu's blood seemed to begin to boil slightly. A competition of talent. To be honest, he didn't know whether his talent was accurate or not, and how it compared to so many ancient freaks, immortals, and emperors, sons. I'm really looking forward to it. Seeing the anticipation in Suyu's eyes, the elegant Saint Lord laughed. Going to the central region, the competition is about background and combat power. Whoever you can kill is up to you. The battle for the Emperor's Road is inherently cruel. At this stage, whatever you want to do, just go for it. In this life, the 3 religions of the Eastern Wasteland will stand behind you. They really want to reunite with the Immortal Sect. After the reunion of the Immortal Sect, the guide of Taishuan Immortal Sect will come and will surely bestow a lot of resources. He will also select some talented seeds to bring with him. How about going over there to find out? Meeting the Holy Lord's gaze, Suyu nodded heavily. Of course I will go. I aim to be invincible. Being able to face all the geniuses makes me even more excited. Waited for so long, what he is waiting for is to become an emperor and an immortal. The Holy Lord nodded in satisfaction, but soon, his eyes suddenly darkened slightly, and he transmitted a voice. From what I know, the importance the Emperor's tomb attaches to you is now second only to the threat of the quasi-emperor level. You need to be more careful. It's not surprising that Diffin, this mad dog, does anything. In the past, there was the suppression of the heavenly Tao, and they couldn't act freely. But now, they have many strong people who can take action. Saint Realm, Great Saint, or even quasi-emperor is possible. There is a reason why this mad dog Defend can cause headaches for the entire universe, because no one can find his sect's stronghold, and it is even more unclear how much background he has. All I know is he can destroy the Holy Land. Suyu is valued so much, the killer who will attack him in the future must be an extremely powerful person. And according to his understanding, Emperor Tomb seemed to have a big plan in this life. In the past, they would never attack the saints for no reason. But in this life, they are actually actively hunting down the geniuses of the Holy Land and those with powerful talents. This abnormal behavior gave him a bad feeling. Comparable to dark chaos is coming. After defeating the Supreme Emperor soldiers of the Heavenly Blade Holy Land, your master, Quasi-Emperor Dudian, abducted the Emperor soldiers and disappeared. Has he been in contact with you? Suyu shook his head upon hearing this and said, he must be recovering. He will probably only appear when the Emperor Road is open. Don't worry about him. Dudian Quasi-Emperor's path is very clear, which is to become an emperor and an immortal, so now, he can only restore his origin and strengthen his foundation. The Holy Lord nodded and replied, that's true. Both the master and the disciple have the potential to become emperors. This is truly a miracle. As for the Emperor's tomb, you. Upon hearing this, Suyu said firmly, the Emperor's tomb is nothing to worry about. He can't locate my whereabouts unless I reveal myself. If he dares to attack in a crowded place, he will be the only one to die. This is his confidence. Diffin's methods may be cunning, but he is no less capable. Yuan Tianqi's methods are a headache for even the great emperor. If Diffin can figure out. Unless the quasi-emperor of the 9th level is sent to attack and kill him, otherwise, as long as he has a moment to react, he can immediately teleport to the side of the quasi-emperor Dudian. No one can kill him unless he is the emperor. This is the Golden Age, one of the reasons why he dares to call himself invincible in the same realm. No one in the same realm can defeat me. If someone in a higher realm attacks me, I have my own powerful one to protect me. Brother Shangju, when do we set off? I can't wait to test the combat capabilities of all the geniuses. Chapter 270. Before that, I need to go to the ancestral home. Ha 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 ha. When the elegant saint heard this, he laughed especially loudly. He liked Suyu's energy and the way he looked down on everyone. Very similar to him, so similar. Don't worry, once you've dealt with the sex affairs, you can go on your own. The Golden Age has arrived, opportunities abound, and your chance has just begun. The elegant saint said with a smile. Gradually, his smile faded, and his voice grew heavy. Before the chaotic ancient era, the human race was weak, and the powerful of all races used them as food. This situation lasted for hundreds of millions of years. It only gradually improved after the first holy emperor of the human race, Emperor Shi, emerged and led the human race out of the cultivation system. Subsequently, the human race continued to produce supreme beings, pushing the human race to the pinnacle. Although the myriad races are now inferior to humans, they still hold a deep-seated disdain for them, and this is especially true of the 100 royal families. At this point, the elegant saint took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, in this golden age, the foundation accumulated by all races for countless years will probably be revealed in this life. Your mission, besides stepping on the human race's genius to ascend to the throne, is more importantly because you must shoulder your responsibilities and demonstrate the human race's style. If we lose this life and allow the myriad races to gain more thrones, after the great age is over, the human race will be oppressed by the myriad races for tens or even millions of years. Remember, you can defeat the strongest genius of the human race during a duel, but you must not kill the emperor species at will. The Holy Lord's words have made it very clear, it's okay to defeat a genius, but if you want to kill someone, you have to be careful. Of course, if you encounter those with bad intentions, just kill them. Although we should try to kill as few geniuses and emperors as possible, it is not really impossible to kill them. In addition, the Golden Age was also accompanied by a great crisis. The dark turmoil, initiated by the Forbidden Zone, was also the factor that destroyed the human race and all other races. In the past, the restricted areas were harvested every 500,000 years. Now, a million years have passed since the last time. Obviously, these restricted areas want to harvest a big wave. You must pay attention. These things should not be known to the younger generation, and it is helpless to tell them now. Because the pressure in this life is really too great. That's all the human race has. Why are there so few strong people in the Emperor's tomb who desperately pursue him? Besides being difficult to find, the main reason is that there are many strong people in the Emperor's tomb who can play a big role in the dark turmoil. The destruction of the Tianzhao Holy Land did not cause the other Holy Lands to say anything. The reason was that the quasi-emperor Dudian had displayed extraordinary combat power, comparable to that of the great emperor. The ultimate imperial weapon that can shake the full recovery. This is the trump card. I know. Suyu's expression turned serious and he nodded in response. The so-called crisis comes from the outside world. But, as long as he is given enough time, he can confidently solve everything. He has attained the status of a quasi-emperor, and he is not afraid even if the emperor himself comes. This is his confidence. As long as the road to becoming an emperor is open and he can quickly improve his cultivation, he will be fearless of everything. Given enough time, he can destroy the emperor's tomb and even go to the forbidden zone of life to kill the master of the forbidden zone. Okay, as long as you have your own ideas, the Holy Lord smiled, patted Su Yu on the shoulder, and said, now that your cultivation has reached the saint realm, are you confident that you can comprehend all the techniques of the 9 skies and 9 peaks? As he spoke, his eyes were filled with anticipation. He most hoped that Su Yu could achieve this and reproduce the power of their Jushao immortal technique. Let the 3 religions of the Eastern Wasteland reunite and become the Taishan immortal sect. Not only the Holy Lord, but also the peak masters and many elders looked at Su Yu expectantly upon hearing his words. These old people most want to witness the birth of immortal magic. You must know that before the Taishan immortal sect was disbanded, it was a transcendent and huge sect with thousands of saints and hundreds of quasi-emperors. All human beings in the universe yearn for and long to join the Taishan immortal sect. Even the emperor can achieve 2 enlightenments in the great world. This is the foundation of the immortal sect. Even though it weakened to the extreme after some events, and even split into 3 sects in order to preserve the flame, its foundation still made the 3 sects a top holy place. Su Yu was stunned when he heard this. After thinking about it, he felt that he should go to other peaks to learn the remaining skills. Currently, he only masters the skills of the 3 main peaks, Bishao Peak, Danshao Peak, and Qishao Peak. Even so, the combination of the 3 peaks makes his basic combat power far surpass the geniuses of the same realm, and is comparable to the Saint Sun level. It's just that he practiced too many top-level combat techniques, which overshadowed this part of his brilliance. In fact, the superposition of the 3 peaks technique is outrageous. Bishao's Qing the immortal body provides an endless supply of vitality and spiritual power, which can quickly replenish its own consumption. Kaishao's fighting method is extremely domineering, which can increase combat power and unleash extremely powerful power. Although Dan Zhaofeng is a support system, it has actually been modified by Su Yu into the art of explosion, which is also a combat power enhancement. When it comes to Su Yu's hands, all the skills will be added to his combat power. This is his common problem, or maybe this is his fate. Born to fight, born to be a warrior. The fighting power is so strong that it is unbelievable and outrageous. Just being in the holy realm is enough to make you a master, and no one can defeat you. If the 9 skies and 9 peaks could master the combination at the same time, they could be said to be unparalleled in attack and invincible in defense, and it would be no problem for them to become all-round warriors. Su Yu thought about it and nodded. It should be possible. Apart from anything else, even if you can comprehend one more combat method, it will be a significant bonus, so it is worth a try. Hearing this, everyone's smile suddenly brightened. The Holy Lord nodded softly and said, okay, then let's choose a main peak and try it out first. He was looking forward to Su Yu's performance, and he thought he wouldn't be disappointed. This is the genius he has his eyes on. Only the elders on the stage were qualified to hear their conversations, and the disciples could only watch them, smiling and nodding. I was a little confused for a moment. Didn't they say that the core disciple promotion assessment had begun? Why are they chatting again? Among the disciples, there are many old acquaintances, such as Lin Chang, Lin Mo and others. Their cultivation level is not considered weak now, and at the lowest level they are at the heavenly man realm. After all, they are all destined to be the golden ones. But the gap between him and Su Yu is quite big. Seeing that Su Yu, who was weaker than them in the past, was now able to talk and discuss with the elders, they were filled with emotion. But, however, Su Yu ignored their thoughts and looked up at the top of Shenshao Peak. At a glance, he seemed to see through space and looked into the thatched cottage. Retracting his gaze, Su Yu smiled slightly and said, brother, before that, I still need to go to the ancestor. Hearing this, the Holy Lord was stunned, and then he suddenly remembered that Su Yu had obtained an opportunity from the ancestor. Thinking of this, he nodded. Then let's go to the ancestor first. Chapter 271, Meeting the Ancestor, Supreme Opportunity, and Gift of Immortal Magic. On Shenshao Peak, a group of elders followed, and even this promotion assessment was not presided over by an elder. Because they have more important things to observe. That's right here, witness Su Yu welcoming the immortal ancestor again. That was left by an immortal. Even the emperor cannot act rashly when he comes here. This is the true foundation of the immortal sect. The chaotic body that the ancestor promised, the Holy Lord stopped in front of the thatched hut, seeming to want to say something but stopped himself. Su Yu turned his head and looked at him, then replied, it's no longer useful. I have integrated it on my own. As soon as these words were spoken, all the elders, including those in the great saint realm, were shocked, and their frail bodies trembled with excitement. Chaos body, an unparalleled physique destined to become an emperor. It is also an immortal body that is 100% capable of ascending to heaven. It would take tens of millions of years for one to appear, but now it appears before them. Jushao it's daxing, this was their only thought. This was an endless surprise for them, but for Su Yu, it was normal. Even if he did not melt the holy body of Taiyin and Taiyang into chaos body, he could use the constitution chaining atlas to temporarily equip the chaos body. Moreover, not only that, he could now equip many constitutions. He could also equip all the top constitutions that had appeared throughout the ages using the chaining atlas. The holy fighting body, the great sun prison suppressing body, the flying immortal body, the immaculate body, etc. He can be said to be a walking multi-physique strong man. Attack and attack in one, complete defense, transcendental enlightenment, the body of the great Tao, the holy body and the Tao fetus, etc. This is also the most important reason why he dares to call himself invincible. Fear no one. Even the knowledgeable Holy Lord was shocked by these words and his body trembled. Ha ha ha, the Holy Lord laughed loudly. As expected, protecting you and making an exception to nominate you as the Holy Son was the most correct decision I made. He was very relieved. At the beginning, he was very optimistic about Su Yu. Even though everyone doubted Su Yu, he never doubted him at all. He even went against the crowd and made Su Yu the only outsider Saint Sun in Jushao. He spared no effort to train him. The result did not disappoint him. Su Yu really did it, and did it beyond his imagination. Su Yu also smiled slightly and said nothing. In fact, he is now very grateful to senior brother Shengju for his trust in him, which has allowed him to live a stable life until now. To him, senior brother Shengju was certainly investing in him, but to Su Yu, it was a warm gesture. Let him have a second trustworthy person in this world besides the Su family. Even if it was other peak masters, he only regarded them as fellow Taoists, but it was different for senior brother Saint Lord. To him, he was both a teacher and a friend, and more so a guide who was like a beacon of light, lighting the way forward for him. If given the chance, he would definitely not let Zhao Hongjun down. Go in, your time has really come. The Holy Lord calmed down and nodded to Su Yu. Good. Su Yu turned his head and looked directly at the thatched hut. For him, this was the place where he opened his chaotic body, and it also represented his first stop in contacting the way of immortality. Under the anxious and expectant gazes of all the elders, Su Yu slowly walked towards the thatched hut. For others, they cannot get close to the thatched hut. As soon as you get close to here, you will be teleported back to the origin. But Su Yu is different. He came here without any obstacles, just like a normal person going home, relaxed and without any pressure. Crunch. As he walked to the thatched hut and reached out to push open the door of this ancestral home, which was sacred and inviolable in Jushao's eyes, everyone's heart was in their throat. Then, under their gaze, Su Yu slowly walked in. Until the door of the thatched hut closed, their hearts suddenly became extremely nervous. Inside the thatched house, the scene here is exactly the same as when Su Yu first came in. Walked towards the only point of light. It didn't stop until the light spot continued to expand and became an extremely huge divine sun. Standing here and feeling the rhythm, Suyu still had a deep understanding. You are back. At this moment, an ancient and vicissitudes of life voice suddenly came from behind Suyu. Looking back, I saw that the ancestor had a new look this time. He was wearing a Taoist robe made of coarse linen, and his hair was tied up with a wooden hairpin. Although his body looked thin, Suyu could still feel the supreme power coming from this body. He practiced the corpse immortal heaven tribulation technique and knew very well what this great power was. Fairy light, pure fairy spirit. Seeing the old man appear, Suyu bowed to him and said solemnly, "Disciple Suyu greets the ancestor." There's no need for that. The ancestor lifted Suyu up with his own hands and nodded with satisfaction at him. You really have the demeanor of an immortal lord. With the power of a holy body, you can find opportunities, and you can condense into a chaotic body without the help of the immortal energy I left behind. Very good, very good. His previous expectation for Suyu was just that he could condense the holy sun body and come back to find him. Who knew? Suyu not only gave birth to the seed of divine yang, but also condensed a flawless holy body. He used his own strength to find the power of Taiyin and transformed it into the holy body of Taiyin. When the celestial being shed his mortal body, he perfectly fused the two powers into an innate chaotic body. Perfect fusion, as if born together. This kind of talent will either die halfway or ascend to the upper realm and become a true immortal. Even if there is training from the Taishuan immortal sect in the upper realm, it is not impossible to become an immortal king. As for the immortal king, no one dares to dream of it. The immortal king is a giant, looking down on all living beings. Even among tens of thousands of immortals, it may not be possible to become one of them. This is the power of limit, but you have already elevated your destiny and physique on your own, so I have nothing to give you. After evaluating Suyu, the shadow of the ancestor actually showed a hint of distress. It was because Suyu did such an outstanding job that it completely exceeded his expectations. I thought it was an immortal seed, but who knew it was actually the seed of an immortal king? It really makes people feel both loving and helpless. The ancestor's gift of the divine sun seed to me was the greatest blessing for me. Suyu smiled slightly and said sincerely. If it weren't for the gift from the ancestor, he wouldn't know how to search for the divine sun power, let alone how to refine it into the holy sun body. For him, Shenyang is opportunity. Everything else is insignificant. Even the martial arts techniques are like this. He won't be missing. The ancestor was obviously very satisfied with Suyu's heartfelt words. He circled around Suyu and then laughed. Although I have nothing left to give you, but I see that your body is mainly composed of the extremely yin substance of corpse immortal energy. So, having said that, the old man in Taoist robe suddenly stopped and then lightly tapped Suyu's brow with one finger. In an instant, an endless power surged into Suyu's body. I will give you a magic trick. Chapter 272, Obtaining the Taishuan True Meaning, Explosive. Is this the end of the world? Immortal magic, the true perfect immortal method. In this universe, a complete immortal technique is enough to make people fight for it. If those great saints, even quasi-saints, or even the masters of the restricted areas knew that Suyu mastered a complete immortal technique, they would probably be unable to suppress the urge to plunder. Immortal techniques represent whether you can reach the pinnacle of the great emperor realm and reach the level of becoming an immortal. This is a great temptation for those masters of the forbidden areas who have been rejected by mortals and believe that they have no qualifications to become immortals and thus chose to fall into darkness. It concerns whether they can become true immortals in the mortal world and ascend to heaven on their own. Who can resist such temptation? Unman, the true meaning of Taishuan. Suyu's head felt swollen from the overwhelming amount of memories. A magical technique, converted into a scope that ordinary people can understand, is to ascend from the three-dimensional world to the four-dimensional world. The great truth it contains is enormous. Even a computer would find it difficult to handle. In other words, Suyu's current cultivation level has reached the saint realm, and his brain has been strengthened, so it can process files more efficiently than a computer, which is why he can barely accommodate it. Certainly, just because he obtained Taishuan Junyi doesn't mean he can replicate it and pass it on. Only when one's cultivation reaches the quasi-emperor level can one have the means to engrave the basic immortal scriptures. The Taishuan True Meaning is the basic immortal method given by the Taishuan immortal sect to disciples who have crossed the barrier between heaven and man and possess the qualifications to become emperors or true immortals. Originally, the Taishuan immortal sect of the Qingkang universe had been disbanded. It was no longer considered one of the Taishuan subordinate sects and was not qualified to study the Taishuan True Meaning. But with your appearance, I believe you will be able to manifest the immortal arts of Taishuan subordinate sects on your own in the future. As long as you can manifest the Taishu 5 elements divine law and reunite the techniques of the Tianshuan, Zaiwei, and Jushao sects into one, you can be considered a Taishuan immortal sect. When Suyu accepted the inheritance, the voice of the ancestor was in his mind helping him to answer his questions. The Taishuan True Meaning aims to comprehend the mysteries, the universe, nature, and the true self. While it's not primarily about killing, its sword-wielding power targets the soul and can also elevate understanding. Practicing the Taishuan True Meaning allows one to see the truth. You can condense your immortal soul to fight against kings and princes. And the king and prince realm should be the emperor realm in this world. Hearing the name of this realm, Suyu was actually stunned for a moment. The most powerful person in the universe, in the upper realm, is he only at the king level? Light. It is indeed reasonable. The upper realm is the fairyland, with true immortals and immortal kings. This is the information Suyu currently knows. In comparison, the mortal emperor can only be regarded as a king or a prince. There is an emperor in the upper realm, the immortal emperor. Only the emperors among the immortals are worthy of becoming emperors. How can a mortal emperor be considered an emperor? Oh, it is already a kindness to call you a prince. Although this world is small and cannot accommodate a true immortal realm, some people have found alternative paths. For example, those great emperors who were swept away by the guiding envoys, over countless years, there have been some outliers who not only survived but also reincarnated for many lifetimes in the mortal world, achieving the status of mortal immortals. They live by the rules of the world and are invincible in this world, on par with immortals and overwhelming emperors. If they can find a way to ascend to the upper realms, they can reach the pinnacle of true immortals. I didn't know there were still red dust immortals in this era, but you have to be careful. This universe is about to collapse. Demons and monsters will wreak havoc on the world, and all manner of evil spirits will haunt this world. Those who cannot ascend in this life will perish with the collapse of the universe. If you are truly concerned, you can demonstrate your talent beyond that of a true immortal when the guide arrives. Those with the potential to become immortal lords can ascend to the upper realms with their entire family. This is a gift and a reward for your potential as an immortal lord. Hearing this, Suyu was completely stunned. The universe dies. Impossible. Seeing Suyu's stunned expression, the frail old man in Taoist robes, who was the incarnation of the first ancestor, calmly explained, a universe has a lifespan. This universe is aging and about to collapse. If there are powerful beings in the upper realms who are immortals or above and are from this universe, they may be able to reshape the universe after the collapse. That is to say, let this universe reincarnate again. You just work hard on your training. The Dharma and opportunity have been given to you. As for how far you can cultivate, it all depends on your own luck. This strand of my thoughts will also dissipate in the future and transform into energy for the formation that protects the sect. I don't have much memory, so I can't help you solve your problems. Okay, that's all I have to say. Let's practice hard. Finished. The figure of the ancestor began to become transparent, and then turned into spots of light and merged into Suyu's mind. These, all of them turned into nourishment for Taishuan Junni. Swish. As the ancestor completely dissipated, Suyu was also knocked unconscious by the huge impact of the Taishuan Junni. The entire fictional universe and starry sky gradually turned into light points and dissipated. As time goes by little, soon, Suyu's figure changed from lying in the void to lying on the simple wooden bed in the thatched hut. 6 hours passed in a flash, outside the thatched house. The elegant saint and others waited from dawn to late at night. Although the waiting time was a bit long, the elders who were able to arrive here were all in the saint realm, and at the very least were quasi-saints, so naturally they did not feel that the time was very long. Crunch. With the arrival of the yin hour, drops of dew filled with spiritual energy condensed on the weeds on the top of Shenshao Peak. Tick. As Suyu pushed open the wooden door, a slight breeze blew the nearby weeds, shaking the dewdrops off. Seeing him come out, all the elders, including the Peak Master, were delighted. After Suyu walked out of the thatched hut, everyone rushed forward, but they were all isolated by the Holy Lord and the 3 great saint-level elders. Only the 4 of them were qualified to know it first. The others also stopped and looked at Suyu with fiery eyes. How is it? The Holy Lord looked at Suyu and asked expectantly. He really wanted to know what the ancestor had left for Suyu. Will he think of these disciples of the sect? Looking at the anticipation of senior brother Saint Lord and the first elder, second elder, and third elder, Suyu smiled slightly, and the words he said afterwards made them completely relieved and feel deeply ecstatic. I received the Taishuan immortal technique from the ancestor himself. This simple sentence made the 4 great saints ecstatic. Ha ha ha, the sect-suppressing immortal technique. I, Jushao, will eventually reunite with Taishuan immortal sect. Suyu looked at their happy expressions and explained, however, I cannot replicate this immortal technique now. I need to reach the quasi-emperor realm before I can barely engrave it. It's okay, as long as you master it. The Holy Lord waved his hand and said proudly, Lil Junior brother, just focus on your cultivation. The sect will provide you with enough resources. Isn't it just waiting until the quasi-emperor realm? With Suyu's talent, it won't take long for him to reach the quasi-emperor realm, so there's no need to rush. Yes, the Holy Lord is right. Xiao Su, just focus on your cultivation. You don't need to worry about resources. We will take care of it for you. Several elders nodded repeatedly and expressed their agreement with a smile. Immortal magic, the immortal method belonging to Jushao. We have already seen the traces. Now, we just have to wait for Suyu's cultivation to reach the quasi-emperor level. If it were the Dharma ending age, they might still worry whether they could see Suyu reach the quasi-emperor realm in their lifetime. But now is the golden age. In a few years, he will become the quasi-emperor. Let's go back to the sect hall first. The Holy Lord smiled and led a group of elders down the mountain in a mighty procession, with Suyu following among them. But, as he walked, his left hand quietly touched the jade ring on his right index finger. This Taiyan seed gifted by the first ancestor, to whom should I give it? Chapter 273. No, my sect's lazy elders suddenly became diligent. In the main hall of Jushao sect, hundreds of elders sat on both sides at the same time, with the Holy Lord sitting at the head, and below him on both sides, Suyu and the 8 Peak Masters sat together. Now, with the end of the Dharma ending age, the influence of the previous generation of emperors is gradually decreasing to freezing point. Now the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is recovering very quickly. Various Dao rhymes have gradually emerged, and cultivation has become easier. In another 100 years, when the lingering influence of the great emperor has completely dissipated, the imperial road will also surface. The first stop on this journey to becoming an emperor will begin in Xuanyan. Saint Lord Zhao Hongjun swept his gaze across the entire audience and said calmly, now, the ancient freaks from all the major sects have gradually left the divine source and begun to adapt to the new world. The immortal seeds in the Emperor's Sun sequence of our Jushao Holy Land will also emerge in this life. The time they set is highly consistent, and they all broke the seal in this life. I believe that something big is going to happen in this life. Although he is the Holy Lord of Jushao, there are some secrets that even he does not know. However, it must be extraordinary that all the ancient freaks, Emperor's sons, and immortals have come out in this life. He guessed that this was definitely the life that concerned the end of an era. Counting countless eras, countless major events that have been recorded in history and remembered by the world all occurred at the end of an era. An era lasts for tens of millions of years, and the era of this life has not yet been named. In historical records, the end of each era is accompanied by destruction and rebirth. The current cultivation system emerged after the fall of the previous era. At the end of the last era, all the geniuses faded into obscurity, and only the Emperor of Heaven remained as the divine sun that stretched across the sky. Light up a whole new era. Although we don't know what to do, one thing is certain, we must devote all our energy to improving our cultivation. Every level of cultivation we gain increases our ability to deal with crises. Therefore, I hope that all the elders can actively improve their cultivation. If you have the ambition, you can also ascend to the path of the Emperor and gain experience. Hearing this, all the elders were in an uproar. Holy Lord, isn't this too risky? Yes, in the Golden Age, the protagonist should be the child of destiny. People like us are just there to accompany and die. Our mission is to lead the sect well. The elders are unwilling to take risks again. At this age, they will just be delivering food. It would be better for him to just stay in the sect and teach honestly. Let the disciples work hard. Looking at the elders' reactions, the Holy Lord felt somewhat helpless and said, I'm only encouraging the elders to regain their faith in the martial arts. Of course, he couldn't really force the elders to go through training. What can these old people do to compete with young people who are in their prime? Suyu sat on the far left, listening quietly to the Holy Lord's speech. In fact, he also agreed with what the Holy Lord said. The ancestor said that this life is the end of the world. If you don't work hard, you will really die. Certainly. I'm talking about the genius. Only by achieving enlightenment and becoming an emperor can one have the opportunity to leave here and ascend to the upper realm. The rest of the people, you can only wait for death. Perhaps if we reunited Taishuan Shanmen, we can help the disciples of Taishuan Shanmen survive. Suyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. After all, it is a big immortal sect, and there should always be a place for the disciples of the world to be accommodated. At worst, it can also allow them to survive and preserve the fire, right? Suyu. Just as Suyu was pondering this, the Holy Lord suddenly looked at him, who was in a daze, and said, what do you think? Hearing the Holy Lord calling him, Suyu came back to his senses and looked over. After thinking for a moment, he said, Brother Holy Lord, are all those present here trustworthy? Can you guarantee that this information won't be leaked? Hearing this, Zhao Hongjun was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh. All the elders and peak masters were selected through the ancestral tomb's heavenly punishment and soul searching. Don't worry, the ancestral tomb is punishing people from heaven. Anyone with ulterior motives or possessed will be discovered. Although many strong men will die. However, in order to screen out the most loyal people, it is necessary to go through this process. Regardless of whether they really have no ulterior motives, at least from the moment he passed the heavenly punishment and examined his conscience, he was a trustworthy person. Suyu nodded and said, then I have something to say, I'll just say it. You can say whatever you want. Suyu gathered his thoughts and said in a deep voice, this time when I entered the ancestor's former residence, I was also received by the ancestor's consciousness. The ancestor told me this life is the end. This universe is about to collapse. Boom. These words made everyone present's brain go blank. The end. The universe collapses. Suyu continued, if he wants to survive, either Emperor Cheng will be taken away by the guide, or he will ascend on his own, or he will reappear at the immortal gate and seek a glimmer of hope from the guide. This is the only way. There is no chance of reversal. If we want to survive, we must practice only by practicing with all our might and the guide see our efforts. The following words were lies made up by Suyu himself. Because he was afraid that if these words were to be spread out, they would lose their motivation and start to give up on themselves. In addition, it can also give everyone more motivation to practice. The Holy Lord's expression kept changing, even turning pale, as if he was so shocked that he could hardly accept it. Are you serious about what you said? Suyu said seriously, no lies, it's all true. Swish. The Holy Lord immediately stood up and whispered to Suyu, little junior brother, why are you still willing to stay here? Hurry up and master the Jushao Gonfa, manifest my Taishun immortal law, and reunite with the immortal sect. The sect depends entirely on you. Not only the Holy Lord, but also the 8 peak masters and a group of elders came to their senses at this time and urged Suyu, yes, holy son, why don't you practice quickly? How dare you sit here? You told me loudly that the world is about to be destroyed, and you still have the nerve to sit here leisurely. Hurry up and practice. I have a great sacred medicine that I have treasured for a long time. I am giving it to you. Hurry and practice. I have a Saint Yuan pill that I wanted to use to break through to the late great saint realm. Now I'm giving it to you. Go quickly. The elders took out their treasures and gave them to Suyu, while also severely criticizing Suyu's careless attitude. It's already this late, how can you not practice? I'm going back to seclusion. Goodbye everyone. Suyu was bewildered as he watched the elders throw storage rings to him and then rush back to practice. No, the lazy elders in my sect suddenly became diligent. Weren't you guys okay just now? Even no one took Suyu to the various peaks, and no one was willing to chat with him. Even the 8 peak masters will not come out until the great sage is defeated. One by one, they all handed over the original skills of their main peak to Suyu and then went into seclusion. From this day on, in the vast Jushao, there is not even one wandering intersect elder. It is as if he suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth overnight. It was also from this day on, Suyu began to wander between the major peaks. In his words, then spend some time practicing the other main peak techniques. Chapter 274, on Jingxiao Peak, how evil is he? In the following days, Suyu started practicing from Jingxiao Peak. Jingxiao, cultivate yourself with the light of the 3 scenes, and after condensing the flowers of the 3 scenes, you can see the great way. The martial art commanded by Jing Zhaofeng is Jingxiao Shenkong Jin, which cultivates the 3 lights of the sun, moon and stars. It can create an independent consciousness of the starry sky outside of the mind, which is to cultivate the second spiritual consciousness. In the Jushao Holy Land, Jingxiao's spiritual power is far stronger than that of the strong ones in the same realm. It is said that if one cultivates the Jingxiao Shenkong Jin to the extreme, one can merge the second spiritual consciousness with the main spiritual consciousness into one, and become a top-level quasi-emperor in one leap. Although the master of Jingxiao Peak has only reached the peak of the same realm. However, his understanding of Jingxiao Shenkong Jin is quite unique. After cultivating the second spiritual consciousness in the holy realm, he has become an indestructible cockroach. Although his combat power is not particularly outstanding, he can also fight against opponents of higher levels. Those who have reached the peak of the same realm can escape unscathed from the hands of the great saint realm. He cannot defeat the great sage, and the great sage cannot kill him either. Suyu was at the top of Jingxiao Peak. Although it was not as tall as Shenxiao Peak, it was the main peak with the most unique design. Located at the confluence of the sun, moon and stars, it is the most ideal place to practice Jingxiao Shenkong Jin. The main peak was built by the emperor himself, the top of Jingxiao Peak. At this time, the moon is full of stars, the Milky Way hangs high in the sky, the stars are twinkling, and the moon's radiance is spreading. Peak. Originally, this was the place where the elders and peak masters practiced, but now, they have all vacated the place, leaving this huge mountaintop to Suyu for his practice alone. Dressed in white, with long hair fluttering slightly in the cool breeze of the night, Suyu's handsome face, which seemed not like that of an ordinary person, was occasionally frowned and thoughtful. Cultivate the 3 lights, expand the second sea of consciousness, and condense the second spiritual consciousness. In my understanding, the divine consciousness and the divine soul are one and the same. It is impossible for a new divine consciousness to split out. One soul cannot accommodate 2 consciousnesses. If there is, then it means that this is schizophrenia. One body with 2 consciousnesses, there must be a second soul. If the second soul can be separated and no matter how strong it is, it will be controlled by the main soul. That would be the most ideal state. Both souls have cultivated to the peak of quasi-emperor. If they can be combined, they may be on par with the great emperor. Suyu has been practicing for some time, so he has his own different views on the new consciousness space opened up in his mind by the 3 lights of the sun, moon and stars. But where should this second soul come from? What he was worried about was not how to get started with Jingxiao Shenkong Jin, because he had already gotten started. What he was struggling with was how to develop a second soul with his second spiritual consciousness. And the second soul is separated from the body. Xuantian has magic cultivation, soul cultivation, and so on. There are many systems which have contributed to the flourishing of the human race and the foundation of the strongest race among all the races in the universe. Therefore, soul cultivation must have its merits. But it definitely doesn't mean abandoning the physical body to focus on cultivating the soul. There must be another way. Suyu looked up at the stars and the full moon, and murmured, as long as there is a path that others have walked before, I can follow it and open up another avenue. He never practices according to the exercises. If he were to practice according to the instructions given in the exercises, it would be difficult for him to get started. But, when he understood the literal meaning and began to use his own thinking to reverse the process, he made rapid progress. Just like the prison suppressing body and the corpse immortal heaven tribulating technique. The 2 things had nothing to do with each other, but he was able to figure out the martial art of corpse immortal prison blade. Although there are specific triggering conditions. But this also shows his extraordinariness. Spiritual consciousness is based on the shining sun. If it is based on the moon and stars, can it condense into a star soul body? When Suyu thought of this, his eyes gradually brightened. The soul, in theory, is yin, and the energy of the moon and stars also belongs to the category of yin spiritual energy. Yang represents consciousness. Maybe, there really is hope. Thinking of this, Suyu no longer hesitated. With a thought, the storage ring on his finger flashed with light, and then a dark green jade vial appeared in his hand. When the plug is pulled out, a light and refreshing fragrance that makes the soul feel comfortable wafts out. The soul-nourishing saliva, a reward I received in the Golden Temple, has yet to be used. Produced by ancient soul beasts, it can nourish the soul, repair seemingly irreversible damage, and has a chance of regenerating the soul. Of course, it can only be used by those at the highest level of saint. Suyu murmured, my soul level is now on par with the peak of the saint realm, and I am only half a step away from becoming a great sage. Just right, take this bottle of soul-nourishing saliva. Using the effect of soul nourishment and rebirth, I will use the scattered soul power to nourish a brand new soul in the second sea of consciousness. Let's give it a try. Anyway, as long as I don't die, I can recover. He has more confidence than others, as the system provides many conveniences, including recovery, skills, natural treasures, combat weapons, and so on. It can be said that as long as he doesn't die, he can spend countless villain points to exchange for holy medicine to repair his injuries. This is his tolerance, the ability to try new routes almost endlessly. Gurgle. Thinking of this, Suyu's expression suddenly became serious. He then raised his head and swallowed the entire bottle of soul-nourishing saliva. He then closed his eyes and began to practice the Jingxiao Shenkong Jin, absorbing all the rich starlight and moonlight that was being directed down. Gradually, a faint halo began to rise outside Suyu's body, covering him. Endless starlight and moonlight were drawn into Suyu's body as the technique was practiced. Hey, why has the concentration of starlight and moonlight dropped so much today? Late night, on Jingxiao Peak, many disciples who were practicing in seclusion opened their eyes, looking puzzled. Normally when they practiced, the starlight and moonlight should have been abundant in good weather like tonight. However, tonight the light was so thin that they could no longer absorb it. Many disciples walked out of their training caves and looked at their fellow disciples who were as confused as they were. They became even more confused. The starlight is absorbed by the mountain top. Look, the stars are gathering there. Everyone was stunned when they saw the starlight and moonlight transform into a tornado of light. With this scale and presence, even if the elders of the Holy Realm break through, they cannot absorb so much starlight. Who was practicing on the top of the mountain? Some disciples were curious and wanted to go up to find out what was going on, but before they could take a step, they were interrupted by a steady shout. Stand still where you are. Tonight, no one is allowed to practice or go up the mountain to observe. Hearing the shout, all the disciples were startled and turned around at the same time, only to see the master of Jingxiao Peak and the elders of Jingxiao Peak appear at the same time, with shock in their eyes. Greetings to the Peak Master and the elders. Everyone saluted in unison. However, they did not even glance at these disciples, but instead stared intently at the direction of the top of the mountain. The shock in Peak Master Jingxiao's eyes could not be shaken off, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself. When the Jingxiao divine void force is cultivated to the extreme, it can gather the three lights and condense the three lights into a flower. When the flower of the three lights blooms, it can shape the souls of heaven, earth, and man. Only 7 days have passed. Junior brother has actually begun to condense his soul into a flower. How evil is he? Chapter 275 inches Jingxiao Shenkong Jin condenses the three souls of the sun, moon and stars. The three souls come out and point directly to the peak of Quasi-Emperor. Suyu's current actions obviously shocked the leader of Jingxiao Peak. Only he knew how difficult it was to condense the flower of three lights and contain the three souls of heaven, earth and man. It also meant that Suyu's target was the core of Jingxiao Shenkong Jin. Condensation of souls and fusion. The three souls of heaven, earth and man, each soul represents a different power. When taken to the extreme, each soul is comparable to a real person, and will not be hurt by the so-called soul skills. This is the terrifying aspect of Jingxiao Shenkong Jin. Moreover, the fusion of the three souls of heaven, earth and man would mean that Suyu could leap to the peak of the Quasi-Emperor realm in one step. 3 flowers appear, and the sword points to the peak of the avenue. As expected of a genius who could be received by the first ancestor, it would be truly strange if such a genius could not reunite with the immortal sect. Thinking of this, the expression of the Jingxiao Peak Master suddenly became sharp, and he shouted, Elders, guard this place. Do not allow anyone, even a fly, to approach the peak. Yes, these words shocked the group of long tigers, and then they responded loudly. Under the shocked gazes of all the disciples of Jingxiao Peak, all the elders spontaneously walked to a corner just to guard the place. Protect Suyu. What a big scene. Let's go, let's go. We can't practice tonight, so just relax. Seeing that the elders were so serious, they naturally understood the importance of the matter and did not dare to stay and left one after another. Peak. Suyu's body turned into a black hole. No matter how much starlight and moonlight appeared, he accepted them all and absorbed them all. On both shoulders, white balls of light slowly rose. Behind Suyu, under the light of the stars and the moon, an illusory figure gradually appeared, exactly like him. When Suyu closed his eyes and frowned, 2 fainter shadows appeared behind him. 2 faint figures transformed into soul power light and finally merged into the light balls on the shoulders. Buzz. As the phantom merged, the 2 light balls actually began to emit slight fluctuations of soul power. Although very weak, after stripping away the 2 strands of original soul power, Suyu's face turned pale. However, he did not stop there, but began to absorb and exhale the light of the stars and the moon in a more manic manner, and finally fed it back into the ball of light through himself. Soul power stripping was successful, the soul seed has been planted. Seeing that there was no rejection, Suyu's slightly nervous heart calmed down. As long as the soul seed is planted, everything else will be easy. Just water it with the light of stars and moon to start giving birth to new souls. The feeling of having one's original soul power stripped away is truly unpleasant. If someone else were to do this, they would probably collapse on the spot, or even become insane due to the backlash of their soul power, right? Don't be fooled by the ease with which he planted his soul into the flowers on his shoulders. In fact, only he himself understands the difficulties behind it. Not to mention the pain of having the soul torn apart, just the huge light of the stars and the moon entering the body is enough to burst a person's tendons and veins. Only he can contain such terrifying power of stars and moon. However, if we want to completely transform the flower cluster into a hotbed for nurturing new souls, we still need the sun and the moon to cultivate it. Right now all that's missing is the young soul. The souls of the stars and the moon have been planted. Now, all that is left is for the sun to rise and absorb the endless young energy. Others may need the sun's help, but I am different. I possess the power of the divine sun that does not exist in this world. The seed of divine sun. The divine sun seed that was planted at the beginning has long since transformed into the holy sun body, but the pure divine sun energy it contained has not disappeared. The flower belonging to Shenyang is still planted in his Dantian sea. Rise. Suyu's thought flashed through his mind, and in an instant, the sea in his Dantian began to boil, transforming into a surging young energy that flowed through his tendons and veins throughout his body. I am the divine sun myself, why do I need to rely on the power of ordinary stars? Open. Suyu shouted in a low voice. In his mind, he removed the chaotic body and separated it into 2 holy bodies, the sun and the moon. After installing the sun holy body, Suyu was like a furnace in the scorching sun, burning the air on the top of the peak to the point of distortion and even collapse. Now, as Suyu shouted, an almost illusory divine sun appeared from the void above his head. The divine sun appeared, scorching the earth. Even space would be distorted by its heat, and even burned through into nothingness. In such extreme temperatures, even if a quasi-saint was placed in front of Suyu, he would not be able to withstand it for a moment and would be burned to death by the divine sun. However, in this temperature, Suyu appeared extremely relaxed. Because this is his own power. How could he be burned to death by his own power? After the divine sun appeared, it also emitted the most intense sunlight under the guidance of Jingxiao Shenkong Jin. This kind of light can burn a quasi-saint to death. Despite such a terrifying temperature, Suyu treated it as nourishment, and every pore in his body greedily absorbed the power of Shenyang. After the sunlight enters the body, it flows along the meridians to the top of the head. This lasted for 3 full hours. As the lines of sunlight intertwined, a flower bud constructed from yang energy gradually formed above Suyu's head. The time is now. The moment the flower bud took shape, Suyu's eyes became sharp, and then his hands kept making hand seals. Yang soul. Behind Suyu, the illusory figure was actually torn in half. It was different from the original soul power that was torn into 2 strands before. After this Yanghua appeared, Suyu hardened his heart and tore off half of his original soul power and injected it into it. Just to completely concentrate the soul power. Melt. Suyu spat out a large mouthful of blood from his heart, his breath fluctuated abnormally, and he quickly weakened. The face was even more frighteningly pale. It felt like I would die in the next second. Suyu didn't care about these signs of weakness. On the contrary, he was quite enthusiastic. As long as he has the ability to nurture a new soul, he will dare to fight. If he could create another soul, he would definitely pay the price, even if it means losing half his life, just like the principle of not putting all eggs in one basket. Under Suyu's control, the separated soul flew quickly towards the sunflower above his head. The moment it got close, Yanghua released an extremely strong suction force. Absorbed it into it little by little. As the last wisp of soul power was absorbed, the sunflower completely blossomed. Boom, there seemed to be a heartbeat sound among the sunflowers, making Suyu's eyes gradually become hot. The fusion was successful. Haha, next, we will wait for the 3 souls to emerge. Suyu's face was filled with joy, because he felt that as the power of the sun, moon and stars merged into the 3 flowers, a subtle sense of intimacy came from them. That was the fluctuation of a new soul that was of the same origin as him. As long as the 3 souls can be successfully concentrated to perfection and combined, I will be able to directly reach the peak of Quasi-Emperor. Chapter 276 Xiaosu, how come you have time to come to the ancestral tomb to visit us old men? Feeling the rhythm coming from the 3 lights flower, it would be a lie for Suyu to say he wasn't excited. Pointing his sword at the Quasi-Emperor is his primary target now. There are too many powerful people in this world. If his cultivation has not reached the highest level, he will have no sense of security at all. Now he has the protection of the 3 religions of the Eastern Wilderness, and a master at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor level is keeping an eye on him. Some scoundrels didn't dare to do anything to him. But the Emperor's tomb must be guarded against. And there's the Great Zhou dynasty. The Great Zhou dynasty has always acted in an overbearing manner, and they also have a powerful person in the late Quasi-Emperor stage in charge. With the death of an emperor and a Quasi-Emperor, they will certainly not let it go. After all, we are all from the same family. As for the Miaoyan Holy Sect, a sect with such weak combat power, it would be great if they were not scared to death seeing such a huge Buddha above their heads. Dare to retaliate. If you dare to come, I will kill him. Although I have the confidence, the more important thing now is to improve my cultivation. Suyu thought to himself, others still encounter bottlenecks when breaking through to higher realms, but I am different. I only need to improve my cultivation and soul strength to continue to grow stronger. There's no need to worry about the strength of my soul. With the 3 lights flower in the sun, moon, and star souls nourished, my soul will be able to reach its strongest state in the future. What's lacking now is actual combat and training. We must seize the time to cultivate and strive to break through to the Quasi-Emperor level as soon as possible. Different from others, what he seeks is stability, invincibility, and omnipotence. The soul is invincible, the body is invincible, the destiny is invincible, the origin is invincible, the skills are invincible, and the combat power is invincible. He already has all the corresponding conditions. At least no one in the same realm can compare to him. If there are, they are few. The Holy Realm uses the territory as its banner. Within the Holy Realm, the saint is truly invincible. No matter how many celestial beings and quasi-saints come, they cannot shake the saint's power. The reason I was able to break through the saint realm was purely because of my skills and the methods I mastered. In terms of combat power, it was only comparable to the peak of the early saint realm. Suyu is now beginning to review the previous battle. He seemed invincible, but in fact, he could only break through the Holy Land by relying on his abnormal recovery ability and his incredible fighting power. But even so, he was on the verge of death at that time. If it weren't for the Do and Lin secrets, he might not have survived. It was a life and death battle that allowed him to be completely elevated. Of course that was in the past. Suyu clenched his fist and looked at the power in his hands. He said confidently, with my current combat power, if I faced that situation back then, I could kill the Cloud Sea Saint with 3 punches and kill the Emperor's Tomb Saint with 2 punches. I tried so hard, I was so strong, I really cried to death. Thinking about his own invincibility, Suyu was actually a little proud. When others use the system, they can only use what the system gives them. But I am different. I will use the system to develop my own. This is how to maximize benefits. After all, who knows if the system will run away one day. So it's better to keep some of your own things. This is also why he accepted everything the system gave him. Even if it gave him many invincible skills, he still had to rely on himself to practice other skills to support himself. Isn't it just to prepare for a rainy day? Next, whoever dares to jump in front of me will die. Suyu felt that he had a very good temper as he hadn't killed so many golden sons of destiny. But those who escaped were almost all dead, because Suyu felt that the son of luck still had to honestly attack the Dao Heart in order to maximize the benefits. The rewards for killing them were certainly high. But robbing them of their opportunities would also make them look much dimmer. The returns can be even higher. After taking a lot of tonics to recover, Suyu ended his training. Of the 3 lights of the sun, moon and stars, he can only absorb the moon and star at night, but he has no shortage of the power of the divine sun. A man with the sun in his body always speaks in a cocky manner. Got down the mountain top. He was met head on by the leader of Jingxiao Peak and the elders of Jingxiao Peak who surrounded him. Junior brother, did you succeed? Peak Master Jingxiao asked impatiently. Suyu smiled slightly, then silently revealed the 3 lights flower. Feeling the unique power of the 3 lights of sun, moon and stars, Peak Master Jingxiao and all the elders were deeply shocked. It really worked. The flower of 3 lights nourishes the 3 souls of the sun, moon and stars. Heaven, earth and man appear at the same time. Monster. After a long while, Peak Master Jingxiao and the elders slowly uttered a sentence. It's so evil. After only a few days of practice, they achieved their lifelong dream. Among them, most have practiced for hundreds of years at least, and some have even practiced for thousands of years. However, not to mention nurturing the 3 souls of the sun, moon, and stars, it is difficult to even condense the 3 flowers. The strongest master of Jingxiao Peak was only preparing to condense the 3rd sunflower. Not to mention the soul. Okay, Peak Master Jingxiao laughed loudly, then stepped forward and patted Suyu on the shoulder, saying, go on. I'll try to learn the techniques of the remaining peaks before setting off. In addition to Shenshao Peak, you can also learn all the skills from other peaks. This is also the purpose of Suyu's trip. Master another magical skill. Although the ancestor has given him the Taishuan Zhenyi, who would complain about having too much immortal magic. Then senior brother Jingxiao, I will go to other peaks first. Suyu bowed to him and said goodbye, then flew away quickly. Looking at Suyu's flying back, Peak Master Jingxiao was also extremely satisfied. Junior brother's talent is truly unparalleled. Soon. In the following month, Suyu also learned all the skills of other peaks without any waste of time. After coming out of Jingxiao Peak, Suyu went to Yuxiao, Langxiao, Zhixiao and Taishiao peaks one after another. In 1 month, Suyu mastered all the main techniques. Except for Shenshao Peak, just wait until the other 8 peaks, skills are perfected. Now, the skills of Bishao Peak have reached great perfection, and Xishao Peak has also reached great perfection with the help of the power of Shenyang. The others have all reached small perfection. As for Shenshao Peak, although he could practice it, Zhao Hongjun warned Suyu that he should master the other 8 peak skills before practicing Shenshao. Otherwise, you will have no chance to practice immortal arts. At this point, Suyu had no choice but to give up. In the days that followed, in Juxiao, the test for promotion to core disciples had also ended. Many acquaintances have also been promoted to the core sequence. But this has nothing to do with Suyu. At this time, he had already appeared in the Juxiao ancestral land. Here, soul power is the strongest, and it is also the place that can best preserve the soul. Came to the ancestral tomb, Suyu soon saw many souls floating out. They were all the old people he met when he was undergoing the heavenly punishment and self-examination. These were all the strongest people in Juxiao's past. At least one must be at the peak of the great saint realm to be qualified to be buried in the ancestral tomb. Xiao Su, how come you have time to come to the ancestral mausoleum to visit us old men? Chapter 277 Dragon Bones, Dragon Soul, and Sowing Immortal Corpses. A group of kind old men and women in coarse linen clothes, with ethereal and translucent bodies, surrounded him and looked at Suyu with a smile. Seeing that he had now reached the saint realm, he was even more shocked. Oh my, incredible, it's only been a short time, and you've already reached the middle stage of the saint realm. This young man is really energetic. I was right about you. The fate is also awesome, hiss. A group of old men gave Suyu a thumbs up, and the old lady surrounded Suyu, looking him up and down, and then said with a smile, Xiao Su, we still have some descendants in Juxiao. Although not outstanding, she's not bad either. She's got a solid body and is good at giving birth. Are you interested? If you are, I can introduce you. Suyu was immediately upset when he heard what the old lady said. When he heard the words, strong build, he lost interest. The seniors are joking. Junior is not interested in matters of Taoist companions. Hearing Suyu say this, the old ladies actually felt a little regretful. How could such a good kid be so fond of Long Yang's affairs? What a pity. At this time, the old man who had played chess with Suyu before appeared leisurely. He walked over and said to everyone with a smile, okay, stop surrounding Xiao Su. As he came over, the other elderly people made way for him. After coming to Suyu, the old man smiled and asked, Xiao Su, did you encounter any problems when you came to the ancestral tomb this time? He really liked this, simple, young man. Suyu looked at the old man coming, bowed immediately, and said with a smile, old ancestor, I came to the ancestral tomb this time because I wanted to sow something here. Oh, the old man became interested and asked curiously, what are you sowing? Do you need to come to the ancestral tomb to sow things these days? Could it be some big object? The other elderly people also became interested and became curious. Suyu smiled and touched the ring on his hand. A huge dragon-shaped skeleton instantly appeared in the ancestral tomb. The skeleton has been there for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, but it still has an extraordinary aura, even a hint of imperial power and an array of immortal power. When these old men saw the appearance of this thing, they were immediately shocked. Keel, is this the ancestor of the Jiaolong clan, the remains of the immortal dragon that ascended to the upper realm? Good fellow, are you from the Jiaolong clan trying to steal the body of his ancestor? Although the Jiaolong clan is weak, they are connected to countless races with dragon bloodlines. If you take their ancestors' remains, I'm afraid they will go crazy. A group of old men gathered around the dragon bone and marveled at it. He said that he was afraid they would go crazy, but there was no fear in his eyes. Suyu knew at a glance that these old men didn't care whether the monsters went crazy or not. The demon race used to feed on humans, and they are naturally disdainful of humans, believing themselves to be superior to them. But in Suyu's eyes, no matter how powerful the monsters are, they will now become the mounts of the strong. Even if I will also find a powerful demon as my mount in the future. Suyu explained, I snatched this from an enemy. He had this dragon bone in his hand, but I don't know how he got it. He didn't want to know where Longfeng got the dragon bone. Anyway, as long as it's useful. Longfeng was killed, and I took over his inheritance myself. I can't trace back to the source one by one. The old man didn't care about the source. After all, it belonged to him once it was in his hands. Retracting his gaze, the old man asked, you said you wanted to sow something. What do you want to sow? Suyu smiled and replied, sow the corpse. Although they had guessed it long ago, the old men were still shocked when they heard Suyu's answer. Sowing corpses. The method of sowing corpses should be from the demonic heavenly corpse sect, right? Xiao Su, how could you learn the methods of the devil? Hearing someone say this, the old man in front of Suyu interrupted softly, whatever the method is, whether it's demonic or not, as long as it doesn't harm the people and can be used for one's own benefit, it's a good method. I am from the nine skies, not a demon cultivator. If anyone dares to say he is a demon cultivator, then I will kill him until no one dares to say anything. Xiao Su, don't pay attention to them, just continue. The old man gave Suyu an encouraging look, motioning him to continue. Hearing this, Suyu continued, my method of sowing corpses is not the crude method used by the heavenly corpse sect, but... Suyu's thought flashed through his mind, and in an instant, an immortal aura emerged from his body. This aura is very unique, surpassing spiritual energy countless times. These old soul bodies felt an extremely comfortable airflow passing through their soul bodies. Hiss, this is it. Ethereal spirit. Suyu raised his hand and grabbed a wisp of immortal energy, using the immortal energy as a needle and guiding the energy of heaven and earth as thread. As the needle and thread came out, the Zuling city felt some strange fluctuations. Induce the heaven sowing corpse, raw the heaven sowing corpse immortal. Boom. After Suyu's words, the old men fell silent, and then they sighed, a place like the heavenly corpse sect, which is filthy, can't produce immortal energy. This should be a corpse stitching technique ranked among the immortal arts, right? Unheard of. Xiao Su is indeed a man of great luck. Suyu smiled slightly and said, I discovered this immortal technique by chance. It can sow the corpses of all races. After sowing them, the soul body can freely control them. While it can't be considered a physical reconstruction, it can still be considered a means of recreating the deceased's former combat power. This method can only sow out the combat power of the corpse before its death but cannot sow out the real body. Certainly, if one cultivates corpse immortal tribulation to perfection and uses the hijacking of the world as a clue to sow an immortal corpse, perhaps one can cultivate and advance independently like a cultivator. Of course, this realm is too profound and he is not qualified to touch it. The old man nodded, then frowned and asked, that being said, to sow a corpse, you need a body. How are you going to sow your skeleton? A skeleton is not a corpse. You can't just piece things together, right? Su Yu smiled brightly when he heard that. Then the storage ring in his hand flashed with light, and a pile of materials he had never seen before appeared on the ground. My enemy has collected all of these and is ready to refine them into a dragon body. Seeing these materials, the old man was also somewhat moved. Blood-melting mysterious grass, 9 nether soul flower, flesh-growing fruit, they are all made from flesh, bones, and blood-forming materials. Some of them are even extinct. However, it would be difficult to recreate a dragon body with just these materials, without the corresponding soul as a guide. Roar. Before the old man finished speaking, an angry dragon roar filled with endless pain was heard in the ancestral tomb. Su Yu, let me out. This immortal possesses countless secret techniques. If you let me go, I can teach you everything. At this moment, all the heroic elders in the 9 skies were stunned. Immortal Dragon Soul, Chapter 278. Just be good and become my first corpse immortal. The moment they saw the Azure Dragon Soul appear, all the old soul masters present were stunned, staring blankly at the Azure Dragon Soul struggling in Su Yu's hands. Although it was sealed by a sphere, the level of soul power it emitted was far greater than that of these former strong men. This is Qinglong. The Azure Dragon clan is only found in the upper realm. The Azure Dragon Soul appeared in the lower realm, and it was obviously a fallen immortal dragon. But such a powerful being was actually captured by Su Yu. Hiss, Xiao Su, you are really going against the will of heaven. You even caught something like the immortal dragon soul. This thing might not appear once in billions of years, and yet you managed to catch it. This group of old men were all shocked. They thought that Su Yu might come up with something that would shock them, but they never expected that Su Yu would actually capture the soul of a blue dragon. Although it was an immortal dragon that had fallen for who knows how long. But judging from the suppressing power on the soul, the other party was definitely a powerful immortal dragon when he was alive. Maybe it surpasses the true immortal. Su Yu pinched a ball of light and smiled. Only a soul body of this level is worthy of me using an immortal chi to sow a corpse immortal. It's too low. I can't stand it. In fact, his understanding of the corpse immortal heaven tribulating method and the heaven guiding corpse sowing sutra was already perfect, and he was able to sow such a strong corpse to use as a corpse pet. But he did not sow the first corpse of heaven and earth too early because he looked down on the materials at that time. There is no potential for growth. It's different now. A fairy dragon skeleton and a green dragon fairy soul, although both are so disabled that they are less than 1/1,000,000th of their prime. But after being sutured, it was nourished by the immortal energy and the unique energy of heaven and earth. Their combination definitely has the potential to become a corpse immortal. It is the kind that can independently absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth to practice and improve its own level. No different from living things. The only difference is that the corpse immortal absorbs yin energy and ghost energy, and also improves the level of ghost path. There is a natural fear of the most young and intense spiritual energy. It has no independent consciousness and is controlled only by Su Yu. The old man put away his shock, smiled slightly, and said, is that so? Then you can get what you want this time. But are you sure you can refine the immortal dragon soul? Immortal, but they are not something that mortals can dream of. Even if they only have a trace of power left, mortals dare not touch them easily. Who knows if the other party has any hidden tricks? Immortal, a sneeze can kill a bunch of quasi-emperors. Above the level of true immortal, I'm afraid that just a light breath can kill a bunch of emperors, right? Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help feeling lost. Martial arts, in the end, who doesn't seek immortality? Pity, there are countless geniuses in the world, and countless evildoers like carp swimming across the river. How many people can stand at the top in the end? Su Yu played with the ball of light in his hand and grinned, I'm sure there's a chance. Immortal, the one who controls this town is a fairy. How could the first martial art he mastered that had no grade limit be so simple? Dare to say that the method of the corpse sowing immortal that robs the will of heaven and earth. How could it be that simple? What do you need us to do? The old man came back to his senses, looked at Su Yu and asked with a smile. Su Yu glanced at the ancestral mausoleum, closed his eyes, and sensed the death energy beneath the ground. He suddenly burst into laughter and said, ha 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 ha. Seniors don't have to do anything. Just watch, I'll use the endless death energy suppressed by the 9 heavens ancestral mausoleum to condense the corpse's immortal energy, and then sow the corpse immortal together with the will of heaven and earth. Boom. The next second, the aura of Su Yu's corpse immortal tribulation heaven method suddenly erupted, like hell appearing, making people's expressions change wildly. This breath instantly stirred up the death energy that had been suppressed underground in the 9 skies for countless years. Jushao has stood on this land for many years. How many strong men and enemies died? All that is buried underground are the corpses of enemies. The death energy is suppressed by the heroic spirits of these Jushao seniors. This is great terror. It is also a backup plan, a terrifying death energy that can hurt the emperor. Jushao had already built up countless trump cards based on his background. Now, this place where the death energy has no outlet has already overflowed to a terrifying extent. If there is no suppression from the Jushao ancestral tomb, the explosion of the death energy underground will probably submerge the entire eastern wasteland in an instant. The suppressed resentment and ghostly aura of the undead will turn the eastern wasteland into a den of ghosts. Feeling the sudden turmoil of death beneath the ancestral tomb, the expressions of the group of old men suddenly changed drastically. Xiao Su, this is one of Jushao's backup plans to defend against foreign enemies. We can't waste time detonating it now. Su Yu laughed loudly upon hearing this. Don't worry, seniors. I'm only borrowing 1/10 of it. The rest, I'll leave it to you seniors to help me suppress it. Upon hearing this, the group of old men were petrified. Is this what you said? Just let us watch. Result. Sure enough, you still can't hold back your fart. Click. At the moment of inducing the death energy, Su Yu's eyes were fierce. He crushed the ball of light in his hand and released the Dragon Ancestor soul. When the restraints were released, Dragon Ancestor did not say anything harsh or delay anything. Rushed towards the outside world in an instant, because his martial arts spiritual perception was madly warning him that if he didn't leave, he would definitely be swallowed up by the deadly energy, his consciousness would be erased, and he would completely perish from this world. I am the immortal king of the Azure Dragon clan. How could I possibly die in this lower realm? I want to escape. After the Azure Dragon soul was freed from its restraints, it instantly transformed into a 1,000-foot-long dragon. The vast divine power it exuded made the souls of these old men somewhat dispersed. The effect of the immortal soul suppression is too strong. If Su Yu had not released the corpse immortal tribulation heaven method to resist, their souls would have disappeared in an instant under this immortal power. The soul of the Azure Dragon spans the sky, which should be something that makes people feel shock and trembling. Immortal dragons are supposed to possess divine power. However, at this moment, the immortal dragon was as miserable as a dog. Looking at the dragon ancestor's soul trying to escape, Suyu laughed wantonly and said, "Ha ha ha, come back to me. Your destiny should be to become my corpse immortal mount. You still want to escape from my world. What are you daydreaming about?" Boom. Upon hearing this, the dragon ancestor turned his huge dragon head, and his huge lantern-like eyes were filled with fear and horror. "Suyu, let me go. I am willing to pass on all I have learned in my life to you, as long as you." Click. However, what responded to him was a palm formed by endless death energy that attacked him. The death energy filled the sky, and it seemed that it would turn this place into a ghost den with terrifying power. "Erase your consciousness, and all your life's achievements will belong to me. Be good and transform into my first corpse immortal." The power of heaven slaying, suppress. Boom. No. On this day, the screaming dragon roars resounded throughout the sky. This scene lasted for 10 days before it stopped. At the same time, outside the Xuantian continent, in the starry sky of the universe, on a warship crossing the void, a young man with an extraordinary aura slowly opened his eyes. He muttered as he looked at the small green dot in front of him. Xuantian Emperor Star, the human race is truly blessed by nature. In this life, the path to the Emperor and the path to immortality are both open in the same place. But in this life, my celestial race will become immortals and suppress the human race for thousands of years. Chapter 279, the bustling Xuantian, the holy sun from outside the domain is trying to establish his authority everywhere. When Suyu was refining the dragon ancestor's immortal soul, the world outside the nine heavens had also begun to change. Now, 3 full months have passed since the end of the Dharma ending age. During this period, spiritual energy skyrocketed, and countless creatures, including plants, began a large-scale evolutionary journey. Under this concentration of spiritual energy, even weeds have extraordinary effects. Even mortals without any cultivation can gain more strength with the nourishment of spiritual energy, and their power is comparable to that of a strong man at the 4th or 5th level of the body-tempering realm. And those who were already at a low level of cultivation also continued to break through in 3 months. The young cultivator who was originally capped at the condensing vein stage also leapt into the foundation establishment stage. They are all ready to sit in meditation and welcome the arrival of the Dharma image of the great end. After the great age comes, they will leap through the calamity and extend their lifespan for hundreds of years. Cultivation has become easier, and cultivation resources are also increasing rapidly. Even, some spiritual medicines and trees that were on the verge of extinction and had long been impossible to find began to grow back within 3 months. It's the golden age. Just as Xuantian's human race began to rejoice and cheer, one piece of bombshell news after another began to fall. The boundary barrier between the demon realm and the demon realm is beginning to disappear. Powerful demons have begun to appear in the eastern wasteland. The demon realm has also been opened. It's said that many cities in the western Buddhist kingdom were slaughtered by the demon cultivators from the demon realm. Cities with a population of hundreds of millions were reduced to piles of dead bones overnight. Visitors from outside the region have arrived in the central region and are heading to visit the Tianyan Holy Land and Tianji Tower. The Saint Sun from outer realm is sparring with the Saint Suns from the various holy lands in the central realm and has already defeated several Saint Sun level figures in a row. News kept coming in one after another. At the edge of the border between the eastern wilderness and the demon realm, a group of scaly humanoid creatures walked out, their eyes cold. Longfeng, damn human bastard, even though he has the blood of the dragon god, he is still a shameless thief. How dare you steal our ancestors' immortal bone? You're really courting death. It is said that it comes from the Tianshuan Holy Land in the eastern wasteland. Let's go there immediately and ask Tianshuan for clarification. You're looking for death. Tianshuan Holy Land is a top-level human holy land with a quasi-emperor in charge. If our Jiaolong clan goes there to look for someone, they will beat you to death and make a meat soup, and no one will dare to stand up for you. Some of our predecessors have followed the powerful men of Jushao. Now they should have descendants living in Jushao. We can go and join them first. Is there such a thing? Let's go. With our dragon bloodline, the descendants of our ancestors will surely thrive in the nine heavens. Let's go, let's go. The young and old people of the Jiaolong clan are also very envious. After all, they are the descendants of the immortal dragons. Anyway, I'm doing pretty well. If they came to Jushao, they might find that the descendants of their ancestors were also mounts in Jushao. Boom, Zhangyu, in the imperial capital of the great Zhou dynasty, on the martial arts stage. With a loud bang, a well-dressed young man was beaten to the point of spitting out blood, and his body was even knocked out of the ring. Seeing this scene, the guards below the stage changed their expressions drastically. Your Highness, they rushed to the direction where the young man fell and caught him. This is the new crown prince of their great Zhou, but he couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the foreign genius on the stage and was knocked down. Are the sun-level saints from outside the domain really that powerful? On stage, as the smoke and dust cleared, an arrogant young man who also resembled a human looked disdainfully at the crown prince of the great Zhou. His tone was filled with disdain as he said, "Is this the so-called fighting power of the crown prince of the most powerful dynasty in the central region? He can't even withstand 3 of my moves. How can such a person be the crown prince of the great Zhou?" He spoke bluntly and didn't show any respect to Zhou at all. He has the confidence to say this. His status is no lower than that of the crown prince of the great Zhou and may even be higher. He is the only holy son of a holy land on an ancient life star outside the domain. He controls an entire ancient life star, and there are no less than 10 quasi-emperor level ancestors in the sect. The power is so strong that even the great Zhou does not dare to defend it easily. Xuantian Saint Sun level expert is too ridiculous. Upon hearing this, the countless onlookers below the martial arts stage all looked angry, but they were helpless. Ahem. Upon hearing this, the new crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty, who was caught by the imperial guards, had a cold look in his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood foam, saying coldly, "I am just a candidate. In Xuantian, I am not even at the level of a Saint Sun. If you really have the ability, why don't you challenge the holy son of Jushao Holy Land? He is the most powerful Saint Sun level expert recognized by Xuantian." His words undoubtedly pushed Suyu to the forefront. However, the man's expression changed upon hearing this, and he sneered, "Don't add fuel to the fire here. This Saint Sun had already investigated everything before coming here. Suyu is the son of the emperor and a genius of the immortal seed sequence. This Saint Sun is challenging the Saint Sun, not the next level up. If you call me a waste, don't make excuses. If you dare to walk in the name of the Holy Sun, you must bear the reputation of being a waste. He is not such a brainless person. He has long known who has the greatest reputation in Xuantian. Otherwise, it would not have started from the great Zhou dynasty. Is Suyu someone he can challenge? No, that is the realm of saints, or a forbidden seed that can fight against saints when the gods are undergoing tribulation. He is just a quasi-saint, how can he challenge? Were you swatted at by a mosquito? Continue, let all the Saint Sons of your great Zhou come out. No matter if they are from the forgotten divine source or the ancient Saint Sons, I will challenge all of them who are quasi-saints. This scene was not only happening in the great Zhou, but also in the entire Xuantian. But, there are also cases where challenges fail. Central region, the imperial royal family. Boom. After Wang Heng used the void killing move to shock a saint level expert into vomiting blood and falling unconscious, he never looked at the latter again. Instead, he shook his head and said, why are there always losers who want to challenge Xuanyan to establish their authority? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Su Yu's reputation was so great that these saints from outside the domain did not plan to look for Su Yu first, but came to him instead. After all, he is the holy son of the royal family who is known as the young Void Emperor. At this time, beside Wang Heng, a twisted figure walked out of the void, silently and without any movement, making it impossible for people to detect his presence. Hanger, if anyone like this comes to cause trouble again, just kill them. The ancestor has come out of seclusion and is ready to help you hatch the void beast. Please avoid any unnecessary complications during this period. Wang Heng turned around after hearing the voice, then bowed and replied, yes, grandfather. Bang! Wang Heng's grandfather nodded, then raised his hand and grasped the air. In an instant, the terrifying power of the void erupted, squeezing a hidden great sage to the point of vomiting blood. Then, with a look of horror on his face, he gently threw him out of the Wang family's territory. Throw out all these useless saint sons from outside the domain. Publish a statement to the public. Anyone who challenges me will be punished regardless of life or death. If you dare to use the dignity of my royal family to establish your reputation, you must be prepared to die. Grandfather Wang Heng said coldly. His tone was extremely domineering and full of absolute majesty. This is not surprising. The Wang family is the most prosperous imperial family. There are countless quasi-emperors in the family, and they master the rules of the void. Even the top holy places are wary of them. The human race outside the domain Xuanyan's top forces looked down on them. As many major forces began to move, they were also preparing to recover. A month later, in the ancestral tomb of the Jushao Holy Land in the East Wilderness. Screams and the sound of unwilling resentment echoed. I am unwilling. Chapter 280 Tempering the dragon body, solidifying the blood and flesh, opening the eyes, the corpse immortal black dragon. In a ball of extremely hot flames, there is also an extreme cold that is different from ordinary low temperatures. The flaming sky that covers the sky is like a hole in the sky, and flames flow down from it. Among them, the soul of a 1,000-foot-long green dragon was constantly twisted by the burning, like a lizard that had been doused in boiling water. Chen Zhang's body kept curling up. The sounds of painful wails and resentful curses were endless. Su Yu, you bastard. If I had known earlier, I should have used all my might to kill you when you were weak. Letting you become so powerful now was truly my biggest mistake back then. Back then, you were like an ant in front of me. If I hadn't wanted to use you as a grindstone, you wouldn't be alive today. That loser Long Feng can't rise even with the help of this immortal lord. He is truly a loser. The dragon ancestor also had no scruples at this time and roared continuously. Back then, he really had the ability to kill Su Yu, and it would have been effortless. But, it's too late to say anything now. If he had been killed back then, this wouldn't have happened. With Long Feng's help, he will be able to successfully live a new life. Even if his roots are weak, he can still return to the fairyland with his foundation. I'm unwilling to let a lowly creature like you live until now. If you were in the immortal realm, an ant like you wouldn't even be qualified to stand before me and look up at me. Listening to the dragon ancestor's roar, Su Yu's heart remained calm. Looking at the dragon ancestor's soul, which had been burned by him and had become extremely transparent, as if it would dissipate at any moment, Su Yu chuckled and said, you also said that was in the past. As you are now, you don't even have the qualifications to cause any trouble in my hands. Letting you become my immortal corpse is also my kindness to you. Everyone can brag. If he were given the kind of unique environment that the fairy world has, he would still be able to rise. Anyway, if you are undecided, just add some dark blue. Otherwise, is the system just for decoration? Under the scorching power of the divine sun, the dragon ancestor's soul was able to hold on for more than a month. He truly deserves to be a powerful being in the fairy world. If the soul of a quasi-emperor were here, under this kind of divine sun, it would probably not last even half a month. This is the divine sun seed from the fairyland, which is far superior to that of the lower world. Your soul is almost there. Now, it's time to forge your soul body until it merges with the dragon bones. Su Yu took a look at the state of the soul body, pointed casually, and the dragon bone emitting bursts of dragon power flew towards the flames under his control. The moment it fell into the flames, the sky full of flames seemed to have encountered an accelerant. Boom! In an instant, even more intense flames rose. As the flame burned, bursts of mist emanated from the dragon bones, just like cold water meeting high temperature and quickly evaporating into a mist state. The mist lingered around the dragon ancestor's soul, like a bunch of creeping vines, tightly grabbing the dragon ancestor's soul and trying to drag it into the dragon bones. No, I'm an immortal, how can I become someone else's corpse pet? Feeling the irresistible force dragging him down, the dragon ancestor was furious, but more of it was fear. I don't want to become someone else's corpse pet. Now that the flames were burning, his spiritual intelligence began to become blurred and dispersed. If Su Yu really succeeded, his spiritual intelligence would be completely burned through, and his soul would turn into that of a newborn baby, allowing anyone to train and control him. He would rather die than do this. I'm the immortal Lord Qinglong, how can I endure such humiliation? No, seeing that dragon ancestor was still struggling, Su Yu's expression did not change at all. He formed seals with his hands, and the power of corpse immortal Jishin emerged from the void and transformed into pillars that sealed demons and fell down. Pillars of nothingness shouldn't have power, but to the soul, this force was like the collapse of the sky, and the boundless power was so overwhelming that people couldn't even resist. Be it he's turned into a corpse pet. Boom! The moment the words fell, the 36 demon sealing pillars representing the 36 heavenly generals fell down instantly. The dragon ancestor's desperate scream became the last sound. No, I have roamed the upper realms for billions of years, yet in the end, I am to die at the hands of an ant from the lower realms. Boom! Before he could even finish his words, the demon sealing pillar completely suppressed his soul. Buzz! As the dragon ancestor's soul body was suppressed, the dragon skeleton burning with flame shone brightly, so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Roar! Inside the dragon bones, the dragon ancestor's soul was still trying to struggle to fly out, but above his soul, the bursts of white mist were like solid chains, binding it tightly and continuously dragging it into the dragon bones. Growing bones, melting blood, solidifying ghost veins. Su Yu threw a pile of spiritual medicine into the flames, and under his control, they turned into streams of pure spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid was evaporated by the flames, turned into mist and was absorbed by the dragon bones. As each spiritual medicine was refined and some special pills were thrown in, the dragon skeleton without any flesh and blood actually began to absorb endless death energy and began to coagulate blood and turn into flesh. The death energy mixed with the immortal energy of the corpse immortal tribulation heaven method was continuously absorbed by it. Su Yu's face gradually turned pale. This consumption is extremely huge. Even if the capacity of his Dantian Qi is dozens or even hundreds of times that of the middle stage of the Saint realm, it cannot withstand this consumption. Seeing Su Yu's skillful technique, the group of old people were also numb. Good boy, this move is so skillful that it makes people suspect that he is the reincarnation of an old monster. What a pity. The old monster's reincarnation cannot enter the ancestral tomb. This corpse refining technique is so skillful, and the corpses he refined are also extraordinary. If he were to enter the devil's way, wouldn't he become another great devil emperor? The old people pointed and talked, each of them feeling deeply moved. Fine, Suyu belongs to their Jushao. This may seem like a demonic method, but in fact it is something that decent people can possess. As long as it does not lead to evil, any martial arts method is upright. Of course, this is only what people like them who have filters think is natural. If outsiders saw it, they would probably be scared to death and gather a bunch of righteous people to exorcise the demon. Sizzle. As time went by, Suyu had no idea how many elixirs he had consumed to restore his spiritual energy. The whole person fell down, and all his energy and spirit were drained over and over again. The process of calcining dragon bones and turning blood into flesh lasted for 3 months. From the simple flesh and blood at the beginning, to the meridians and the internal organs of the ghost, the further he went, the greater the consumption of Suyu became. Suyu almost fainted several times. If he had not switched to the Green Emperor's immortal body in time to maintain high-intensity recovery and absorbed a lot of the vitality of Jushao's spiritual plants to recover, he would have died of dryness and blood long ago. If an ordinary great sage came, he would probably be drained to death. But Suyu managed to survive. The last step. A year later, Suyu's hair had turned gray and his skin had become aged. His originally hollow, numb, and sunken eye sockets suddenly burst into a strong light a year later. Painting a dragon, adding the finishing touch. Boom. On this day, Suyu bit his tongue and spurted out a mouthful of blood onto the huge dragon head. Buzz. When his essence and blood were absorbed by the dragon head, the empty dragon eyes gradually focused and were reborn. Boom. The finishing touch is done. The sky was torn apart in an instant, endless thunderclouds emerged, and the power of destruction that filled the sky directly shocked the entire sky. What kind of thunder tribulation is this? Chapter 281, Immortal Provocation. As you wish, come up and die. With the influx of thunder, the scene of covering the sky and the sun was horrifying. Everyone walked out of the open space and looked up at the terrifying power of destruction that filled the sky. What kind of thunder tribulation is this? Why doesn't it look like the thunder tribulation that a cultivator would experience through breakthrough? Instead, there's a feeling of heaven's wrath in it. The elders in the Save Realm and Great Save Realm were all bewildered. They had never seen such a strange thunder tribulation. Logically speaking, even if the great sage broke through to the quasi-emperor level, there wouldn't be such a gloomy aura. The direction of the thunder tribulation is the ancestral tomb. After seeing the center covered by the thunder tribulation, the elders' faces changed slightly. Obviously they had noticed something. Soon, a group of elders did not dare to delay and rushed towards the Jushao ancestral tomb. As soon as he arrived at the ancestral mausoleum, he saw that his own holy lord and the 8 peak masters had been waiting here for a long time. Greetings to the holy lord. The elders bowed one after another. Then an elder couldn't help but ask, Holy Lord, has something unexpected happened inside the ancestral mausoleum? Upon hearing this, the holy lord smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, it's not a riot of death energy. After hearing this answer, the elders finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the death energy riots, it will be difficult to deal with. At least, 1 or 2 quasi-emperor ancestors will have to be sent in to suppress it. So this is, I don't know, just wait and see. The elders were speechless. Is there something in the 9 heavens that Holy Lord doesn't know? But they didn't worry about it. Since the saints were not worried, there was no need for them to worry about anything. Saint Lord, within the sect, those Saint Sun level powerhouses from outside the domain have come in and challenged quite a few people. Although the Sun class was suppressed by us, but among Jushao's disciples, there are quite a few core disciples who possess the combat power of the Holy Sun level, but Suyu is the only Holy Sun from another family, so these people can only become the core. But there's a person from the Immortal Seed sequence challenging us, and he's already defeated 3 Saint Sun level seeds in a row. Hearing this, Zhao Hongjun didn't change much. He said calmly, let him play. When he gets tired, he can leave by himself. Jushao isn't so bad that he can't have fun. If you're really arrogant, just wait. Yes, boom. While they were talking, a thunderstorm had begun to gather in the sky, and then a purple-black demonic lightning bolt, comparable to a full-strength attack from a great sage, instantly struck down. Faced with this force that could shatter space, even the elders at the peak of the Saint Realm turned much paler. Because this kind of pressure has the effect of suppressing the soul. Click. The scene inside the ancestral tomb is difficult for outsiders to see. People outside can only see the thunder striking into the ancestral tomb. In it, a giant dragon, 8,000 feet long and pitch black, had a smart light flashing in its eyes. When it saw the purple-black magic thunder falling, it instantly raised its head and rushed forward to meet the thunder. Then he opened his dragon mouth and bit the purple-black magic thunder into pieces. The power of the thunder tribulation raged within his body, and even his appearance was shrouded in purple-black flashes of lightning. Seeing this scene, the old people's eyelids twitched. This ghost pet actually dared to swallow something as intense as thunder tribulation. Is it really still a ghost? Those corpses of the Heavenly Corpse sect, I'm afraid they would be so scared of the thunder tribulation that they would dig a hole and bury themselves, right? Suyu couldn't help but smile when he heard this, and explained, corpse immortals use the power of heaven and earth as their flesh and blood, and the power of yin immortals to fuse their immortal souls. They are similar to innate creatures. Although my methods are crude, he has unlimited potential for evolution. As long as he is fed properly, it is possible for him to grow into an immortal. This kind of thunder tribulation can only be the nutrients that promote his evolution and integration. If the corpse immortal heaven tribulation technique is so weak, how can it be worthy of the title of having no grade definition? Hearing Suyu's words, a group of old people couldn't help but turn their eyes to him. Looking at his appearance at this moment, these old people advised, Xiao Su, you should take a breath first. You look like this, I suspect you're going to die. After such a long period of refining and exhaustion, Suyu is now extremely thin, with long hair as white as snow, sunken eye sockets, and loose skin, as if all the blood and flesh have been drained away, leaving only a piece of human skin attached to the skeleton. There was no longer the ethereal aura and the look of a banished immortal as before. Suyu glanced at the black ghost dragon playing with the thunder in the sky, then looked at himself and smiled bitterly. This is really all for a ghost pet. He tortured himself beyond recognition. The dantian, which was originally as thick as the sea, was now so dry that only a trace of weak spiritual power remained. If during Suyu's prime, the spiritual power in his dantian was as vast as the sea, comparable to the ocean, then at this moment, he was like a mountain spring that withered in the dry season, with only a little water still nourishing the riverbed. The divine yon seed withered and the immortal energy was completely drained. Recover first. Thinking of this, Suyu decisively used the characteristics of the Green Emperor's immortal body to continuously absorb the spiritual power around him. The essence of the plants and trees within a radius of thousands of miles all flowed along the earth's veins. Gulp. With the infusion of endless plant essences, Suyu was like a person who had walked in the desert for 3 days without drinking a drop of water, suddenly encountered an oasis and then greedily absorbed all the nutrients. Under the infusion of the essence of plants and trees, Suyu's shriveled body began to recover. Soon, it has recovered a little. Above the sky, the black dragon was still moving through the thunderclouds. At the same time, in the square of Jushao inner disciples. Bang! On the martial arts stage, 2 figures were constantly intertwining at an extremely fast speed, with deafening sonic booms and roars heard from time to time. The space cracked as they clashed. This kind of power is astonishing. After 100 moves, a young man wearing the robes of a disciple from the Jushao Holy Land was knocked off the ring. Although he didn't look too embarrassed, his aura was very disordered, and there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Thank you. On the martial arts stage, a handsome young man looked at the people below with a hint of disdain in his eyes and said with a smile. All human races in the universe regard the Xuanian race as their leader. The genius cultivated in this holy land of the human race, which is coveted by the entire universe, is nothing more than this. The aura of a late saint realm permeated him. Obviously, this is an extraordinary immortal sequence. Although his attitude is not too presumptuous, he does not take this place seriously. Such an arrogant attitude is really annoying. The sky was still dark. He looked up, then looked away. He looked at the third elder not far away and said with a smile, Elder, I have defeated 4 of your saint sun level seeds in succession. As a powerful great saint, the third elder naturally showed no anger at his words. He glanced at him expressionlessly and said, What do you want with the immortal seed of Kaglan Ancient Star? Upon hearing this, the immortal level young man from the Kaglan Ancient Star couldn't help but smile brightly. I wonder could you please let me see the enchanting genius named Su Yu? The third elder glanced at him and said, The holy sun is in seclusion and cannot fight. However, this immortal laughed, with a hint of amusement in his tone, Oh. Could it be that you don't dare? Many of his ancient immortal species have gathered here for Su Yu. We came to the eastern wasteland specifically to challenge him to a duel. Could it be that he's scared? If that's the case, then stop promoting his claim of invincibility. Invincible, not everyone can use it. His tone was full of arrogance. In the audience, there were also many powerful saints from outside the domain and several immortals. They raised their heads and showed a very arrogant attitude. Are you sure you want to challenge him? The third elder looked at him coldly and said slowly. Upon hearing this, the immortal nodded and said, Of course. I came here to suppress the arrogance of your Xuanian prides. I want to see what kind of immortal seeds the Xuanian human race, the leader of the human race, can cultivate. If Su Yu still has the courage and insight to fight, then come out and I will teach him what it means to be invincible. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed, revealing a clear blue sky. Okay, then it's as you wish. A cold voice exploded leisurely. Immediately afterwards, a black dragon emitting an aura that would make even the great saints tremble with fear rushed out from the depths of the sky. Boom. A 1,000-foot-long black dragon spanned the entire square. On top of the dragon's head, a young man dressed in white, looking like a banished immortal, stood with his head bowed, looking down and slowly uttering 4 words. Come up and die. Chapter 282, threatening to make me invincible. Attack. Kill you with 1 blow. In the air, a huge black dragon, nearly 10,000 feet long, stood, its black dragon scales flashing with a terrifying edge under the sunlight. Especially the terrifying dragon power, which makes people almost crazy. The appearance of the black dragon caused all the spiritual pets, demon beasts, and mounts in the 9 skies to tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground, fear in their eyes. On top of the dragon's head, a young man dressed in white with an indifferent and natural expression stood with his hands behind his back, showing the style of a banished immortal. His eyes were as calm as water, and he moved slightly, looking down. As you wish, I am here. What will you do? Roar. As Su Yu finished speaking, the black dragon under his feet suddenly raised its head and let out a dragon roar. The dragon's roar shook the entire space. The black dragon of the great saint realm was trampled under the feet of Su Yu, a monk of the saint realm. Even the elders of the Holy Land were so shocked by this scene that they were speechless. The immortal level genius from another ancient life star in the starry sky suddenly changed his expression. When he met Su Yu's gaze, he felt as if his soul was frozen. He felt the breath of death among monks of the same realm for the first time. Boom. Before he could finish his words, Su Yu jumped down from the dragon's head, landed heavily on the martial arts stage, and stared at him from a distance. Su Yu's expression remained calm as he said, I've been in seclusion for a while, and my cultivation is only half as good as it was at its peak. But killing you seems to be enough. Take action. Hiss. These words left everyone speechless. If ordinary people said this, they would definitely sneer and look down on it. After all, the person standing on the martial arts stage is a powerful immortal level person. The young genius who has the greatest hope of becoming an emperor and can be noticed and taken away by immortals. The selection criteria for immortals and emperor level strongmen are also very simple. As long as one can reach the combat power of the weakest emperor who was once taken away by an immortal when he was young, he can be hailed as an immortal. Therefore, there are strong and weak levels of immortal species. A strong person, like Tianzun in his youth, also has the demeanor of those ancient emperors. The weak. Some people became emperors by relying on Godaliu, but then had no choice but to be taken away by the guiding envoy. Obviously, this immortal level person belongs to the latter category. However, even such an immortal species is far more powerful than the Holy Sun level. But when facing Su Yu, he immediately lost half of his fighting spirit. He was in the late saint realm, but he didn't even have the slightest desire to fight. How ridiculous it would be to say this out loud. However, he couldn't admit defeat now, having already spoken such a boast. He withstood Su Yu's uncomfortable pressure and gritted his teeth, saying, Saint Su, let's just spar with each other. Don't damage the relationship. But his words obviously did not meet Su Yu's approval. Su Yu sneered and said indifferently, training. Peaceful. If you truly came here for a sparring match, I would welcome you with open arms. However, you injured several of my Saint Sun level disciples from the 9 skies and even threatened to teach me what invincibility means. How? Su Yu paused for a moment, then shouted, attack. Hearing this, the man's expression changed again and again. Behind him, the geniuses who followed him also took a step back, obviously frightened by Su Yu's brutality. Good. He gritted his teeth and became secretly ruthless. Isn't it just a matter of taking action? Behind him, there's a supreme elder at the peak of the great saint realm as his protector. I don't believe he really dares to kill himself. Swish. Facing Su Yu, he dared not slack off or look down on him. Before he met her in person, he was disdainful. But when he actually met Su Yu, he found that all his thoughts and speculations seemed particularly ridiculous. Su Yu. It is absolutely beyond comprehension. But now there is no way to retreat. Jushao will not allow it, and the supreme elder at the peak of the great saint realm behind him will not allow it either. Because he represents the face of Kaglan Ancient Star. A light flashed in his hand, and a holy level long sword fell into his hand. The moment he held the sword, he took a deep breath and then unceremoniously displayed his strongest attack. Pingtian sword technique, he shouted in a low voice. Then his figure disappeared in an instant, and the power of space spread out, turning into ripples, spreading in circles. Click, a crisp cracking sound was heard in the space. Crash, in an instant, he appeared right above Su Yu, holding a holy weapon, and thrust out a sword. The sword intent surged, shattering and flattening the space, as if the curved sky was about to be flattened by his sword. Seeing him unleash his full strength on the sword, the expressions of many Jushao elders changed. This boy is indeed worthy of being a first-level immortal. His combat power far exceeds that of his peers. I'm afraid he's already on par with the strongest people at the peak of the Saint Realm. Even a saint who has reached the great perfection of the Saint Realm would probably be able to fight him. Most of them were in the middle or late stages of the Saint realm, so they were naturally familiar with this sword. As elders of the Holy Land, their combat power is one level higher than that of ordinary people of the same realm, which is the so-called genius level. But facing this sword, they had no confidence in taking it. This sword is enough to kill them. After all, he dared to come and challenge. If he didn't have some real ability, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Watching the opponent's full strength attack, Su Yu's eyes were calm. He freed up his left hand from behind his back. With a flash of light, he grasped a holy sword that shone with the light of glass. This is the Wandao weapon refined by Su Yu, his own natal sword. Possess characteristics that allow for advancement. When he became a saint, all the soldiers in the Wandao army were also promoted to the level of holy soldiers, far surpassing all the holy soldiers, because this is the Wandao weapon that can transform into any form of combat weapon. This sword cuts through the void. Su Yu held the knife in his left hand, then took a step forward with his right foot, bending his knee slightly, as if he was gathering strength. Buzz. When the knife was slashed, the void revealed by the shattered space actually a white crack was cut out by this knife. From black to white, the third layer of void, broken. As Su Yu's cultivation level rose to the Saint realm martial arts sword technique he once mastered, the void sword technique, was also completely perfected. The perfect sword technique combined with his holy sword intent, with one sword cuts through the void. The void blade condensed by the power of the void is as smooth as a hot knife cutting tofu, cutting off all obstacles in front one by one. The same goes for the sword in the hands of this immortal level genius from the Ganglin ancient star. Snap! Looking at the empty blade that was coming towards him, leaving him no way to avoid it and locking onto him, his face suddenly turned pale and his mind went blank in an instant. He could already feel the sight of death cutting towards his neck. Invincible! Invincible! Grand Elder, save me! In just a moment, his fighting spirit receded like the tide, and he shouted loudly. Stop! At the same time, an old voice exploded, trying to rush out and stop everything. However, the old man who had just revealed his figure had not yet taken a step when he was fixed in place by the elegant Saint Zhao Hongjun who had rushed over and could not move at all. The Holy Lord's elegant and easygoing voice sounded leisurely. Senior, please don't interfere. After all, if you run wild in Jushao, you should pay the price. Snap. Chapter 283. Looking back through the ages, who dares to claim to be invincible in the Holy Realm? I dare. Elder, save me. Boom. The words of this immortal level genius were choked in his throat, and then blood rushed to his throat, completely blocking what he wanted to say. The holy blood splashed into the void, roaring like thunder. The two halves of the body fell from midair, struggled for a few times, and then became completely motionless. There was still confusion and fear in those eyes until death. I never thought that his life would end in this way. This knife, not only did it split his body, but it also shattered and burned his soul, leaving him with no possibility of survival. No, when the old man who was at the peak of the great sage level saw this scene, his eyes were bloodshot. This is the biological son of their contemporary Holy Lord. This generation of immortals, even if they were not the top ones, still had the hope of competing for the immortal position. Now, they were killed by a single sword strike, as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Su Yu looked at the other person's corpse coldly, and the glass knife in his hand disappeared. He glanced around and found that no one dared to look at him. Everyone unconsciously looked away, fearing that Su Yu would notice their presence. The old man was still struggling, trying to run over. But here, his existence means nothing. Although it is difficult for a quasi-emperor in a holy land to take action, there is no shortage of so-called peak great saints under it. In an instant, the surrounding space continued to distort, and the aura of the peak of the great saint realm emerged one after another. They are all the supreme elders of Jushao who awakened in the Golden Age, and their cultivation is all at the peak of the great saint realm. They stood beside Su Yu with calm expressions. Su Yu looked at this group of originally arrogant foreign geniuses with spikes on their bodies, then he flashed and was back on the black dragon's head. At this moment, he showed his edge to the fullest, no longer concealing anything. Su Yu looked around the room and said calmly, I don't care who you are or what forces are behind you, but if you dare to provoke me in the Jushao Holy Land, you must be prepared to die. In the great struggle of the world, no one will play house with you. You want to challenge me? Fine, but be prepared to die. I'm here for you. Now, those who want to stir up trouble, either get out of here or come up and fight. I will take them all on. In the Holy Realm, I dare to claim to be invincible. If anyone disagrees, you can all come and fight me after the Tianzhao ranking is determined during the trip to the Central Region. Boom. These words shocked all the geniuses from the ancient stars outside the domain who were present. They looked up with horror, and looked at him with complicated and unbelievable expressions. Claiming to be invincible. What a big tone. However, with such combat power, it seems that no one dares to say that he is dreaming. Those who come with good intentions are all honored guests of the nine heavens. If you come with the intention of provoking others, your fate will be the same as that of this dead man on the ground. Boom. At this moment, Su Yu did not hide his aura, revealing it all. Invincible. Even those who have reached the great perfection of Saint Realm or even those who are in the early stage of Great Saint Realm feel immense pressure under this mighty power. Su Yu seems to have gotten stronger. Sage Su, we are here only to discuss the Tao and exchange ideas. We have no intention of disrespecting Jushao. Holy Son, we have no other thoughts. Yeah. Although there were many people present who wanted to challenge Jushao, who was once an immortal, there were also many who wanted to discuss the Tao. The nine heavens and nine peaks are famous for their differences. The sect's holy land is considered to be almighty, and it is also admired by many holy lands. After all, any one of the nine peaks can be considered an independent top-level holy land. Outside the domain, one can even occupy an entire ancient life star as one's own territory. They looked at the white figure standing on the dragon head in the air, with complicated emotions but also strong admiration. In this world where martial arts are respected, Su Yu's performance has indeed conquered many people. Even, many Saint Sun level warriors were impressed by Su Yu and wanted to follow him. This is not funny. Looking back at history, from ancient times to the present, how many Saint-level geniuses have followed young emperors and immortals, and in the end they all achieved a good status. Some even became emperors. Even if he didn't become an emperor, he had been given opportunities by the great emperors he had followed, which brought blessings to his family and sect for tens of thousands of years. This all really happened. Su Yu's combat performance has surpassed most of the immortal level combat power. Only a very small number of evildoers can be compared with him. There is no shame in following him. If you want to discuss the Tao sincerely, I will open the bed and welcome you. Please make yourselves at ease. I will clean up and come back to meet you all. At this moment, Su Yu showed his first smile. You're welcome, Holy Son. After exchanging pleasantries with those saints who came sincerely, Su Yu flew back to the depths of the nine heavens on the black dragon. Returned to the ancestral tomb. A group of old men and women gathered around and said with a smile, Xiao Su, you stole the show just now. Your black dragon is truly extraordinary. You have intelligence and are in a nascent state, like a newborn. Although it's a corpse dragon, it's no different from a living creature. It's truly the work of an immortal. How do you plan to raise this black dragon? After the black dragon was successfully refined and the tribulation was completed, the consciousness of the dragon ancestor was completely wiped out. Now the black dragon's consciousness is just a nascent form, like a blank sheet of paper. If it falls into the hands of the devil and is fed with endless blood and flesh, it will surely become an almighty demon dragon that wreaks havoc on the world. If you raise it using Suyu's method, it will be the most obedient ghost pet. The black dragon does not feed on spiritual energy, but on dead energy, evil energy, and yin energy. The power of the moon, endless dead energy, and evil energy from the Jedi are all his nourishment. Suyu spent such a huge price to refine it, and the black dragon's cultivation did not disappoint Suyu. The middle stage of the Great Saint Realm, it can be regarded as a Saint Lord level combat force. Suyu glanced at it and smiled. If the black dragon absorbs this endless death energy by feeding it in the nine skies, it might be able to reach the peak of quasi-emperor. It's good to be raised here, and it can also serve as a guardian beast. After hearing this answer, the old men no longer felt as nervous as before, thinking that Suyu would use up Jushao's trump card. Now that they have witnessed the entire process of Suyu refining the black dragon, they no longer have that idea. The only thing I want is to quickly cultivate the growth of the black dragon. After all, this is a pet with unlimited potential and is the most loyal. Not bad, that's how it should be. Ha ha. Suyu smiled and then said, then please help me train the black dragon. He has consciousness and although he can't grow too high, he is obedient enough. I'm going to recover myself first. This time, he really paid the price of blood in refining the black dragon, consuming thousands of years of his lifespan and a lot of effort to complete it. Almost died. If you don't take good care of it, there will be many hidden dangers in the future. Go ahead, let's play with the black dragon first. In the ancestral mausoleum, with the addition of the black dragon, it became lively. After the Holy Lord and the others came in, they were also very curious. And beyond the nine heavens, today's event spread throughout Xuantian, and countless people learned about it, including what Suyu said. Dare to claim to be invincible in the Saint Realm. Wait until the Tianzhao ranking is released, I'll want to test just how invincible this Saint Realm invincible really is. Chapter 284, Great Sages within reach, Quasi-Emperor is also within reach. Ascend the dragon, and set off. Half a year later, it has been more than 2 years since the advent of the Golden Age, and now the impact of the advent of the age is still exerting force. Everyone is like a dragon, breaking through the realm that was previously unattainable. The Dharma Image Great Master, who was once seldom seen in Xuantian, is now a common sight. The mayor of a dynasty city used to be someone who only had to be at the condensation core realm, but now even an illegal prime minister is not qualified for the position. However, under the influence of the great world, it is easier for ordinary people to practice. However, the realm of heaven and man above yin and yang is still a chasm that separates mortals from immortals. In 2 years, the powerful son of Saint who had just broken through to the quasi-saint realm continued to break through and finally reached the saint realm. This is the basic prerequisite for being included in the Tianzhao list. Only a saint can be considered as a genius, because the holy realm is the true transcendence. Shed your mortal body and embark on the path of immortality. Have you recovered? In the main hall of the Jushao Holy Land, the Holy Lord sat at the head of the table. He looked at Suyu who appeared before him with a smile and said, no hidden dangers have been left behind, right? There are still many spiritual medicines in the sect, you can use them at will. Jushao's treasure house is far beyond the reach of other holy places. The things hidden inside are enough to make even the emperor jealous. Yes, junior brother, you must take care of your body and not get hurt. Yes, we in Jushao have no shortage of resources and can afford your expenses. Just apply for anything you want. The eyes of a group of elders and the 8 peak masters were full of concern. They all cherished Suyu now, who was a person recognized by the ancestor of immortals. Not to mention Suyu repairing his injuries, even if Suyu asked for half of the treasure house, they wouldn't frown. Suyu bowed to everyone and replied, it's all fine now. There's absolutely no problem with self-repair. Because of the high-intensity consumption, after replenishing the losses, my cultivation has even improved a bit. What he said was a breakthrough to a small realm. That is to say, he has now firmly reached the late stage of the Saint Realm. On par with those immortal species and emperor's sons that were sealed in the source of gods. The most crucial thing is that because of the high-intensity explosion, his Dedian has even expanded a lot, and his meridians have become more resilient, able to accommodate more violent spiritual power output. Although it consumed 1,000 years of life to support the consumption. But this is not a problem. He spent millions of villain points to exchange for a lot of treasures to repair his foundation, and his body has been fine for a long time. The foundation is still abundant. The lifespan in the Holy Realm is no more than 3,000 years, but because Suyu has cultivated the Green Emperor's immortal body and many powerful skills, his lifespan has reached nearly 5,000 years. Approaching the lifespan of a quasi-emperor. It's simply jaw-dropping and unbelievable. That's good. The Saint Lord nodded and continued, now, the ancient stars of life that were supposed to arrive have all arrived, and the heavenly prodigy ranking will also be open. It's time to start the journey. Suyu nodded slightly and replied, okay. After the last incident of killing the immortal sequence, Jushao and his reputation reached its peak. This also made many troublesome saints and immortals wilted, and they dared not challenge the majesty of the Holy Land at will. After all, the top holy land that can survive in Xuantian, if taken outside, is the level of the top ancient life star master. It's like the frightened Miaoyan holy sect, which is trying to curry favor with the powerful in Xuantian and is at the bottom of the top holy places. But if it is placed outside, it will be the holy land of the top ancient star. Let people admire. The Tiandao Holy Land, which was destroyed by Dudian Quasi-Emperor and others, is even able to sweep away the Holy Land heritage of most ancient stars. Xuantian is the origin of the human race, certainly. In the starry sky of the universe, there are also several ancient forces with profound foundations, which are not inferior to the 3 religions of the eastern wilderness. Those are the sects where immortals have been promoted. Because he was tired of the struggles in Xuantian, he chose to move out of Xuantian and live in seclusion. In the Golden Age, what you fight for is the destiny of heaven and earth. What you fight for is the ascension to immortality that everyone longs for. The higher your destiny, the more you are the true son of the plane. Remember, don't lose your reputation. The Holy Lord gave a serious warning. A person like him is now waiting for the road to becoming an emperor to appear and set foot on the ancient road of the human race to find the opportunity to become an emperor. Naturally, I won't fight for luck. They themselves have already condensed the fortune of their time. In today's world, what we fight for is luck and strength. Only when all human beings and all races recognize this can we gather the strongest luck. Therefore, those geniuses who have emerged in the world are so eager to challenge the saints of all the holy places in Xuantian. It's all for fame. He wanted to use the Saint Sun level strongman as his stepping stone. However, Suyu's appearance interrupted their spellcasting. You can challenge, but be prepared to lose your life. Otherwise, even if you have a powerful person to protect you, you will not be able to escape death. After the man from Kanglin Ancient Star was crushed to death, Kanglin Ancient Star could only swallow his anger. Nothing else. Behind Suyu is the behemoth Jushao Holy Land, and a master who is at the peak of quasi-emperor level. Did they from Kanglin Ancient Star dare to challenge? I'm afraid it will only be destroyed. I have to swallow this anger alone. Su Yu replied, of course, my will is invincible. I've always been on the path of killing enemies to prove my truth. No matter what gods and demons stand before me, I will slay them with my own might. His way is to face all the chosen ones even if he doesn't fight for luck. The purpose is to defeat everyone. Ha ha ha. The Holy Lord smiled, then stood up and walked out of the sect square. Everyone followed. Su Yu stood beside the Holy Lord, and the other peak masters were half a body length behind him, and the elders were half a body length behind the peak master. This is Su Yu's current status. It's already on par with the Saint Lord level. A strong person in the Great Saint realm has the combat power of the Saint Lord level. Su Yu's holy realm is invincible, and he has already reached the status of a Holy Lord. Soon, they arrived at the sect square, where all the elites of Jushao had already gathered, including those ancient saint-level strongmen who had exchanged the divine source and sealed themselves away, and they had already come out of seclusion. Only the Zhao family can sit on the throne of the Holy Son of Jushao. But there are quite a few powerful saint sons. Su Yu is the first person from another family to sit on the throne of the Holy Son. To go to the central region for training and exchange, one must have at least a quasi-saint level of cultivation, otherwise the possibility of death in this world is too high. You are all my core disciples of Jushao. Now that the golden age has arrived, go ahead and fight for that elusive fortune, fight for this great age. With your foundation, you can expect to become a great sage, and even a quasi-emperor is within your reach. This time, when the heavenly prodigy ranking is finalized and the road to becoming an emperor opens, if you can return alive, you will all be powerful beings standing at the pinnacle of cultivation. Boom. The Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun's words were very concise this time. After encouraging him with words, he raised his hand. In an instant, dozens of dragons emitting the aura of quasi-saints and one dragon emitting the aura of saints fell. Seeing the dragon enter, the Holy Lord laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Danglong, let's go. Chapter 285. The three sects of the Eastern Wasteland set out together, heading for the central region. With a shout of, "Mount the dragon," they set off. In the sect square, a full 200 core disciples who were quasi-saints and above jumped up at the same time and landed on the back of the dragon. Several people Su Yu was familiar with, including Yi Fan, Lin Mo, and Lin Chang, were among them. Obviously, these sons of fortune with extraordinary destinies have also broken through to the quasi-saint realm in the past few years. At their feet, the dragon glanced at the dragon beside it and wondered, how strange. How did we become mounts for no apparent reason? Is this what you said? The Jiaolong clan had ancestors who followed the Nine Heaven strongmen, and their descendants will do well with their dragon bloodline. What's the matter? These geniuses are so powerful, they might even become great sages or quasi-emperors in the future. For some unknown reason, the descendants of the emperor bloodline of our Jiaolong clan can only break through to the great saint realm, let alone us. It would be great if we could break through to the saint realm. It is better to follow the mighty than to be ordinary. You know, even the great sage has to show respect to the quasi-emperor's mount. Think about it another way. It's our clan leader saluting us. After hearing his words, the puzzled dragon, who had been somewhat reluctant at first, suddenly understood and said excitedly, "You're right. Let's work hard and tell others that we are also disciples of Jushao." Listening to the conversation between these dragons that had just been tricked in, Lin Cheng and others on their backs were speechless. I wanted to laugh, but I also felt that it made sense. Even though you may be fooled, if you tell others about it, it's true. Anyone who dares to look down on or bully Jushao will have to wait for the strong men from Jushao to come and reason with you. The vassal dragon is now living a very comfortable life in Jushao. It is quite reasonable for them to be able to attack themselves in this way. He must have seen the nourishment of the 9 sky dragons, which is why he is so self-motivated. On the square, after the Holy Lord finished speaking, he looked at Su Yu and said, "Go, I will wait for your good news in the 9th heaven." Facing their expectant gazes, Su Yu nodded. Immediately, he turned his head to look towards the ancestral tomb deep in the second waved his hand. Roar. In an instant, a soul-stirring dragon roar sounded from the depths, followed by the sound of breaking through the air suddenly. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, a black dragon with a body of 20,000 feet long broke through the air. The black dragon's scales flashed with a terrifying black edge. The aura belonging to the ghost cultivator made people even more uneasy. This is a black dragon comparable to the middle stage of the Great Saint realm. The black dragon's sharp eyes flashed with the purity and agility of a newborn baby. After flying around, he coiled his dragon body and came in front of Su Yu, then lowered his head. He whimpered as if asking for credit. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Su Yu smiled slightly, reached out and patted Black Dragon's head, and said softly, "Be good." Then his body landed on top of the Black Dragon's head, and he stood firmly between the 2 dragon horns. His demeanor was so extraordinary that the female monks couldn't help but see stars. Seeing Su Yu coming up, the Black Dragon raised its head and roared, then flew towards the outside. In the square, dozens of dragons, each only 3,000 feet long, all bowed their heads under the might of this vast true dragon. Obviously, this is the suppression of blood. The few dragons that had just been fooled felt their bodies trembling involuntarily, and could not help but exclaim, "My god, this is even more terrifying than the dragon power of the clan leader. Is this a real dragon?" Next to him, the dragon with a chipped horn said firmly, "It must be. Can't you see we all want to kneel down? He must be a true dragon. Joining Jushao is indeed the right thing to do. He has good food, drink, and shelter. He also has a true dragon senior looking up to him. Living under the might of a dragon, how can life be bad? For creatures with dragon blood, living under the might of a real dragon will often make them want to kneel down. But there are also benefits. That is to feel the dragon's might, purify the blood, and gradually approach the pure dragon blood. It can even break the shackles of blood and reach a higher level. If they can only linger in the early stage of the saint realm throughout their entire lives, then living under the might of a true dragon can allow them to break through to the late stage of the saint realm, or even become a great saint. Let's go, let's catch up with Senior Black Dragon. Boom, dozens of dragons had the same idea in mind, and they all took to the air, catching up with the black dragons back at the extremely fast speed of the dragon clan. Soon, they turned into black dots and disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, in the holy land of Tianshun and Zaiwei. The same scene is happening here, in the Zaiwei Holy Land. There were 2 young men standing next to the Purple Star Saint Lord, one of whom was Qin Hao, who looked to be in his 20s. Qin Hao was standing a little behind the 2 of them at this time. The person who replaced him was a young man who looked to be only about 30 years old. He looked strong and domineering. People couldn't help but feel tense in front of him. Because the aura on him is too terrifying, he is at the peak of the late saint realm. Uncle, it has been sealed for 4,000 years. Now the golden age has arrived, and your stage is about to begin. The Purple Star Saint Lord smiled softly. This young man was his second uncle, who had been sealed into the divine source before he was even born. Because his physique is the dominant sword body that has only appeared 4 times throughout the ages. A natural-born swordsman, 3 times have dominated the sky sword body, all of them became emperors, and even 2 of them ascended to heaven. This is also the reason why he was sealed into the divine source when he was young. His name is Qin Ping'an. It is said that the reason for this name is that the previous generation Zaiwei Saint Lord, Qin Hao's great-grandfather, was ambushed by assassins from the emperor's tomb. Although he did not die, he disappeared for a long time. Because Qin Hao's great-grandmother was worried about his safety, she chose the word peace in his name. Finally, he really came back. Moreover, he has reached the saint realm. And when Qin Ping'an was 3 years old, he also displayed the dominant sky sword body, shocking everyone in Zaiwei. Qin Ping'an's eyes were filled with complex thoughts when he heard this. He sighed and said, I was suddenly sealed into the divine source. When I woke up, the past event seemed as vivid as yesterday, but the person is no longer here. Where are your father and your grandparents? Upon hearing this, the purple star Saint Lord replied, Grandpa and Grandma have entered the immortal source. Their lifespans are short, they will emerge when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reaches its peak. My father was killed in an attack on the imperial tomb. His body has not been recovered yet. There is only a cenotaph in the ancestral mausoleum. Hearing this, Qin Ping'an closed his eyes for a long time. When he opened them again, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. Brother, is he dead? If one becomes an emperor in this world, the emperor's tomb must be destroyed. Let's go. Yes, in the Tianquan Holy Land. A young man with an extraordinary appearance like an immortal stood tall and straight in front of the Holy Lord Tianquan. Zhang Shang, let's go. Su Yu and the others are already waiting for you. Hearing this, the young man nodded and said, yes. Not far from the two of them, Su Qingying, Su Wanqing, Su Muyao, and Chen Yanxi stood quietly behind him. After hearing this, their expressions became particularly complicated. Su Yu, are we meeting again? Chapter 286, the Tianjiao ranking appears. Those with a bone age of 500 can all be measured. A month later, Zhangyu. The central region is divided into 13 major areas, and each top holy place manages a large area, which can be regarded as a territory. There are 9 top forces, 6 top holy places, and 3 top dynasties in the central region. They are Tianyin Holy Land, Tianji Tower, Miaoyan Holy Sect, Qingyang Sword Sect, Xuanyan Holy Sect, Tianyuan Holy Land, and the 3 great dynasties, the Great Zhou Dynasty, the Great Qin Dynasty, and the Great Xia Dynasty. There are 9 sects in a 3-way balance of power, among which Tianyin Holy Land and Tianji Tower are the most transcendent forces. Of course, there are also imperial families that have established themselves in the central region. For example, the imperial Yin family that was overthrown by the Great Zhou Dynasty, and several other major families, the Ji family, the Qin family, and the Wang family, all of which are the top forces in the central region. That is to say, there are 13 imperial clans in Zhongzhou. The entire Xuantian is filled with imperial families, except for the eastern wilderness, where no imperial family dares to gain a foothold. Because that was the private territory of Taishuan Immortal Sect, the former top immortal sect. The 3 religions of the eastern wasteland do not allow anyone to sleep beside them. Not only that, even in the forbidden zone of life in the east wilderness, no one dared to massacre the people of the east wilderness at will. The foundation of the immortal sect cannot be shaken by these supreme beings in the forbidden area. Nothing else to say, especially in this era, the road to becoming an immortal will be open. If the people from Taishuan Immortal Sect come down and find that someone has destroyed their subordinate sects, they will definitely be furious. Let's go back in time and find out who it is. Then who can escape? Only the rats in the gutter of the Emperor's tomb were not afraid. At this time, many top experts have come to the area managed by the Tianji Tower in the central region. Because the list of geniuses is about to open, countless geniuses have come here just to leave their names on the list of geniuses and absorb the luck of all races. After the Tianjiao list is open, however, a first-level immortal weapon that surpasses the supreme imperial weapon and can be directly projected to any corner of the universe can allow all creatures in the universe to witness the birth of a genius. This generates the power of faith in the destiny of heaven. If you have good luck, you can influence the great way. Who wouldn't salivate? Ordinary low-level cultivators may not understand the great use of luck, but those powerful cultivators who have reached the holy realm can appreciate the benefits brought by luck. It is a mysterious experience that can help you break through, turn danger into safety, and survive in desperate situations. Besides, once the list of geniuses is finalized, it will face challenges from all races. Looking back at history, every time the list of geniuses was finalized, strong men from all races would come and lead the geniuses to compete with the geniuses of the human race. If you defeat the strong ones on the list of geniuses, their luck will be plundered. After all these things have happened. So, this is the true arrival of the Emperor's Road. From this day on, countless geniuses, including veteran strongmen, will embark on the Emperor's Road to explore the opportunities left by the ancient great saints and quasi-emperors, as well as the legacies left by the ancestors of the human race. Plundering opportunities, killing people, and proving the truth will all appear on the road to becoming an emperor. Once someone reaches the end of the Imperial Road, then, a peak battle between quasi-emperors will break out, triggering the arrival of the Heavenly Heart Seal. When the Heaven's Heart Seal descends, who can plunder the Heaven's Heart Seal? So, he is the first emperor in this world. Its value far exceeds that of the emperor who attained enlightenment later. Because he possesses the mark of Heaven's heart. In simple terms, he is someone recognized by Heaven's will and can carry out punishment on behalf of Heaven. There is only one Tianqin seal, so the first one is of great value. According to the joint calculations of Old Man Tianji and Saint Lord Tianyin, there will be a total of 24 emperors in this world. Among them, 12 people will be eligible for ascension. In addition, according to deduction, Old Man Tianji and Saint Lord Tianyin once said that in this life a second heavenly emperor will appear. Emperor of Heaven. These 2 words are not something you can just put on yourself. Instead, he should be respected by all races, and all emperors should submit to him. Only when his combat power can crush all emperors, that is, when he has reached the realm above the emperors, can he be worthy of being called the Emperor of Heaven. Since ancient times, there has been only one Emperor of Heaven. That is the one who established the heavenly court and promulgated the new law. After these words were spoken, all the powerful people of all races were shocked. Tianji Tower and Tianyin Holy Land, even if all the races beat their brains out, they would never provoke these 2 forces because they really have backgrounds. At the same time, it is also because they are detached from the world and will not interfere in worldly wars. As arrogant as the Great Zhou Dynasty was, it dared to show its hostility to the 3 religions of the Eastern Wilderness, but it did not dare to show any hostility towards the Tianyin Holy Land and the Tianji Tower. If you are not careful, someone will cut off your sect's luck and you will die. In a huge city, countless powerful people gathered here. All the major restaurants and inns were packed. 50 miles away from the giant city, there is a huge and magnificent building with 9 floors, representing the 9 levels of heavenly secrets: manifestation, change, heart, earth, sky, mystery, God, Tao, and origin. The 9-story building is filled with various Taoist rhymes, which makes people feel awe. The Tianji Tower stands here, and no one dares to provoke it. Even the Emperor's tomb did not dare to attack the Tianji Tower. In Tianji City, in the largest inn, in a Tianzi box on the top floor, several geniuses with somewhat unusual appearances sat there, sipping their enlightenment tea. They glanced towards the direction of the Tianji Tower and couldn't help but sigh. The human race is indeed the darling of heaven and earth. The Tianji Tower is directly connected to the heavens, where one can predict the past, present, and future. Although there are only a few disciples in the tower, each one is a peerless genius. These words drew the approval of a tall and burly young man with golden hair. Fortunately, their Taoism is different from the martial arts and they won't interfere in anything. Otherwise, we, the 10,000 races, really can't stop them. Once upon a time, we, the ancient royal family, were the masters of this universe. Now, we have been reduced to supporting roles. The human race is rising too fast. These ancient royal creatures were sighing. Just then, boom, as the deafening roars rang out, everyone felt something in their hearts and turned to look outside the city. Suddenly, then you can see warships and powerful demon mounts breaking through the air. See this scene, these ancient royal beings were startled and murmured as the human race's top Holy Land arrived. When they were thinking like this, the countless warships and demon mounts that broke through the air have already stopped outside Tianji City. No one dared to ride their monster mounts or warships into the city. No one dares to break the rules of Tianji Tower. No one dares to be arrogant. Just as these top forces arrived, a brilliant golden light suddenly burst out from the 9th floor Yuanji Tower of Tianji Tower in the distance and headed straight into the city. Wow, when the golden light arrived in Tianji City, it instantly turned into a huge piece of golden paper, shining with the brilliance of Tianji. It seems to be connected to the sky. Immediately, there was a voice that seemed to come across time and sounded slowly. From now on, the Tianjiao ranking will be officially announced. All geniuses under 500 years old, whose cultivation has reached the Saint Realm, can take this test. Chapter 287, Eternal Ranking List. Those who make it to the list will enjoy endless luck. The list of geniuses represents the most authoritative list in the world. No matter you are a genius who wants to hide from the world and secretly achieve enlightenment, or a strong person who is indifferent to fame and fortune and only wants to practice and reach the top. As soon as the list of geniuses is released, everyone will be in action. This is luck. What we are fighting for is the battle of destiny. Unless you are confident that you can crush all enemies with your own fighting power, you will need luck. Even if you are chosen by the guide, your luck will still be considered. If you are unlucky, then sorry, no matter how extraordinary your fighting power is, you will not be selected. Because those who lack luck find it difficult to achieve enlightenment and become immortals in the upper realm. Even if you become an immortal, can't beat others. There was once a person who was not an emperor. Because he was born in a dark and turbulent era, he gathered countless fortunes and was finally taken away by the guide with the cultivation of a great sage. According to the guide who came later, the other party had great luck and had made breakthroughs in the upper realm one after another. In the end, he became an immortal. He also asked the guide to bring his family in the lower realm to the upper realm, and all of the tens of thousands of people ascended to heaven. This is the effect of luck. Inside Tianji City, the newly arrived Holy Land prodigies also looked up at the golden list with squinting eyes, their eyes full of fighting spirit as they murmured, the prodigy list. There will definitely be a place for me. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, several geniuses rose into the sky at the same time and came to the front of the genius list. Looking at the aura of Taoism emanating from the Tianjiao list, they suppressed the throbbing in their hearts. Come on, I want to see how extraordinary the Tianjiao ranking is. They are all extraordinary geniuses, possessing emperor-level qualifications, and their cultivation has reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm. Thinking of this, they did not hesitate and directly injected a trace of their aura into the list of geniuses. After absorbing their aura, the Tianjiao ranking suddenly glowed slightly. Under everyone's anxious and expectant gaze, the Tianjiao ranking only lit up for a moment before dimming in the next instant. There is no change in the list. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Why didn't the Tianjiao ranking respond? They were all in an uproar. The two people who were infused with the aura stood there in a daze, feeling a little at a loss. Soon, in the Tianji Tower, the voice full of vicissitudes of life sounded again. This year's Tianjiao ranking is different from the past. It only records the aura of the world's top Tianjiao. This time, the rankings on the Tianjiao list are based on comparing the auras of all the Tianjiao who have been included in the Tianjiao list over countless years in order to determine the unrivaled ones. What you need to do is improve your foundation and talents to challenge them. Tread on the ancestors and carve your own name on them. Using the Qi gazing technique, we can observe the 100 unrivaled individuals on the current Tianjiao ranking. These are the strongest 100 people determined by comparing the auras of the Tianjiao recorded over hundreds of millions of years. There are a total of thousands of people on the list. Anyone who can make it onto the list will become an emperor in this lifetime. It can be achieved with just a wave of the hand. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. The top 100 geniuses in billions of years. Not this world. Hiss. At this moment, both the young geniuses and the strong men of the older generation took a deep breath. Obviously, they did not expect that the list of geniuses this time would be so different. The strongest 100 people in billions of years. If one can make it onto the list, he will definitely be a monstrous being of immortal caliber. Those powerful people from all races hiding in Tianji City and the dusty royal seeds of the ancient royal family were even more shocked when they heard this. It's incredible. If I can defeat the one on the list, I will become an immortal in this lifetime. I want to see how many evil geniuses the human race has in this lifetime. After learning the complete rules, everyone came to their senses and quickly used the most basic Qi gazing technique to look at the Tianjiao list, trying to find the trace of these two people. However, at a glance, let alone the first 100 names, they are not even among the last 900 names. This scene immediately caused an uproar. Oh my god, these are the twin saints of one of the 4 southern wilderness sects, who have transcended the Holy Land. It is said that both of them possess divine bodies and are extremely talented. They are the emperor-level sons who are hard to come by in 1,000 years. I didn't expect that they could even get into the first 1,000 of the eternity. This list is so valuable. In Tianji City, all the cultivators who saw this scene were shocked. Even emperor-level qualifications can't make the list. How could this be? We are over 120 years old and have reached the Saint Realm, yet we can't even make it into the top 1,000. At this moment, the two were greatly shocked and muttered to themselves in despair. If even the emperor-level aptitude can't make it, who can make it to the list? Their previously confident appearance suddenly became decadent. Ha ha ha, stop standing here and embarrassing yourself, you useless piece of shit. Get out of here and let me have a try. At this time, a domineering voice suddenly sounded. Immediately afterwards, a fierce and domineering punch hit the two of them. The punch was so powerful that it could create a black hole in the space. It made the alarm bells in the two of them ring, and then they retreated to the side in embarrassment. After dodging, the two were about to get angry, but after seeing who was coming, they frowned and looked solemn. Extreme Martial Holy Land, Zhangyang. Jiwu Holy Land is one of the 4 holy lands in the southern wilderness, but it is a sect that specializes in training the physical body. Their bodies are extremely perverted. The body of a quasi-saint can rival that of a strong saint. In the late stage of Saint Realm, one can confront the great Saint Realm. Although their physical strength is extremely abnormal, their practice method also has a big flaw. That is, the practice speed is extremely slow, and it requires extremely strong pressure to continuously temper the body. In the Zhangyang in front of him is a rare genius in the Jiwu Holy Land. He is highly expected by the Saint Lord Jiwu. The other party even became a saint in his physical body at the age of 90. On the day of his sainthood, he would be able to fight against the elders of their Jiwu Holy Land who were in the late saint realm. It's a monster. What are you looking at? Get out of here. He's a useless saint son who surpassed the Holy Land worthy of being on this list. Zhang Yang glanced at the two of them and sneered with disdain. As the name suggests, Zhang Yang is also Zhang Yang. In addition, there have always been frictions between the two holy places of Jiwu and Chaoyu, so he was naturally rude to them. Upon hearing this, the two twin saints who had transcended the Holy Land suddenly turned ugly. But he couldn't refute Zhang Yang, because the other party really. It's not something they can provoke. Seeing that the other party didn't dare to attack, Zhang Yang sneered even more. Immediately, he looked at the list of geniuses, his eyes filled with passion and a burning desire to fight. Since this is a test of your foundation and talent, then just burst out at your full strength and infuse your aura into it. Boom. Without saying a word, Zhang Yang's body instantly grew taller, his muscles tensed, as if he could shatter the space with just a little effort. Extreme martial golden body. Buzz. As a depressing aura burst out from his body, the space suddenly collapsed in an instant. The next second, Zhang Yang released a breath of his own. After absorbing his aura, the Tianj Eldest suddenly burst into brilliant golden light. When the light faded, everyone quickly used the qi gazing technique to look at the list of geniuses. Zhang Yang, early stage of the Saint Realm, ranked among the top. 908, Chapter 288, Darkness is not scary, what is scary is no one dares to stand up and face it. What? Damn it, a saint in the flesh who became a saint at the age of 90 can only rank 980th on the eternal ranking list. Is it fake? You're lying about what you know. The eternal rankings, the ranking of the strongest geniuses over billions of years, for him to be ranked 980th, that's already a foundation for defying the heavens, okay. Everyone was shocked when they saw this result. Because he is so powerful, he can crush the saint sun level and even the ordinary immortal level geniuses, but he can only be ranked at the last place. Boom. As they marveled at the sight, an extraordinary aura suddenly surged out from between heaven and earth and poured directly into Zhang Yang's body. Obviously, this is luck. Boom. As the energy entered his body, Zhang Yang's originally dull eyes instantly became clear. And then less than a second later, the aura of his realm began to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he reached the middle stage of the Saint Realm. No experience of thunder tribulation. This scene left everyone stunned. Fuck, breakthrough on the spot. Is this the effect of luck? While everyone was shocked, that voice full of vicissitudes of life sounded again in Tianji Tower. Those who make it to the list will be noticed by all the human races in the universe, and boundless luck will be infused into them. The higher the ranking, the stronger the luck they receive. In this life, those who achieve the status of Great Emperor will be able to enter the immortal realm. The rankings are not set in stone. Anyone below the quasi-emperor level can challenge the Tianjiao ranking again. Also, after this life, the Tianjiao ranking will be completely closed. Anyone who can kill anyone on the list in this life can plunder their love for their own use. At this point, the old voice paused, then continued slowly, no matter what race, anyone under 500 years old can be plundered. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, countless hidden strong men in the entire Tianji city could no longer hold back. The aura on his body vibrated violently. Can everyone enjoy this blessing? This moment, the geniuses of the ancient royal families and other powerful clans in the universe all widened their eyes, and then endless greed appeared in their eyes. Apparently, these words made them greedy. It's no wonder they behaved like this. The words, being able to plunder luck, were really too attractive. Since the rise of the human race, 60% of the universe's fortune has belonged to the human race, 20% has belonged to the ancient royal family, and the remaining 20% has been divided among all races. Therefore, the human race takes the lead. Being able to plunder their luck would drive all races crazy. Feeling the terrifying demonic energy in the aura of the ancient royal family rising in Tianji city, the faces of those human geniuses also changed. Then can we humans only passively take the beating? In the Tianji Tower, an old voice with a hint of gentleness said, the ancient royal family and the myriad races also have luck. Killing their genius can also plunder their luck. These words made the geniuses of the human race feel balanced. They can kill themselves, and they can also kill and plunder themselves. This is what fairness is. The peak of the great sage is here to test your true strengths. Work hard, the geniuses of our human race. This life will be different. After he finished speaking, there was no more sound coming from the Tianji Tower. Everyone was pondering the meaning of these words. Only the powerful men hiding outside Tianji city had gloomy expressions. Some people who knew some inside information couldn't help but secretly say, could it be that this life is really at the end of the era, as the Holy Lord said? 99% of the universe's life has withered, and it has entered a new cycle of reincarnation. Perhaps, because of this generation's list of geniuses will be different. Perhaps the purpose of this is to purify a genius who can break the rules and save this era. All the strong ones are guessing. The geniuses are focused on the prodigy list, wondering how to break out and show their limits, be recorded on the prodigy list, have their names engraved in it, and enjoy boundless luck. And at this moment, inside the Yuanji building on the 9th floor of the Tianji building, there is no prosperous or luxurious decoration in the Yuanji building, only a sense of chaos lingering around, like the scene when the world was first created, or like a boundless and infinite realm. An old man with white hair and beard was sitting cross-legged in the middle. Beside him was a broken whisk. The Taoist robe he was wearing seemed wrinkled and worn, but the various rules it exuded showed that it was not an ordinary item. In front of him, there is an innate Bagua compass. The hexagrams in the compass were extremely chaotic, without any divine secrets, as if dead silent. Looking at the compass, the old man's already aged face seemed to have aged even more, his eyes even more cloudy, and he sighed, alas. The secrets of heaven are not revealed, the future is unknown, and the universe collapses. Has this universe really come to an end? Just then, a figure appeared leisurely beside him, without any aura fluctuation, like a ghost. However, what this person exudes is an extremely strong aura of heaven. Of the 50 great ways, 49 are derived from heaven, and only one is hidden by man. In this life, if we want to break through, we need a human prodigy who can surpass the heavenly emperor. The person who came spoke in a calm and reassuring voice. The old man's eyes rolled, he glanced at him, and then said, the heavenly emperor sacrificed 1,000,000 years of his own freedom to suppress the alien invasion in exchange for a glimmer of hope for the universe. Now, 90% of the formation has been destroyed, and the heavenly emperor has disappeared. The universe is on the brink of collapse again. How could someone as brilliant and talented as the emperor of heaven just come up with something? The person who came was the Holy Lord of Tianyin Holy Land. Although he looked middle-aged, his cultivation had already reached the level of quasi-emperor, ranking among the top in the world. As he spoke, he sat down next to old man Tianji, then waved his hand, and a compass flashing with chaotic light appeared in front of him. According to his calculations using Tianyin methods, in the compass hexagrams full of destructive crises, he found a way out. After 29,853,723 deductions, only this one path of life remains radiant. Elder Tianji glanced at the compass hexagram of Saint Tianyin and sighed, how can it be that easy? It's only a 1 in 10 million chance. Before he could finish, the Holy Lord Tian Yan interrupted him solemnly. To have a glimmer of hope is already a very good omen. Our human race has grown from being a captive blood-eating tribe to the strongest race today, possessing 60% of the luck. This was achieved by our ancestors who fought for it through desperate situations. If you don't fight for it, even if you were given a 90% chance, it will be useless. Seeing the appearance of Saint Lord Tianyan, old man Tianji was stunned. After the Holy Lord Tianyan finished speaking, he looked at Elder Tianji and said, "Brother, you are obsessed. The darkness isn't scary, what's scary is no one dares to stand up and face it." Chapter 289, Top 100 of all time, Wang Heng of the Wang family, ranked 72nd of all time. Han Qian, the peak of the late Saint realm, ranked 831st in the eternal world. Seeing another genius name appear on the list of geniuses, the entire Tianzhou city was in an uproar. Because this person is taller than Zhang Yang, the luck that descended was also extremely powerful, and even allowed Han Qian to enter the early stage of the great Saint realm on the spot. Han Qian was not as fond of showing off as Zhang Yang. After winning a place, he frowned and then retreated as if he had never appeared. Such a strange character also made everyone sigh. Who is this Han Qian? His ranking is actually a full 149 places higher than Zhang Yang's. Don't you know, Han Qian is a casual cultivator. He's said to be only about 113 years old. He's never joined any faction. He's only been able to reach this point through his own practice. He's so strong. Not only that, Han Qian not only has a strong talent for cultivation, but is also proficient in the art of alchemy. When I was in the early stages of the Saint realm, I refined a great Saint level elixir, and the efficacy was extremely perfect. With such means, it's not surprising that one can harvest so many cultivation resources without even joining a holy land. Everyone was talking about it. In the few hours since the Tianzhou list was opened, they have witnessed the appearance of countless self-important Tianzhou. Many of them are famous people, but, without exception, none of them can make it onto the eternal ranking of geniuses. On the contrary, some people who were not well known made it onto the list of geniuses. However, after thousands of top geniuses were tested, only 3 of them made it onto the list. The probability is horrifying, but on second thought, this is a list of thousands of people throughout the ages, and being able to rank in the top 3 is already a great achievement. Just as everyone was discussing it, suddenly, there was an exclamation from the crowd. It's the Wang family, the imperial clan, the Wang family, is here. Wang Heng is here. Wang Heng's reputation is very great. After all, he is a young genius who has been recognized by the ancestors of the Wang family since he was a child as having the potential to be a young Void Emperor. No one in the Wang family has a status comparable to his. Even if it is a dusty immortal level, it won't work. There's more. After the descendants of Emperor Void broke the seal from the immortal source, when they saw Wang Heng for the first time, they also felt that he saw the shadow of his father. This is a monster who is said to be destined to become an emperor. The Wang family has a strong aura. Nearly 10 great saints came to protect the way. When they got closer, everyone discovered that Wang Heng was holding a strange-looking black little beast in his arms. The little animal seemed to be very shy, curled up in Wang Heng's arms and dared not show its head. He just looked around curiously. Seeing this little beast, the ancient royal family hiding in the surroundings were even more shocked. Is this a void beast? The Wang family actually hatched the void beast. This should be the last void beast in this universe, right? The former void emperor searched the universe for countless years but could not find any trace of the void beast. Who would have thought that his descendants would actually find it? A powerful person from the ancient royal family even said in a sour tone, "Young void emperor, combined with the bloodline of the void beast, Tisk. The Wang family is about to produce another invincible emperor." The void laws that the void emperor mastered back then were not yet perfect, but he was already on par with many powerful emperors. If he could obtain the blessing of the void beast bloodline and master the perfect void laws, the void emperor would have the potential to reach the peak of the emperor by then. HMPH. What does it matter if you have a good life? Kill him and become an emperor in the underworld. Someone said sinisterly. Boom. However, although this peak Saint Realm master was well hidden, his presence was still detected by the Wang family's peak Saint Realm master lurking in the dark. With one palm, he turned it into a bloody mist. How can you, rats in the gutter, get your hands on my royal family's royal bloodline? A bunch of lowly monsters, hiding their heads and showing their tails. Do you really think that there's no one left in my Wang family? A cold voice sounded from the void. Everyone was startled when they heard the sound. Even those bad thoughts were instantly restrained. The one that was killed was a gold-eating rat, which was one of the top 100 species among the demon clan. There was a quasi-emperor in the clan, but the Wang family still killed it. Even those monsters dared not speak out when they heard the words, "Lowly monster," said by the great sage of the Wang family. Nothing else. The Wang family is powerful, the quasi-emperors are formidable, and most of them are quasi-emperors whose lifespan has not yet ended. If they really come out in full force, it will be enough to destroy many powerful tribes. The ancient royal family members who were sitting on the roof of the restaurant and watching this scene were shocked by the tyranny, but they still couldn't help but sneer. The human imperial family is really rampant. The demon race has also fallen. For many years, there have been no emperors or immortals, and they are extremely weak. Most of the ancient royal families were beast-shaped. However, they pride themselves on their noble bloodline, claiming they are of a different species from the demon race, but a royal species. In the square, the arrival of the Wang family also attracted the attention of many geniuses from the Holy Land, and they all made way for it. This is a respect for the Wang family and a recognition of Wang Heng. Come to the list of geniuses. Wang Heng looked up, then handed the void beast in his arms to a great sage beside him. He also touched the void beast's head and said softly, "Be good. Wait for me a moment, I'll be back soon. Let my uncle take care of you for a while." Upon hearing this, the void beast raised its head, fear flashing in its eyes, but it still nodded. Ouch. Wang Heng couldn't help laughing when he saw this. This is his trump card for future immortality, a treasure that determines whether he can lead his family to escape from this world. Don't think that he is now protected by 10 great saints. In fact, there's a quasi-emperor watching over in the void. This was more than just looking after him. At the same time, he also takes care of the void beast. After calming the void beast, Wang Heng turned his head to look at the list of geniuses. A clear light flashed in his eyes, and he quickly locked onto a name on the list. Number 360 on the list of geniuses, Wang Zukong, late stage of the Saint Realm. After seeing this ranking, a hint of sharpness gradually ignited in Wang Heng's eyes. After the void ancestor ranked 360th in the late Saint Realm, he stopped ranking. He felt that if he couldn't make it into the top 100, it would be useless to rank higher. Today, I, Wang Heng, will also use my cultivation level of the late Saint Realm to determine the ranking. Back then, what the ancestor failed to do, I will do. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space began to gradually distort under the explosion of Wang Heng's aura. The rules of space were affected by his aura and became distorted. At the same time, it is also narrowing the gap between him and the Tianzhou list. Next second, at the moment when ripples appeared in space, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and then they were shocked to find that Wang Heng's figure had appeared in front of the Tianjia list without them knowing when. Open it for me, bang, Wang Heng shouted in a low voice. The next second, a breath of air surged out from him and was then captured by the Tianjia list. In an instant, the Tianjia list burst out with an extremely dazzling and brilliant divine light. The light was so blinding that it made one's vision go blank. Wait until the light fades away. Finally, someone's trembling voice was heard. Wang Heng, late stage of the same realm, eternal rank 72. Hiss, Wang Heng has truly entered the top 100 of the eternal realm. Chapter 290 Bloody Demon Slayer, Wu Ji. Wang Heng, are you waiting for me? The moment they saw Wang Heng's ranking, everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. First place, the first genius under the age of 500 in the world to break into the top 100 rankings of all time. This is of great value. For eternity and billions of years, those who have been able to make it to the list are all immortals among humans, and each of them is close to being an immortal. Being able to be in the top 1000 is already beyond the reach of others. What's more, they are ranked in the top 100. Moreover, Wang Heng still has unlimited possibilities because he is only in the late stage of the Saint realm. When you reach the late stage of the Great Saint realm, you may even have the hope of breaking into the top 50 or even the top 40. Great Emperor, is this the young Emperor that the Wang family has nurtured and recognized since childhood? With the same level of cultivation, he is 288 ranks higher than the Void Emperor. The Wang family is about to prosper again. It would be really funny if Wang Heng couldn't become an emperor. He is definitely the second Void Emperor of the Wang family. No, Wang Heng's talent is higher and stronger than the Void Emperor. Everyone was in an uproar. Even those old monsters hiding in the dark were shocked. The Wang family is becoming more and more powerful. Even though the Emperor is gone, with the residual power left by the Void Emperor, they can still develop into the powerful imperial clan they are today, and can even cultivate geniuses with higher talents than the Void Emperor. The Wang family, which has only produced one great emperor, is actually more powerful than the top Holy Land. On the ground, after seeing this scene, the fanaticism in the eyes of the Wang family became more intense. Ha 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 ha, my Wang family will eventually be able to live a second life like the great emperor. In this life, I, Wang Heng, the young master of the Wang family, will definitely become an immortal. Ha ha ha, immediately crush the spatial jade slip, call the ancestor over, and return to protect the Tao. The great sage of the Wang family looked excited and roared immediately. Nothing else. What Wang Heng showed was no longer just the aptitude of a simple immortal, but a true aptitude close to immortality. In this life, I will surely be able to become an emperor and an immortal. Buzz, the people of the Wang family acted as soon as they said it. Immediately, a great sage at the peak of his powers took out a jade slip and crushed it without hesitation. As the space twisted, the aura of a quasi-emperor descended with a bang. Everyone groaned under the pressure of this breath. Not everyone can withstand the aura of a quasi-emperor. A spatial channel was formed, and an old figure slowly walked out of the twisted vortex. Although he looks old, he doesn't look too decadent. Obviously, this is a quasi-emperor in his middle to late age, and can even be considered to be in his peak state. Granduncle, a great sage of the Wang family immediately stepped forward, bowed, and said respectfully, my young master of the Wang family has a talent that surpasses that of our ancestor, and has been ranked in the top 100 of the eternal prodigy ranking. Possessing a true immortal appearance. Boom. Hearing this, the quasi-emperor of the Wang family, whose cultivation had reached the 4th level of quasi-emperor, was slightly moved. He then looked up into the air with a look of relief in his eyes. Good, my Wang family has great potential. As he spoke, he looked at Wang Heng with a gentle smile and said softly, Hanger, come back. Your great-grandfather will escort you back to the family. The more I look at offspring like this, the more satisfied I become. However, facing his great-grandfather's proposal, Wang Heng shook his head and said, I'm waiting for someone. The Wang family's quasi-emperor was stunned for a moment and said, you mean? Wang Heng looked off into the distance and said, I'm waiting for someone who's also in the top 100 to show up. I used to be able to enter the Great Saint realm with the power of 100 G and luck. But, I need pressure. I need stronger pressure so that when I break through to become a great sage, I can truly touch the rules of the void. Everyone in the Wang family was shocked when they heard Wang Heng's answer. Want to contact the power of rules as a great sage. You know, the power of rules is the exclusive power of the quasi-emperor. Below the heavens is the realm of mortals. Above the heavenly beings are the 3 holy realms. Quasi-saint, saint, great saint. Quasi-saints condense the ultimate power after the 5 declines, and transform themselves into saints with the power of the new body, strength, origin, soul, and destiny. At this stage, the quasi-saint is only a half-saint and still belongs to the category of mortals. After entering the holy realm, it has its own exclusive symbol of power. That is the field. The domain expands, and within the domain, the holy realm is invincible. In the great sage, it condenses into a small world inside the body above the field. This is also the origin of most secret realms. Any small world formed after a cultivator's death is the result of the great sage compressing the power of the domain, controlling and creating the 5 elements within the domain, and forming the basic prototype of the small world. And the quasi-emperor masters the rules. In reality, one can master the rules of heaven and earth, engrave them into the small world in the body and transform them into Tao patterns, stabilize the small world, and evolve the origin. This is the quasi-emperor. Once the origin evolves, the quasi-emperor can reach the highest level in his own way. That is the emperor. So, Wang Heng said that he wanted to comprehend the power of rules in advance when breaking through to the great saint realm. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Everyone couldn't help but sigh in response to his words. He is worthy of being the Wang family's near immortal. The ambition is extremely big. It's good that you have this confidence. The quasi-emperor of the Wang family suppressed his surprise and nodded. The words fell. He stopped talking and retreated into the void, waiting quietly. Nothing else. The geniuses have their own way of cultivation, so it is best not to interfere. And, unless someone above the 7th level of quasi-emperor appears, no one can kill him instantly. He is confident that he can protect Wang Heng's safety. Also, this is Tianji City. In the area covered by the Tianji Tower, even a quasi-emperor at the peak level would not dare to act rashly. Just then, a defiant voice suddenly sounded, carrying with it the powerful authority of a saint. Wang Heng, are you waiting for me to fight you? This sound made the blood of those below the saint realm surge, and a fishy and sweet smell surged out of their throats. Everyone suddenly became angry. Just as he was about to find the person who was talking and start scolding him, he discovered that a cloud of blood-colored mist was pouring out, and there was an unpleasant bloody smell in it, and the smell seemed to have some kind of mental attack damage. Some people whose spiritual level was not high actually felt that what was attacking them was not blood mist. Instead, it was a surging sea of blood, with corpses tumbling in it and hideous souls struggling in the blood, trying to escape. Even arms grew out of the sea of blood, trying to pull out their souls. Snort. Sudden, a cold snort woke everyone who was trapped in the illusion. After regaining consciousness, most people were horrified. Is this the devil's way? Only the skills practiced by those who practice the magic path can produce such a horrifying scene. Soon, the blood mist dissipated. Everyone saw who was coming. He was a young man with blood-red hair, handsome features but full of evil. He was not tall, but well-proportioned. He was wearing bright red clothes and looked extremely eye-catching. However, after seeing his appearance clearly, someone's body trembled violently, and his voice trembled. He is Willowthorn from the demon realm. What? The blood-slaughtering demon Willowthorn. Faced with everyone's shock, the blood-haired young man named Lu Ji ignored it and looked fixedly at Wang Heng, then grinned with a mouthful of white, cold teeth and said, Wang Heng, I haven't seen you for many years. Are you waiting for me to fight you? Chapter 291, Crazy blood-slaughtering demon, who else can you wait for besides me? A young man with bloody hair came over carrying a bloody knife, with blood surging around him. The disgusting stench of blood made people cover their mouths and frown. This is not just a physiological smell, but it is the stench that comes from the soul. Blood-slaughtering demon. Back then, Lu Ji was a disciple of the Qingcheng Mountain, a sacred place for cultivation. He was originally an extremely outstanding Dao seed, but later, for some unknown reason, he fell into the path of evil. During the 40 years since he fell into the devilish path, he actually massacred 100 cities. What? 100 cities? Even in the smallest city, there are at least 1 million people. Doesn't that mean he alone slaughtered no less than 100 million people? This beast. After hearing about Lu Ji's deeds, everyone's eyes were filled with even more fear. But more of it is anger. Raging anger. He slaughtered the lives of the human race. You are unworthy of being a human being. However, facing the curses and hatred around him, the blood-slaughtering demon Lu Ji turned a deaf ear to it, as if he could not see it. He looked directly at Wang Heng and grinned. Wang Heng, after you injured me and escaped in our last battle, I thought about it and felt that I wasn't ruthless enough, not strong enough. So, in these 20 years, I have slaughtered another 30 million people. Now my man-slaughtering knife has captured the resentment of nearly 200 million people. Its power is incomparable to the past. You want to try it? When saying this, Lu Ji not only did not feel guilty, but was proud of it. The butcher's knife. It is said that this is a magic sword technique that is infinitely close to the martial arts of immortals. The more resentment there is, the stronger the power. In Lu Ji's understanding, the more he kills, no matter who the genius is, he will only be able to defeat them with one sword. And, as long as enough people are killed, it is said that the man-slaughtering sword can truly become part of the immortal martial arts. So, after obtaining this technique, Lu Ji completely fell into the path of evil. Transformed into a bloody demon that kills people. However, 20 years ago, he met the experienced Wang Heng. He wanted to kill Wang Heng and absorb the resentment of the strong man, but he never expected that he would be defeated by Wang Heng. Although he was defeated, he did not become depressed. Instead, he reflected on his illness and reflected on himself, and finally turned into a real human demon. Not only do they drink blood, they also eat flesh and blood raw. Live like a devil. His blood-red hair was once black, but when he began to become bloodthirsty, it was completely entangled by the endless resentment of living souls and turned into blood-red hair. Extremely terrifying. If an ordinary person were entangled by so many resentful spirits, he would have gone crazy long ago. But he survived, and he also successfully swallowed the living soul to strengthen his own spirit. Now he is no longer a human being, but a monster. Wang Heng looked at him calmly and said, a beast who has abandoned his dignity is not worthy of fighting with me. Your talent isn't even worthy of me taking a look at it. Wang Heng is a person who only cares about talent. Only if you are talented enough, you deserve his attention. Even if they are weak as the spiritual sea. As long as he has talent, he can be treated as a fellow Taoist of equal status. If it's low, sorry, you don't even have the qualifications to let him take a look at you. Seeing Wang Heng's nonchalant attitude, Lu Ji was like a wild beast with its fur standing on end. He bared his teeth and said, okay. Who do you think you are, if you dare to look down on me? For some reason, these words made Lu Ji's eyes turn red in an instant. It was like being pricked in a painful spot. Lu Ji roared at Wang Heng, I have made it from a world where I competed with wild dogs for food to become a Taoist in Qingcheng Mountain. I have already reached the state of being a superior person. Now the cultivator has the sword to kill people in the posture of an immortal. What qualifications do you, Wang Heng, have to look down on me? His aura suddenly surged, like the sea surface under a storm, with turbulent waves that could rise up at any time to swallow everything. After Lu Ji finished his roar, he calmed down, took a deep breath, and said with a cold grin, okay, then I will prove it to you. Looking up at the Tianjiao ranking, Lu Ji's eyes were filled with confidence. He said, it's just a Tianjiao ranking. With my qualifications, I can be in the top 100 in a matter of minutes. I wonder if my demonic race can test the rankings. Lu Ji's voice rolled and spread throughout the entire Tianji city. He dared to come here because he naturally understood that Tianji Tower would not care about worldly disputes. No matter if you did something to destroy the world or not, he would not even look at you. Completely neutral. Moreover, once he entered Tianji city, even if he was a quasi-emperor, he would not be able to attack him, a genius who was less than 500 years old. Otherwise, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to come here. Get lost. How dare a monster like you get involved with human things? Do you think you're worthy enough? Get out of here, you beast. This is not the place for you. Damn it, why would Tianji city shelter such a monster? A powerful person should kill him with one blow to avenge the deaths of the human race. Lu Ji's words made countless monks extremely angry, and they kept cursing. You bunch of bugs, shut up. Boom, Lu Ji frowned, then shouted loudly, and a terrifying aura of the Peak Saint realm burst out from his body, instantly suppressing all other sounds. Although he is a murderer, he is not really brainless. This is Tianji city. He didn't dare to disobey the rules here. Otherwise, even if the emperor came, he would not be able to save him. As expected, after a while, a calm voice came from Tianji Tower, without any emotion. As long as one's roots are in the human race, one can be ranked among the heavenly prodigies. Those who make the list can fight in Tianjiao city, regardless of life or death. If anyone else's life is affected, I will personally kill them. Hearing the answer, Lu Ji smiled with satisfaction. Then, he looked at Wang Heng and said fiercely, just wait and see how I break your record. Then, I'll kill you with my sword. After waiting for a while, he found that Wang Heng was not looking at him, and he immediately became so angry that he screamed. Watch carefully. Boom, Lu Ji rushed towards the Tianjiao list with a bloody knife in his hand. Then, a depressing and nauseating bloody aura erupted from his body. After the breath was captured by the Tianjiao list. In an instant, a blood-red light blooms, but when the light faded, his ranking was only 1000. Seeing this scene, Lu Ji's originally proud expression suddenly froze. How is that possible? Lu Ji's eyes were dull, as if he couldn't accept this result. How could my talent be only a mere 1000? He killed so many people, absorbed so much blood and flesh, and swallowed billions of souls, but in the end he could only match 1000. He couldn't accept this result no matter what. Willowthorn is crazy. The aura surged like a raging wave, erupting recklessly, making it hard for everyone below to breathe. After going crazy for a while, Luji's eyes were bloodshot and he was panting heavily. He said, who else can you wait for here besides me? I am your opponent. He looked at Wang Heng unwillingly. However, after he said this, Wang Heng finally gave him a little more attention and said indifferently, a piece of trash like you is worthy of me fighting with you. The person I'm waiting for is someone you need to look up to. After he finished speaking, Luji immediately shouted loudly, are you talking in your sleep? Who in this world can I look up to? Boom. The moment he finished speaking, the sound of someone stepping on the empty air as if on the ground rang in everyone's ears. Even his heart beat for a moment. Me, do you have any objection? Chapter 292, The 3 Butchering Knife Techniques, The Manslaughtering Knife, let me show you what a knife is. As the voice fell, in an instant, a terrifying dragon might descended upon this place, and at the same time, the sound of a dragon's roar shook Tianji City. Roar. Next second, everyone turned around and looked, and then saw a black dragon with a body of 20,000 feet long coming towards them with a strong pressure. The black dragon claws grasped the void as if grabbing a real object. Majestic. It's shocking. Looking up, he saw a young man in white clothes, with a handsome face like a banished immortal, standing on top of the black dragon with his hands behind his back. Behind the black dragon, there are dozens of dragons following. This scene is definitely eye-catching. Yes, they are from Jushao Holy Land. When the dragon is on the move, apart from Jushao, no force above Xuantian can control it. This iconic mount can be identified at a glance. Because in the entire Xuantian, apart from the Jushao Holy Land, no one else can make the dragon clan bow down. Even the Jiaolong clan in the underwater dragon palace recognizes Jushao. Among the many powerful tribes in the demon realm, they only recognize Jushao. Because it is a real branch of the immortal sect. The one Suyu is walking on is a little different. Someone discovered a clue, because the dragon that Suyu rode was too powerful, and had 4 dragon horns and 4 dragon claws. Full of dragon nature, compared with the dragon behind him, is very obvious. The Jiao evolved from a snake. Its tail is hairless and it only has 2 pairs of claws in the front, not 4. Although it has dragon horns, they are not forked. Still has snake-like characteristics. Originally, the Jiaolong clan was not worthy of having the word dragon in their name, it was just called Jiao. However, countless years ago, the Jiaolong clan evolved into a real fairy dragon, so the Jiao clan on the Xuantian continent was named after the word dragon. It means that they are descendants of dragons. This looks like a real dragon. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, countless gasps of shock echoed throughout Tianji City, and everyone was shocked. Dragon clan, the true dragon clan. However, there were also powerful people who noticed something was wrong. Although there was intelligence in the black dragon's eyes, there was no life in them. After a careful inspection, a quasi-emperor lurking in the dark frowned and said solemnly, this is the corpse of a black dragon. It has already developed intelligence and is no different from living creatures. Another quasi-emperor nodded and said solemnly, that's right. The only difference is that they don't consume spiritual energy, but only feed on yin spirit chi and death chi. And there is potential for improvement. In another layer of the void, the quasi-emperor of the Tianchi sect saw the black dragon and his eyes shone brightly, full of greed. This is a perfect corpse sewing black dragon. Perfect corpse sewing method. Suyu must have some extraordinary secrets. We must catch him. Although Suyu was deeply involved in the backstory, making the quasi-emperor extremely wary, the quasi-emperor of the Tianchi sect did not care less. When the black dragon appeared and found traces of corpse sewing that was even more advanced than their Tianchi sect's corpse sewing method, he immediately went crazy. If the Tianchi sect were to obtain Suyu's corpse stitching skills, the Tianchi sect even has the potential to break into the top 3 of the demon sect. Who are you? In front of the Tianjiao ranking, Luji looked at Suyu who had suddenly appeared. The bloodshot eyes faded away, and he said coldly, who do you think you are? He is very arrogant, not to mention that he didn't know Suyu, even if he did, he wouldn't do anything. Even if someone is as strong as Wang Heng and has already entered the top 100, he still looks down on him. He, Luji, was still confident that he could kill with one blow. If you can't kill him by chopping him, then kill a few more 100 million people, gather 1 billion to slaughter people, and unleash the forbidden sword. Look at him being so cool. In Tianji City, many people held their breath and concentrated their energy. Some people even had a gloating look in their eyes. Suyu. This is a genius who has not yet broken through the Saint Realm, but was able to withstand the pressure of the 2 Saint Realms during the tribulation period and even kill the opponent. That battle, even Wang Heng was deeply shocked. After that battle, his pride in becoming a saint was shattered, so he returned to the Wang family to practice in seclusion. From his heart of Taoism to his cultivation and then to his combat power, he spent a long time honing his skills. Even now that he had absorbed the blood of the void beast, strengthening his Wang family's understanding of the void law, he only felt. I can tie with Suyu in a battle. A frog in a well is particularly ridiculous. At this time, Wang Heng had already picked up the little void beast again, glanced at Luji calmly, and said lightly. In his eyes, Luji's behavior at this time was like a frog in a well. Not to mention Wang Heng, everyone in Tianjiao City felt the same way, and it was reasonable. Willowthorn. There's really nothing outstanding about it. Even talent is the same. The blood-slaughtering demon Luji, that abnormal fighting power is only brought by that strange man-slaughtering knife. How can it be compared with the top-level geniuses? I guess the Tianjiao ranking's evaluation of him is simply because the man-slaughtering blade can absorb murderous energy and feed it back to the user for improvement, so they rated him as an immortal, right? There are powerful forces communicating in secret. It seemed as if he could hear everyone's discussion. Luji seemed to have been greatly stimulated. His aura became manic and his eyes were bloodshot. Why do you insult me? I've come this far on my own. I even endured those difficult times when I couldn't even afford dog food. Who are you? In this life, I will kill all those who have attained the Tao. I will prove my Tao through killing and become the emperor of killing. 3 butcher knife techniques. Boom. The man-killing knife wielded by Luji was not the Su family martial arts that Suyu had used before. But he is a real butcher. By killing people and absorbing their blood and energy, you can become stronger and stronger. No limits, no bottleneck. Rumble. As his words fell, a terrifying blood-red crack suddenly appeared in the sky. Endless murderous aura and resentful soul energy surged out. This sword force filled with murderous intent and resentment made even those strong men in the early stage of the Great Saint Realm tremble in fear. Even though they were so far away, they could still feel the knife cutting their skin. Although his performance wasn't outstanding, this single strike truly embodies the power of a sword saint. Luji stepped on the void, exploded the space with 1 foot, and rushed towards Suyu with endless murderous intent. My sword, a sword that gathers the blood and souls of 300 million people, who can resist it? The man-slaughtering knife. Boom. As the sword was swung out, the vast sky split open in an instant. There are no signs. The land of thousands of miles is filled with rich blood and energy, making it difficult to breathe. Facing this terrifying killing knife that was sweeping over, Even the great sage would be frightened. However, Suyu just raised his eyes slightly, and a hint of sarcasm slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Then, let me show you what a knife is. Click. The moment he finished speaking, a knife that shone with the color of glass appeared out of thin air in Suyu's hand. The moment you gripped the hilt of the knife, Suyu's entire aura instantly soared into the sky, tearing everything apart, and even the blood and energy in the sky were completely evaporated. Boom! With this slash of the sword, Suyu cut through the deeper layers of the void, revealing the third layer of the void. At the same time, in the third layer of void, a building with no end in sight was faintly visible. This is Juyu. This knife will suppress the 9 netherworld prison. Buzz. The moment Suyu swung his sword, he was on the 9th floor of Tianji Tower, 50 miles outside Tianji City. A brilliant divine light instantly flashed in the eyes of old man Tianji and Holy Lord Tianyan. This is that 1 in 10 million chance of survival. Chapter 293 Monsters gather together. The list is to be determined. Come together. I, Suyu, can kill them all by myself. On the battlefield, Suyu's sword covered up all the blood energy, and the 9 netherworlds in the void revealed the tip of the iceberg, which was to suppress the blood energy that could terrify the early stage of the Great Saint Realm. Erase everything. Juyu pressed down, the sword moved across the sky, cutting off everything, even the space was completely shattered. This isn't. Before he could utter the following words, the momentum of Suyu's sword was reflected in Luigi's pupils. Finally, it was submerged in an instant. The power of the prison-suppressing sword enveloped it, and in just a moment, no breath could be heard from it. At the same time, on the list of geniuses, the 1000th place belonged to Luigi, and his name was erased in an instant. The 1000 Shaoyans who were originally pushed down by him also regained the 1000th place. Kill with one sword. Gradually, the force of the sword dissipated, and at the same time, the blood energy released by Luigi also dissipated. The blood and murderous aura were not wasted, and were all swallowed up by the black dragon under his feet. After swallowing endless blood and murderous aura, a hint of satisfaction flashed in the black dragon's spiritual eyes. In the void, the fighting power of the Saint of Jushao is so extraordinary. I'm afraid even if a top-level immortal species comes, they won't be able to defeat him, right? Too strong. His combat power has increased a lot. There were some great saints who had seen Suyu in the northern territory and sighed with emotion. Compared to before, Suyu's combat power has increased a lot. If he was invincible in the Saint Realm before, the great sage could still defeat him. So now, anyone who is not in the middle or even late stage of the Great Saint Realm cannot exert any substantial pressure on it. He already truly possesses combat power comparable to that of a Saint Lord. In Tianji City, the younger generation and those with lower cultivation levels had expressions of shock on their faces. Is this the strongest fighting force among the younger generation of this era? Even such a sword can be easily blocked. Too strong. I wonder where Suyu's foundation ranks in the eternal rank. I estimate it's at least in the top 50 inches. Being able to reach the top 50 in the Saint Realm shows that Suyu is very talented. At the very least, he is qualified to be close to the top 10. At this time, Suyu had already put away his sword. Looking at the black dragon that was still devouring blood and murderous aura, Suyu patted its dragon head. Congratulations. At this time, Wang Heng came up, clasped his fists towards Suyu, and said with a smile, your cultivation has improved again. I'm afraid you are already able to defeat the great sage. There was emotion in Wang Heng's eyes. Sure enough, Suyu was also getting stronger and stronger, and was even in a position to leave everyone behind him behind. But, even if he loses a battle with such a person, it will only ignite his fighting spirit. Ignite the belief to catch up. Suyu turned his head and glanced at Wang Heng. Seeing this, comrade, who had fought with him for the life source stone, a smile also appeared on his face. He said, you are very strong. I can feel it. Are you ready to defeat the great sage? Wang Heng nodded without denying it. After absorbing great luck, he can actually become a great sage right away and cultivate his own small world. But he didn't do that. He wanted to fight with Suyu. After the battle, no matter who won or lost, he would become a great sage and try to touch the law of the void in advance. Wang Heng said seriously, I'll wait for you. After you finish, fight with me. Suyu smiled and replied, yes, that time, you and I didn't have a chance. This time, we understand the regrets from last time. Today, his gaze is no longer so simple. He needs to look further ahead. Worldly affairs have gradually faded away. Now, he has let go of his ridiculous mentality and wants to seize everyone's opportunities. This time, it's an opportunity. This list of geniuses is created by the great fortune of the universe, and those who make it onto the list can share more of the fortune. What if I get a better ranking? Can you take away most of the luck? This is also one of the opportunities for the geniuses. All mine. At this time, countless people also rushed to Tianzhou City and held their breath as they watched the scene. Including the Holy Sun level geniuses. There is even an immortal level sequence. Tisk, you're acting so sympathetic. If you didn't know, you'd think you were going to win first place. Haha, that makes sense. This guy really thinks he's invincible. Do you really think that the prodigy of all time has no merits? Boy, don't think you can be so arrogant just because there's no opponent ahead. If you're really invincible, you're not worthy. He is handsome, but I don't know his ability. Just then, voices filled with sarcasm and disdain rang out. Everyone was startled when they heard the words, and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw dozens of figures rushing towards Tianzhou City. They were elegant, extraordinary and otherworldly. This is a top genius. After seeing these people, the great saint of the Wang family couldn't help but frown and felt incredible. The great Zhou Emperor's uncle, Zhou Qing, and there's also the holy maiden of the Miaoyan holy sect. The first holy son of the 7 holy martial sect 3,000 years ago. They're all born. Hearing this, the visitor turned his gaze towards him. Then the uncle of the great Zhou Emperor, the domineering young man, glanced over and grinned, so it's Wang Di. It's been over 1,000 years. You've really made it. Wang Meng's follower back then also rose to the position of great saint elder. You, the great sage of the Wang family's face suddenly turned ugly when he heard this. However, Zhou Qing didn't even look at him. His aura was also that of the early stage of the great saint realm. Zhou Qing glanced around, then fixed his gaze on Suyu. He grinned and said in a cold voice, my nephew died because of you, and you even killed my grandnephew. Little Saint Realm, after I finalize the rankings, I'll see how I'll rip your head off and keep it as a collection. The saint of the 7 martial saints smiled upon hearing this and continued, we will first determine the rankings and then kill him. Indeed, a person who thinks he has achieved something really thinks he can be invincible in the world. Let's see why we are rated as true immortal species. Haha, you are a dying man. I will kill you in Tianji City later. Their words and actions were extremely domineering, and they looked down on Suyu's potential. It was as if Suyu was just a wild dog that they could kill with a flip of their hands. This time, all the immortals and saints from the Holy Lands have arrived and are divided into 3 camps. One is the camp with the 3 religions of the Eastern Wasteland on one side, and the other is the forces that are at odds with the Eastern Wasteland. Others are completely neutral. Don't offend nor get close to others. Look at these ancient freaks that crawled out of the divine source. Facing their aggressive momentum, Suyu just glanced at them calmly. The list is pending, you all, go together. I, Su Yu, can kill all of you. Boom. Chapter 294, without a heart that strives for progress, one will sink into the world and disappear into the dust. Su Yu's words sounded arrogant to everyone. You have to know that the people who spoke before were among the top people who were influential thousands of years ago. Each of them is of the immortal species level sequence that was sealed into the divine source before the age of 150. His cultivation has even reached the late stage of Saint Realm, or even the early stage of Great Saint Realm. Dare to say that we will attack together, even the most top-level immortal species would not dare to make such a big statement. Obviously, Su Yu's words stunned everyone. Even the group of immortals were like this. Afterwards, Zhou Qing, the uncle of the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, burst into laughter, the kind that almost brought tears to his eyes. Ha ha ha, you're really a newborn calf that's not afraid of a tiger. Do you really think that just because you killed a few guys who just entered the immortal species sequence, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with us? Then, Zhou Qing's eyes flashed with murderous intent so intense it almost became tangible, and he said in a sinister tone, when I finalize the rankings, I'll kill you like a chicken or a dog. With his cultivation at the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, coupled with his cultivation of the Emperor's martial body and the Emperor's martial king Dharmaka, his combat power far exceeds that of people at the same level. Not to mention the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, even if it was the middle stage, he was confident that he could defeat it. He even dared to point his sword at the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. Boundless domineering, the first saint son of the seven saints martial sects near, this era is truly desolate. Even a late Saint Realm cultivator dares to be so arrogant. Well, I'll just show you what a demon from the Dharma ending age is. With someone like you, you can't even make it into the top 5 in this Dharma ending age. 3,000 years ago, he defeated all the contemporary geniuses in Xuanyan and was called the first Holy Sun. His combat power was unrivaled among his peers, crushing all the geniuses of that time. Known as the one with the greatest hope of becoming an immortal. The eyes of the previous saintess of the Miaoyan holy sect were filled with ice coldness. He looks good, but I wonder if his strength can be half as good as his words. Stop wasting time talking to him and go get the rankings first. The luck of being on the Tianzhou ranking is truly rare for people like us. Get on the leaderboard first. There were more than a dozen people following them, and none of them took Su Yu seriously. Only Wang Hang, who made it into the top 100 of the Tianzhou list, could make them take a second look. They are confident. Those who were able to become saints during the most difficult times of the Dharma ending age must be stronger than these people. Good. Zhou Qing nodded in agreement. Then he looked at a young man beside him and said, Zhou, you go and make a sample first. Okay. The young man named Zhou nodded in response. Hear his name. Below, an old man couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou, that wandering cultivator who defeated a Buddhist disciple from the western region's Buddhist kingdom is a wandering cultivator in the Saint Realm. He suddenly disappeared afterwards. I thought he was dead, but I didn't expect him to join the great Zhou dynasty. This is a genius who is praised as having the combat power of an immortal. Upon seeing this situation, many people took a deep breath. Because they found that many people were exactly the same as the geniuses who emerged back then. It turns out that not only are they not dead, they are not in seclusion either. Instead, he joined the top Holy Land forces and was buried and sealed in the source of God. In the Golden Age, evil spirits appeared one after another. They are all ancient freaks. In other words, the sealing time of the divine source and the immortal source is limited. Otherwise, in the current situation, ancient monsters will continue to be dug out. The source of immortality is where the late stage of the Great Saint Realm is buried. Because this type of people have transcended the realm of mortals and are moving closer to becoming immortals, ordinary divine sources and divine marrow can no longer be sealed. It requires materials such as immortal source and immortal source marrow to seal it for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, not everyone can withstand the power of the immortal source and the immortal source marrow. Either possess extremely strong resistance in the blood of ancient royals. Or, one must possess exceptionally strong cultivation to be able to resist the erosion of the power of the immortal marrow. Or maybe the emperor personally refined the immortal marrow and sealed it. Many of the emperor's sons were preserved in this way. As for the others, they are only worthy of enjoying the seal of the divine source and divine source marrow. The divine source can be sealed for 3,000 years, while the divine source marrow can be sealed for 7,000 years. Most of these people crawled out from the divine marrow. However, even so, after 7,000 years, countless geniuses and countless immortals have been preserved. A genius ranked among the best in the world, Zhou took a step forward, and the power of space surged, making his figure instantly appear in front of the Tianzhou list. Looking at the prodigies whose names were recorded on the list and whose prototypes could be found in history books, Zhou's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. He said confidently, they are just a group of people who have benefited from the dividends of the times. With my qualifications, I can definitely squeeze into the list. Not to mention sprinting to the 50th, at least the first 100 is enough. Boom. In an instant, the terrifying power of the great sage surged out of Zhou's body, which was stronger and more complete than the power of the Holy Realm. The breath was overwhelming, like a flood sweeping across the sky. In an instant, after the Tianzhou list captured his breath, it quickly burst into a red light. Seeing this, everyone looked over immediately. However, when the light faded, everyone was stunned when they found his name. Zhou, early stage of the Great Saint Realm, ranked 922nd in the Eternal World. After seeing his ranking, the confident smile on Zhou's face suddenly froze, and disbelief gradually appeared in his eyes. No, impossible. How come my qualifications are only ranked 922nd? He had killed a Buddha's disciple back then. That was the Buddha's disciple who was chosen to be sealed into the divine source. How could it be possible that his qualifications could only barely make it into the top 1,000? This was completely different from what he expected. It's not just him, even the old people found it incredible. How could this happen? Zhou only entered 1,000. This shouldn't be the case. The crowd was shocked. Soon, the old voice sounded again in Tianji Tower. The eternal ranking of prodigies is based on the aptitude, cultivation, and physique of the participants. You are already in the top 1,000, so your physique naturally needs no further explanation. Don't think that the geniuses of billions of years are inferior to you. If you are proud and complacent, even if you make it onto the list, it will be difficult to break through to a higher level. Since ancient times, countless geniuses have made it into the top 1,000, even the top 100, top 50, or even the top 10. But in the end, why are they the only ones who achieve the path to becoming an emperor and ascend to the immortal path? That's because talent isn't the only constant criterion. It simply proves that you have the qualifications. Without a heart that strives for progress, one will sink into the world and disappear into the dust. Every word of Elder Tianji's words was so insightful that it made a group of believers in the theory of giftedness change their expressions. Snort. When Zhou heard this, his expression changed again and again, and finally he could only snort unwillingly and retreat. Back to the crowd, Zhou Qing glanced at him and said calmly, "You piece of trash. You're such a disgrace. Yunni, you, go ahead. Chapter 295. That is something you will never be able to achieve in your lifetime. Yun Ni, the saint of the previous generation of Miaoyan Holy Sect, is of the same generation as Zhou Qing. The two can be considered half companions and have experience of union. But she has not given birth to any children yet. Yun Ni is also the top prodigy of Miaoyan Holy Sect and the most talented person in 10,000 years. Although his cultivation level is not as high as others, he has reached the late stage of Saint Realm. Possessing the immortal sound body of the Miaoyan Holy Sect. They follow the path of using music to prove their truth and can turn musical instruments into their own weapons. One of Yun Ni's trump cards is that she has mastered top-level quasi-emperor martial arts. Fairy Sound Requiem. One song can kill ordinary people in the early stage of the Great Saint Realm. It can make people fall into the illusion and cannot extricate themselves. She came to the front of the Tianzhao list, then took a deep breath, and then the void behind her seemed to turn into substance. She sat down slowly, and a gouge appeared in front of her. Seeing this scene, some of the older generation of great saints changed color. This is the top-level great saint warrior, Lu Zhu. Back then, this woman played the immortal sound soul-calming song with the Luju and killed a great saint in the early stage. That's why the Miaoyan Holy Sect chose to seal her divine source. Although the music is beautiful, it is also deadly. This scene made many great saints who had witnessed that battle in the past show fear. Soon, Yun Ni's slender fingers plucked the strings, and beautiful music rang out. As she gradually got better, a translucent figure slowly condensed and appeared behind her. The Dharma image of the immortal sound body. The Dharma image appeared and rushed towards the list of geniuses accompanied by music. In an instant, the sound of the piano is infinitely amplified. Many people gradually let down their guard from their fearful looks and finally fell into it. Even the soul is moving to the melody. In an instant, the light on the Tianzhao list was bright, a light purple light full of charm. As the music ended, everyone came back to their senses. After they came to their senses, they were horrified and couldn't help but take a few steps back. It's so scary. This melody almost got me into trouble. What's her ranking? Look, the rankings are revealed. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes fixed on the Tianzhao list, only to see that the name of the ancient strong man who was originally ranked 745 became blurred, and finally, it was replaced by Yun Ni's name. Yun Ni, late Saint Realm, eternal rank 745. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped at the same time. Another powerful figure on the Tianzhao list is born. In their view, this is already extremely shocking. But for those geniuses, it was a deep feeling of frustration. Because they all thought that with their talents, they would never be ranked too low, but the reality gave them a big slap in the face. It is possible to make it onto the list of geniuses, but it is difficult to get to the top. This moment, the group of people headed by Zhou Qing all looked unhappy. Yun Ni put away her guzheng and returned to Zhou Qing. She lowered her head in shame and wanted to speak, but Zhou Qing interrupted her with a raised hand. Zhou Qing's face was a little gloomy at this time. Go, take the test. I want to see how hard it is to get on the Tianzhao ranking. Hearing his words, the group of immortals beside him also remained calm and nodded heavily. Soon, then people started testing one after another. However, even though they each tried their best to release their peak aura to test it, the results were still not ideal. Liao, peak of the late Saint Realm, ranked 832nd in the Eternal World. Yu Dun, early stage of the Great Saint Realm, ranked 521st in the Eternal World. Wan Chuan, early stage of the Great Saint Realm, ranked 448th in the Eternal World. In succession, a total of 13 geniuses went up to take the test, but in the end only 5 of them made the list, and the best performer was only ranked 319th. These are just people who follow Zhou Qing. In the eyes of bystanders, this is already excellent data. Even if it were any other time, they would have said that the great Zhou dynasty would prosper in this era. After all, the followers alone have such strong talents, let alone Zhou Qing himself. It's incredible. If it were in any other era, the great Zhou would have been truly invincible. It's a pity that now is the golden age, and these are not enough. Yeah, I wonder what happened to the other hidden geniuses. Many people were talking about it. After all, there's already Wang Heng as a role model, and the current performance is really not good enough. Wang Heng's impact in the first 100 is really too strong. Especially with these comparisons. At the beginning, they were all arrogant and spoke in a tone like a lecture from their predecessors. Now, everyone is silent. Looking at their performance, Zhou Qing's face turned pale, and he felt like he had been slapped in the face. After all, such harsh words were spoken before. Brother Qing, a genius stood up, looking a little ashamed. Zhou Qing said in a deep voice, it's okay. If he had not made such an exaggerated statement, he would have been very satisfied with their performance. However, he was now in a difficult situation. Puff. At this time, Su Yu's sneer suddenly entered their ears. This sound directly stimulated Zhou Qing to quickly turn his head and look over. He glared at Su Yu and asked, what are you laughing at? Su Yu was not afraid of his gaze at all, and said leisurely, some people should stop bragging here. This ranking is really embarrassing. This sentence was like a slap in their faces. After all, they had previously threatened to let Su Yu see what a genius was. Result. If they were ordinary people, they would definitely fight back without any hesitation. But Su Yu is Wang Heng's identified opponent. That's from the top 100 people. How do they compare? I can't speak. Zhou Qing's aura suddenly became frantic upon hearing this, and he angrily shouted, what are you talking about, little bastard? Watch with your dog eyes. Watch how I determine the top 50 on the list, and then I'll kill you. Boom. Zhou Qing stomped his feet on the ground, and in an instant, the whole city was shaking, as if a major earthquake had occurred. This moment, Zhou Qing exuded the strongest aura of dominance. The Dharma image of the Emperor Wu Wang. Boom. The sky suddenly became dark, and an oppressive atmosphere spread over Zhou Qing. This unleashing power from the early stage of the Great Saint Realm can actually make even a mid-stage Great Saint Realm feel threatened in the aura of death spreading. Oh my god, is this the Great Sage who once dominated an era? The Great Sage Qingtian, he truly lives up to his name. Everyone was amazed. With the Dharma body of the Emperor Wu Wang, he earned the name of Qingtian and possessed the immense power to support the sky. One punch can kill someone of the same level. This is why Zhou Qing has so many followers. Back then, he had killed an immortal from the Jushao Holy Land with just one punch, and was extremely powerful for a time. Look carefully, you little bastard from the 9 skies. Look me in the eye. Open your dog eyes and see how high this saint ranks. That's something you'll never be able to achieve in your lifetime. Boom. Zhou Qing roared angrily, and immediately merged into the Dharma image of the Emperor Wu Wang. In an instant, the Emperor's mighty power and heaven-supporting strength erupted. Buzz. The list of geniuses suddenly burst into a brilliant golden light, which was the power that spread the aura of the Son of Heaven. Next second, on the list of geniuses, Zhou Qing's name slowly emerged. Zhou Qing, peak of the early Great Saint Realm, rank among the top for eternity. 99. Puff. Chapter 296. Don't worry, a waste like you is not worthy of my attention. Top 100. Really in the top 100, but why is it only 99? What do you mean by talent? 99th. For billions of years, anyone with a talent ranked 99th has surpassed countless beings. Okay. Who can compare to him? The onlookers were shocked and exclaimed, another top 100. This scene made the immortal level geniuses from the ancient stars outside the domain stare at it with heavy hearts. Schwantian continent is worthy of being the origin of the human race. This kind of background is truly unmatched. It has only been a few hours since the list was announced, and two people with talents close to immortality have already appeared. Their ancient star outside the domain. Not even on the list yet. Although most of the immortal species have not woken up in time. The Great Zhou dynasty is indeed a dynasty born from heaven. The emperors all call themselves the son of heaven. This is truly a part of the destiny of heaven. The veteran great saints and quasi-emperors couldn't help but sigh with emotion. No wonder it was able to overthrow the once extremely powerful Shang dynasty. Snap! The sound of space shattering suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled and looked in Zhou Qing's direction. They immediately saw him crushing the corner of the void, his face turning even more ashen. How could it be? My ranking is only barely in the top 100. He could never have imagined that his talent could only reach the tail end of the top 100. Zhou Qing's face turned extremely pale, and he felt as if his face was being slapped. He had also seen Wang Heng's performance before, so he dared to assert that his talent must not be too bad. But the reality is hateful. The geniuses who followed him couldn't help but shrink their pupils when they saw this. It seems they didn't expect it either. My own boss can only rank 99th. Not to mention surpassing Wang Heng, he is now 27 places lower than Wang Heng. Boom! At this moment, from the sky, a huge amount of luck that only the top 100 people could have instantly poured into Zhou Qing's body. In an instant, Zhou Qing's aura began to surge. On his body, a golden dragon of luck was slowly condensing and taking shape. With the help of immense luck, he instantly broke through to the middle stage of the Great Saint realm. Such luck, becoming an emperor is a foregone conclusion. As long as you don't meet someone with stronger luck. The golden dragon of luck wrapped around him, bringing Zhou Qing's aura to its peak. Soon the breathing stabilized. If an ordinary person had such an opportunity, he would probably be so ecstatic that he would jump up and down. However, Zhou Qing was extremely dissatisfied with his achievements. He had been calm for a long time, and even slept in the dragon pool of the Great Zhou dynasty for 1,000 years. He was nourished by the dragon energy of the national destiny for 1,000 years, and was most capable of mastering the destiny. For him, breaking through to the quasi-emperor level was not difficult. The difficulty lies in how to prove oneself to be a great emperor, how to become an immortal, and how to gather the resources to attract the attention of the guides. What he wanted to do was to make the entire country of their Great Zhou ascend to heaven. Enter the upper realm together. But, now this achievement makes him very dissatisfied. Damn it! Zhou Qing blasted the void with a punch, revealing the second layer of white space. Talent cannot prove everything. Everything still requires one's own efforts. If one has an invincible heart of Taoism, one can continue to break through, even surpassing the heavenly emperor. The voice of old man Tianji came out leisurely. However, Zhou Qing frowned and said in a low voice, I know this truth. Hiss. Hearing his words, everyone gasped. This weak, Qing. He is really overbearing and arrogant to no limit. How dare you speak to old man Tianji like that? Really? Following his attitude, old man Tianji's voice came to an abrupt halt, and no more breath came out. Hee hee. At this time, a low chuckle was heard. Zhou Qing seemed to have a stress reaction, his murderous gaze shot straight over, then fixed on Su Yu's face, a grim expression on the corner of his mouth, his eyes full of murderous intent. You, what are you laughing at? Su Yu stood on the dragon's head, looked at him, and said leisurely, with your qualifications, you are not worthy of speaking so arrogantly in front of me. He is truly a frog in a well, a mere ant. If there was no grudge between the two of them, he would certainly not be so arrogant. But Zhou Qing came with strong malice, and Su Yu would not tolerate him. More arrogant, he is never afraid. You bastard, do you think you can become stronger? That is, an ant in the late Saint realm, come and test your talent. Immediately, we will fight in Tianji City. We will naturally kill you without brother Zhou Qing's intervention. These geniuses were not polite at all. Everyone was filled with indignation and pointed at Su Yu. Zhou Qing's gaze was extremely cold. Come and take the test. When you are done, I will show you how I will kill you. His patience with Su Yu has now reached its limit. I can't wait to kill him. Su Yu looked at him and said slowly, whatever. Boom. Su Yu leapt into the air and headed towards the Tianzhao ranking. Watching him fly towards the Tianzhao ranking, Zhou Qing made way for him with a gloomy face. He wanted to see what qualifications Su Yu had to be so arrogant. Even he could only make it into the top 100. He just didn't believe that Su Yu, who came from a grassroots family, could be stronger than him, who had been immersed in the dragon pool of national destiny for thousands of years. How can someone with such poor background and qualifications compare to him? Come to the Tianzhao list. Su Yu scanned the list of geniuses one by one, and found many familiar names among the top 100. There are 9 great celestial beings who created the 9 secrets. There are also prototypes of the Dharma bodies 50 times ago. There is also the Supreme Emperor of Heaven, standing at the top of the list. Far ahead of everyone else, with the cultivation level of the early stage of Great Saint Realm and a bone age of only 99, he has already reached the top of the list of geniuses. Crushing the second place to the peak of the Great Saint Realm, bone age is 164. I finally made it this far, to be qualified to compete with these predecessors who once seemed so unattainable to me. At this moment, he actually had some waves and expectations in his heart. According to today's age, he was 18 years old when he traveled through time. After 3 years of settling down, he went through many years of trials and tribulations, as well as a 50-year period of heavenly Tao cleansing. Now, his bone age is already 88, the cultivation level of the late Saint Realm. That's enough. When Su Yu's hand gently stroked the Tianzhao ranking, Zhou Qing, who was standing beside him, could not help but sneer and said, pretending. Hearing his voice, Su Yu glanced at him and said lightly, don't be impatient. A waste like you doesn't deserve my attention. Zhou Qing laughed out of anger upon hearing this. Just as he was about to speak, he was stopped by Su Yu's sudden burst of energy. Boom. At this moment, as Su Yu's aura was completely released from suppression and seal, an extremely terrifying sense of oppression came crashing down. There is both immortal energy and demonic energy. At this moment, he was like a god or a devil. The Dharmakaya of 10,000 forms. Chaos body. Boom. Having come to this point, Su Yu no longer needs to use the heavenly emperor's Dharma image to conceal himself. Instead, he revealed his true form as the Dharmakaya, which ranks first throughout the ages. In an instant, strange phenomena occurred frequently. The sky seems to be falling. Chapter 297, the myriad Dharmakaya. Unrivaled throughout the ages, reigning supreme over the vast expanse of the sky and immortal on earth. As Su Yu's voice fell, the sky seemed to be falling rapidly, and a wide river appeared from the void, and the waves on the river were extremely turbulent. Even on every wave, many images are appearing. There are battles, manifestations of the gods in the heavens, and scenes of destruction. There are also scenes of people of all races worshipping him. Everything can be found in it. Is this a scene that has happened in the past? Why does this phenomenon occur in this big river? Some powerful celestial beings were dumbfounded because they felt their own insignificance in the river, like a drop in the ocean, as small as the dust in the universe. This thrilling feeling made them feel very uncomfortable. Even more shocked, when a corner of the river was revealed, those quasi-emperors immediately appeared from the void. Everyone looked horrified. The aura on his body fluctuated even more because of this. The evolution of the heavens, can any scene that happened in the past be found in it? A quasi-emperor, with a trembling breath, probed his energy into the river. Soon, what he was searching for appeared in a wave. That's what he used to look like. In a courtyard that was obviously only affordable for wealthy families, I was talking freely with young people of the same age. There were also cases where he was found by his enemies, his entire family was wiped out, and he was the only one left, crippled and barely surviving. There is also a scene where he is rescued by an immortal cultivator and embarks on a journey to seek the truth. The long river of time. This is the long river of time that records everything that has happened from ancient times to the present. The old quasi-emperor's lips were trembling and shaking. These words made everyone explode. My mind went blank in an instant. The long river of time. The long river of time that reflects the heavens was actually summoned out by Suyu. You should know. This is a scene that even the emperor finds difficult to witness. It turns out, pulled out by Suyu. Fairy posture, absolutely fairy posture. The quasi-emperor from the neutral force looked at Suyu with trembling voice and unconcealable enthusiasm and excitement. Pulling the long river of time to reveal a corner, it will be hard to say whether you will become an immortal in the future. Other hidden quasi-emperors emerged one after another, and hurriedly probed their spiritual consciousness into the long river to feel the power of time. The spiritual consciousness can travel through the long river of time, which is a great opportunity for people at their level. There is even a chance to gain the method of prolonging life from it. At worst, it can also slow down the passage of time. In the sky, dozens of quasi-emperors appeared, whether they were hostile or neutral, they all ran out, each of them feeling the power of the long river of time. The power of time is the most powerful force in the universe. Mastering the laws of time means being invincible. Appreciating time can also prolong your life. It can also give you a stronger understanding of spiritual practice. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers of the quasi-emperors, the great saints and sages were even more shocked and followed suit by probing their spiritual consciousness into the long river. Snort. Suddenly, a strong man in the quasi-saint realm suddenly vomited blood, and his whole body's breath instantly weakened. How come I can't feel time? When the quasi-saints and celestial beings saw this, they came to their senses and were horrified. Seeing this, a powerful great saint could not help but sneer and said, "Idiot, how can the might of the river of time be touched by weaklings like you? Only those who have mastered the rudiments of the rules in the saint realm can barely see the long river. The rest of us are not even qualified to get close to the long river." Soon, he also immersed himself in the long river of time and began to gain insights. Every powerful person above the saint realm remained silent, racing against time to comprehend the power of the long river. They didn't know how long this scene would last, and every second they could feel it was a good one. Inside Tianji City, Wang Heng, witnessing this scene, also let out a sigh of relief and said in a deep voice, as expected he's become even more powerful. However, I won't give up just like that. I will work hard to catch up. My path is different from his. He strives to be invincible, I only strive to achieve enlightenment and help my entire clan ascend to heaven. His heart of Taoism was very firm, and he was not frustrated by Suyu's performance. On the contrary, it ignited his passion even more. That is the heart that seeks the truth. Roar. In midair, the black dragon was also jumping for joy, constantly swinging its 20,000-foot-long body. It seemed as if he was celebrating his master. The disciples of the three religions in the eastern wasteland were all shocked, their mouths wide open. Always, they had only heard about Suyu's deeds outside and had never seen Suyu's true side. Now, finally I saw it, and the rumors outside were not exaggerated. On the contrary, still low-key, because when Suyu burst out with all his strength, even the quasi-emperor was startled. How could it be? Why are you able to open the river of time? The other side, Zhou Qing's eyes were dull and he was completely dumbfounded. He was obviously shocked by this scene. He never expected it. Suyu can actually pull the river of time. This is something he dared not even think about. Why does he do that? At this moment, Suyu seemed to have heard Zhou Qing's voice. He turned his head to look at him, his lips curled up slightly. I've said before, a frog in a well like you, how can you possibly understand that there's a world beyond the sky? I heard that you're the only one known as the great sage holding up the sky. Well, can you lift this sky up for me? Boom. The next moment, Suyu's aura rose sharply and reached its peak in an instant. In an instant, the sky was torn apart, and in the dark gap, Dharma bodies kept appearing, walking out from the long river of time. It's like the real body has arrived. There's the Dharma image of Emperor Yan, and there's also the Dharma image of the God King of the Nine Skies. There are also the images of the Azure Dragon and the Fire Star Lord. The top 50 Dharma images throughout the ages have all appeared in the world at this moment. At this moment, all the eternal Dharma images that even the top holy places coveted were revealed, and each Dharma image, with a body as tall as 10,000 feet, stood proudly behind Suyu. Afterwards, many ordinary Dharma images with Dharma bodies appeared. The Dharmakaya of all forms. All the Dharma images of the ages are integrated for my use, this is all images. Condense the Dharmakaya with all the phenomena. Boom. Tens of thousands of Dharma bodies moved at the same time, continuously merging into Suyu's body, causing his body to rise higher and higher. Soon, when the 50 Dharma images before Wan Jiyu began to merge, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. When it came to the turn of the last statue with a blurred face and majestic appearance stretching across the sky, the blurred face actually gradually became clearer and finally turned into an extremely handsome face. Emperor of Heaven. As the figure of the heavenly emperor's Dharma image moved, his eyes unexpectedly showed a rare spiritual aura. The unrivaled one throughout the ages. These 5 words seemed to have spanned countless years and echoed from the long river of time. Finally, the heavenly emperor's Dharma image merged into Suyu's body. In an instant, Suyu's aura surged to its peak. Bang! All the Dharma bodies gathered together. Suyu raised his head and let out a long roar. Then, he looked down at Zhou Qing, who had completely slumped, and laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Today, I'll show you just how narrow-minded your frog in a well vision really is. Boom! In an instant, a wisp of chaotic energy mixed with immortal energy appeared. Capture the Tianjiao ranking instantly. Buzz! At this moment, the light became brighter, and the glass light completely illuminated the torn sky. When the light made it impossible for everyone to open their eyes, a majestic voice that seemed to come from heaven suddenly exploded. Unrivaled through the ages, reigning supreme over the blue sky. The foundation of an immortal king, an immortal on earth. As the voice faded, the light gradually dimmed. When vision returned, everyone saw the changes on the Tianjiao ranking. Immortal, late stage of the Saint Realm, the most extraordinary voice of all time, ranked number 1. Chapter 298 Then, now I will satisfy your request, the frog in the well. When everyone saw Su Yu's ranking appear on the Tianzhao ranking, including all the great saints and quasi-emperors, they were all stunned. They thought Su Yu might be very strong, even made it into the top 10. But, this evaluation was something they had never expected. There was even the voice of heaven, as if congratulating him. Who could have imagined such a scene? Where does this sound come from? Why do you call him that? Someone asked blankly. On the side, the great saints no longer had any airs, and their voices were extremely heavy. This is the voice from the will of heaven. No. Upon hearing this, a quasi-emperor immediately said, this is not the voice of heaven's will. This is the voice left behind by the heavenly emperor countless years ago. When someone surpasses him, he will be revealed. At this moment, everyone was silent. Certification from the emperor of heaven. How can we fight this? How can this be compared to him? Boom. In the sky, luck from the void space and from the heavenly Tao itself continued to descend, washing down in the form of purple air. From a distance, it looked like a falling purple galaxy, which was constantly absorbed by Su Yu. After Su Yu was blessed with the terrifying power of destiny, his realm aura also skyrocketed. Almost in the blink of an eye, he reached the peak of the late saint realm. This is not over yet. That huge force of luck was still washing over Su Yu. This moment, the values in Su Yu's body were skyrocketing. In my mind, the system prompt sounds kept ringing. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the destiny of the child of destiny and receiving the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering. A series of prompt sounds carried both unfamiliar and familiar names. Obviously, these are the names of the geniuses who can make the list. The opportunities that should have belonged to this group of people have now been completely plundered by Su Yu. Boom. In an instant, above the sky, a thick purple-black magic thunder suddenly struck down. This force, carrying a breath of destruction, directly pierced through the void. Great sage tribulation. He's becoming a great sage. Everyone exclaimed, but, under their shocked and expectant gazes, Su Yu raised his head and reached out to pinch the purple-black magic thunder. Snap! It exploded with a crisp cracking sound. Before the purple-black magic lightning could show its power was wiped out and it turned into ordinary thunder. Invincible stance. Su Yu looked calm as he looked at Mole and said calmly, it's not time for a breakthrough yet, why are you here? I don't want to become a great sage right now. He had a clear plan for his time in the Holy Realm. He wanted to create a realm of chaos. When he became a great sage, he had to condense the chaos and perfect the small world inside his body. That is a small world that can accommodate living beings. He wants to surpass his predecessors. What he should do is to find the best point in the skills he has mastered and integrate them into his own practice. Gather the strengths of all schools and practice your own way. As the luck entered his body, Su Yu's aura became more ethereal. At this moment, he looked more like a banished immortal in the world. When Su Yu absorbed the power of luck, on the side, Zhou Qing, who had been shocked to the point of being unable to close his mouth, had a dazed expression with confusion and horror in his unbelievable eyes. He is only 99th. Su Yu is actually number 1. The gap in talent cannot be narrowed easily. Who is he? He's not alone. Those who were watching, including the geniuses who were on good terms with Su Yu, were also in deep self-doubt. Su Yu changes drastically every once in a while. I thought it would bring us closer. The result is being left further and further behind by Su Yu. When the geniuses who had entered the Tianzhao blessed land with Su Yu saw Su Yu's current posture, they couldn't help but think of what Su Yu had said to Zhou Wudao back then. People like you are only worthy of looking up at my back. These words were like lingering echoes in my mind. He really wasn't wrong. A Saint Sun level genius murmured with a bitter look on his face. Don't even mention looking up at his back. Even at this stage, they can hardly even reach Su Yu's back. Invincible. Invincible in the world. How could they compare to someone whose talent surpassed that of the Heavenly Emperor and who was recognized by the Heavenly Emperor? Don't look at Zhou Qing being so arrogant. Even the strongest and most talented people from all the races in the universe did not dare to say, or even think, that they could surpass the Emperor of Heaven. Who is the Emperor of Heaven? He is the supreme being who makes all races submit to him and makes the Emperor willingly serve him. Above the Emperor of Heaven who can make the great Emperor submit. To surpass him. No one wanted to surpass him. Even the most arrogant and confident geniuses, immortals, and emperors only dared to dream of the second place and never dared to covet the first place. Because the first is the Emperor of Heaven, the first person to be respected is the Emperor of Heaven since ancient times. Surpassing the aptitude of the Heavenly Emperor. In Tianji City, the geniuses of the myriad races in the ancient royal family were also stunned, their eyes fixed on the list of geniuses. Su Yu's name is too dazzling, because his ranking is already above that of the Emperor of Heaven. Pushing the Emperor of Heaven to second place. Fuck. It must be fake. His talent can actually surpass that of the Heavenly Emperor. The genius of the ancient royal family couldn't help but curse. That was the strongest human being they all admired. Among the ancestors of the human race, the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were powerful men of the human race recognized by the ancient royal families, while the Emperor of Heaven was the one worshipped by all races. Integrate all races, resist external enemies, and enthrone the gods. It also improved the exercises to allow the entire nation to enter the era of cultivation and enhance their luck and foundation. All these achievements are the reasons why the Emperor of Heaven is respected by all people in later generations. Now, such an unparalleled figure has been surpassed. Who dares to believe it? Who dares to write this letter? Impossible. Why would he? He's just a nobody, a grassroots kid from a so-called first-class family. How could he have such talent? How can his talent be greater than mine? My great Zhou is a dynasty born from heaven, and I, Zhou Qing, am the man chosen by the golden dragon of great Zhou's destiny. Why is he taller than me? Zhou Qing was roaring in his heart, and some cracks appeared in his Dao heart. Swish. However, at this moment, Su Yu's gaze suddenly fixed on him. This moment, the atmosphere in the air makes people feel depressed. There is a feeling of oppression as if a storm is coming. Su Yu's eyes were like knives, piercing Zhou Qing's eyes. He grinned and said, you said, decide on the list, and die. So, now fulfill your request, frog in the well. Clang. The next second, Su Yu raised his hand, and a long sword gleaming with brilliant blazed divine light appeared in the void. Swish. At this moment, the void broke. Accept death quickly. Chapter 299 This sword, which suppresses evil spirits and slays demons, is called the 9 Netherworld Prison. Su Yu pointed the tip of his knife at Zhou Qing, the tip flashing with a cold light that stung his skin. Obviously, this is because Su Yu's swordsmanship has reached the peak of the Holy Realm. Just one step, he can then call himself the Sword Emperor. When the realm of sword intent is promoted to the quasi-emperor level, it can reach the realm of sword emperor. However, this state is too difficult to reach. Su Yu's eyes were like knives, flashing with an unconcealable sharpness. He pointed at Zhou Qing and said with a smile, "You frog in a well, you don't believe me when I say your vision is so narrow. I had almost forgotten about your big week incident. Since no one was bothering me, I didn't want to bother you guys. But you, an ant, insisted on jumping out for me to step on. Then while all the forces are here, I, Suyu, will also make an oath. I, Suyu, will fight you, Great Zhou, to the death. Today, either you, Zhou Qing, will die, or I, Suyu, will perish." Boom. So what if the Great Zhou was born in response to heaven? He, Suyu, was seizing the destiny of heaven. Boom. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Obviously, because of Suyu's oath, thunder was rolling in the sky. Suyu's words shocked everyone. It's really amazing. Hiss, you're fighting Zhou Qing to the death. Are you trying to make him unable to sleep or eat? As an enemy of such a gifted monster, Zhou Qing will have to do everything he can to get rid of Suyu. Will Da Zhou take action? What are you thinking? If you can't kill a character like Suyu, then when he gets up, you'll be the only one to die. So what if Zhou Qing is a monstrous genius that the Great Zhou has poured countless efforts into cultivating? Unless Da Zhou can't figure it out, he will never become an enemy of Suyu for Zhou Qing. I dare not even seek revenge. But these people were not wrong in their guess. The strong men of the Great Zhou dynasty really weighed the pros and cons, and finally found that they really did not dare to even think about seeking revenge on Suyu. If he really killed Zhou Qing, nothing else, not worth it. I don't have the confidence. Unless you have the confidence to kill him with one blow, otherwise, if the strong man behind Suyu takes action, there will be no way for them to survive. Not to mention Suyu's apparent master, Quasi-Emperor Dudian is an almighty being at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor level. The power behind Suyu alone is not something that the Great Zhou can afford to provoke. One Jushao might be able to withstand the pressure. But with Suyu's talent, and the fact that the three religions of the Eastern Wasteland are closely related, if anything happens to him, the Jushao, Zaiwei, and Tianquan religions will all go crazy at the same time, right? The Quasi-Emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty retreated a few steps without making a sound. Obviously he has already made up his mind to give up on Zhou Qing. Upon hearing this, the Quasi-Emperors of other forces could not help but marvel at how young and reckless he was. Acting so arrogantly makes them feel it's natural. If there is a chance, they would naturally choose to befriend Suyu. Especially the Quasi-Emperors who knew something about the special circumstances of this great world, were even more thinking about protecting Suyu. Otherwise once darkness comes, no one can resist it. Only with the appearance of a supreme genius can there be a glimmer of hope. Without waiting for Zhou Qing to speak, Suyu turned his head and looked in the direction of Tianji Tower, a holy place for the human race that connects to the heavens and can predict the secrets of heaven. Suyu bowed slightly towards the Tianji Tower, clasped his fists in the manner of a fellow Taoist, and said aloud, "Today, I dare to challenge someone to a duel of life and death within this Tianji Tower. I wonder if the seniors of the Tianji Tower would agree to this." In the Tianji Tower, the old voice of old man Tianji was filled with a hint of joy and happiness. "I will certainly agree to it. My friend's request is nothing more than a small matter." Everyone was shocked. Does a peerless master like Elder Tianji treat Suyu so differently? Just then, inside the Tianji Tower, a powerful voice was heard again. "Tianyan Holy Land welcomes young friend Suyu to visit us at any time. As someone recognized by Qing Kang's will, from now on, you will be the first distinguished guest of Tianyan Holy Land." Boom, these words shocked all living beings. Old man Tianji and Holy Lord Tianyan are both here. And they all sent extremely enthusiastic signals to Suyu. How could they not be shocked by this? Outside Tianji City, some peak great saints and quasi-emperors hidden in the void were communicating. This little bastard, it seems the attempt to seize the body of the innate realm saint has indeed failed. What now? The two old men from Tianji Tower and Tianyan Holy Land are both optimistic about him. Should we continue to attack and kill him? We're not afraid of 1,000 things, we're afraid of one. What we're afraid of is that he has mastered the memories of the innate realm saint's son. If we can't kill him, my imperial tomb in Qingkang will be completely exposed. Then Qingkang collapsed. Why are you panicking? Once the immortal road is open, the immortal gates from the upper realm will send people down secretly, and we, the Emperor's tomb, will be transferred to another universe. Yes, at this time, outside Tianji City, various forces had different thoughts. But the most important thing at this moment is still the duel between Suyu and Zhou Qing. Facing Suyu's provocation, Zhou Qing's expression shifted constantly, finally becoming extremely ugly. He said in a low voice, "You're only at the peak of the Saint Realm, yet you dare to draw your sword against me. I am in the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm." He was just about to say something to save face, but was completely shut down by Suyu's words. A frog in a well, just gaining a little power, does he really think he is invincible? Come on, let me see how strong you are in the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. Suyu stood with his hands behind his back, holding a knife in one hand, and looked like he didn't take Zhou Qing seriously at all. In his eyes, Zhou Qing is a hot commodity. He possesses a destiny that is thick with gold and is almost turning into light purple, and he has won the top 100 in the list of geniuses. If he killed someone like this, he couldn't even imagine how generous the reward would be. This is a fat pig. These words made Zhou Qing's face turn completely pale. Okay, since you don't know whether to live or die, then I will grant your wish. At this time, Zhou Qing also understood that Suyu was targeting him. Fight to the death, I'm not kidding. And those immortal level geniuses who followed him also walked away with extremely unnatural expressions. After seeing Suyu's ranking on the Tianjiao ranking, they no longer had any intention of following Zhou Qing. Because this is a situation where you will end up dying. Didn't you see that the quasi-emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty retreated a lot? Boom. After saying that, Zhou Qing rushed out with a golden axe in his hand. Wherever his body passed, the space was shattered by his brute force. Sky-splitting strife. Zhou Qing shouted loudly, and all the aura of the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm burst out, causing the sky to crack like a spider web. The cracks continued to spread, and finally spread over a full 30,000 miles. The world-destroying blow made Suyu just look up. Back then, I said something to your nephew. Today, I repeat it to you. How can a piece of trash like you, soaked in luck, compare with me? Click. Use the 9 netherworld chi as the swords will to suppress evil spirits and slay demons. This knife, 9 nether prison. Boom. Chapter 300. Good, you took my first move, but how will you block it next? In an instant, a strange vision suddenly appeared, the sky was torn apart, and the scene of hell was revealed, flashing with creepy black magic light which made people tremble with fear. Prison suppression. 9 nether prison sword. Quasi-emperor level martial arts. With one sword, the power of the 9 netherworlds can suppress all evil. The moment the sword slashed, the sky was torn apart, and no part was intact. After the first layer of void was torn apart, it did not stop and directly tore the second layer of void apart. In the white void, there is a deep dark blue. That is the third level of the void realm. If he could break through the third layer of void, then Suyu's power would completely reach the peak of the Great Saint Realm. At this level, there is no longer any simple strength statistics. Instead, it is calculated based on the number of void layers broken. Void. There are 9 layers in total, breaking through the 3 layers of void, which is the basic embodiment of the peak power of the Great Saint realm. Able to break the 4th level. It is the iconic force field of the quasi-emperor. The difficulty of breaking through each layer of the void increases exponentially. Suyu is able to break the 2nd level. This means that he already has the combat power of the late Great Saint realm. The power of the prison swept over, and even with the protection of the Tianji Tower, all the cultivators in Tianji City felt an incomparable sense of oppression. It seems as long as a little bit of power overflows, they can be crushed to pieces. It is simply not something they can withstand at their level. The peak of the Saint realm has erupted with power comparable to that of the late Great Saint realm. This means that his combat power is close to the forbidden realm of the gods, right? Did he really not trigger the Lin character secret? No, there is no fluctuation of any secret technique. This is his own pure power. The elders in the early stage of the Great Saint realm all had trembling voices. Obviously, in this day and age, they no longer have any reason to be proud in front of Suyu. Want to take advantage of your seniority? Excuse me. I don't even have this qualification anymore. Suyu's strength was enough to crush all of them. Now, the only ones who can stand before Suyu and talk to him on an equal footing are those with top-level Saint Lord level power and those supreme elders whose sealed divine sources have not yet fully awakened. Even a quasi-emperor. Snap. Under Suyu's sword, Zhou Qing's sky-splitting strike, the huge axe-shaped shadow was easily torn apart like foam. Zhou Qing's attack is also comparable to that of the late Great Saint realm. But, in front of Suyu's sword power, it seemed so small. It was torn apart easily with almost no resistance. Looking at the knife coming towards his face, Zhou Qing's face turned pale and he shouted, "No, I don't believe it. How could such a powerful force erupt from a mere Saint realm?" While roaring, Zhou Qing kept slashing at the void with the golden axe in his hand. He easily used powerful martial arts one after another, and each move was a great sage-level martial arts. But even so, it is of no avail. It just reduced the power of the sword a little. I am the son of heaven who was born for the times. How could I be so vulnerable? Zhou Qing's eyes were red, and he looked like a gambler who had lost everything. Boom. Faced with a situation where he had no way to retreat, Zhou Qing looked around and found that no one dared to come forward to help him. This moment, he smiled bitterly, but he quickly adjusted his mood, calmed down, his Adam's apple rolled, and a low growl emerged from his throat. I just don't believe it, I can't stop it. The words fell. The dragon energy of the great Zhou dynasty and his own destiny emerged from Zhou Qing's body. The dragon energy of national destiny appeared in the form of a golden dragon, while his own destiny transformed into a white tiger. Dragon and tiger appear. Let luck guide you. Buzz. Under his manipulation, the dragon and tiger forms transformed from luck gradually wrapped around the golden axe. In an instant, the shape of the golden axe began to change. The effect of the power of luck was revealed, and the power of the golden axe was enhanced to an unprecedented level. Even getting bigger. As the golden axe grew larger, Zhou Qing's body also grew larger. The effect of the Dharma body of Emperor Wuwang began to manifest. The dragon energy wrapped around his body, and he was 10,000 meters tall. The power of the sky. Zhou Qing shouted sternly. The reason why he is called the great sage Qingtian is not just as simple as the word Qing in his name. But when he bursts out with all his strength, his power is enough to shake the heavens. Crunch. After holding the giant golden axe, Zhou Qing's power reached its peak. An almost vacuum state was formed around him, a gesture displayed purely with strength. Split the sky. With a loud bang, veins bulged on Zhou Qing's arms as he gripped the axe handle. Sizzle. This axe also tore through the 2nd layer of void. Zhou Qing's bloodshot eyes, coupled with his violent aura, made him look particularly terrifying. How could I be afraid of you? He was roaring. It seems that he is unwilling, but more unwilling to believe that he has been labeled a monster since birth and has unparalleled talent. Even when he was a child, he was already in the innate realm. At the age of 20, he had already reached the realm of Dharma. Less than 100 years old, he has reached the holy realm. He washes himself with the dragon energy of national destiny all year round and fights all over Xuanyan to prove his title of Qingsheng. After entering the realm of Great Saint, he was even given the title of Sky Supporting One. But what about Suyu? He had investigated and found out that Suyu was only from a first-rate family. Although it was called first-rate, in front of him, there was no difference between a first-rate family and a second-rate family. It's just a celestial family without a holy realm in charge. At the age of 18, he reached the Linghai realm. At the age of 21, he reached the spiritual realm. This kind of talent is rare among the sons of God. How can we compare with him? You are just a peasant, what can you compare yourself with? Thinking of this, Zhou Qing's aura became even more violent. He looked up to the sky and roared, I am the great sage who holds up the heavens. I hold up the heavens with my strength. My power is unparalleled. You little bastard, what are you doing here to bully me? Bang! With his full force, the golden axe actually burst out with power beyond his limit. Cut off Suyu's sword's power of the 9-nether prison. See this scene. Those geniuses and strong men of the older generation were also shocked. The great sage who holds the sky high is indeed worthy of his reputation. His strength is enough to shake the heavens. This move is enough to seriously injure someone in the late Great Saint realm. Too strong. As expected of a demon known as a top-tier immortal species, he is worthy of the years of dragon energy baptism from the great Zhou dynasty. Everyone was sighing. Zhou Qing also breathed a sigh of relief. He defeated this move. However, before Zhou Qing could relax for a moment, Suyu's voice suddenly rang out in the chaotic void. Good, you took my first move. You should celebrate too. But how are you going to stop me next? Snap. When the endless immortal energy swept in all directions like a tsunami, all the voices of emotion came to an abrupt halt. The joy on Zhou Qing's face froze instantly. Next second, the chaotic void suddenly shattered. An even more terrifying sword energy burst out from it, attacking him from all directions, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Corpse Immortal Prison. Chapter 301. Cultivating immortality is not a solitary journey. Among 3 people, there must be a teacher among them. Would you feel free to communicate with me? Suyu's calm voice came to his ears, and Zhou Qing turned his head instantly. The next second, a scene that he would never forget appeared. Only beside him, less than a kilometer away, there was a figure in white behind Suyu, but his face could not be seen clearly. A white robe fluttered slightly, and the shadow was surrounded by murderous aura. The shadowy figure held a knife in his hand, his arm bent, emitting an air of immortality in the aura of the underworld. White robe corpse fairy. Click. The knife falls. At this moment, the 3 layers of void were split into 2 halves, and the original hell scene was split into 2 by this knife. The void is completely shattered. Boom. No. Zhou Qing wanted to raise his hands to resist the erosion of the corpse immortal energy, but no matter how he tried to pull his hands away, the terrifying corpse immortal energy held him firmly in place. He could only watch helplessly as the knife fell. No, it's impossible. How could this strike be stronger than the previous one? Zhou Qing yelled. The sword strike that Suyu had unleashed earlier was a quasi-emperor level martial art. This knife, it was actually more powerful than the impact brought to him by quasi-emperor level martial arts. Facing his madness, Suyu remained calm and said, I've already said it before. How can a mere ant like you understand other people's cards? You're such a frog in a well. Even if you were given extraordinary talent, you'd never get far. If you don't understand that there are always people better than you, how can you be invincible? Even he, who is confident in his invincibility, dares not underestimate anyone. He has gotten to where he is today by stepping on the shoulders of others. Even if you are confident that you can surpass them, you will still be in awe. The predecessors paved the way for him, and he just walked the path they had walked, making slight changes and surpassing them. If you don't even know reverence, how can you go far? When he dares to ignore anyone, it must be because he has walked his own path. Even so, we are following the path of our predecessors. He didn't even consider someone as arrogant as Zhou Qing as his opponent. People like Wang Heng will go further. Even Chu Tian, Lin Mo, and Lin Chang, whom Zhou Qing met at the beginning, would go further and longer than him. Die, frog in the well. The moment he finished speaking, the corpse immortal sword energy completely engulfed Zhou Qing like a tide. Roar. From the corpse fairy aura, there were shrill screams like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Not long after, the corpse immortal aura dissipated. The shattered voids were also slowly healing. The second layer of void healed, then the first layer of void healed, until the outermost space was completely healed, and then the dark and dim world regained its brightness. But the floating void force is still causing cracks in space. Boom. Suddenly, a huge corpse fell into the space, completely lifeless. Only the dissipated power was still blocking any matter that wanted to approach it. This is Zhou Qing's body. His eyes were wide open, still filled with horror, and the frozen fear on his face made him look particularly funny. Zhou Qing is dead. Two moves to kill Zhou Qing. Oh my god, is he really still in the same realm? Without the aid of the Lin character secret, he can step into the forbidden realm and explode. Is this really a human? Everyone was shocked when they saw Zhou Qing's body falling. Outside Tianji City, those quasi-emperors even let out a long breath. This kind of power has already completely established Suyu's future position. If you are immortal, you will eventually become an emperor and an immortal. When the old quasi-emperor of the great Zhou dynasty saw that Zhou Qing was really dead, a trace of grief flashed in his eyes. This was the immortal species that their great Zhou dynasty had poured countless efforts into cultivating in modern times and was able to aspire to the immortal position. Just died like that. Before he could become a quasi-emperor, he was killed by two swords. Although he was so heartbroken that he couldn't breathe, he still didn't dare to harbor any hatred towards Suyu. Nothing else. Suyu's performance was enough to make countless top holy places willing to befriend him. If he continues to try to kill Suyu, not to mention those quasi-emperors who are looking for an opportunity to make friends with him, even in the Tianji Tower alone, the two quasi-emperors who look down on the world will personally take action to crush him to death. Well, he sighed deeply. Afterwards, he sent people to take away Zhou Qing's body, and then left in a panic with the great saints and saints of the great Zhou. Although Zhou Qing is dead, but the dragon energy of national destiny in his body has not dissipated so quickly. If we take it back now, perhaps we can still preserve some of it. In the battle for the Golden Age, his great Zhou had no chance at all. Next, it would be good enough to maintain the status of a top holy land. As the people from Dazhou left, a layer of luck also emerged on Suyu's body again, which was the luck that originally belonged to Zhou Qing on the Tianjia list. But now, they were all swallowed by Suyu. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have successfully killed the son of Golden Destiny and received the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering the opportunity of the son of Fortune and receiving the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Dao heart of the son of Luck and receiving a reward. A series of ding-ding sounds rang in Suyu's ears. But, now he doesn't have time to count the rewards he has received, because at this stage, he has more important things to do. After putting away his Wan Dao Bing, Suyu immediately turned his gaze towards Wang Heng. Then, he smiled and said, fellow Taoist, come up and have a chat. Let's discuss how to proceed to the Great Saint Realm. I am also very interested in the Wang family's void law. Now, with good luck and his continuous suppression of his surging spiritual power, he has reached the critical point of breakthrough. It's completely out of control. Therefore, he wanted to communicate with Wang Heng about how to enter the Great Saint Realm and whether he could give him new ideas. Up to now, his breakthrough speed is indeed faster. As a result, many preparations are not completed before reaching the next level. Therefore, this time he has to polish his Great Saint Realm. Seeing him calling him, Wang Heng was startled at first, then he laughed and said, I couldn't ask for more. The next second, he flew towards Suyu. When others saw it, they also felt itchy. After all, the discussions among the top geniuses are bound to be exciting and lively. Definitely benefited a lot from it, but they don't seem to be qualified. Just as they were secretly feeling sorry, Suyu's voice suddenly rang out again. If there are any fellow Taoists who have new insights into the construction of the Great Saint Realm, you can also sit in my domain and discuss the Tao together. Immortality is not something you can do alone. When three people walk together, there must be a teacher among them. Would you be willing to share your experiences? Hearing this, all the geniuses were immediately ecstatic. However, only those geniuses of lower realms beat their chests and stamped their feet, saying that it was a pity. Soon, more and more geniuses flew into Suyu's territory. Before long, the laws of Tao began to permeate the space between heaven and earth, as if the rhythm of their discussion of Tao was pulsing. See this scene. The powerful people from all races in Tianji City also showed envy on their faces. However, at this moment, suddenly, a huge crack appeared above the sky, and the power of destruction surged out. Boom. Chapter 302. Immortals discuss the Tao, new conception about the small world. In the sky, the power of destruction was surging, as if some powerful being was fighting fiercely outside the dome. Is this someone going to create a small world? Those quasi-emperors all had expressions of shock on their faces, obviously shocked by the scene. How long has it been since we started discussing the Tao, and already someone has become a great sage? Wrong. It seems like someone is discussing the promotion of a new system. This destructive force doesn't seem like the Great Saint Tribulation. It comes quickly and goes quickly. This is still immature. What a gift from heaven. The quasi-emperors were all sighing with emotion, and there was even shock in their eyes. When they reach this level, they naturally understand how difficult it is to innovate the cultivation system. Let alone creating a new system, it is difficult to achieve minimal innovation within the existing system. If they can practice step by step to the highest level, they can be considered as gifted. Since ancient times, anyone who can reach the level of a great sage or even a quasi-emperor is undoubtedly a dragon among men. Everyone has extremely strong qualifications. The higher you go, the smaller the gap becomes. Whoever can continuously maintain an invincible state across borders is the truly powerful one. Certainly, except for those who practice immortal arts. Immortal techniques are countless times more advanced than mortal cultivation methods, and are more complete than the great emperor's scriptures they practice. The meridians and small worlds in the body that they develop are even stronger. It is reasonable that people like them are powerful. In Suyu's territory, one by one, the geniuses sat cross-legged in the void. There are geniuses from outside the domain, as well as geniuses from Xuanyan itself. Suyu stood above everyone else, looked around, and continued, everyone here is at the peak of the late Saint Realm, close to the great Saint Realm. So, fellow Taoists, what do you think about the construction of the small world within the body? He added, I want to hear some fresh ideas. Hearing this, Wang Heng spoke first, saying, according to the notes left by our Wang family's ancestor, the great Emperor Zukong, the embryonic form of the small world within the body constructed by the great Saint Realm will gradually become the embryonic form of the universe after breaking through to the true immortal realm. From the limited information available, it can be found that constructing a universe is something that only the supreme beings at the immortal monarch level can accomplish. So I personally think that it would be best to fill a small world with the energy of the universe. If my Wang family excels at the law of the void, then I will refine the small world within me to be based on the law of the void. Having said this, Wang Heng paused. Then he took a deep breath and said, I actually don't want to break through so quickly. In my imagination, I want to accumulate enough experience to turn the small world inside my body into a storage room for the laws of the void and my excess spiritual power. Throughout history, it's not that no one has wanted to do this, but in the end, no one has succeeded. Although it won't kill him, it will damage his roots. But I feel that since this little world within me was created by me, it can naturally be used by me, rather than simply existing to nurture living beings. If that's the case, then it would be better to treat the cultivator as a mother body. Part of the energy from cultivation should be fed back to the small world, nourishing it to thrive and grow until it leaves the body. The other geniuses were also stunned when they heard this. Obviously, they do not have the ambition and awareness that Wang Heng has. In their view, to cultivate a small world, one only needs to transform the domain into a solidified world. Certainly, these words also inspired some of their ideas back then. Soon, the immortal from the ancient Tianlin star pondered for a moment. 2 seconds later, he said firmly, although I don't have much understanding of the innovations of the small world. But I also heard some of the Tianzhao seniors say so back then. A small world exists with the human body as its cradle. Like the secret realm, after the great saint dies, they gradually leave their bodies and finally merge into the void, merging into the space of a planet to become a secret realm. It's like a parasite that doesn't have enough nutrients or strength to break away from its host. Then I think the small world can be cultivated as an independent entity. We can even think of this entity as a link, a bridge that connects heaven and earth in advance. Because the host dies, the small world will separate from the body and return to heaven and earth. There's a reason why they are immortal level geniuses. They all have many ideas of their own in their minds. It's just that I don't have the capital to try and make mistakes, nor do I dare to try and make mistakes, so my ideas are put on hold. After all, no one knows what the consequences of failure will be. They only know, if the small world explodes, they will be seriously injured or even die. This is the biggest limitation. If these damages could be repaired, they would definitely not hesitate to use their bodies for experiments, constantly trying and erring, and improving the usability of the small world. Unlike the traditional method, after the breakthrough, the small world is at most a portable storage space. They want to fill this void. After the two finished speaking, a calm and gentle voice soon took over. That is Yu Junsheng from Tianshuan Holy Land. According to the rumor, this is the most powerful monster in Tianshuan Holy Land. A genius who has shown immortal level talent since childhood. This was also the first time Suyu met him. Yu Junsheng's appearance is as outstanding as that of Tianshuan Saint Lord, and he is extremely handsome, only slightly inferior to Suyu. His temperament is so extraordinary that people can lock onto his presence at a glance. Yu Junsheng looked at Suyu and smiled, I've heard a lot about you. Suyu nodded in response. Yu Junsheng glanced at everyone, resting his chin on his hand as he pondered, to me, the Holy Realm is a domain. The formation of the domain stems from the cultivation method of the individual, as well as the Holy Realm's dispatch and control of the energy of heaven and earth. A territory is a battlefield that uses one's own aura to block out external factors, thus forming the most suitable battlefield for oneself. The small world of the Great Saint Realm is an upgraded version of the domain. Then, my idea is to use the moment the domain solidifies into a small world to touch the power of rules, thereby capturing a trace of rules and integrating them into the small world. This might help us understand the rules in advance, or even take advantage of them. If my magical power is transformed into the power of rules, then, if I have a fire-attributed magical power and capture the laws of fire, can I transform my small world into a flame realm and nurture a flame? In simple terms, it means nourishing the Tao fire. These words made everyone tremble, because they really felt the feasibility of it. Because they have reached the peak of the Holy Realm, they can indeed feel that after the domain is exerted, there are signs of solidification, and there is a tendency for the rules of heaven and earth to manifest. At this moment, everyone was in deep thought and began to simulate this feasibility in their minds. Yu Junsheng's words were very concise. After he finished speaking, he looked at Suyu with a smile and said, just a little advice, I wonder if it's useful. Brother Dao, what about you? What are your ideas about the small world? Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Suyu. Everyone seemed to be looking forward to Suyu's idea. Chapter 303, Suyu's unbelievable words. 36 trillion cells, 36 trillion small worlds. Seeing everyone looking at him, Suyu laughed. Then, he turned his gaze and began to look around. Looking at the space around him that was completely sealed off due to the use of the domain, he slowly said, to me, the small world is a container. It can be used as a place to store backup energy. At the same time, my vision is to create a small world in every cell in the body. Cell. Hearing this unfamiliar word, everyone was a little stunned. There was only one person whose body couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes were filled with shock, confusion, and ecstasy. That is Lin Cheng, the son of destiny who was found by Suyu on the island outside the eastern wasteland. At the same time, also a time traveler. Others are very unfamiliar with the word cell, but he is extremely familiar with it. It has been more than 100 years since I traveled through time. It was the first time he heard the word cell, a word that belongs only to the blue planet. At this moment, there was an extremely fiery light in his eyes when he looked at Suyu. Obviously, this was because he was happy to have found a fellow villager. No one knew how excited he was at that moment. Suyu naturally noticed his fiery gaze and nodded secretly to him. Seeing this scene, Lin Cheng was even more shocked. Obviously, his guess was correct. Suyu comes from the same place as him. Soon, an immortal level genius reacted and asked, fellow Taoist Suyu, what are the cells you were talking about? Why have I never heard of it? The others also nodded. Yeah, this is the first time we've heard the word cell. Is there such a strange thing in the human body? Even Wang Heng, Yu Junsheng and others nodded in agreement. The Xuantian people had already done the analysis of the human body a long time ago. They knew the names of all the tissues in the human body very well, but they had never heard of the cell tissue. Under their puzzled gazes, Suyu smiled and said, cell is a name unique to my place. You can think of the human body as a complete individual, but we can break it down even more finely into its cellular components. The human body is made up of cell particles, and a person has 36 trillion cells. To put it in a more advanced way, each of these 36 trillion cells is a part of your body. This is equivalent to what the powerful often say, immortals can be reborn with a drop of blood. Even if their physical bodies are destroyed, as long as there is a drop of blood, they can be reborn. And I think that as long as a single cell exists, rebirth is possible. As he spoke, Suyu stretched out his palm and cut a hole in it. A drop of golden blood quickly seeped out. Suyu confined the blood and then showed it to everyone. Look, there are cells in this blood. Upon hearing this, everyone used the qi-seeing technique to see the true nature of the blood. As expected, when they looked closely, they discovered that there were actually some living creatures wriggling in the blood that had been magnified countless times. Suyu collected the blood and continued, in the Buddhist scriptures, there is a saying that one flower is one world, and one leaf is one bodhi. It means that a flower or a leaf is an independent world. Then, the cells in my body can also be viewed as a world. At this point, Suyu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, since reaching the great saint realm means starting to experience small worlds, then why not treat these 36 trillion cells in your body as a small world? Use it as a container to store your own power. No matter what the attribute is, wind, rain, thunder and lightning, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, etc., including the power of the 9 netherworlds and the power of the young god, etc., they should all be able to be stored independently. Wait until these forces appear when needed. If all 36 trillion cells could be transformed into small worlds, could they be combined to form a vast universe? Boom. After these words were spoken, the power of destruction began to spread outside the realm. The deafening and soul-shaking power of destructive thunder descended at this moment. Everyone at this moment was deeply shocked, obviously. Suyu's words had a huge impact on them. Break down the human body into 36 trillion cells, cultivate each cell as a small world, and infuse it with power. Hiss. Oh my god, what a huge project this is. Everyone was shocked and lost their minds. It was a long time before Wang Heng came back to his senses until the destructive force dissipated. Only, at this moment, there was still a deep shock on his face. He murmured, 36 trillion cells, 36 trillion small worlds, if they were all filled, no, can they be filled? What happens after it's filled up? How can I become stronger? Can you compare with the immortals? He couldn't imagine it. One great sage may not be strong, the power of 10 great sages may not be enough, the power of 100 great sages may make the quasi-emperor look sideways, the power of 1,000 great sages may make the quasi-emperor look at them in the eye, what about 10,000 great sages, what about 100,000? Or millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions? Can the peak quasi-emperor stop it? The great emperor, can he withstand the power of hundreds of millions, or even a billion great saints? No, obviously impossible. How many great saints are there in the entire universe? Can there be 100,000? This is all unknown. An immortal swallowed his saliva and said dully, how many years will it take us to fill these cells? And how will we develop these cells? When will we be able to fill it up and become a quasi-emperor? Wrong. Before they could finish, they were interrupted by Suyu solemnly. Everyone looked over. Seeing this, Suyu's expression was solemn, and he said very seriously, the cell world is a great sage, so your cultivation can be infinitely increased, and you can break through to the quasi-emperor and even the great emperor. But your cells still have some power left in them. As your life form improves, it will gradually become stronger, transforming into the power of a quasi-emperor or even a great emperor. In general, it's unlimited. What I'm talking about isn't breaking through the small world of the great saint realm, but transforming all cells into small worlds for my own use. Boom. These words once again caused thunder and lightning to roll. Obviously, Suyu's words have touched upon the truth of the great Tao. Although there are many mistakes, but he was truly coming into contact with a completely new field and a completely new cultivation system. Enough to subvert the entire universe. No, even subvert the immortals in the upper realm. Then, how can we correctly guide the cells to transform into small worlds? Wang Heng took a deep breath, his eyes becoming extremely hot and expectant. Obviously, he was moved by Suyu's words. He overturned all his previous ideas. Under his gaze, Suyu's smile gradually became brighter. This still requires your help. Brother Wang, lend me your power. Boom. Chapter 304. Capture array of law power and condense the cellular world. Wang Heng was stunned. He pointed at his face and asked blankly, my power. He doesn't even know what the use of his own power is. Suyu nodded and explained, not bad. If I'm not mistaken, you fused the bloodline of the void beast, and your understanding of the void laws is already on par with those in the middle to late stages of the great saint realm. So, your domain power is a help to me. I hope Brother Wang will be generous with his advice. Suyu clasped his fist solemnly and said in a deep voice, give me a hand. He is very optimistic about Wang Heng. If he could use Wang Heng's insights to refine the cells in his body into a small world, then this small world must be dominated by the laws of the void. Others may not have done much research on cells. But he, however, there has always been very in-depth research. The human body has 36 trillion cells, and each cell can be regarded as a small world to be refined and condensed. Refine each cell into a small world container and delve into the direction of immortality. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his direction. Although the blue planet where he lived in his previous life was not a world of cultivation, he had profound attainments in the study of the microscopic world. You can totally use some of the formulas yourself. And he felt, the first cell world created must be strong enough. And it is the most stable one. Therefore, he wanted to place the center of his eyebrows, which people call the fairy platform, at the most central position, based on the central sacred land, and gradually extend it to the whole body. The void is made of infinity. The void includes space in the universe. Outside the universe, it can still be considered as the void. The deeper level of the real world is emptiness. Use the laws of the void to condense an infinitely large small world. Wang Heng looked at Suyu, who was so serious, and was a little dazed for a moment, as if the gap between him and Suyu had widened again. They are obviously competitors, but he wants to turn enemies into friends. They are both competitors and friends. At this moment, Wang Heng figured it out. Perhaps, it was because of this mentality that Suyu could continue to become stronger. Good. After Wang Heng came to his senses, he nodded heavily and said, since Brother Su feels that my advice is helpful, then I, Wang Heng, will use my insights to help Brother Su take this first step. Witness the rise of a new concept. If Suyu's hypothesis can be confirmed, then how shocking the 36 trillion small worlds will be. Even if a true immortal came, I wouldn't dare to act rashly. Ha ha ha, Suyu laughed out loud, thank you. He has always been optimistic about Wang Heng. Only a genius like him can go further, longer and farther than those sons of destiny who have great luck but are extremely narrow-minded. When it comes to practicing this art, Wang Heng should have a place. What should I do? Wang Heng asked. Suyu glanced at everyone and continued, release your domain directly. In my domain, you will be on par with me. Fellow Taoists, you can also watch from one of them and see how I refine cells and how I condense the world. You are all geniuses, rare immortal species among the human race. If my teachings can be of help to you, I will be very happy. Listening to Su Yu's words, everyone was filled with emotion. Is this a genius? The truth he had figured out was highly feasible and had unlimited potential, so he was willing to let them observe. This is the best friend you can have during your cultivation journey. Boom. The moment Su Yu finished speaking, Wang Heng took a deep breath and then mobilized the power of the void in his body. In an instant, the domain belonging to Wang Heng exploded, and in just a moment, it overlapped with the domain extended by Su Yu. The law of the void is hidden in his blood. This is Wang Heng's talent and also his opportunity. Only, this greatest opportunity is now fully exposed to Su Yu. After he expanded his domain and overlapped it with his own, Su Yu could clearly sense the power of the void within the domain, as well as the void laws that connected to a deeper level. Although very weak, but I can indeed sense the existence of the law. Now, Su Yu knew that now was the best time. In an instant, he focused all his attention and rushed towards the location of the void law. Laws are illusory. If you want to see the form of the law, then you need to bring the form of life to the extreme. That is, the quasi-emperor. Only a quasi-emperor can see the laws and master the laws. But at this moment, however, Su Yu and Wang Heng are breaking this restriction and touching the laws with their saintly bodies. This consumption is enormous. Every second consumed is greater than the consumption of a full strength and strongest attack. The collision between the domains only lasted for 3 seconds before Su Yu and Wang Heng's expressions turned pale, and their spiritual powers were rapidly dissipating. Brother Su, are you okay? I've used up more than half of my spiritual power, Wang Heng growled, gritting his teeth. Click. As he spoke, Wang Heng actually took out a pill and swallowed it. In an instant, his spiritual power was restored, but it was soon devoured again. Su Yu immediately switched to his chaos body and used the power of chaos to break through the barrier. He shouted, just a little bit more, hold on. Rumble. It is extremely difficult for them to open the door to the law. But, they were both holding on. Even though he kept taking pills and his body was shaking from the squeeze of the channel, he still persevered. There is no sign of giving up. Buzz. Just when Su Yu was trying his best to break through the passage, his fingertips touched the actual power of the law for the first time. The law of the void. This feeling is very mysterious, just like touching your own heart with your hand. There was a very strong reaction. I cut you. Feeling the power of the law, Su Yu's face turned into ecstasy. In an instant, he began to practice the skills according to his own thoughts, and to circulate his spiritual power, including his consciousness. The small world is formed by solidifying the field. But he is different. What he wanted was to use the power of the law, treat the power of the void as a domain, and fill it all into the central sacred land of the immortal platform, and refine a cell to the limit of what he could bear. Concentrate for me. Su Yu grasped a wisp of the law of the void, and then, under his control, a brilliant fairy light bloomed between his eyebrows. That is the light of Sendai. Flesh and blood are particles and cells. The human body can be regarded as composed of countless particles and cells. They are all connected, and Su Yu directly took out the cell in the center. Instill all the laws of the void. In an instant, an extremely manic force began to brew. At the same time, the void was constantly trembling, as if there was a void quasi-emperor interfering. Based on the law, condense it for me. Su Yu's eyes were red. The spiritual power in his body, as vast as the ocean, was like a reservoir with the floodgates open, and was completely absorbed by a cell that was too small to be seen. Nothing is wasted. Boom. As Su Yu condensed cells using the method of refining a small world, outside the field. Above the sky, thunder filled with destruction accumulates once again. Boom. Chapter 305. Weak quasi-emperor level demonic thunder tribulation. The cell world is complete. My thoughts are right. Outside the domain, the expressions of the great saints and quasi-emperors changed slightly after seeing the changes in the sky. Devil thunder tribulation. Is the person inside a quasi-emperor or a great sage? Why can this level of cultivation actually trigger the appearance of the devilish thunder tribulation? This scene shocked all these old guys. You should know that the demonic thunder tribulation is a terrifying thunder tribulation that only occurs when the great sage advances to the quasi-emperor. This kind of thunder tribulation is destruction, but also rebirth. Prevent mortals from achieving a leap in life and reaching a whole new realm. Quasi-emperor is already in the transcendent realm. It is an existence beyond the realm of mortals. Not to mention rebirth through a drop of blood, at least the reincarnation of ideology can be achieved. That is to say, let the consciousness take over the body and live a new life. You can say that. Most of the existing quasi-emperors have already possessed another body in their lifetime, refreshing their level of corruption. Of course, this has limitations. If one takes over another's body in a lifetime, there is a high probability that one's cultivation level will not exceed the peak of the previous life. And lifespan will be halved. This can be considered an alternative way of living another life. Like the quasi-emperor Dudian, he tempered himself again and gained a new life. This behavior is difficult to replicate. It's like the emperor living a second life. So, don't be fooled by the good things on the road of cultivation. In fact, it is a cannibalistic world. There are almost no people as pure as Su Yu. Therefore, his behavior would make geniuses like Wang Heng sigh in admiration. Even willing to lend him a helping hand. If it were anyone else, they would have had evil thoughts long ago. In the Tianji Tower, Elder Tianji and Saint Tianyan looked at this scene with a hint of emotion in their eyes. The smile on the face of the Holy Lord Tianyan was even brighter. He said softly, brother, please wait and see whether our Qing Kang's desperate genius can win a glimmer of hope for the survival of this universe. Out of millions of chances this anomaly is born. Tell me, can he break the fate of collapse and defeat the darkness? Elder Tianji stared at the sky for a long time. Finally, he slowly said, if you don't die, there will be a chance. Boom. Above the sky, the power of destruction is accumulating. Although the devilish thunder tribulation that is currently condensing is not as powerful as the breakthrough of the quasi-emperor, it should not be underestimated. At the very least, the strong ones in the late stage of the great saint realm also need to deal with it with caution. If you are not careful, you may be struck to death by the magic thunder. Everyone clenched their fists. It seems to be expecting whether the person who breaks through inside can succeed. This calamity is countless times more severe than that of an ordinary great sage. Click. In the field, after Su Yu grasped a wisp of the law of the void, he directly integrated it into his cells. Without any hesitation, although his theory is very powerful and has unlimited potential. But, if you really want to implement it, you need someone to lead the way. If there is no one to guide you and you have to rely on yourself to explore it, it will be too difficult. At least he needs to reach the late stage of great sage before he can condense the cellular world on his own. Now with Wang Heng's help, he skipped many steps. Come directly to this step. Ho ho, after disconnecting from the field, Wang Heng staggered back several steps. Finally, with the help of others, he managed to stop. At this moment, he looked extremely pale, as if he had suffered a serious illness. The spiritual energy in the body is extremely dry. At this moment, if a quasi-saint attacked him, he might be seriously injured. Compared to himself, he cared more about Su Yu at this moment. His eyes were as hot as fire as he stared at Su Yu in front of him, watching him refine a cell that was so tiny that it could not be found at all without careful investigation. The cells that were originally so weak that they would collapse if separated from the body now became stable. There are even fluctuations of laws lingering within it. The cells were expanding infinitely, as if they were condensing, swallowing up all the spiritual power and attribute power between heaven and earth. It's like a person who has been hungry for a long time eating and drinking to his heart's content, stuffing everything he can eat into his mouth. Did it succeed? Wang Heng murmured. Yu Junsheng, who was supporting him, heard this and replied, no, not even close. The cellular world that Su Yu mentioned has now been gradually perfected under the construction of the power of the void. But we still have to go through the most important step before we can completely stabilize it. Wang Heng nodded and said, heavenly tribulation. Yu Junsheng nodded, yes, the saint realm solidifies its domain into a small world within the body. This small world is needed to resist the heavenly tribulation. Only after undergoing the baptism of the heavenly tribulation and absorbing the power of thunder can it be transformed into a complete world. Although the world is small, it is equivalent to carving out an exclusive territory in space. If it cannot be recognized by the heavenly Tao, then the small world will also collapse. Yu Junsheng watched as Su Yu's consciousness immersed itself in the cellular world, constantly constructing the prototype of the small world, which was equivalent to the creation of the sky. He said slowly, we can retreat now. From now on, his domain will be the site of a special thunder tribulation. If I can make it through, he's not at the great saint level, but he still possesses the combat power of a great saint. Based on the embryonic form of the world he has condensed, it is estimated that he needs to condense 9 cellular worlds before he can truly advance to the great sage stage. He paused and added, once the 9 cellular worlds are condensed into the great sage. The great saint realm is invincible, and it is no problem for him to be on par with the newly entered quasi-emperor. This answer made Wang Heng gasp. This is even more powerful than Su Yu estimated. 10 great saints are equivalent to the power of 10 small worlds. If placed in front of a quasi-emperor, it is not worth the quasi-emperor's attention at all. Hundreds of great saints could only look on sideways. If 10 cells could be condensed in the cell world, they would be enough to rival the first-level quasi-emperor. It's truly an invincible road, Wang Heng exclaimed. At this moment, a purple-black magic lightning with a destructive aura struck down. In an instant, Su Yu's domain was penetrated. Seeing this scene, everyone's color changed. Retreat. Wang Heng, Yu Junsheng and others' expressions changed slightly when they saw this, and then they quickly withdrew from Su Yu's territory. When they came out, everyone exclaimed, obviously. This is Su Yu going through the tribulation. Boom. Above the dome, countless black magic thunders were circling, gathering strength. In the void, the breath of destruction is still intensifying. Obviously, the power of the thunder tribulation is still increasing. It can be called the calamity of a weak quasi-emperor. Seeing that the devil thunder calamity had accumulated to this point, an old man at the first level of quasi-emperor sighed with a solemn expression. Among the quasi-emperors present, he is the weakest. However weak he is still countless times stronger than the great sage realm. This thunder tribulation gave him the feeling that it was only about 30 to 40% weaker than when he broke through to the quasi-emperor level. He already has the power of half a quasi-emperor. Boom. At this moment, the demonic thunder tribulation was different from the thunder tribulations at other times. It fell one after another. The devilish thunder tribulation at this time was like raindrops falling madly. Bang! In an instant, Su Yu's domain exploded. At the same time, a dazzling fairy light slowly rose from it, lighting up the dark night sky obscured by the demonic thunder. Ha ha ha, it's just a condensed cell world, yet thunder tribulation of this magnitude has fallen. I didn't make a wrong move. Boom. Chapter 306. Even if the world is destroyed, I, Su Yu, can still be eternal. Thinking of this, Su Yu raised his head and squinted his eyes, looking at the magic thunder that was falling like raindrops, his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. That's how it should be. The cellular world is supposed to exist. In previous lives, those technology fanatics had made many remarks. The galaxies, nebulae, and superclusters in the universe are connected by their own bridges, just like the human brain, which has its own activities. They can be said to be bacteria, dust, and particles. So, there must be a world within the particles. Quantum universe, microscopic universe. All he did was to put those theories into practice on himself, but he never imagined that he could actually refine cells into small worlds. No, or in other words, it is the creation of eternal cells. Maybe not forever, but what if I continue to perform rituals and refine these small cellular worlds, continuously improving them until they become as stable as the universe created by the immortal king? Does that mean that I am the master of 36 trillion universes? Thinking of this, Su Yu couldn't help but tremble. This idea is really terrifying, if that's the case. The path he walks out will lead to the supreme realm. Come on, come on. Only after I survive this devilish thunder tribulation of yours will I know whether my cellular world can truly be stabilized. Boom. At this moment, the cellular world above Su Yu's head seemed to be flashing with a different light, making Su Yu more determined. In an instant, in his hands appeared 1,000 colored soldiers. 10,000 soldiers were like liquid metal, and under his thoughts, they turned into a sharp sword. Bang. The moment he held the big knife, the space under Su Yu's feet cracked, and he rushed towards the devil's thunder tribulation. One person faces this demonic thunder calamity that can destroy the world alone. So what if it's as dense as raindrops? My sword will clear away all obstacles that stand in my way. The more you try to stop me, the more it proves that everything I do is right. Ha ha ha. Su Yu laughed wildly and arrogantly, as if he was realizing something about himself. After years of practice, he has always walked the path that his predecessors have walked, but at this point, he wants to try to forge his own path. Create a new system. No, he doesn't know. He only knew that this was a path he could follow and that he would continue to evolve and become stronger. Perhaps condensing the cellular world requires understanding many rules. But, when he has accumulated enough knowledge, everything will turn into motivation, and every rule will be under his control. There are billions of rules in the world. Even if you are an immortal, you can only master one of the ways to become an immortal. And my ambition is to master all the rules, to create all the unknown rules, to be the so-called master of rules. Open. Su Yu's voice was loud and full of confidence, and he had unparalleled confidence. He is confident that he can do it, as long as his path can succeed. Then, what awaits him in the future will be a road with unlimited potential. Pointing straight to the highest peak, rushing to the front of the thunderstorm transformed from the devilish thunder tribulation, Su Yu was full of fighting spirit, with an aura that dared to pierce the sky. The pressure stretched across thousands of miles, and even the great sage realm couldn't help but hold his breath under this invincible aura. This knife opens the sky. Break the obstructing fog. Su Yu held the knife horizontally at his side, and for the first time, he gripped the hilt with both hands. Endless spiritual power surged and continuously poured into the 10,000 Dao soldiers. The shadows of 10,000 soldiers continued to grow larger, until finally, they stretched across 5,000 miles. The giant sword slashed out, and the sky collapsed. When Su Yu swung the sword, time seemed to have paused, and the magic thunder was frozen in midair. Rumble, the knife flashed by. A moment later, the thunders filled with destructive power exploded one after another, blooming like fireworks. Completely illuminate this void. This knife is extraordinary. Seeing this spectacular scene, everyone opened their mouths wide, as if they could fit an egg in each one. It's quite exaggerated. Is this really the Saint Realm and not the peak of the Great Saint Realm? Great Emperor. Is he a human or an immortal? Sword Saint, the absolute Sword Saint. The Great Saint of Sword Tao. All the sword cultivators who saw this scene were so frightened that their bodies were trembling, and the swords on their bodies were making buzzing sounds, as if they had met the Emperor of Swords. The sword cultivators' eyes were fanatical, as if he were on a pilgrimage. If there weren't so many people watching at this moment, these sword cultivators would have been unable to help but kneel down under Suyu's sword. The quasi-emperors were even more amazed. The thunder tribulation of a weak quasi-emperor was destroyed by him with just one strike. His realm not reaching the great sage level is really a blow. They could accept that Suyu possessed combat power that surpassed the forbidden realm of the gods, but when they witnessed this combat power that almost surpassed the forbidden realm of the gods, they all began to feel deeply moved. Even after living for so many years, I felt jealous for the first time. What kind of emotion could make them envy a young man? Wang Heng and others were watching this tribulation from the side, and their hearts were filled with mixed emotions. Success. It should be successful. Yu Junsheng replied softly. It seemed to be verifying their guess. Above the sky, Suyu shuttled through the fireworks of thunder and lightning, constantly approaching the devil thunder above the sky. Those devil thunders hidden deep in the void were like his prey. Suyu was approaching, knife in hand. The speed is extremely fast, even almost half the speed of light. The devil's thunder tribulation was angry, and thunderstorms erupted once again. But this time, before he could land, Suyu chose to take the initiative to attack. Nothing can stand in my way, not even the way of heaven. My way is not about cultivating immortality, but the way of eternity. My body is eternal, and my soul is eternal. Only I am eternal. Even if the world is destroyed, I, Suyu, can still be eternal. Wherever I am, there's the world. Become the nourishment of my first cell world. Buzz. Another slash of sword was made, and this one directly broke the condensation of the magic thunder tribulation. At the same time, Suyu's martial body began to grow larger and larger, and finally turned into 30,000 meters. His giant hand grasped the magic thunder tribulation as if it were a real object. In an instant, the vitality contained in the demonic thunder calamity was squeezed out. Thunder source liquid. Concentrate for me. Suyu had the first cellular world above his head that contained the law of the void, and then he poured all the squeezed lightning source fluid into it. In an instant, the cellular world bloomed with an even more mysterious light. This aura spreads, giving people an extremely subtle feeling. It's like a new world is born under their witness. Boom. When the light reaches its peak, the last magic thunder struck down. This time, Suyu did not stop it, but let it fall into the cell world. Boom. As the demonic thunder was absorbed by the cellular world, calamity surged above the sky. But Suyu's aura was increasing exponentially. After a while, the calamity dissipated. At the same time, an aura stronger than that of the Great Saint Realm rose into the sky and spread out towards the outside of Tianji City for hundreds of thousands of miles before stopping. Enter the Great Sage. Chapter 307. Do you also want to walk out of this path? The Great Saint Realm is the middle stage beyond the three realms. At this level, one has completely transcended the realm of mortals, lifespan has increased significantly, and one has a close connection with heaven and earth, having a deeper understanding of heaven and earth. This is what people call connecting heaven and earth and understanding the laws. In the eyes of high-level cultivators, the division of cultivation realms is actually very simple. The three stages of body refining are tempering the body, solidifying the meridians, and building the foundation. This is to forge the roots of cultivation. There are three realms of qi refining, Shandian, Linghai, and Ningdan. Cultivate spiritual energy to forge the qi. The three realms of spirit refining are the accumulation of spirit, the Dharma image, and the calamity of yin and yang. This is the stage of concentrating the spirit, soul and Dharma image, and initially building the foundation for transcending into the ordinary. The five stages of decline of celestial beings in the state of quasi-saints are the realm of transcendence to the mortal realm. This is the most important stage in crossing the gap between immortals and mortals. The three realms of transcendence, namely saint, great sage and quasi-emperor, are to lay the foundation for transcendence, and from then on to become a great emperor and have the basis for transcendence. If you are chosen, you can ascend to become an immortal. If abandoned by the immortals, the emperor would also have the opportunity to cross the gap between immortals and mortals. That is the 9 transformations to immortality. With 9 lifetimes of experience, he reversed his fate and became an immortal in the mortal world. And, once you achieve the status of immortal, your combat power will be comparable to that of a top-level true immortal, and can even be comparable to that of an immortal lord. This is all recorded. However, there are very few people who can become immortals in 9 lifetimes, so few that there may not be 10 in countless universes. And every mortal immortal eventually becomes an immortal king. At this time, Suyu had reached the Great Saint Realm. With his talent, the road to the future had already been opened. Whether he becomes a quasi-emperor or an emperor in the future is only a matter of time for him. Now with his talent, too many top forces are willing to protect him. The people below may have opinions, but for the top management, Suyu's appearance is undoubtedly a hope to save the Qingkang universe. When others achieve the Great Saint Realm, their holy power only radiates within 100,000 miles. However, the fame of Suyu achieving the Great Sage radiated outwards to hundreds of thousands of miles, approaching 1,000,000 miles. Everyone was amazed at Suyu's strength. However, only those who had discussed the Tao with Suyu before knew that what Suyu had achieved now was nothing more than a cellular world. Just one. Now, the aura of the Great Saint Realm has become stable, and Suyu's cell world has also completely stabilized. Obviously he was on the right track. This is a path with unlimited potential. If I can embark on this path, I can't say that I am invincible, but I can say that I am invincible among those in the same realm. Other great saints can only comprehend the rules within a small world. But Suyu, it is to refine the small world with rules. And it is refined into a cell. According to Suyu, the human body has 36 trillion cells. If every cell can be refined, then Suyu will have 36 trillion small worlds. What a huge and vast project this is. These top-level immortals naturally knew that there were other worlds outside Qingkang. The universe they live in was created by immortals. In the infinite space outside, there are countless universes. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is as vast as a sea of sand. They did not make a sound and remain silent, but they were very excited in their hearts. Soon, the holy power gradually dissipated, and Suyu's aura gradually stabilized. Suyu did not stay for too long, but spread out the cell world and displayed it openly in Tianji City. Here, he believed that Elder Tianji and Saint Tianyin would protect him. Besides, so what if someone destroys his cell world? It still won't hurt him. At most, you lose one cell. Brother Wang, brother Yu, please come in again and talk, ha ha ha. Suyu's eyes swept across the crowd, stopped on the faces of Wang Heng and others, and then grinned. Then, he took the lead in entering the cellular world and disappeared. Only the cellular world was sparkling, emitting a unique void divine power. Seeing this scene, Wang Heng and others smiled and nodded. Then they followed Su Yu's footsteps and walked into the small world. The dazzling light spread out, and when they entered the small world, they were also shocked by its internal structure. The appearance of the world here is completely different from the small world in the Great Saint Realm that they have seen. The small world in the Great Holy Land can accommodate life and absorb spiritual energy to grow spiritual plants and nourish simple creatures. It's exactly the same as real land. The world of the Great Saint Realm is hundreds of miles wide. However, Su Yu's detection range is over 1,000 miles. Perhaps it is because the power of rules was captured in advance that it has expanded to this extent. However, no matter how you look at it, the scale is already astonishing. And, in Su Yu's cell world, they discovered that this place was not suitable for planting or breeding, and life could not survive here. Because there is no spiritual energy and oxygen. They were able to enter here because they were monks and could survive without breathing. There are no other attributes present, only the power of the void that Wang Heng is most familiar with. He could even sense that the law of the void existed here. This situation simply shocked Wang Heng. Brothers, what do you think of my first cell world? At this time, Su Yu's voice sounded. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads at the same time, and then saw Su Yu slowly walking out of the fog. Seeing Su Yu still dressed elegantly in white, without a speck of dirt, several people couldn't help but ask, Brother Su, your world. Before they could ask, Su Yu interrupted, this isn't a small world in the Great Saint Realm. This is just the cell world. Strictly speaking, I am now a great sage, but also not a great sage. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng immediately asked, why? Su Yu touched the location of his dantian and said slowly, because my dantian has not shown any signs of expansion, is still at the peak of the Saint Realm. Hearing this, everyone gasped. That might and power from before was no less than that of a great sage. It was even stronger than a great sage in the middle or late stages. Hearing this, Su Yu looked at the small world and said with a smile, because this small world can also be used as an energy storage room. I can store an additional amount of spiritual power here that is comparable to that of a mid-stage great saint. We can also use the power of the laws of the cellular world to mobilize. To become a great sage, I'll probably need to condense 5 more cellular worlds than I previously estimated, well I guess. Now that he has thoroughly verified the path of the cellular world, all that awaits him is to continue replicating it. Certainly, this rhythm cannot be achieved by just any cell. Instead, you need to gather your limbs and abdomen to form a complete 6-cell world. Seeing everyone in a trance, Su Yu thought a lot and finally asked solemnly, do you also want to get out of this path? Chapter 308, Experimental Subject, first enters the great sage and then condenses the cell world. Su Yu's words stunned everyone. Yu Junsheng hesitated for a moment and asked doubtfully, can we learn it too? It's not that he lacks confidence, but they may not be able to find their way forward on this new path. After all, even Su Yu had only figured out the first step. No one knows whether he will explode and die later. After all, it is like cramming a world into such a tiny cell. Su Yu nodded and said, the way of cells is not difficult. You just need to understand the functions of each major cell and then apply this understanding to where to strengthen the next cell world. In the past, it would have been very difficult for him to summarize the cellular world. But now, he has reached the peak of the Holy Realm. Memory has long been extraordinary, even comparable to that of a computer. I can clearly recall every page, every line, every word and punctuation mark that I read. It is naturally easy to summarize them. If I choose the central sacred land of Shantai, it is naturally to stabilize my consciousness and suppress my soul. The enhancement of the cellular world can also be fed back to my soul and body. For the next strengthening, choose the cells in the dantian area of the abdomen to stabilize the body. Then, by strengthening the limbs and forming 6 major cellular worlds, you will be able to complete the connection of the cellular worlds and advance to the great sage stage. Although the process will be a little slow, as long as you touch the rules, you can easily refine cells. Like the devilish thunder tribulation I'm going through today, are you confident you can survive it? After hearing Su Yu's words, several people looked at each other, then shook their heads and said, we're not sure. The devil's thunder tribulation is not something that can be easily overcome. Although they are very strong, they do not have the abnormal body and swordsmanship level of Su Yu, nor do they have his abundant spiritual power. Hearing this, Su Yu nodded and said, that's fine. I've cultivated a small world within my body. Although I can't strengthen 36 trillion cells, I can strengthen 12 trillion. This was his estimate, because the small world in the body should account for the entire abdominal flesh, the only parts that need to be strengthened are the brain and limbs. The brain has 200 billion cells. After all of them are tempered, they can also strengthen an extremely powerful brain world. The arms have 1.5 trillion cells, both arms combined have 3 trillion, and the legs have 5 trillion cells. Excluding the part that connects to the body, the overall value is 12 trillion cells in the world. Even if it can't be strengthened that much, it doesn't matter. Just one cell world is comparable to the total spiritual power of a great saint. Can significantly increase the upper limit. Of course there is a prerequisite. That is, you can find so many carriers to allow cells to carry the expansion of the world. Just like him, he uses the power of rules to carry it. The strength of the carrier is also related to the strength of the world. However, even so, being able to strengthen so many cell worlds means that this is not simply 1 + 1 = 2, but greater than 2. Su Yu's idea made these geniuses breed rapidly. Everyone can imagine how powerful they would be if they had a few more cell worlds. Invincible in the same realm. No, it's just a cross-border fight. Even without using the Lin character secret, one can easily cross the forbidden realm of the gods. If the Lin character secret can trigger the enhanced state of all cell worlds, then the combat power is unimaginable. Just thinking about what would happen next made them tremble all over. Even Yu Junsheng, who has always been known for his mystery, couldn't help but ask, is it really possible? They didn't doubt Su Yu, but there was no comparison reference. Su Yu nodded and said, of course. As he spoke, he looked at the excited Tianzhao and said, I wonder if any Taoist brothers are willing to be this test subject, break through the great saint realm, and then comprehend the cellular world. Soon after these words were spoken, a genius in the crowd raised his hand. That is the immortal seed sequence from the Ji family, named Ji Shijun. Ji Shijun is older and has reached his limit. Moreover, he has been stuck at the peak of the saint realm for many years, just hoping to break through after the advent of the golden age. His conception of the small world was naturally extremely rich, and he was able to quickly achieve enlightenment. Let me do it. I've already reached my limit. If my experiment is successful, it will be an opportunity to raise my own limit. His face is not handsome, but it is definitely the kind that looks very gentle. Surname Ji, originated from the Yellow Emperor among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. It is the most noble human imperial force. Everyone looked at him, and someone familiar with him couldn't help but ask, Brother Jun, do you really want to be the test subject? Upon hearing this, Ji Shijun smiled and said, the first test subject is fellow Taoist Su Yu. And I am the first test subject to test whether the great saint realm can continue to refine the cell world. As he spoke, he looked at Su Yu and said seriously, fellow Taoist Su Yu, please tell me how to comprehend the small world again after condensing the Great Saint Realm. Su Yu met his gaze and said slowly, the small world is to solidify the domain. As for the realm, it is based on the cultivation techniques mastered in the Saint Realm. In fact, the realm can also be comprehended through practicing cultivation techniques above the Saint Realm. Normally, the realm of cultivation techniques will not be revealed. However, if you can cut off your main cultivation technique and use the auxiliary cultivation technique to communicate with heaven and earth, the second realm will appear. This also means that you need to acquire a second technique and cultivate it to the Saint Realm. Do you have any? Upon hearing this, Ji Shijun immediately smiled and asked, the second technique. Coincidentally, I was once granted a Great Saint Realm technique when I was an elite disciple. Later, I was granted an Emperor level technique due to a chance encounter. I have already mastered that technique to perfection. Su Yu also laughed. That's good to have. If not, then we can only solidify the supernatural power. That's all I need. Su Yu laughed out loud. Then, he said to everyone, in that case, let me first explain to you the distribution of cells and their functions as I understand them. The distribution of cells is. At this moment, Su Yu explained to them the high school knowledge he had learned. Although it is superficial, I have already understood it after thinking about it for many years. After finishing the theoretical explanation, he asked Ji Shijun to try dissecting the first cell himself. Only after he fully understood the structure of cells did everyone end their discussion. And during this time, a whole month passed quietly. It is not easy to master so much knowledge in just 1 month. Ji Shijun also decided to strengthen the first cell to his arm because he was good at strength. The opportunity he got at the beginning was the Qilin bone replacement, and he replaced his arm with a Qilin bone. If he could be strengthened, he would probably be able to hold up the sky with one hand. After thoroughly absorbing the knowledge and making all the preparations, more than a dozen people chose to leave Su Yu's small world of emptiness. Back to reality. During this month, people from the Tianjia list came to take the test one after another. Although Tianji City was not as lively as before, there were still many strong people. The reappearance of Su Yu and the others also attracted many people's attention. Soon, Ji Shijun immediately rushed to the top of the Tianjia list and then burst into his current peak state. His aura was captured by the Tianjia list, and his ranking was soon revealed. With a bone age of 287 years, he has reached the peak of sainthood and is ranked 998th throughout the ages. Boom. After finishing the ranking test, Ji Shijun stopped suppressing his own energy and detonated it directly. In an instant, the luck entered the body, and the sky above Tianji City. The thunder of disaster surges. The Great Saint Tribulation, another genius has reached the Great Saint level. Chapter 309 Even if I die on this road, I will die without regrets. Such a huge commotion quickly attracted all the attention in Tianji City. When they looked up into the air, they saw Ji Shijun's figure standing proudly in midair, and in his abdomen, the power of the domain slowly condensed and compressed into shape and then emerged from his body. Concentrate, Ji Shijun held the power of the domain in his hands. His expression was not serious at all, but rather very calm. For a genius like him, this is the upper limit. However, his upper limit is quasi-emperor. Therefore, condensing a small world in a great holy realm was not a problem for him. Instead, it is easy to control. In Tianji City, Yu Zhensheng withdrew his gaze and then explained to Su Yu, the Ji family's bloodline originated from the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan, one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The bloodline is respected. The Ji family controls the power of Xiaoyan and is also the group with the deepest understanding of the laws of space. Ji Shijun's ability is an outstanding spatial force, concentrated in his modified Qilin arm. According to records, he once compressed space with a single palm strike, crushing a peak Saint Realm demon cultivator to death in the middle Saint Realm. If we want to condense a small world, space should be the main focus. Moreover, the scope of the small world is larger than that of the average Great Saint Realm. It is estimated to be about 500 miles wide. Su Yu nodded slightly. Indeed, there are as many geniuses in the world as stars, and it is not surprising that there are geniuses with any kind of talent. Wang Heng added, the reason the Imperial clan is because they are born with the priority to control a law. This mysterious thing is the continuation of their bloodline. Every Imperial clan that stands today has its own characteristics. So, those who can achieve enlightenment and become emperors nowadays either master new rules or compete for priority with the laws that the quasi-emperors of the Imperial clan have cultivated for many years. Otherwise, most of them achieve enlightenment from top-level forces. Upon hearing this, Su Yu nodded deeply in agreement. That's true. Whenever he tried to comprehend other rules, he would always encounter resistance. The reason was because above this rule there were top-level experts occupying a share. After all, there is only so much power of rules in a universe, and whoever has more will be stronger. As Wang Heng and others said, at that time, the quasi-emperor in their clan will definitely give up his share and let him take control. Because Wang Heng's probability of achieving enlightenment is higher than theirs. This is the system of abdication. Boom. Above the sky, Ji Shijun's aura began to become manic, and the energy of heaven and earth and the spiritual energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles all rushed towards him. In the sky, the thunder tribulation belonging to the Great Saint Realm began to accumulate power. Unlike the demonic thunder tribulation which is filled with a destructive aura, the aura of the Great Sage tribulation is more stable and dozens of times weaker. With Ji Shijun's fighting power, he can easily handle it. As expected, after the 36th pillar of thunder was shattered by Ji Shijun, infinite vitality and power with the breath of the world began to converge towards him, or to be more precise, towards the small world. Boom. Just like the sound of a heartbeat, the breath of the world began to spread. In an instant, light burst out. As the power of the domain was solidified, Ji Shijun seized the opportunity and took the small world into his body. At this moment, the aura belonging to the Great Saint Realm began to rise rapidly. Soon, it will be completely stable. We've crossed it. Everyone was amazed that the thunder tribulation of the Great Saint Realm was so unbearable in front of the genius without any suspense. Another great sage, is this from the Ji family of the Imperial clan? Judging from the spatial power in its aura, it must be the immortal seed of the Ji family. These old people were all sighing. Their upper limit, even in the special environment of the Golden Age, is only the peak of the Saint Realm. Very few can break through the Great Saint Realm. Seeing these immortals easily break their own upper limit, they are naturally very disappointed. But there is no way. Being able to reach this point has surpassed countless people. Just then, after stabilizing his breath, Ji Shijun, who was familiar with the power of the Great Saint Realm, suddenly nodded in the direction of Su Yu. Seeing this, Su Yu asked, are you confident? What he was talking about was naturally the devilish thunder tribulation in the condensed cell world. He was naturally aware of the power of the demonic thunder tribulation, which was definitely not something that an ordinary great saint in the late stage could resist. At the very least, you have to be at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. He also didn't know whether the Great Saint Realm's condensed cell world would become stronger. But, if it is not condensed by the power of rules, it may be smaller. After all, he has already exceeded his authority. The power that only a quasi-emperor can control, and he, a peak saint, is using it. Isn't that an overstepping of authority? Ji Shijun thought for a moment, then nodded heavily, gritting his teeth and saying, it has to be done, even if it means I die on this path. I'll have no regrets after seeing a broader future. If I don't try, I'll never get rid of the inner demons in my life. Top cultivators are most wary of these things. When seeking the truth, all they seek is enlightenment through a single thought. It would be fine if you didn't understand, but after understanding, there's hope of contact. However, if he doesn't try, he will never achieve higher achievements. The inner demon will grow. Suyu smiled and said, okay, let's go give it a try. The abdomen is useless now, so use your second technique to strengthen your arms. He was not sure, but he had to try anyway. He also wants to have like-minded fellow Taoists. If he kills too many people later, he will definitely be treated with hostility. If he has no teammates behind him in the end, he will definitely have a hard time. Instead of doing this, why not get some people to make up the numbers? Anyway, the highest path is in his hands. Good. Ji Shijun took a deep breath, and then the majestic aura on his body suddenly disappeared, replaced by a slightly weaker aura of martial arts. That was the Ji family's great sacred method that he practiced when he was not yet at the immortal level. It's called sky-splitting power. Practice the power of space, so that the energy can split the space. He has already achieved great success. Click. The moment the martial arts technique was transformed, the space around Ji Shijun suddenly began to solidify. In just a moment, the space around him solidified into a mirror, smooth and clean, like a clone, replicating him into 7 figures. This is the characteristic of the sky-splitting power technique, which solidifies and compresses space. After Ji Shijun switched his skills, the content of his conversations with Suyu over the past month quickly emerged in his mind. That is the understanding of the cells in the body. He closed his eyes. Soon, boom, I found you. Ji Shijun showed a bright smile on his face because he located the strongest cell in his Guilin arm. Out. Brigadier General Ji Shi gathered all his strength, and then a faint light appeared on his arm. If you look at it normally, you won't find any clues. But if you look closely, you can find an extremely tiny atom. Countless times smaller than dust. The moment the cells appeared, Ji Shijun directly placed his martial arts field on the cells. Boom. At the same time, the sky that had just cleared up became dark again. Holy thunder tribulation. Is this the calamity of the small world? How is that possible? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, and then the entire Tianji city was completely boiling. Even in the distant Tianji tower, Saint Tianyin and old man Tianji both opened their eyes and saw what was happening. This is Chapter 310, This Road Works. Surpasses all existing limits. The second small world. How is this possible? Who can replicate the miracle of the Emperor of Heaven? Someone from the Ji family. No, how could it be him? I've seen his fate. He's only a future quasi-emperor, with the potential to become a great emperor. The strange scene outside made the two supreme powers lose their composure. They have long been extraordinary in calculating the secrets of heaven, and it is impossible for them to make mistakes. As early as the moment these people arrived in Tianji city, they had all had their fortunes told. Ji Shijun was no exception. The fate was pretty good, but not as exaggerated as it is now. He is the first person in this world after the Emperor of Heaven who can condense a second small world. Both quasi-emperor level saints lost their composure. Soon, they calmed down, and the props for divination appeared one by one. Each one was of extraordinary quality, with quasi-imperial level. After looking at each other, the two quickly calculated the secret. Soon, the contents of their divinations were revealed one by one. Looking at the content displayed by the hexagram, the expressions of both of them changed at the same time. That's impossible. His fate has changed. Is this the imperial star shining on him? Is this his chance to become an emperor? No, it's higher. Seeing this hexagram, even an old man like Tianji, who had lived for a long time, became uncontrollable and blurted out, the fate is shifting, moving closer to the emperor star. Is there even a chance of immortality forming? No, how could such a strange thing happen? Tianyin Saint Lord looked at the hexagram in his hand and took a deep breath, extreme realm sublimation. There's no reason. After putting these things away, they pondered for a moment, then looked towards Tianji city and murmured, what on earth did they experience in Suyu's small world? Why did Ji Shijun's fate improve after he came out? They could never have imagined that such a huge change could happen in just 1 month. Boom, above Tianji city. It was formed by the exclusive thunder tribulation belonging to the small world. After the holy thunder tribulation struck down, Ji Shijun looked up. The power of the great sage surges within the body. Ever since his cultivation had gradually improved, he had a feeling. That means there is no successor. Yes, his potential is insufficient to support him to move up further. Just like those old people whose time is approaching, they have a premonition that their time is running out. He also had a premonition that his potential was running out. Quasi-emperor, perhaps this is his destiny. But when the cellular world really began to condense, he once again felt the potential in his body coming to life. It's like a new life. Let him regain the feeling of the past. That is, I can still climb up a little bit. I seem to be okay again. Ji Shijun murmured. Buzz. The next moment, a grey halberd with an extremely domineering shape appeared. The moment he held the halberd, Ji Shijun felt the power in his body roaring, like a volcano about to erupt. Turbulent and surging, split the sky, boom. The next moment, Ji Shijun's body directly broke through the spatial limitations and faced the holy thunder tribulation. The disasters of the small world should be borne by the small world itself. But he is the master of the small world, and is one with the small world, and can resist the holy thunder tribulation. This is true for everyone. The power that erupts before the thunder tribulation is destructive. If one is unable to withstand this kind of pressure, irreversible damage will occur. So, he took action. He wanted to break the destructive power of the small world and leave the final thunder tribulation that brought healing and vitality to the cell world. Ji Shijun held a grey halberd in his hand, his expression becoming high-spirited. With a thrust of the halberd, the space was shattered. At this moment, the space is like an inflated balloon, squeezed by the power of the halberd, and the changes in the space can be clearly seen. The space is squeezed but not broken. This is the accumulation of power. When the space squeezing force reaches the critical value. Break. As Ji Shijun's calm voice rang out, the compressed space suddenly cracked, and terrifying power poured out, shattering the thunder power of the holy thunder tribulation. Pillars of lightning continued to fall one after another. Ji Shijun was not in a hurry. With the power of the great sage, the combat power he can unleash is no longer what it used to be. The peak of the saint realm in the great saint, that is the transformation of power. He controls a small world in space. The power increase brought by the small world is far stronger than the domain power superimposed at the peak of the holy realm. Under his methodical attack, the lightning pillars continued to shatter and turned into the most refined energy, which he guided to the cellular world. Everyone was numb. Only Wang Heng and others' eyes became brighter. Under their gaze, the cellular world condensed by Ji Shijun continued to solidify, absorbing countless spiritual energies and energy from heaven and earth, as well as the residual power of the broken space. After the last thunder tribulation fell, Ji Shijun did not choose to take action, but instead withdrew. He left the last thunder tribulation to the cell world. Ha! The thunderbolt struck the small world, and suddenly, light burst out. Although the cellular world was shaking, it was firmly resisting the erosion of the destructive force and was refighting it. After one stick of incense, the light of the small world became brighter. In the sky, the thunderclouds dissipated, and only the essential power remained in place, being continuously absorbed by the small world. This process lasted for a long time. 3 full hours passed. Until the last wisp of energy from heaven and earth was absorbed. Buzz, the cellular world shines brightly. Seeing this scene, Ji Shijun felt as if there was an extra bond between his mind and the small world in front of him, and he could control every move of the small world at any time. After taking back the form cellular world, a tiny spot on his Qilin arm that was invisible to the naked eye was finally filled. As the cellular world enters the body, at this moment, Ji Shijun only felt a new force injected into his body. Even, not much weaker than his little world, this power gave him the feeling that it could mobilize a wisp of spatial power, and even merge it with the power of the small world in his body. It's done. A gleam of light flashed in Ji Shijun's eyes, showing excitement. This small world can be nurtured by him, and can also absorb spiritual power on its own to maintain itself or even evolve. And it can be superimposed with his existing strength. This feeling is too mysterious. It was so mysterious that even he couldn't describe it. If I had to say it, it would be myself who had previously broken through the great saint realm and condensed my first small world. Now you can blow it up at will. Ha 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 ha. After realizing the earth-shaking changes in himself, Ji Shijun couldn't help but burst into laughter. After laughing, he looked in the direction of Su Yu and met the expectant gazes of Wang Heng and the others. Finally, under their gaze, Ji Shijun grinned. This road is passable. Surpass the current limit. Chapter 311. The competition of geniuses from all races begins. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was silent for a while, and then exciting laughter was heard. Not only those unknown immortal species, even strong men like Wang Heng and Yu Zhensheng were extremely excited. They could clearly sense how powerful Ji Shijun was, and that was an earth-shaking change. At this time, even Wang Heng did not dare to say that he could fight with Ji Shijun. Mass production of geniuses. No, there are also restrictions. The knowledge of the cellular world is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, and ordinary people do not have the courage to challenge the second Holy Thunder Tribulation. The Holy Thunder Tribulation is much stronger than the Great Holy Tribulation. Would an ordinary great sage dare to merge? I dare not. They were unable to withstand the Holy Thunder Tribulation. Even a single strike could seriously injure them, let alone resist it completely. So, this is destined to be the path for geniuses to reach their highest level of advancement. But, what made them regretful was that they were unable to replicate Su Yu's original path. They don't have the courage to challenge the Devil's Thunder Tribulation. Moreover, they did not have Su Yu's abnormal soul strength and self-healing ability, otherwise, the mere process of touching the rules would be enough to tear them apart. So, they took the safe route. Just walk to strengthen the cells in your limbs and brain. 12 trillion is enough. Seeing Ji Shijun coming back, a group of immortals surrounded him and looked him up and down. The more I look at it, the more frightened I become. Because there were no major changes in other parts of Ji Shijun's body, except for the arm that strengthened his cell world, which was filled with a power that made them all nervous. It seemed that he could easily defeat the great saint with just one punch. It's simply unbelievable. What a strong arm. A single punch can unleash the full force of another person. Brother Jun, congratulations, you've been reborn. Some people expressed their feelings, while others expressed their sincere congratulations. Ji Shijun responded with a smile. He was very happy at this moment. Now he just needs to strengthen the cellular world step by step. The only difference is he has to practice many skills, or if he can master the power of the laws in advance, he can also condense the world. Su Yu looked at Ji Shijun and smiled. How do you feel? The feeling he was talking about was a change throughout his body. Ji Shijun heard his voice, looked over, and grinned. It feels good. My understanding of space is doubled. The changes brought about by the second world are huge. It almost allows me to sense the existence of the law in advance. Strengthening the cellular world is not just about creating another world. The world is filled with rules. No matter how you achieve enlightenment, you will have a deep understanding of certain rules. Ji Shijun used the field with spatial attributes to strengthen the world inside his body, and then used the field of sky-splitting force to strengthen the cellular world. Both were spatial divisions, so he was more sensitive to spatial cultivation and could more easily absorb power. That's good, it proves that my direction is correct. Su Yu also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. However, he soon frowned and said, but there's one thing we need to pay attention to. I feel that the formation of the cell world is likely to be accompanied by an intensification of disasters. After all, this can be considered as taking away the good fortune of heaven. Hearing this, Ji Shijun nodded in agreement and said, I've noticed it too. When I condensed the first world, although the heavenly Tao was a little angry, it was not excessive. The only thing he felt was anger when he condensed the cellular world. I believe that in the future, the cohesion of the cell world will become increasingly difficult, and the forces that need to be resisted will become stronger and stronger. It might even exceed the limit. As he spoke, Ji Shijun's expression became serious. Even the people around who looked delighted fell silent. Su Yu said seriously, that's not necessary. If you want to fight against a power beyond your own realm, then you should cultivate the effect of the chain method and cultivate the corresponding amplification power of the small world. When multiple small worlds are superimposed, the power that erupts is unimaginable. So, you must proceed steadily and temper your body and soul simultaneously. Then think about how to chain the power of the small world you control to double it. Wang Heng came over at this time and said with a smile, let's not talk about this anymore. I should go back with my clan. With the help of the ancestors within the Wei tribe, I might be able to lay a better foundation. Hearing this, the others nodded and said, we're about the same. Because they had received news earlier, asking them to hurry back. Obviously, something big is about to happen. Su Yu nodded and said, alright, but I still need to remind you all. The cell world's affairs must not be leaked. In fact, there's nothing to worry about even if it is leaked. Because he is the only one who knows the direction of future strengthening. When everyone heard this, they all nodded and said, of course. They will certainly not leak the secret. If they do, they will definitely suffer unprecedented attacks. After all, this is crazy. It can almost enhance people's potential and limits. Not to mention anything else, just the fusion of a cellular world is enough to bring about earth-shaking changes in a person. This is also the reason why they chose to return to their family in the sex cell world. Stability is a must. Although Old Man Tianji and Saint Lord Tianyin were watching over Tianji City, they were still exposed to everyone's sight. It's hard not to arouse suspicion among the powerful. As for Ji Shijun, he didn't care. As the descendant of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, no one in the Ji family dared to be so cruel as to provoke him. That is a slap in the face to the entire human race. Of course, except for the emperor's tomb. That's good. Su Yu smiled and said, my fellow Taoists, I'll see you when the emperor's road opens. As he spoke, he clasped his fists towards everyone. Everyone responded with a smile. However, just as they were about to disperse, suddenly, the aura belonging to Saint Lord Tianyin and Old Man Tianji emerged from the Tianji Tower. Sensing this breath, everyone froze in place, holding their breath and looking behind them. As expected, the space behind them suddenly twisted, and two figures that shook the heaven and earth walked out of the twisted space. After seeing their faces clearly, everyone was shocked. Soon, someone reacted and bowed to the two of them, shouting, "Greetings to the Holy Lord Tianyin, greetings to the owner of this building." Everyone, including Su Yu, is no exception. These two people are worthy of their courtesy. Because they are the messengers of the destiny of the human race. It can be said that their existence guarantees the fortune of the human race. Seeing that everyone was like this, Saint Tianyin smiled, then waved his hand, and a gentle force lifted up everyone present. "No need for formalities, you are all the pride of our human race." His voice was calm and full of convincing magic. Tianyan Shangju glanced at them, then smiled and said, "I'm afraid you won't have to wait until the Emperor Road opens before you can meet each other." Su Yu was stunned when he heard this and asked, "What do you mean?" Tianyan Saint Lord gave him a deep look, then said, "Because the 10,000 races prodigy competition is about to begin." Chapter 312, Full of Rules, I am overcoming my future calamity. The competition of geniuses from all races. Hearing this, Su Yu was a little confused. At present, he is not interested in competitions or anything like that. On the contrary, as his cultivation becomes more advanced, he becomes more obsessed with studying his own Tao and body. Many times he even wished he could stay in seclusion until he achieved great success before coming out. Good. The Holy Lord of Tianyin nodded slightly and said, "The competition of the pride of all races is called the Pride Competition, but in fact it is a competition among all races in the universe below the level of quasi-emperor. The peak of his attack is that of a great sage, and he is less than 1,000 years old. You all know that at the great sage realm, a 1,000-year-old great sage can only be considered to be in the prime of life. Besides, the 10,000 races prodigy competition is not without its benefits. In addition to enjoying the blessing of good fortune, the top 100 will also be able to enjoy an immersion in the pool of rules." Hearing this, Su Yu couldn't help but be curious. Pool of rules. What is this place? Tianyan Shangju smiled and patiently explained, "The pool of rules is formed by the condensation of the laws of the universe. Except for those laws occupied by the peak quasi-emperors, all other laws will be integrated into the pool of rules. This was left by the Emperor of Heaven. It was also his bathing pool. Of course, this body is a dharmakaya of rules. When one reaches the innate realm, the human body will no longer be contaminated by dirt and dust, and will always remain in a clean state. The power of rules cleanses your body, and what you cleanse is your understanding of the rules. There is no doubt about this. That is the void pool that stands above the 9 heavens. It appears once every great era. Due to the characteristics of the pool of rules, even those below the quasi-emperor level can comprehend the rules up close. This will be of great benefit to you. More importantly, the first place winner will receive an emperor level technique. Issued by Tianyin Holy Land and Tianji Tower. Tianji Tower and Tianyin Holy Land are supreme holy forces, surpassing all top holy places and are directly affiliated with the immortal gates. Their existence has never been purged, so they have retained many imperial level skills in martial arts, including the ultimate imperial weapon. Even immortal methods exist. They have some rubbings of those destroyed imperial clans in top holy places. It would be just right to award it to a genius. The stronger a person is, the more resources he or she has access to. This is not just talk. As he spoke, the heavenly evolution Saint Lord also suppressed his slight smile and said seriously, "The Qinkang universe is the universe of the human race. The universe's luck is divided into 10 parts, and the human race alone accounts for 60%. The remaining 40%, the ancient royal family accounts for 20%, and the rest is other races. But this is the share of luck that the human race's geniuses have fought for many times, and it won't remain unchanged. If you fail to defeat the 10,000 clans this time, the luck will be redistributed. The specific amount that can be allocated depends on how high your ranking is and how strong your talent is." Among the group, only Su Yu looked stunned when he heard this. Nothing else. He had practiced for too short a time and had access to too few resources and knowledge. No one told him. Wang Heng and other people who came from imperial families and top holy places had indifferent and calm expressions. Obviously he knows these inside stories. Taking in everyone's expressions, Tianyan Shangju slowly said, "Although you all have shown extraordinary talent, don't take it lightly. This golden age is the last great age. Numerous geniuses and evildoers will emerge like mushrooms after rain, countless. The 10,000 races are not that simple." At this point, he shook his head and said, "It's too early to tell you this. Everyone, go back and digest the good fortune bestowed upon you by the human race. In 2 months, come to Tianji City and someone will lead you to the ancient battlefield star to participate in the competition." After saying this, Saint Lord Tianyin and Old Man Tianji disappeared at the same time. But, before leaving, they handed a Buddhist scripture to Su Yu. This is a note left by the Emperor of Heaven. It records his insights into the great saint realm. It may be helpful to you. Originally, they wanted to hand it over to Ji Shijun. After all, he is the owner of the second world. But after arriving, they changed their minds because they discovered that Su Yu might be the one who explored a whole new realm. Because they didn't find the small world inside Su Yu's body. Not a breath at all. Therefore, the tribulation that Su Yu had previously endured was not the thunder tribulation of the great saint realm. Su Yu is now at the peak of the saint realm. After taking a look at the yellow notebook, Su Yu calmed himself down and put it away. "Brothers, see you in 2 months." After saying that, he was the first to leave. No one was notified. Instead, he flashed out of the city and then stepped on the black dragon at the peak of the middle stage of the great saint realm and flew through the void and left. Seeing this scene, several people laughed. This is really unique and independent. Well, let's go back. 2 months is enough time to condense a second small world. Let's go. A group of geniuses said goodbye to each other and then left. After Wang Heng left, the Wang family quasi-emperors and great saints who had been lurking outside the city all appeared. Seeing him appear, an old Wang family quasi-emperor asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes, "Hanger, did you gain anything?" They had witnessed with their own eyes the strange phenomena displayed by Su Yu and Ji Shijun. With Wang Heng's talent, it is impossible for him to not gain anything. Wang Heng picked up the little void beast handed to him by the old man in the great saint realm, put his hand on the latter's head and stroked it gently. Thinking about what he had gained in the past month, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The harvest is huge, even greater than the luck of being on the list. Upon hearing this, all the powerful men of the Wang family were stunned. Is it more important than the effect of luck? What on earth did they discuss with Su Yu during this month? Wang Heng actually gave such an answer. Wang Heng calmed down and said with a smile, "Uncle, let's go back to the family first. I have something to ask of you, my ancestor. If you can do it, I, Wang Heng, will definitely be able to become an immortal in this life." Upon hearing this, the old quasi-emperor immediately showed ecstasy on his face. Okay, go home. A group of people from the Wang family were also extremely excited, and each of them wanted to return to the family right away. Looking at the excitement of his tribesmen, Wang Heng also had a bright smile. Become an immortal. Even if the immortal aptitude is not enough to be favored by the guide. As long as I can refine this harvest, or even refine hundreds of small worlds within my body. I can also break through the immortal barrier with my own strength. Brute force proves the way to immortality. One by one, the geniuses who had discussed Taoism with Suyu left and returned to their clans or sects. And within the next month, all over Xuantian, except for the northern territory and the Buddha kingdom, strange phenomena appeared everywhere. Even in the central region in the eastern wilderness, traces of the devilish thunder tribulation appeared. East Wilderness, Tianchuan Holy Land. As the last demonic thunder tribulation was shattered, blood continued to drip from Yu Zhensheng's body, and his breath became extremely weak, even to the point of being on the verge of death. However, he didn't care. On the contrary, the smile on his face was extremely bright and brilliant. Seeing him like this, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the Tianchuan Saint Lord, and he asked softly, Zhensheng, what tribulation are you going through? Yu Zhensheng looked at his mother for a long time, then he grinned. I'm trying to survive my future catastrophe. Chapter 313. All of us back then could be considered half disciples of Suyu. Yu Zhensheng's words made Tianchuan Saint Lord raise his eyebrows. With a hint of tenderness on his gentle face, he chuckled and said, is that so? It seems you are very confident in your own path. Indeed, you had already found your own path when you were in the soul condensation realm. Now that you've established your foundation, it's naturally worth celebrating. Yu Zhensheng has behaved differently from ordinary people since he was a child, and he had already made plans for his future path early on. As a mother, it is not surprising that she has achieved such success now. But, Yu Zhensheng shook his head slightly and replied, no. Holy Lord Tianchuan was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Yu Zhensheng did not answer immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes and sensed the small world within his body. Then he said, I found a completely new direction. There's no need to fight with anyone for the Tao, it's only mine. 36 trillion small worlds. This means that there are countless sorting combinations that are difficult to count. Suyu has his own way, and he also has his own 36 trillion ways. He surpassed my previous self. Tianchuan Saint Lord was puzzled and frowned slightly. You mean, you changed lanes? This is not a good thing. Having reached this point, if we rashly change our route, there will inevitably be considerable damage. Even backwards. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhensheng said, Mother, please check my realm aura. Upon hearing this, Saint Tianchuan did not hesitate and directly detected his breath fluctuations. Soon, Holy Lord Tianchuan was stunned. How come? Your realm, why is it still at the peak of the Saint realm? Now she was really confused. You know, the previous thunder tribulation was a devilish thunder tribulation, which was a treatment only for top geniuses, and it was also the most difficult tribulation in the great Saint realm. At the same time, Yu Zhensheng also condensed a small world, which cannot be faked. But she did not find any fluctuations of the small world in Yu Zhensheng's body, and even the aura of his realm was still at the peak of the holy realm. No wonder Zhensheng's injuries were not healed after he survived the thunder tribulation just now. It turns out that there's no breakthrough. What is going on? The gaze of Holy Lord Tianchuan became a little heavy. However, Yu Zhensheng smiled and said, Mother, you don't need to know too much. This is my path, the path of my future. As long as I keep going, my future self. Becoming an immortal in the human world is not a problem. Boom. These words directly made the Holy Lord Tianchuan's brain go blank. Becoming an immortal in the human world is not a problem. How much confidence does this take? If someone else said this, she would definitely sneer at it, but the one who said this was her son, whom she was proud of. From what she understood, she could not be absolutely sure that her son would act so aimlessly. Are you sure? The tone of Saint Tianchuan became serious. Yu Zhensheng nodded, extremely sure, of course. As he spoke, he said, if Mother doesn't believe me, you can spar with me with the power of the late great Saint realm. When he was at the peak of the Saint realm, he also sparred with his mother to test the limits of his combat power. If he faced a monstrous great sage like his mother, he could at best fight against someone at the peak of the early stage of the great sage realm, and he would only be able to die with her, not defeat her. Today, he is still at the peak of the Saint realm. Naturally, you have to experience a whole new kind of power. Okay, Tianchuan Saint Lord nodded, then let me test how powerful the new avenue you mentioned is. The next second, the two figures disappeared at the same time. In the martial arts square of Tianchuan Holy Land. Two figures filled with fighting spirit appeared at the same time, shocking all the Tianchuan disciples. Soon, they discovered that the people who came were none other than their Holy Lord and Holy Son. The martial arts square of Tianchuan Holy Land has been blessed by the great Emperor. It can support battles below the 7th level of quasi-emperor without affecting the outside world. It is a top-level training ground. It's the Holy Lord and the Holy Son. Oh my god, are the Holy Lord and his mother going to spar again? The Holy Son is so handsome. A group of Tianchuan disciples were chattering, looking at Yu Zhensheng with eyes full of passion and affection. Obviously, he was fascinated. Among the crowd of disciples were the three Su Qinggang sisters and Chen Yanxi. Upon seeing the Holy Son and the Holy Lord appear, the three sisters Su Qinggang frowned, and then Chen Yanxi spoke up, saying, Yu Zhensheng seems to have changed. If she could still see through the previous Yu Zhensheng, then the current Yu Zhensheng was full of unknowns. There are traces of Dao Rhyme. Su Wanqing stared for a while and slowly uttered a word. Boom. On the ring, the figures of Yu Zhensheng and Tianchuan Shengju moved at the same time, and both of them burst out with extremely strong pressure. However, this aura was suppressed by the martial arts square before it could spread out. Click. Above the arena, the space shattered in an instant and turned into nothingness. The battle between the two was very violent, and soon they felt something was wrong. Because Yu Zhensheng's aura is still at the peak of the Saint realm, but the Saint Lord's aura has actually risen from the peak of the early stage of the great Saint realm to the middle stage, and then to the peak of the middle stage, and finally to the late stage. This scene shocked them. Boom. An unknown amount of time passed before the violent aura of destructive pressure gradually dissipated, and the broken space on the martial arts square gradually healed. The figures of mother and son reappeared. The band disappeared, and everyone was in shock and couldn't recover for a long time. Across from Yu Zhensheng, Saint Tianchuan looked at her son, her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. After a long moment, she regained her composure, a gentle expression emerging on her gentle face. It seems your Tao has become even stronger. I have already reached the limit 3 times and am about to reach the battle power of the divine forbidden realm. Did you comprehend this on your own? Hiss. These words shocked all the elders and disciples. Breaking the limit 3 times. About to reach the divine forbidden realm. What a monster. Su Wanqing's double pupils also flashed with light, mixed with shock. Finally, she exhaled and said to the sisters beside her, Yu Zhensheng seems to be no worse than Su Yu. His Tao is very strong, and even my double pupils can't penetrate it. Chen Yanxi nodded and said solemnly, very strong, already has the appearance of a human immortal. Su Yu may not be able to compare. However, before they could finish their words of emotion, they were completely petrified by Yu Zhensheng's next words. On stage, Yu Zhensheng looked down at his arms which were still numb and trembling. He didn't care but smiled. No, Yu Junsheng said, raised his head and glanced at his mother, and said softly, this is the new way that Suyu taught me. Logically speaking, we, the few of us back then, could all be considered Suyu's half-disciples. Boom, these words were like thunder from the blue sky, exploding in everyone's ears. Chapter 314, if you ascend to heaven with this kind of skills, you might be considered an alien. Yu Junsheng's words made the eyes of Su Qingying and the other three girls suddenly become stiff. The youngest, Su Muyao, turned her neck mechanically and mumbled, Yu Junsheng, what did you just say? What he is practicing now is what Suyu taught him. As expected, everyone fell silent after hearing this sentence. My mind was turned upside down. Did Suyu teach you? This now his cultivation was at the peak of the Saint Realm, forcing the Saint Master to use the power of the late Saint Realm to barely die. Did Suyu teach you? How is that possible? Disbelief gradually emerged in the beautiful eyes of the four girls. They couldn't believe that Suyu had reached the point where he could guide Yu Junsheng. No, although it's hard to believe. However, Chen Yanxi inherited the legacy of an immortal, so his vision was naturally extraordinary. He could tell at a glance that Yu Junsheng was now a saint. True sainthood, this strange way of practicing cannot even be compared with the immortal skills in her mind. You know, the immortal skills she practices are at the immortal king level. The immortal king level is a skill that develops the acupoints and meridians of the human body to the extreme, and the inner potential including the limit can be fully exerted. However, even so, she still felt that her immortal king level skills seemed to have slightly less potential than the path practiced by Yu Junsheng. How horrifying this is. Could it be that Suyu has mastered the inheritance of the immortal king realm? No, Chen Yanxi's brain was working frantically, and his head was shaking non-stop. Because she didn't want to believe it. The inheritance that he was proud of was actually no match for Suyu. It must be fake, right? Su Muyao couldn't help but laugh dryly when she saw that the three of them were silent, her tone revealing weakness. Su Qingying, Su Wanqing and Chen Yanxi remained silent. Apparently, it was a blow. In the martial arts square, Yu Junsheng did not hide anything and smiled as he told the source of the martial arts he practiced. His words not only confused everyone, even his mother, Holy Lord Tianquan, was stunned. Coming back to his senses, Tianquan Saint Lord took a deep breath, barely suppressing his composure, and said solemnly, you mean Suyu taught you this? Yu Junsheng nodded slightly to show his agreement. Hiss, at this moment, Holy Lord Tianquan felt as if the world was spinning around him. She knew the potential of her offspring best. Yu Junsheng was extremely talented and had the potential to be at the level of an immortal or an emperor's son. But, at the moment, without using any forbidden techniques or secret methods, I can still withstand 3 limit-breaking attempts. If it was a lower realm, she wouldn't be so shocked. But this is a holy land. Transcend the 3 realms. In the 3rd realm of transcendence, even if one fights one small level higher, he can be regarded as a genius or a monster. If you surpass the 2nd or even 3rd level and reach the limit once, you will reach the top level of Holy Sun. Breaking the limit for the 2nd time is even more like an ordinary immortal species. 3 times breaking the limit. This is the prince who has been sealed in the source of immortality, and the powerful quasi-emperor was willing to spend his entire life to keep it for the golden age. Oh my god, this is a leap in potential and a transformation in the level of life. It took a long time for the Holy Lord Tianquan to recover from his shock. He glanced around and said in a deep voice, let's go. This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to the temple. Swish, as soon as the words fell, the 2 figures disappeared from the martial arts square at the same time. At the same time, the quasi-emperor realm's spiritual consciousness also disappeared. The vast spiritual consciousness was not noticed by anyone and quickly dissipated like the receding tide of the sea. The next moment, in the sect's main hall, the figures of Yu Junsheng and Tianquan Saint Lord appeared. At the same time, several quasi-emperor level elders with decayed bodies and almost exhausted lifespans appeared in the hall. Seeing the arrival of the people, Yu Junsheng and Tianquan Saint Lord, who were about to speak, also bowed to the several quasi-emperor elders and said respectfully, greetings to the ancestors and greetings to the great uncle. The skeleton old man who was at the 5th level of quasi-emperor realm and was leading the group waved his hands gently, and an extremely hoarse sound like a branch scratching on glass came out from his throat which was only covered with a layer of skin. No need to be so polite, Shunger, come and tell the ancestors what is going on. Yu Junsheng thought for a moment and nodded, yes. Although the Dharma is not to be passed on to outsiders, there should be no restrictions on the ancestors. Suyu didn't say those words to him before. After all, if the experiment is successful, it will be able to enhance the top combat power of the 3 religions. At the same time, in the Eastern Wasteland, in the Zaiwei Holy Land. In the sect hall, none of the elders of the Zaiwei Holy Land were present. Only the Zaiwei Holy Lord, Chen Hao, and 3 old men at the quasi-emperor realm appeared. Sitting in front of them was Suyu. Only him. The 3 old men at the quasi-emperor realm looked at Suyu. Seeing the slight smile on the face of the young man in white sitting in front of them, the 3 quasi-emperors couldn't help but sigh. Well, you are indeed the immortal saint's son who was saved by the Jushao Holy Land. Your talent is truly unparalleled throughout the ages. They were also greatly inspired by Suyu's previous theory. Able to continuously generate small worlds. As long as you are exposed to enough skills and rules, you can continuously generate new small worlds in your body. Even. Just need rules, no need for complete occupation. In this new theory, it was not difficult for these old men who had become spirits to discover that Suyu only needed to master the power of rules, just a strand of it, to continuously perfect new rules in the world within his body. It is equivalent to giving birth to a new law. This behavior is too outrageous. If you can condense into a second world, your lifespan will be greatly increased, and even there's a high probability of walking out of the second life. Only. The corrupted quasi-emperor pondered for a long moment before finally saying, this method of constantly generating small worlds, like replicating them, I'm afraid it will eventually cause the universe to collapse. The other old woman also nodded, took over the conversation, and added, although your theory is almost infinite in generating worlds. The more fortunes you can seize, the stronger the thunder tribulations you will endure in the future. Being able to become infinitely stronger and increase one's foundation is obviously an act that defies heaven. The thunder tribulation that will be endured in the future will definitely be beyond imagination. Even, it might bring about the thunder tribulation that will cause the mortal immortals to fall when they break through the realm and leave. Suyu nodded and said, that's natural. Then, he changed the subject and said seriously, the path of cultivating immortality is inherently against the will of heaven. While the rewards are enormous, they also come with the same risks. But if we can resist it, then the fairyland is within our reach. Everyone was silent. They all understood what this meant. High risks also come with high rewards. But if you walk out of this road and just move forward a little bit, you will reach an invincible state. It's hard not to salivate. Just when everyone was silent, Suyu was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, an ancient and vicissitudes of life voice came from outside the hall. Hee young genius, but with your level of refinement, even an endless space would hardly support you reaching the highest point. This is truly a heaven-defying fortune. But have you ever thought about the consequences? If you ascend to heaven with this kind of skills, you might be considered an alien. Chapter 315, Continuous Magic Thunder Disasters, my Zaiwei Holy Land will prosper and lead the three religions to the peak. Following the sound, I saw an old man in hemp clothes with his hands behind his back appear in the hall at some point. Seeing the old man in hemp clothes, they were all surprised. Then they quickly stood up and bowed, saying, "Greetings, Ancestor Qingxian." Suyu sensed the immense power contained within the other party's shriveled body, and his expression froze. He said in a deep voice, "Junior Suyu, greetings to Ancestor Qingxian." Just as Suyu was about to clasp his fists, he was stopped by a soft force. A faint smile appeared on Qingxian Patriarch's old face, which was covered with age spots and wrinkles, and he said softly, "There's no need for that. You are the successor recognized by the first ancestor. It is neither reasonable nor logical for you to bow to us." Someone from Jushao had already informed him about Suyu's situation. As a person who was recognized by the will of the ancestor and had great hope of reuniting with the immortal sect, he dared not accept this courtesy openly. "Everyone sit down, there is no need to be so serious," Ancestor Qingxian said with a smile. He walked forward, and the Purple Star Saint Lord consciously made way for him and sat beside him. After sitting down, Qingxian Patriarch looked at Suyu and said with a smile, "My friend, your theory can be called heaven-defying fortune. However, according to my calculations, the spiritual power of cultivating 1 to 6 small worlds is not particularly huge. But, when there are more than 6, that should be the beginning of a qualitative change, right? The higher you go, the more spiritual power you need will increase exponentially. If you finally become a great emperor, I'm afraid you alone will have to monopolize the power of 3 great emperors. In the lower and upper realms, this little loss of strength is nothing." As he spoke, Patriarch Qingxian paused for a moment, then looked up at the top of the hall and said with emotion, "But if you really become an immortal, when you reach the upper realm, the more rules you come into contact with and the more worlds you condense, the more spiritual power you will need. The spiritual energy and immortal energy you need will also increase dramatically. This is not allowed." Just as Suyu was about to speak, he heard the voice of the Purple Star saying, "Suyu, the Qingxian Patriarch is a supreme being at the peak of the quasi-emperor level. And he is the 5th generation direct descendant of the ancestor. He knows a lot of secrets of the immortal world." Hearing this, Suyu immediately understood. Patriarch Qingxian did not oppose his own way. On the contrary, he was very optimistic about it. Only, is he concerned about something else? Suyu couldn't help but wonder, "Grandmaster, why is it not allowed? Absorbing spiritual energy and immortal energy is actually not allowed." Upon hearing this, the Qingxian Patriarch came back to his senses, looked at him, and continued, "Back then, the ancestor had a long conversation with the guide for 3 days and 3 nights. He even left behind a notebook, which was a kind of jotting down of notes. I thought the contents would be of no use, but what you said earlier reminded me of this incident. The guide once told the first ancestor that the upper realm is innumerable in number, but the immortal lords are the backbone, and the immortal kings are the most supreme. However, true immortals and immortal lords can enter, but immortal kings. So difficult. 3 difficult words are used in a row to illustrate the point. What secret did the ancestor hear back then?" Suyu was stunned. Seeing this, Patriarch Qingxian continued, "The true immortal and the immortal lord, one sheds their immortal body, the other sheds their immortal body to embrace the great Tao, transforming the small world they nurtured into the universe. And the immortal king is the one who controls the source of the rules. They will not allow the power they hold to be taken away. There are only so many avenues, not enough to share." As he spoke, he composed himself, then shook his head and laughed, "I'm getting old, and I'm really afraid of looking ahead and behind. I may not even live to that level, so why worry about this? Well, you can discuss it among yourselves. No one will care if you can't become an immortal lord." As he spoke, Patriarch Qingxian stood up and patted his linen clothes. Then he reached into his sleeve and took out a small notebook that exuded an ancient aura but was covered with a little power of rules and handed it to Suyu. "This is the note left by our ancestor. Take it back and read it. It may be helpful to you." After taking the small notebook, Suyu saw the skinny body of Qingxian Patriarch staggering for 2 steps and then disappeared in an instant. He took a look at the note and then put it into the storage ring. Suyu took a quick look and continued, "Jinhao, I've already told you about the methods of the cell world. You're majoring in the secret of weapon. With the power of that weapon, you should be able to survive the thunder tribulation. However, I suggest that you break through the great saint realm first and condense a small world within your body before trying again. It will be much safer. Jinhao will definitely not be able to withstand the devilish thunder tribulation." Jinhao stroked the jade pendant in his hand, his mind full of thoughts. Finally, he nodded and said, "I will pay attention." "Okay then." As he spoke, Suyu looked at the Purple Star Saint Lord and said, "Saint Lord, I will stay here for a few days." The Purple Star Saint Lord smiled and said, "Haha, good." It just so happened that he also wanted to see how powerful Suyu's theory was. It was able to alarm the Qingxian Patriarch. Suyu smiled, then nodded to the 3 quasi-emperor supreme elders and said in a deep voice, "Then I'll have to trouble the elders to lend me a hand." The power of rules. But it is not something he can touch now. He can only touch it with the help of a strong person. Just touch it and capture it with the corpse fairy energy. Or maybe it's the power of the chaotic body that ignores rules. The 3 supreme elders said solemnly, "We must do our best." Boom. A few days later, above the Zaiwei Holy Land, the devilish thunder tribulation began to accumulate strength. This scene shocked the disciples of the Zaiwei Holy Land inexplicably. Even the elders were solemn. Demonic thunder tribulation. It can be called a calamity for a weak quasi-emperor. Which supreme elder of the Holy Land achieved a breakthrough in seclusion? Thanks to the help of the quasi-emperor, the others could not see clearly who the figure bathing in the Sea of Thunder was. But, however, they knew that after surviving the demonic thunder tribulation, that aura became exceptionally powerful. Even the elders at the peak of the middle stage of the great saint realm were shocked. But more of it was ecstasy. This is because this person is definitely a powerful and perfect great saint who has passed the tribulation of being a weak quasi-emperor. If he takes one more step, he will become a quasi-emperor. With the blessing of the immortal ancestor, my Zaiwei will soon have another quasi-emperor. I wonder which grand elder has reached the level of a half-step quasi-emperor. I'm really curious. Amid their lively discussion, 2 days later, another demonic thunder calamity appeared. At this moment, the entire Zaiwei was completely boiling. 2 consecutive grand elders have taken that step. However, before they could get over their joy, a few days later, another terrifying demonic thunder calamity gathered above the Zaiwei Holy Land. After 3 consecutive demonic thunder tribulations, the entire Zaiwei was completely alarmed. Even the elders who were in seclusion came out, all boiling. Everyone gathered in the sect square, staring at the figure in the sky deep in the Holy Land, with fanaticism in their eyes. My Zaiwei Holy Land will flourish in this lifetime and lead the other 2 sects to the pinnacle. Chapter 316, Great Harvest, Return to the Ninth Heaven. In the eyes of immortal cultivators, time is the least valuable thing. When you are weak, time may be enough. However, when one's cultivation reaches a certain stage, it is common for one to practice in seclusion for several years or even decades, and for some advanced cultivators, even for several decades or even hundreds of years. Yu stayed in Zaiwei Holy Land for some time. In half a month, with the help of the Supreme Elder of the Quasi-Emperor realm, he successfully touched a lot of rule power. The cell world has condensed from the original one to the 4 today. The aura of the Peak Saint realm has already reached the limit of the limit. In terms of combat power alone, no one knows whether he can now rival the peak of the Great Saint realm or the weak Quasi-Emperor level. Deep in the Zaiwei Holy Land, Yu, dressed in white, sat cross-legged. The spiritual power flowing around his body was extremely powerful. Just practicing it made the space solidify, and there was a risk of it shattering. An old figure appeared before him. Seeing his current state, he could not help but say softly, "Your strength has reached its limit and is almost uncontrollable. If you don't break through to the Great Saint realm and unleash your potential, there will be risks." Accumulating potential is a good thing, but accumulating too much is a bad thing. Fortunately, this is not my limit yet. I'm still a little bit away. Yu's voice was calm, but the old man could still hear a hint of suppressed pain in it. The old man heard this and sighed. Well, in the Zaiwei Holy Land, the power of rules is not that much. Most of the Supreme Elders have chosen the same path with only 3 different rules. Now you have it all. It is very difficult to walk a path of rules on your own. In fact, the paths taken by most quasi-emperors are the ones taken by their predecessors. They have experience in pioneering new lands and have been guided by their predecessors. So there are a lot of repeated results. If there are too many people standing on a rule, then those who are not talented enough and have insufficient potential will stay at the second level of quasi-emperor or even the first level for a very long time and may not make any progress in their entire lives. Yu nodded. After I adjust my breath, I will return to Jushao. In the 9 skies, the power of rules should be greater than that of Zaiwei. After all, there are 9 peaks in the 9 skies, and the skills of each peak are aimed at the quasi-emperor realm. These are the 9 rules. However, after he condensed the last 2, it was time to stop. The small world can certainly condense without limit. There are too many of them, and if they are not sorted out, they will not exert their corresponding power. Only when you understand them thoroughly can you understand what to do next. Patriarch Qingshan nodded slightly, then took out a jade token and handed it to Yu. This is my teleportation jade token. After it's crushed, a spatial channel will form within 3 seconds. I'll then rush over in my true form. Use it only when you encounter someone you can't match. He had already seen Yu's talent. The ancestor recognized it, and he also recognized it. Actually, if Yu did not get the approval of the ancestor's will, even if all the quasi-emperors of Jushao and Kenshin approved of him, he would definitely not approve of Yu. Unless he can reproduce the magic, but that will be a long time. He is the 5th generation direct descendant of the founder of the Taishun immortal sect in the Qinggang universe. He has been sealed in the immortal source marrow since the distant past and has survived until now. Until the arrival of this era, the immortal source marrow could no longer seal him. The changes in this era are too great, and he can only pin the hopes of his sect members on Yu. He himself naturally cannot become a great emperor. There is no such opportunity. Moreover, even if one becomes a great emperor, one cannot change the outcome. Only a mortal can defeat the variables. Yu put away the jade token, nodded and said solemnly, "Junior understands." Upon seeing this, Patriarch Qingshan nodded and then disappeared. Remember, when someone achieves enlightenment and becomes an emperor, the guiding envoy will descend, bringing with him immortal energy to help the Qinggang universe's great emperor break through. That will be a battle for emperors, and also a war to annihilate darkness. The 24 people with the highest contributions will be the geniuses that the guiding envoy will take away. At the same time, we will also take away those geniuses with unlimited potential, but who were born at the wrong time. After Ancestor Qingshan left, Yu pondered the amount of information contained in these words. The war against darkness. Dark. What kind of existence is this? A life-restricted zone. No, it shouldn't be that simple. The life-forbidden zones are indeed terrifying, but with the guide in charge, even if the masters of these forbidden zones were once great emperors, or even peak emperors, they should not dare to act rashly. There must be other reasons. It seems that the Great Saint realm still cannot reach the truth. Yu exhaled. The feeling of complacency towards his rapidly improving cultivation also dissipated a little. Now, looking back on what happened, he also discovered some clues. A low-level quasi-emperor, with ill intentions towards him. But a high-level quasi-emperor would not attack him recklessly. Obviously there is something inside. Shaking his head, Yu forced himself not to think too much, then stood up and muttered, "It seems that I still need to quickly improve my cultivation to know the truth." The competition of geniuses of all races also includes the road to the emperor. They are all important nodes for improving one's cultivation. Especially after he broke through to the quasi-emperor level and could comprehend the rules on his own, he was able to quickly improve his cultivation. The cohesion of the small world will lead to a breakthrough in realm. And the factors that unite the cellular world lie in contact areas and rules. Coincidentally, quasi-emperor is the realm of understanding the rules. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Yu disappeared from the spot. After walking out of the depths of the Zaiwei Holy Land, he came to the sect's main hall and met the Zaiwei Holy Lord. Seeing him come out of retreat, Zaiwei Saint Lord smiled and said, "Little genius has come out of retreat. How was the harvest?" Hearing the words, "little genius," Yu's mouth twitched slightly. But he didn't take it too seriously and replied, "That's fine. Thank you, Holy Lord, for your leniency this time." The Purple Star Saint smiled and said, "It's not a big deal." "Where's Qin Hao?" Seeing Yu mention his only son, Zaiwei Saint Lord responded, "He's in seclusion. It should take some time. After all, his realm has only been elevated for a short time, so he may not be able to participate in this 10,000 races prodigy competition." Although he could not gather his luck by not participating in the Tiandao competition, the Saint Lord Zaiwei did not feel any regret. After all, the paths are different. He only hopes that Qin Hao can practice peacefully. He doesn't ask him to reach the top, but only hopes that he can be a king who maintains the status quo, like himself. Yu nodded. "Okay. Holy Lord, I have been bothering you for quite some time. Today I am ready to return to the ninth heaven." The Purple Star Saint Lord did not try to stop him. Instead, he said to him, "Now that the blockade has been lifted and there are no more restrictions, be careful when you go out." What he said was very clear, telling him to be careful of the Emperor's tomb. The Emperor's current actions are very strange. I suspect they are plotting something. Yu's expression froze when he heard this, and then he said solemnly, "I understand. Go." Coming out of the sect hall of Zaiwei Holy Land, Yu did not delay and directly summoned the Black Dragon and rode away. 9 skies. The sect's main hall was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Holy Lord, the Emperor's tomb has taken action again. This time he has hunted down an immortal. Chapter 317. Deduction comes true. Artificial chaos body. The conspiracy of the Emperor's tomb. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat solemn. The great sage's mighty power was pervasive, making the air in this space thick. On the first seat, the elegant Holy Lord sat upright, and at this moment, the aura emanating from him was so majestic. If an ordinary cultivator were here, he would probably kneel before him unconsciously. The elegant saint's eyes flickered, making it difficult to discern his current emotions. After a long moment, he slowly spoke, which genius has been hunted down? Below him, the great elder said with a heavy face, 6. The 5 people who died earlier were Saint Sun level disciples from my 9 sky seal divine source, who had been there for nearly 3,000 years. They were hunted down not long after they left. This immortal seed is from the red sky peak, the one from 1,000 years ago. The Holy Sun, among the 3 religions in the eastern wilderness, only the Holy Lord's lineage is qualified to support him. The rest of the people, no matter how strong they perform, will only be core disciples of the Son of God level or the immortal seed level. Bang! The scarlet sky peak master slammed his palm on the table, making a dull sound. He spoke with an angry tone, a bunch of rats from the gutter. Holy Lord, let your men to wipe out their base in the eastern wasteland. Now that the world has revived, the quasi-emperor can travel. 1 or 2 quasi-emperor elders are enough to wipe out a base. Practicing fire-attributed techniques made the Lord of Chixiao Peak the most irritable. However, that doesn't mean he has no brains. Yes, but not many. Therefore, the elegant Saint Lord did not respond to him, but looked at the great elder and asked, how is the immortal who was killed? Upon hearing this, the great elder immediately said, it's exactly the same as before. All the blood in the body was drained, and the flesh disappeared, leaving only a piece of human skin. The elegant sage asked again, what about your physical condition? The great elder was startled and said in a deep voice, its shape is invisible. After its flesh and blood were squeezed out, it has become like a mortal body. If it weren't for the origin soul lamp pointing it out, it would be impossible to recognize it. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. I just felt a chill on my back. The elegant Saint Lord closed his eyes for a long time before he spoke. It seems that the Emperor's tomb has great ambitions. His blood and flesh were drained, and his physical condition was inexplicably gone. This method, definitely doing something. Could it be that? Is it to create some special physique artificially? Thinking of this possibility, the elegant saint's expression became even more solemn. Just then, suddenly, a surprised voice came from outside, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Holy Lord, the Holy Sun has returned to the sect. Hearing the deacon's call outside the door, everyone in the hall was startled and then showed a look of surprise. This kid is back. Finally I know I'm home. The gloomy atmosphere was broken, and the Holy Lord immediately shouted, immediately send the Holy Sun to the sect hall to discuss matters. Yes, after a while, the heavy door of the sect's main hall was opened, and a figure in white slowly walked in. Seeing him appear, everyone had a smile on their face. Suyu's deeds had long been spread everywhere, and their Jushao was naturally no exception. The disciples who came back from the test told Suyu everything he did in Tianji City in detail, including reaching the top spot and forcefully killing Zhou Qing, an immortal from the great Zhou dynasty. Greetings to senior brother Saint Lord, greetings to senior brothers, sisters, peak masters, and greetings to elders. Suyu bowed and called out as he entered the hall. Don't worry about these etiquettes. The Holy Lord nodded at him and said, please find a seat and sit down. I would like to discuss something with you. Good. Suyu immediately found a seat and sat down. He didn't know what they were discussing, but judging by the solemnity in their expressions, it was obvious that something big was happening. After he sat down, Saint Lord Zhao Hongjun said, several major events have occurred during the days you went to Tianji City for testing. As he spoke, he threw out a photo stone. Then the photo stone emitted light, outlining the picture. The images that appeared showed young men with only skin and bones left, their flesh and blood missing, and their deaths were horrifying. Seeing this scene, Suyu's expression froze. This is... The Holy Lord glanced at him and said slowly, this is the Emperor's tomb's doing. In the past month, 5 core disciples of the Saint Sun level in our sect have been killed. Just yesterday, another core disciple of the Immortal Seed level was killed in the same way. The flesh and blood on his body disappeared, and his special physique was stripped away. This method is unheard of. I suspect the Emperor's tomb is planning something that defies heaven. Based on the above, I suspect they might be creating some kind of artificial physique. This was his guess. After all, without any trace of flesh and blood or physical condition, there was only this possibility. Or he's raising something. At this point, he looked at Suyu's uncertain expression and asked, you have devoured the souls of the saints of the innate realm in the Emperor's tomb. Do you know what secrets they have? Suyu did not answer immediately, but was lost in thought. Because he had experienced the scene during the heavenly punishment, in which the powerful men from the Emperor's tomb joined forces to attack and kill Jushao. Among them there is a chaos body owner, artificially created chaotic body. The owner of a weak acquired chaotic body formed by absorbing the power of Yu Yin and Xiaoyang. Although it is man-made, it still has the same power and is immune to all kinds of attacks and can break through any erosion by any force. No fear of curse. He wondered if this was the key. However, the heavenly punishment and conscience examination draw their energy from the heavenly Tao, and should be the result deduced based on the memory of the Son of God in one's mind. So, thinking of this, Suyu took a deep breath and said slowly, they must be creating an artificial chaotic body. Boom, these words made everyone in the hall stand there in shock. Then he took a deep breath. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock, and they were obviously stunned by Suyu's words. Artificial chaotic body. If it can be artificially created, then it will be the top of the top sequence. If one could ignore everything and become an emperor against the will of heaven like a true innate chaotic body, that would be the real end of the world, right? Are you serious? Even the elegant Saint Lord became uneasy at this moment. He stood up with a bang and looked at Suyu with burning eyes. This is a big event. If it is true, it will be a disaster for the entire Xuantian, no, the entire universe. The nature of the Emperor's tomb is not as simple as the Immortal Gate. In front of the somewhat out of control Holy Lord, Suyu slowly nodded and said, I think they are right. They are indeed creating artificial physiques. Hiss. At this moment, everyone's mind went blank. Artificial physique, that means they have to kill countless geniuses to collect many kinds of sequence physiques and special talents. This is going to change. Chapter 318 Come, let me see how extraordinary the path you are going to take is. In the hall, everyone except Suyu couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine, and a piercing chill surged into their heads. Artificial physique. If this method can really succeed, how many geniuses will appear in the Emperor's tomb? Everyone is as talented as a dragon. This might be the case. After all, he hunted down all the wild geniuses and transferred everything from them to the disciples of their Emperor's tomb. That situation is very terrifying. After coming to his senses, the great elder took a deep breath, suppressed his fear, and said in a deep voice, Suyu, are you sure? Are you sure that the Emperor's tomb's goal is really like this? This matter is too big, no wonder he reacted like this. The power of the Emperor's tomb is already unfathomable, and if someone can do something as incredible as creating an artificial physique, it would be even more terrifying. That will be a disaster for the entire heavens. Suyu nodded and said, there shouldn't be any big mistakes. Hiss. At this moment, everyone felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. However, Suyu's next words calmed them down a little. Suyu pondered for a moment, then continued, however, creating an artificial physique is ultimately an act that defies nature. Even if it succeeds, the experimenter will only be a genius. Without immense perseverance, it would be impossible for them to survive that kind of torture. He has also experienced the sublimation and transformation of his physical condition. His original identity was the young master of the Su family, and he was also the most ordinary among Su Yuxing's 4 children. The 3 sisters before him were all born with golden destiny and were destined to become empresses. Only him, the talent is just average, just the talent of a celestial being or even a saint. He was able to get to where he is today thanks to the system that transformed him step by step, from martial arts, skills, to physique and other comprehensive transformations. He had endured pain when he activated his prison-suppressing body. Although the replacement only took a moment, the torture brought by the prison body was continuous in the days that followed. There are the shrill wails of evil spirits from hell, the resentment of the strong, and the curses of enemies who have been slain. These are all lingering, but he didn't say that he had been suppressing it with high-intensity soul. It was not until he had achieved success in his cultivation and cultivated the Green Emperor's immortal body, the Sun Holy body, and the Moon Holy body that the curse of the prison-suppressing body gradually dissipated. If it weren't for this kind of torture, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the martial art of the corpse immortal prison blade. Even with system modifications, it is still like this, let alone these men-made ones in the lower realm. With such a complex combination of bloodlines and physiques, one wonders how great the pressure would be to transform into an acquired chaotic body. At the very least, one must reach the quasi-emperor realm to dissipate the torture. Therefore, it is impossible for those who do not have a soul strength far exceeding their own martial arts level and a strong will to survive. Otherwise, Tian Fan's deduction in his mind would not have only included one acquired chaotic body. Upon hearing this, Saint Lord Zhao Hongjun nodded slightly and said, even if we can't mass-produce it, it's still a threat. The power of the chaos body is so powerful that it can almost ignore the blockade of heaven and earth and defy the will of heaven to achieve the Tao and become an emperor. To a true chaos body like you, there is naturally no threat. But for others, it's a huge and deadly threat. Furthermore, if we allow them to continue the massacre, it will also be a huge loss to the human race. After all, if they kill a genius, the human race will lose a future strongman. This is a very bad sign. As the master of Jushao Holy Land, and having close ties with Tianyan Holy Land and Tianji Tower, Zhao Hongjun naturally knows many unknown inside stories. Therefore, it is absolutely intolerable to destroy the emperor's tomb at this critical juncture. Thinking of this, he said in a deep voice, regarding the matter of the emperor's tomb, I will pass the information to all the top holy places and ask them to pay attention to the movements of the emperor's tomb and the safety of the disciples within the sect. All the peak masters and elders nodded in approval. After all, their current strength has just reached the level of great sage. If there is an assassination attempt from the emperor's tomb, they will find it difficult to stop it. After Zhao Hongjun finished speaking, he glanced at everyone and said, you guys go down first. I'll talk to my junior brother. Upon hearing this, everyone stood up and saluted. Yes, Holy Lord, the 8 peak masters and many elders left the sect hall one after another. Soon, Su Yu and Zhao Hongjun were the only ones left in the huge hall. Zhao Hongjun sat in the first seat, looking at Su Yu, a gentle look gradually appeared on his face, and said, this time you did a good job. Su Yu was able to take first place in this year's Tian Eldest, which simply astonished him. Although he knew that Su Yu had the talent to become a human immortal. But, he definitely never expected that he would be able to surpass that person and become the new number 1. However, the stronger Su Yu's talent was, the happier he was. This proves that he made the right investment. But he didn't stay in Tianji City to wait for the start of the 10,000 races prodigy competition. Instead, he ran to Zaiwei first. Why? As he spoke, Zhao Hongjun waved his hand, and a set of tea sets appeared. He boiled spiritual water with thunder fire and put a green leaf into the pot to boil. He waved to Su Yu, who understood and walked forward to sit down. After the tea was brewed, the Holy Lord poured out 2 cups, which were 7/10 full. The spiritual energy was lingering and condensed without dispersing. Try the enlightenment tea brewed from the leaves of the enlightenment tree. Su Yu smiled and picked up the teacup to sip it. The 2 of them were silent. After drinking 3 cups of tea in a row, the Holy Lord spoke slowly, is there something that brought you back this time? From the observation of your aura, I think you are in the state of suffering and oppression, right? Now, he is only half a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor, and he will be able to trigger the quasi-emperor calamity within half a year. Such an existence can naturally see Su Yu's current situation. Su Yu nodded and did not deny it. The path I want to take is not yet complete, so I cannot make hasty breakthroughs. I came back this time hoping that senior brother Saint Lord could summon the supreme elders of the quasi-emperor realm to help me. Hearing this, the Holy Lord put down his teacup, thought for a moment, and then asked, but do we need to comprehend the rules? Those in the great saint realm are not qualified. All they say is quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor has to master the rules, there should be nothing else. Su Yu nodded slightly, yes, or rather, just let me touch the rules. His cell world does not have high requirements. He only needs to capture the breath. By capturing a wisp of regular breath, he can condense a small world. This is the advantage, but also the hardest. The Holy Lord looked at him deeply, and then said, okay. Come with me, swish. The Holy Lord put down the teacup, and then his body disappeared from his seat. Seeing this, Su Yu also followed his breath and followed him. Soon, the two came to the depths of the Jushao Holy Land, which was close to the ancestral tomb and also the place where the supreme elders were buried. Boom. When Su Yu arrived, the Holy Lord didn't waste any words. A strong aura suddenly surged out of his body, and a crack was suddenly torn into space. Come on, let me see how extraordinary the path you are going to take is. Chapter 319 My path is to achieve enlightenment by constantly challenging my limits. The Holy Lord burst out with all his strength as soon as he disagreed with something, not giving Su Yu any chance to react. With the qualifications of the Holy Lord, now that he has reached the realm of half-step quasi-emperor, he can already open the rule void at any time and let Su Yu touch the rules. Boom. The moment the void crack opened, thunder rumbled, like a world-destroying thunder, shaking the entire sky. Sizzle. The next second, under Su Yu's stunned gaze, the Holy Lord's body turned into a flash of lightning and flew towards the crack in the void. Thunder was spreading in the cracks of the void, and countless thunders were entwined together, like a sea of thunder. The Holy Lord standing in front of Lei Hai looked so sacred and majestic. My rules are the rules of divine thunder discovered by the ancestors of Shenshao Peak. They can kill evil spirits and also punish them. Thunder, and even the most rigid and masculine rules, have a great restraining effect on evil spirits and ghosts. When the sea of divine thunder appeared, the black dragon that had been absorbing death energy deep in the ancestral land could not help but tremble for a while. Although he is different from other yin objects. But it is ultimately a product of yin energy. A divine thunder of this magnitude is enough to kill him hundreds of times. There was a flash of lightning in the Holy Lord's eyes, and he looked like the Lord of Thunder. When he opened his mouth, the sky shook. In your spiritual state, you cannot touch my rules. You need to go there in the flesh, but I must remind you that I cannot control the power of my thunder rule. If you are afraid, I cannot help you. Hearing the Holy Lord's words, Su Yu raised his eyebrows, then grinned. I couldn't ask for more. The bodybuilding effect that Lei Ting possesses cannot be given by any martial arts technique. Now his physical body has reached its limit. If he can experience the body refining of divine thunder, it will definitely enable him to better suppress the damage caused by the subsequent condensation of the small world. Don't look at him in excellent condition now. However, there were already cracks on the surface of the body, like porcelain that was about to break. Too full, his flesh. Boom, Suyu rushed into the void without any hesitation. Sensing his arrival, the already turbulent sea of divine thunder suddenly became turbulent. But Suyu remained fearless. Boom, my path is to achieve enlightenment by constantly challenging my limits. Bang, at this moment, the sky shook and the sea of divine thunder boiled. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, there are only a few days left before the 2 months mentioned by Saint Lord Tianyan. During this period of time, countless forces were surging in secret. In the top holy lands, those immortal seeds of dusty divine sources and immortal sources, as well as the Emperor-level sequences, are constantly awakening. Those descendants who were sealed by the Emperor himself also woke up during this period of time. All forces of the human race are preparing for the competition of geniuses of all races because this is a battle for luck. If the current luck can be maintained unchanged, the human race will surely prosper for another million years. Those forces that benefited from the revival of the immortal seeds in the Emperor's son were even more excited and cheering. Because after the competition among the geniuses of all races, it will be the journey to become the Emperor. At that time, it will be the real battle for the Emperor. But, compared to the excitement of other forces, in the central region, within the territory of the Great Zhou dynasty. At this time, the Great Zhou palace seemed particularly desolate and cold. Nothing else. Because the Great Zhou dynasty lost the top-level immortal Zhou Qing, it can basically be declared that it has no chance of becoming the Emperor. In the imperial palace, Fengxian Hall, a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe and exuding the dragon aura of the Great Zhou dynasty was standing aside with his head bowed, looking reserved and respectful. And sitting at the desk that originally belonged to him was an old man. The space around the old man was almost solidified, and the air could not flow. The solidified space was in an extreme state, and it would completely break into a void with just a little bit of pressure. Only a quasi-emperor in the late stage can control the leak power so precisely. The old man had no expression on his face and didn't say a word. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe was even more anxious, fearing that the ancestor would suddenly jump up and chop off his head. He is the elder brother of the former emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Zong, and his name is Zhou Qi. However, his talent, character and means were not as good as Zhou Zong's, so he had been a prince for thousands of years. Now that Zhou Zong is dead, there is no one else who can take on the important task, so he was chosen. Now, not long after sitting there, the ancestor came out of seclusion. Ancestor, are you waiting for someone? After waiting for another half an hour, Zhou Qi couldn't help but ask. The domineering aura of his ancestor was so powerful that he even had the aura of an emperor and a martial king, which made him, the emperor of the Great Zhou, deeply uneasy. After staying there for a long time, he felt his knees were getting weak and he wanted to kneel down at the old man's feet. The old man sitting at the desk is named Zhou Kongyang. He is the 14th emperor of the Great Zhou dynasty and the descendant of the ancestor who founded the Great Zhou dynasty. He is the strongest in the Great Zhou dynasty in terms of status and strength. He is the supreme power of the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Zhou Kongyang turned a deaf ear to the greetings from his descendant, leaning back in his chair with his eyes slightly closed. Wait, when Zhou Qi heard his ancestor say this word, he was stunned. Wait, who are you waiting for? In this world, how many people are worth our ancestors waiting for? Could it be? Is the other party also a supreme being in the late quasi-emperor realm? Thinking of this, Zhou Qi became even more reserved. He didn't dare to ask, for fear that his unusual behavior would make the ancestor unhappy. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly, the space outside the Fengxian palace became distorted. Immediately following, the space turned into a portal. When the door opened, a figure wearing a black robe and surrounded by black gas walked out. The figure in the black robe made it impossible to see his face, let alone his gender. Even his voice was so hoarse that it was hard to tell whether he was male or female. Zhou Kongyang, I haven't seen you for so many years. You seem to be living a healthy life and your lifespan is still so full. Obviously, the visitor was acquainted with the ancestor of the Great Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Qi wished he could shrink his head, because the aura of the person in front of him was obviously not from the righteous sect. He knew these inside stories and was afraid that he would be silenced. However, Zhou Kongyang, the ancestor of the Great Zhou dynasty, ignored him and instead ordered, Zhou Qi, make tea. Zhou Qi felt as if he had been granted amnesty upon hearing this and hurried over to make tea. After everything was done, he stepped back to the side and waited respectfully. The black-robed figure seemed not to see him and walked straight to the table and sat opposite the Great Zhou patriarch. After finishing a cup of tea, Zhou Kongyang slowly spoke, what do you want from me? Seeing this, Zhou Qi, who was standing by, immediately refilled their cups of tea. The black-robed figure stretched out a finger. When Zhou Qi saw this, his pupils suddenly shrank, because the other party's finger had no flesh or skin, only bones. Like a walking skeleton. Of course it's good news. A hoarse laugh came from the black robe. Zhou Kongyang heard this, his eyes full of disdain, and said, you looking for me in the imperial tomb is also a good thing. Boom. This short sentence scared Zhou Qi so much that his mind went blank. This person is actually from the Emperor's tomb. Chapter 320. It turns out that everything has a traceable path. I, the Great Zhou, am willing to join the Emperor's tomb. At this moment, Zhou Qi, the Emperor of the Great Zhou, was confused. If what he saw were leaked, he would definitely be hated by the entire Xuanyan and the entire human race. Because it is not allowed for top-level strongmen to have contact with the Emperor's tomb. Once confirmed, it will inevitably be a devastating blow. Even countless top holy places will come out in full force to destroy all potential threats. Is this something I can actually see? I'm just a small mid-stage great saint. You ask me to serve you. When the ancestors are done, they won't kill me, will they? Fuck, I want to live. Zhou Qi's heart was screaming and resisting. But, he didn't dare to make any unusual movement. I could only stand quietly aside, look away, look at my toes, and force myself not to listen or remember. This is fatal. Neither Zhou Kongyang nor the quasi-emperor of the imperial tomb paid any attention to him. Their eyes met, as if they were in a confrontation. Soon, the black mist on the black-robed skeleton quasi-emperor in the imperial tomb gradually dissipated, revealing his true appearance. It was a skeleton with only a layer of old skin left. No flesh or blood. He picked up the teacup and drank the tea in it in one gulp, feeling a little unsatisfied. Tisk, tea without flesh and blood, there really is no taste at all. After sighing, he said to Zhou Kongyang, now, the Great Zhou immortal clan level is no longer qualified to compete for the title of Great Emperor. Are you very unwilling? There are quite a few immortal species in the Great Zhou, but most of them are primary immortal species. In this golden age, there is no competitiveness at all. After losing Zhou Qing, the Great Zhou dynasty has become the first top power to be eliminated in this generation. Facing his sarcasm, Zhou Kongyang appeared very calm and composed. What if I am willing to do it? What if I am not willing to do it? Now that things have been decided, just wait and see. Hey, the black-robed quasi-emperor chuckled upon hearing this, and continued, if you were willing, I would not be here today. Zhou Kongyang frowned and said, just tell me straight, don't keep me in suspense. I allowed you in, not to listen to your nonsense here. The reason he allowed people from the emperor's tomb to come here and communicate with him was naturally because he was unwilling to give in. After all, the deceased Zhou Qing was the one he was most optimistic about and had the greatest hope of becoming an emperor or even an immortal. Now that he was killed by Su Yu, how could he be willing to accept it? But the talent Su Yu showed was enough for him to suppress any resentment. Without absolute certainty, he could only act like a grandson, hiding obediently in the Great Zhou Palace, waiting for their fight to end. The Great Zhou still has the foundation. If it fails in this life, we will try again in the next life. He had originally planned to let the Great Zhou fall into silence, but just a month ago, someone from the Emperor's tomb suddenly brought him a piece of news. That is to help him create new immortal species in the Great Zhou. And it is a top-level immortal species sequence. That's why he's willing to talk. If any other force told him this, he would naturally scoff at it, but since the other party was Emperor Tomb, he had to believe it. Seeing this, the black-robed quasi-emperor also stopped laughing and said, the Emperor's tomb can promise that your Great Zhou will produce 3 top-level immortals. Zhou Kongyang heard this, and a glint of light flashed across his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. What's the premise? He didn't believe that Emperor Fen would be so kind. The black-robed quasi-emperor didn't keep the secret and said directly, Da Zhou, secretly serve my imperial tomb for 1,000 years. Also, just cooperate with Emperor Tomb to complete some tasks. Don't worry, your cooperative relationship with Diffin will not be exposed. Your Great Zhou is still the righteous scam. Hey hey. There was a hint of amusement in the black-robed quasi-emperor's laughter. Upright, over the years, there have been many decent people who have cooperated with them. Although most of them have disappeared, there are still some top forces that have not been exposed. Zhou Kongyang fell silent after hearing this. Cooperate. In the ancestral precepts, King Wu of Zhou clearly stated that the Zhou could be arrogant and domineering, and could be destroyed by others, but it could not come into contact with the Emperor's tomb. Emperor's tomb is a heresy, an anomaly, and the spokesperson for destruction and violence. But now, Zhou Kongyang remained silent, wanting to move but also resisting. What tempted him was naturally the ability to create 3 top-level immortal species, but what resisted him was the ancestral teachings. Seeing him so conflicted, the black-robed quasi-emperor chuckled and said, are you still conflicted? It seems that there are some truths you don't know yet. Zhou Kongyang's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard this, and he asked, what's the truth? Seeing his reaction, the black-robed quasi-emperor was immediately convinced that the other party really didn't know. That being the case, it's quite interesting. Thinking of this, his face, which was only left with human skin, actually made a strange expression with the corners of his lips raised, and he said with a smile, this golden age is the last great age. You don't know yet, this universe is going to be destroyed in this great world. Or in other words, the Qingkang universe is about to enter a new cycle. All living things will be destroyed, and a new cycle of reincarnation will begin. By then, no matter whether you are a quasi-emperor or a great emperor, as long as you are still in this universe, you will inevitably die. If you want to avoid death, you only have 2 choices. One is to become immortal and ascend on your own. The other is to let a guide lead you to ascend and hide the person you want to take with you in your small world. Only then can you avoid death. Of course, you now have a third choice, which is to serve me, the Emperor's tomb. If your contribution is significant enough, in the future perhaps you can move to another universe to continue your lineage. What do you think of this proposal? Boom. After the black-robed quasi-emperor finished speaking, Zhou Kongyang, who was sitting opposite him, felt as if his mind had exploded and became blank in an instant. I see, that's how it is. He muttered to himself somewhat distraught. No wonder Tianji Tower in Tianyan Holy Land would restart the Tianzhao ranking, and even use the eternal Tianzhao as a starting point this time. No wonder these days, I always hear about the son of a certain ancient emperor emerging from the immortal source marrow. It turns out that everything has a traceable path. After sorting out the abnormalities of these days, Zhou Kongyang's eyes regained their spirit and gradually became filled with a flame of anger. He, a quasi-emperor of the 9th level, has been kept secret until now. He was not told anything. Damn it. Bang. Zhou Kongyang roared and slammed his hand on the table. In an instant, this valuable table was shattered by his strong energy. The space solidified in an instant, and the air became as thick as cement mortar, as if to seal people here. Zhou Qi, who was standing by, was so frightened that he almost collapsed to his knees, his face pale. Obviously, he was also shocked by these words. The universe is about to be destroyed. Zhou Kongyang suppressed his anger, but there was still a lot of it left. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. He immediately looked at the black-robed quasi-emperor and said word by word. Alright, I, the Great Zhou, will join the Emperor's tomb. Chapter 321, Successful Practice, heading to the 10,000 Races Pride competition. Seeing his agreement, a strange smile appeared on the black-robed quasi-emperor's face. He stood up and said, okay, that's what I've been waiting for. I will stay here for 2 days. You should hurry up and awaken the genius among the dust-sealed divine sources of your Great Zhou. Anyone above the weakest saint sun and below the weakest immortal species, between the middle saint realm and the early great saint realm, with a bone age of no more than 500 years old, is eligible. This is the perfect test piece. There is only one holy sun in each stage of the Emperor's tomb, so we can only use the Great Zhou as an experiment. If you can succeed, that will be the time when the young master's plan succeeds. Acquired chaos body. It's horrifying to think about it. Zhou Kongyang no longer thought about what conspiracy or intrigue the Emperor's tomb was plotting. If what the black-robed quasi-emperor said was true, then he would be willing to give it a try. At least there is still hope of survival. With a gloomy face, he said, I hope you in the imperial tomb can really do it. Top-level immortal species. This is something that is innate, how can it be cultivated later? Emperor tomb, what is he planning? However, he didn't think about these things at this time, because he only felt that he was abandoned and isolated. How could Tianji Tower and Tianyan Holy Land not know about such an important matter? They know, but it wasn't announced. It was understandable that the lower levels had not been announced, but even a quasi-emperor like him, who was at the 9th level of the sky, had not received any news, which meant that he had obviously been abandoned. The black-robed quasi-emperor smiled and said, of course. After saying this, he turned into a black mist and disappeared on the spot. As if it had never appeared, not even a trace of him could be captured. In the entire function hall, only Zhou Kongyang and Zhou Qi, who was dumbfounded, were left. Zhou Kongyang sat on the dragon throne, his expression changing constantly. After a long while, he turned his head to look at Zhou Qi and said calmly, you better keep this matter to yourself. If it gets out, you should know the consequences. Great Zhou Emperor, please continue to sit still and behave yourself. Don't make any unusual moves. Among the descendants, there is not a single successful one. After hearing the old ancestor's voice, Zhou Qi nodded like crazy and responded repeatedly, don't worry, old ancestor, I don't know what happened just now, even if my soul is completely destroyed, I don't know. Get out. Yes. Zhou Qi came in front of Zhou Kongyang, knelt down naturally, kowtowed twice, and then dared to stand up and leave Fengxian Hall. After walking out of Fengxian Hall, Zhou Qi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It's too scary, too scary. It's better for this emperor to forget all this. Scary. Even when he was a long way away from Fengxian Hall, he felt his calves trembling. No, go find the queen to calm down first. Swish. The first thing he did after ascending the throne was to inherit everything from Zhou Zongwell, any assets. In the following period, undercurrent surged. On the surface, all the top forces are preparing for the 10,000 races prodigy competition in the road to the emperor, but in the dark, invisible to the public, new changes have begun to take place. Central region, among the Wang family. As the thunder tribulation ended, the void power surrounding Wang Hang gradually retracted into his body. Seeing him successfully break through, the Wang family's ancestors' eyes showed relief. When Wang Hang landed, the Wang family ancestor asked, Hanger, your Tao is truly extraordinary. Now that you've condensed multiple cellular worlds and entered the Great Saint Realm, have you felt any changes? After Wang Hang returned from Tianji City, he immediately summoned the quasi-emperors to help him comprehend the laws. Now, he has condensed 6 cell worlds in a short period of time and successfully achieved the Great Saint Realm. Wang Hang heard this and said with a smile, if my estimation is correct, with my current combat power, I can defeat the second elder. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, all the senior elders of the Wang family gasped. The second elder of the Wang family has the combat power of the peak of the late Great Saint Realm. Only one step away from the great perfection, that is, half a step to the quasi-emperor. But Wang Hang actually said that he could defeat him. The Wang family patriarch was also a little surprised, and then asked, is this true? This is a big deal. If he really has this kind of fighting power, Wang Hang's future as an immortal is just around the corner. The grand spectacle of the Wang family's entire clan ascending to heaven might actually be possible. Wang Hang nodded, then looked at the dazed second elder and said softly, Second elder, are you willing to fight? The second elder came back to his senses and nodded repeatedly, okay. Boom. Then, the two of them set off instantly and began to compete in combat power. At the end of the fight, the second elder even mobilized soldiers. Even so, he failed to defeat Wang Hang. He was even so shocked by Wang Hang that his blood boiled and he almost lost. Fortunately, Wang Hang stopped in time, which saved him from embarrassment. Although he was defeated by the younger generation, the second elder's expression showed no shame or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, he became very excited and said, good, good, good. My Wang family's immortal seed is truly extraordinary. In this world, who can still compete with my Wang family? The second elder was so happy that he danced with joy and even almost jumped up to kiss Prince Hang. Upon seeing this, the Wang family's ancestor felt an unprecedented joy in his heart and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, my Wang family should prosper. What our ancestors longed for in their later years is finally about to come true. All the senior members of the Wang family were excited. Wang Hang, who has such outstanding fighting ability, is regarded as the apple of the eye by the quasi-emperor of the Wang family, who is afraid that he will encounter any accident. For this purpose, an almighty quasi-emperor of the 6th level was specially sent out to protect him. A few days later, after Wang Hang had adjusted and stabilized his own realm and aura, he went to Tianji City under the protection of the Wang family's quasi-emperor. The same scene appeared in various places in Xuandian. The entire universe has now set off. They are all fighting for the cosmic fortune of this life. Luck is mysterious, but after accumulating to a peak, this mysterious luck can produce effects visible to the naked eye. If you casually smash the void, you may drop treasure. Even if you comprehend a Saint Realm technique, you may discover the quasi-emperor Heart Sutra or even the great emperor's technique hidden in it. Eastern Wilderness, in the Jushao Holy Land. This time, let the 6th patriarch escort you to the 10,000 races pride competition. This black dragon will stay here and guard the Eye of Death, which will also improve its strength. Outside the ancestral mausoleum, a coffin emerged from the ground and hovered in front of Su Yu. From inside the coffin, there was an obviously decaying sound. This black dragon can devour death energy. With Jushao's death energy reserves, it should be enough to support him to the 5th level of the quasi-emperor realm. If the death energy of the 3 religions is completely absorbed, the peak of quasi-emperor should be safe. Su Yu heard this and nodded, yes, 6th patriarch. Let's go. If you can come out on top in this battle of destiny, once the Imperial Road opens, your realm will soar at a rocket-like speed. Yes, chapter 322. If there is no one like the Emperor of Heaven, Qing Kang will die. Time flies, and this competition among the geniuses of all races is held on the ancient battlefield star. It was originally a super large planet for cultivating immortals, and the second largest ancient star of life for the human race, second only to the Xuandian continent, named Qingmu Ancient Star. There used to be dozens of top-level holy places standing there, where all races coexisted, with humans being the main race. But 5 million years ago, the ancient star Qingmu produced a top-notch genius who broke through to the peak of quasi-emperor in just 500 years. After breaking through the peak of quasi-emperor, this genius was full of vigor and vitality. He seems to be aiming to become the most powerful emperor in the world. Maybe he was too arrogant or what, but after breaking through the peak of quasi-emperor, he got into trouble with the restricted area. Because he has mastered the secret of Xing, among the 9 secrets, he possesses the fastest speed in the world and can ignore any blockade or siege by any formation. When he is at his fastest speed, he can even stop time and even touch the long river of time. If you want to kill him, basically only a great emperor can do it. Originally, if he hadn't caused trouble, he would have definitely become emperor with this move. But his behavior touched the bottom line of all restricted areas. Then, 1/3 of the 99 forbidden areas in the universe revived, and dozens of forbidden area supreme beings joined forces to attack, directly suppressing and destroying it on the ancient Qingmu star. It devoured all the living beings on the ancient Qingmu star and even affected the entire universe. The turmoil in the restricted area caused the loss of half of the creatures in the universe. That time, it was also a bloody lesson for all living beings. That is, you cannot provoke the restricted area. It's the same even if you have the means of an emperor. As the second largest ancient star with life, Qingmu Ancient Star has so many backup plans that even the emperor himself would return in disappointment. But that time, dozens of supreme beings attacked at the same time, and their power was no longer comparable to that of a single emperor. So, the ancient star Qingmu came to an end. Now it is on the verge of breaking apart, with only a little residual power holding it together. If the competition of geniuses of all races were held here, the ancient Qingmu star would completely cease to exist after this. Now, above the main stars of each major race, the great sage and the quasi-emperor appeared at the same time. The powerful people gathered this time were enough to shock almost everyone. Nothing else. Tens of thousands of quasi-emperors appeared at the same time. Who wouldn't be panicked by such a lineup? There are hundreds of holy places where humans have participated in the war in the entire universe. Among all the races in the universe, apart from the weak races, there are also many top forces with quasi-emperors in charge. At this time, they all come out to protect their own geniuses. For example, the Bifang Bird clan and the Sword Tiger clan are both top-level demon forces. There are several quasi-emperors or even double digits in the clan. In this battle for luck, I don't expect you to snatch food from the mouths of the human race. I only hope that you can grab an extra half or even 10% of the ancient royal family's 20% luck. Just this half a percent of luck is enough for you to exploit. Breaking through to the demon emperor realm is just around the corner. It's even possible for him to be taken away by the guides of the immortals and demons from the upper realms. My demon race has been weak for a long time. You are all the geniuses that my race has cultivated over the past 10,000 years, spending countless resources to cultivate. Please do not let us down. One after another, great demons at the quasi-emperor level appeared and tried to persuade their own unruly geniuses in a deep voice. However, the demon race's geniuses, were somewhat disapproving, saying, "Old ancestor, aren't you too cowardly? We are just the human race. We were nothing more than the blood food of the myriad races in the ancient royal family. Now that their ancestors have long since passed away, how can they compare with us? This time, I must devour several human geniuses to satisfy me. That is, the human race is just a blood-eating race. This time, we will definitely be able to regain the glory that belongs to myriad races." Kill them all. A bloody atmosphere permeated the air, and a group of demonic immortals with extraordinary aura bared their fangs. I have been silent for many years just to have a good kill. After all, in the education of the demon race, the human race has always been a thief who stole the fortune of their demon race. And they are all geniuses who can break the limit twice or even 3 times. It's not difficult to kill a few humans. Seeing that the geniuses of their own race had such ambitions, the quasi-emperors of the demon race nodded with satisfaction. They didn't choose to break their beliefs. Instead, give support. It is best to have ambition. Of course, if you can let go of your contempt, you will be able to move forward even more courageously. Alright, since you have the confidence, let's go. A powerful quasi-emperor with a deer's head nodded slightly, then shouted sternly, "Let's go, plunder enough luck, and become a demon emperor." During the last Golden Age's Heavenly Pride competition, the star-swallowing python clan devoured hundreds of human immortals alive. In that lifetime, they directly achieved the status of Great Emperor, becoming one of the top 10 demon emperors in the Golden Age. I hope you can all become a top demon emperor like him. Roar. These words were indeed inspiring enough to make this group of demon immortals reveal their true forms and roar to the sky. Countless huge monsters revealed their true forms, and the scene was truly terrifying. At the same time, the same scene is played out among all the major races, including the elves, the celestial beings, and even the stone men and other innate creatures. They are all clamoring to suppress the human race and other races and become the protagonists of this world. However, Schwandian continent, the deepest part of the northern territory. Ancient restricted area. The scene here is completely opposite to that of all races in the universe. The ancient royal family are all descendants of the first batch of innate creatures in the Qinggang universe. They possess the purest Taoist bloodline, so cultivation is not difficult for the ancient royal family. But the ancient royal family has a shortcoming. That is, it is extremely difficult to reproduce offspring, so although there are hundreds of clans in the ancient royal family, they are all extremely rare. Even the inheritance of some ethnic groups has been completely cut off to this day. Even if some tribes have not been extinct, there are only about 10 members left. In the ancient forbidden area, a group of quasi-emperors from the ancient royal family appeared in front of the teleportation array. Looking at the geniuses participating in the battle, they slowly said, "The human race is too strong. You only need to maintain 20% of the ancient royal family's own luck, or take away the luck of those lowly races. My ancient royal family is small, and 20% of their luck is already powerful enough. I don't ask you to expand your territory, I just hope you can avoid offending the human race. Let's go." Upon hearing this, the geniuses of the ancient royal families did not show any dissatisfaction, but instead nodded solemnly. Compared to the ferocity and arrogance of the demon clan, this group of ancient royal geniuses are very calm and low-key. But, if you look closely, you will find that each of these geniuses is not a weakling. They are all top-level immortal species. Under the escort of the quasi-emperor, the teleportation formation under their feet lit up with a strong light, enveloping them. Until the light disappeared, their figures also disappeared from the spot. Seeing their own genius disappear, those quasi-emperors who did not go to protect them were also a little dazed, standing there muttering to themselves. Can the human race still turn the tide in this life? If there is no more supreme mortal immortal like the heavenly emperor, Qinggang will perish. Chapter 323 Schwandian's top human forces gathered and set off to the ancient battlefield star. Schwandian continent, central region, Tianji City. At this time, Tianji City was already overcrowded with people, and countless geniuses whose bone age was no more than 500 years old and whose cultivation level was at the Great Saint realm came here one after another. They do this for no other reason than to fight for a ray of luck. Even if they only win one game, they will be able to reap huge rewards with their good luck. Rumor has it that winning a match in the 10,000 races prodigy competition can allow a prodigy whose talent has stopped at the Great Saint realm to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. The concept of luck is very mysterious. Being able to turn danger into safety at critical moments depends on luck. For those with bad luck, just walking through the teleportation array may cause fluctuations, which may kill them alone. The higher the level of cultivation, the more one understands the role of luck. Inside Tianji City, immortals have come to all 5 major domains of the human race. This also includes the 7 Buddhist kingdoms in the western regions that are indifferent to worldly affairs. In an open space, a group of quasi-emperors who had old grudges against the Buddhist nation looked at the western region Buddhist nation who looked out of place. Their gazes were fixed on a Buddhist nation member wearing a single garment that exposed his upper body. They then heard him sneer and say, "Yuanling Bodhisattva is quite kind-hearted. He is willing to let his own disciple participate in the competition." In the Buddhist kingdom, their rank is related to their cultivation. For example, the Great Saint realm with the combat power of the Saint Lord level is the Arhat Venerable. The Bodhisattva corresponds to the realm of quasi-emperor. The Buddha is the Great Emperor. For example, the middle-aged man in front of you with a look of compassion is a Bodhisattva. Yuanling Bodhisattva heard the voice, turned around and bowed to the speaker, saying calmly, "Amitabha, the great struggle is a prosperous era for all living beings in the universe. As a part of Qinggang, our Buddhist nation must also join in the fun." Oh, hearing his words, many quasi-emperors sneered. People in the Buddhist country always speak in a high-sounding manner. The Buddha kingdom is dedicated to saving the world and saving people. All intelligent creatures can enter the Buddha kingdom and become disciples. However, the Buddhist kingdom is still dominated by humans, and only humans can attain the status of Arhat or above. Those powerful people from all races who entered the Buddhist kingdom all became protectors of Buddhism. This is an indisputable fact, but the way the Buddha kingdom acts is that no matter what happens, they will ignore it as long as it does not threaten the Buddha kingdom. But if there is something beneficial, they will get on it faster than anyone else. The main point is that I want the benefits, and you bear the responsibilities. Therefore, most of them are disdainful of the attitude towards the Buddha kingdom. But there is one thing that cannot be denied. The Buddha's way of teaching is indeed very strange. Those who were forcibly converted to Buddhism by the Buddha eventually became loyal supporters of the Buddha. Many of the quasi-emperors present had talented descendants or disciples who were forcibly abducted by the Buddhist kingdom. That is why they have such great malice towards the Buddhist kingdom. Although the Buddhist kingdom is unwilling to take responsibility, if something really happens, as long as Tianji Tower and Tianyin Holy Land speak up personally, the Buddhist kingdom will take action. What it boils down to is as branches of the same immortal sect, they don't want to offend each other. But it's just to help. Oh, the people of the Buddhist country are indeed so righteous. The quasi-emperor raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth and said sarcastically. However, facing his ridicule, Yuanling Bodhisattva remained expressionless, bowed towards him, and said in a voice that was neither sad nor happy, Amitabha, masturbation, thank you for your kind words. Recently, my disciple tyrant Buddha Arhat has emerged from the divine source. This time, I am here with my Buddhist country to fight for a ray of love for the human race. As Yuanling Bodhisattva finished speaking, the space beside him suddenly twisted, and then a resolute young man wearing an Arhat robe walked out with an indifferent expression. The moment he saw him, quasi-emperor tyrant's eyes were bloodshot. Ba Yuan, the veins on quasi-emperor tyrant's forehead bulged, and his breathing became disordered, his breathing became rapid, and his chest heaved. Obviously, he was stimulated by the visitor. The resolute young man named Bafo Luohan glanced at him, then calmly bowed to him and said, "Greetings, benefactor Bashan. Now I have converted to Buddhism. I am no longer the person I once was, nor am I the tyrant that you are talking about. Please forget my past. I am the Arhat who dominated the Buddhist kingdom in the past." Hearing this, heartache flashed in quasi-emperor tyrant's eyes, and his anger burned even more fiercely. Damn bald donkey, quasi-emperor tyrant gritted his teeth. He wanted to take action, but after hesitating for a while, he was unwilling to give up. The people around couldn't help but sigh when they saw the scene. Some quasi-emperors who knew the inside story were even more moved. There was emotion in their tone, as well as fear of the Buddhist kingdom. Bafo Arhat, oh no, or Ba Yuan, was the only offspring of quasi-emperor Bashan. During one of his training trips, his talent was noticed by Yuanling Bodhisattva, who was spreading Buddhism in the human world at the time. He was then brought into the Buddhist kingdom. At that time, Ba Yuan fought to the death and refused to obey, but how could a saint realm cultivator be a match for the quasi-emperor Yuanling Bodhisattva? He was forcibly taken away. After learning what had happened, quasi-emperor tyrant flew into a rage and rushed to the Buddhist kingdom to fight. However, he was eventually driven out by several bodhisattvas. He only recovered from his injuries recently. I never imagined upon emerging from seclusion, I would run into an old enemy, and my own offspring would become an Arhat in the Buddhist kingdom. The Buddha kingdom is truly intimidating. After hearing these words, the geniuses who had originally planned to watch the fun felt a chill in their hearts, and then quietly distanced themselves from the people of the Buddhist kingdom. Entering the Buddhist kingdom, losing all desires. Is this still a human being? Just as everyone was watching this farce and it was about to give way to a big war. Suddenly, the sounds of breaking through the air rang out one after another. Everyone turned their heads and saw dozens of quasi-emperors rapidly approaching outside Tianji city. The Wang family is here. There are also top holy places such as Yachi Holy Land, Seven Saints Martial Sect, etc. Each of those the three religions of the Eastern Wasteland. This is incredible. The three religions of the Eastern Wasteland have actually dispatched a guardian of the 7th level of the quasi-emperor realm. It seems that the seeds sent by the three religions of the Eastern Wasteland this time are extraordinary. When they saw the person coming, they were all amazed. There is no other reason, because this lineup is too powerful. The 7th level of quasi-emperor is already the absolute peak powerhouse. If it were in some top holy places with not so deep background, that would be the founder of the religion. After all, the Xuandian human forces rushed over. In the Tianji Tower, two streams of light flew in at the same time. The light dissipated, and old man Tianji and Saint Lord Tianyin appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Saint Lord Tianyin waved his sleeves, and the entire Tianji city was suddenly lit up by the light of the formation. The time has come. Everyone, are you ready to go to the Qingyu Ancient Star? Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Tianyan Shengju nodded slightly and said, then let's go. Boom. Chapter 324. When will it be your turn to gossip here? From this day on, all the ancient stars in the universe that were capable of cultivating life lit up with the light of the teleportation array, illuminating the entire night sky. The speed of the teleportation array was countless times faster than the speed of light. The blue universe is huge and boundless. However, there are very few planets that can support cultivators in practicing breathing exercises. Some are simply called life planets because they have no spiritual energy and the creatures living on them are all ordinary creatures and mortals. Only ancient stars can produce endless spiritual energy. The population base of the universe is very large, but those who can practice cultivation are 1 in 10,000. Aoki Ancient Star. The area of this planet is very large. Although it is called a planet, it is actually a piece of land floating in the universe with oceans and land on it. The ocean area stretches over hundreds of millions of miles, and the land area is also tens of millions of miles. It is a veritable giant continent. If placed in the mortal world, such a land would be worthy of being called the fairyland. Certainly, the Qingyu Ancient Star is still much smaller than Xuandian. In the past, Qingyu Ancient Star was naturally a holy place for cultivation that everyone yearned for. However, nowadays, there is only a thin spiritual energy left in Qingyu Ancient Star to maintain the operation of the entire continent. Once the spiritual energy of the ancient Qingyu Star is completely broken, then this continent will immediately fall apart. A few days later, Xuandian's human race came here under the escort of Tianyin Saint Lord and other quasi-emperors. After experiencing the teleportation distance across the galaxy, even a great saint would feel a little uncomfortable. However, this discomfort soon disappeared. Walk out of the teleportation array. Looking at the blue sky and the green life everywhere, a group of Xuandian geniuses looked around with curiosity. Qingyu Ancient Star was once hailed as the second Xuandian, but I never imagined that the situation now is even worse than the Dharma ending age. If I stay here, I'm afraid it will be difficult to even maintain my cultivation, right? At best, you can cultivate to the Xuandian realm, and then you will make no progress at all. A group of geniuses were extremely curious. Tianyin Saint Lord did not leave them idle. After stepping down from the teleportation platform, he said, because of the battle that year, the Qingyu Ancient Star was divided up by the supreme beings of the various forbidden areas. Countless spiritual veins have been stripped away, and the core has been destroyed. After this, it will completely disappear, turning into exploding starlight. After millions of years in the universe, it will be completely wiped out from the long river of history. The Tianji Tower Master also smiled and said, alright, let's not talk about the past again. Right now, there's no unusual movement in the forbidden zones of life dormant throughout the universe. This is a good thing. These words caused a group of quasi-emperors to nod in agreement. After all, the restricted area is a nightmare. Apart from the immortal forces, they will not provoke the remaining top holy places and races, which are their blood-feeding targets. The more powerful you are, the more coveted you will be by the masters of the restricted areas. Those who have become the supreme beings in the forbidden area include humans and emperors of other races. But without exception, after they severed the heavenly heart seal and lost their throne, they completely abandoned the concepts of race and bloodline. In their eyes, there is only one thing that can attract them. That is to say, whether one can live in the next life, become an immortal in the mortal world, and break through the limitations of the universe to ascend. This is their obsession. It is said that in the dormant forbidden zone of life, there is a top supreme being who has been reincarnated for the 7th time. Even the emperor would not dare to provoke such a person. Even if the emperor encounters such a person, he may be eaten his blood food by them if he is not careful. This is the dark side that can be found in history. But future generations have no way of knowing. But the top holy places that experienced that era have bloody records. Future generations are strictly prohibited from provoking the creatures that come out of the restricted area. This is an iron order. This is because the creatures that walk out of the restricted area may very well be the incarnation of the lord of the restricted area, or they may be his descendants. Once they provoke or even kill the other party, the dark turmoil in the restricted area will sweep across the entire universe. Buzz. During the chat, the vast divine consciousness of the Holy Lord Tianyan surged out like a tide, covering the entire Qingyu ancient star. After a moment, the divine consciousness was withdrawn, and the Holy Lord Tianyan opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Let's go, it seems that we are the only ones missing." Yes, a group of quasi-emperors did not dare to show any contempt and all echoed his words. Their cultivation is nothing in front of this supreme being who can calculate all the secrets of heaven. Tianyan Holy Land and Tianji Tower, the two together are so powerful that even the restricted area dare not approach within 100,000 miles. This is the power of the immortal gate, especially the branches of the immortal sect that are recognized by the guides from the upper realm. Every time a guide comes, he will choose to settle in Tianyan Holy Land or Tianji Tower. That's the point. The aura of the Holy Lord Tianyan was revealed, and he swept everyone towards one place quickly. En route, Suyu also took advantage of this time to observe the changes in the Qingyu ancient star. For some reason, he found that the Qingyu ancient star gave him an illusion. That is, it's very much a small world here, a small world that has not yet been refined. Is this an illusion? Suyu murmured, the distribution of these green plants, water veins, and mineral veins all look like a refining array. He condensed multiple cellular worlds and had a more sensitive observation of the nature of the small world. This place feels like a small world to him. It's just that it hasn't been refined yet. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Suyu shook his head and hid this ridiculous idea deep in his mind. If such a huge continent is really refined into a small world by someone, how terrifying must this person's cultivation be? Even the peak quasi-emperor can't withstand it. You know, to refine such a huge small world, the spiritual power and mental strength required are extremely enormous. Even if 10 quasi-emperors at the peak level come, they cannot withstand such consumption. Didn't think too much about it. Soon, a huge shadow of a formation appeared in Suyu's sight. That is a defensive formation. It can also be said to be a protective formation to prevent the fighting aura from leaking out and affecting the outside world. This should be the location of this competition. In the formation, thousands of races, tens of thousands of quasi-emperors, and tens of millions of geniuses have already gathered. Among the quasi-emperors, a celestial race expert whose cultivation had reached the 4th level of quasi-emperor realm surveyed the surroundings and frowned, saying, haven't the people from Xuanyan ancient star arrived yet? Although the celestials have the same appearance as humans, they are 2 meters taller than humans. Their basic form is over 3 meters tall. The origin of the celestial race is that they were born from the reproduction of a higher race that claimed to be gods in the human race. Therefore, they consider themselves to be a branch of the celestial race, rather than the human race. Therefore, they have always looked down on the human race, but in the Qingkang universe they have to lie dormant. Because the human race is the only dominant race in the Qingkang universe. There are many powerful people in the human race, who are simply incomparable to the celestial race. HMPH, Xuantian's human race is truly becoming more and more arrogant. Now even events like the Tianzhao competition have to wait for their arrival before they can even begin. The quasi-emperor of the Tianren race snorted coldly, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Boom. However, just as he finished speaking, a terrifying pressure enveloped him, making his hair stand on end, and his eyes were filled with solemnity and fighting spirit. Mixed blood creature, when is it your turn to gossip here? Bang. Chapter 325 The Domineering Xuantian Human Race and the Domineering Tianyan Holy Lord. As a loud bang rang out in the formation, the originally noisy atmosphere instantly became quiet. Everyone stared in amazement at the dust rising in the distance. Looking closely, the quasi-emperor of the celestial clan appeared in the huge deep pit, lying in it in an extremely embarrassed posture. It looked like he had suffered some minor injuries. Hiss, who was so domineering that he actually threw out a celestial clan member of the quasi-emperor 4th heaven. Someone looked intently at the quasi-emperor's seat, and then screamed, it's Xuantian's quasi-emperor. Hiss was it Saint Lord Tianyan who did it. Looking at the new quasi-emperor, everyone subconsciously held their breath. Because Xuantian's lineup is too powerful. There are 10 quasi-emperors above the 6th level. The cultivation level of Saint Tianyan is even more difficult to see through. After a moment's silence, the expressions of those geniuses became solemn, and even Jiao became much more restrained. It's worthy of being the first ancient star of life for the human race. It's an ancient star that has produced countless true immortals and great emperors. It has a very deep foundation. Yeah, it's better not to provoke them. Some of them had thought about suppressing the title of number 1 in Xuantian continent before coming here. However, when Xuantian's lineup really arrived, they all became cowardly again. Nothing else. The lineup is too luxurious. There are 10 quasi-emperors of the 6th level and above. How can this be compared? On the quasi-emperor's seat, the Holy Lord Tianyan stood on the void, not even looking at the ugly faces of the other quasi-emperors. Instead, he looked at the quasi-emperor of the celestial race that he had thrown out and said calmly, that's it. You, the celestial race, dare to dictate to me, Xuantian. Don't tell me you really think that Xuantian has fallen into decline during these years of the Dharma ending age. Waste. In fact, he is very tolerant of the Xuantian human race and even the human race in the entire universe. But to the outside world, that's different. If someone should suppress you, then just suppress them directly. Do you dare to say a word? I can't beat you to death. In the deep pit, the quasi-emperor of the celestial clan crawled out with an extremely ugly look on his face flushed red. You, before the Holy Lord Tianyan could speak, the elder from the Wang family spoke without changing his expression, celestial race, put away your arrogance. You have only been nurtured a little by the mighty gods of the upper realm. You are nothing here. Believe it or not, even if I were to exterminate your clan, the guide wouldn't say anything. Although the Wang family has never produced a true immortal, they know a lot of inside information because they have been in contact with the Tianji Tower for many years. The Celestials haha. To put it nicely, it is a branch of the gods, but in reality, it is just the product of someone's promiscuity. Not worth mentioning at all. Unless there is a bloodline of the gods that can revert to their ancestral form, the gods will take a second look at it. Otherwise, they are no more than stray dogs on the roadside. They were so excited when they were just given some free time. Moreover, the Celestial clan attaches great importance to the theory of bloodline. Those with inferior bloodline can only become low-level existences in the Celestial clan. Therefore, after the higher level celestial race showed the bloodline of the gods that reverted to their ancestral home, they would also look down on the celestial race from which they came. Instead, they will do everything possible to cut off ties and at most give some alms. This is the consequence of having a weak bloodline. Haha, alright, Saint Tianyan, calm down. At this time, a quasi-emperor from a powerful tribe watched the excitement and stepped forward with a smile to smooth things over. Now that everyone is here, let's get started. The other quasi-emperors also agreed with a smile. For them, the conflict between the human race and the celestial race has nothing to do with them, but they're happy to watch the fun. The human race is too strong, so strong that they cannot express their anger openly. Moreover, the human race is extremely protective of their own shortcomings and cannot be easily offended. Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord Tianyan also put away his indifference, replaced it with a smile, and said softly, "My fellow Taoists, it's been a long time since we last met. I arrived too late, so please bear with me." No, we're just here for a while. Saint Lord Tianyan, since we parted from the eye of the universe 8,000 years ago, now that we meet again, your cultivation level is beyond comprehension. It seems that the art of Tianyan has reached its peak. Some old monsters who were familiar with the Holy Lord Tianyan were sighing. The former naturally responded with a smile. Only at the seat of the celestial clan, the faces of several celestial quasi-emperors were as black as the bottom of a pot. After the quasi-emperors finished chatting, the group sat down. Behind him, Suyu saw all this and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that the Holy Lord Tianyan has lived longer than I thought. But even at such an old age, he's still so brave and domineering, ha 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 ha. Logically speaking, shouldn't a quasi-emperor of this age be friendly and amiable? It is rare to find someone with a temper like that of Saint Lord Tianyan. Suyu was quite surprised anyway. Beside him, from within a coffin suspended in midair, emitting a lingering stench of decay, came the voice of the sixth patriarch. In the Tianyan Holy Land lies the immortal scripture of longevity, a suitor coveted by countless powerful beings, even the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Although the Saint Lord Tianyan is now in his prime, he is actually nearly 8,000 years old. Even if one doesn't break through to the Great Emperor realm, one can still easily live for 12,000 years. But guess why the restricted area masters don't dare to come to us? Suyu couldn't help but become curious when he heard this and asked, "Sixth patriarch, why is this?" The sixth patriarch's decaying voice was filled with emotion, because of the protection of the guiding immortal envoy. Back then, there were some restricted area masters who came to attack us, but we were able to use formations to forcibly summon the projections of true immortals to the lower realms. That time, we suppressed and killed dozens of restricted area masters. From now on, no one will dare to attack Tianyan Holy Land and Tianji Tower. Even if they are facing a desperate situation or death, they will not dare to go. If anyone dares to go there and the other restricted area masters learn of it, they will immediately join forces to kill him. After all, no one wants to anger the immortal. The ideas of the immortals in the upper realm are very simple. They don't care about anything that happens in the lower realm. Even if you slaughter all the creatures in the universe to become an evil immortal, they won't care. But if you attack a branch of the immortal sect, even if you are an evil immortal, the immortal king will step in to kill you. If our Taishuan immortal sect hadn't fallen apart, we would have had a formation to summon the projection of a true immortal to protect it. Come on, little guy, I'm counting on you for Taishuan's reunion. Suyu felt a little envious after hearing this. It would be so comfortable to have a powerful person to rely on. I will try my best, sixth patriarch. The coffin of the sixth patriarch was floating in the air like that, and no quasi-emperor dared to show displeasure. Because they all felt a powerful aura from the coffin. That is a special force field that only those at the 8th level of quasi-emperor possess. This youngster could communicate so peacefully with such a being, he must be a genius with extremely terrifying talent. Soon, all forces gathered together. Below the martial arts stage, a quasi-emperor from a neutral race took the stage and shouted, "Everyone is here, enter." The 3-month Tianjiao competition officially begins today. The secret behind chapter 326, yes, this time is also our last struggle. The neutral quasi-emperor who was acting as the referee continued, due to the large number of participants in the 10,000 races prodigy competition, in order to avoid wasting time, we will be using a hunting method to initially eliminate the weak. Within the area of 50 million miles, there are 4 levels of dark creatures, the early, intermediate, and peak Great Saint realm. Among them, the strongest dark creature has the combat power of a weak quasi-emperor. Hunting dark creatures in the early stages of the Great Saint realm will earn you 100 points, mid-stage creatures 400 points, late-stage creatures are worth 1,000 points, and peak-stage Great Saint dark creatures are worth 2,000 points. In the highest level weak quasi-emperor dark creature is worth 10,000 points each. And in the first round, you can ignore all the rules. You can kill people to plunder his points, or you can defeat him and take the mark between his eyebrows. In short, whoever can hunt and gain the most points will be the winner of the first round. They will be rewarded with a set of quasi-emperor level skills and martial arts, which can also be exchanged for cultivation resources. The initial number of participants is 15 million, those who are at the early stage of the Great Saint realm and above, and whose bone age is less than 500 years old. After an initial elimination of 14.98 million people, only 20,000 remain to participate. Out of 20,000 people, 2 will advance to 1. Anyone who can advance to the 3rd round will have their race qualified to enter the secret realm of time. The races that advance to the 2nd round will be allocated resource star rewards based on their ranking. The 4th round will be a team battle. If the ancient stars you represent have teammates who advance to the 10,000 person battle, they will be considered a team. With half the wins and losses, half will be eliminated and advance to the next round. In the 5th round, the number of players will be greatly reduced, and it will be a free-for-all. In this free-for-all, you can team up, attack with ulterior motives, perform sneak attacks, and even backstab. As long as we can win, everything is allowed. The melee mode will decide the winner among 100 people. If there are less than 100 races among the 100 people, the ranking will be automatically postponed to decide the winner among the top 100 races. From the top 100, the strongest of the races will be gradually chosen. You need to constantly challenge and accept challenges until no one in the top 100 challenges you anymore. Of course, not everyone is qualified to issue a challenge. For example, if you are defeated by someone, and the person who defeated you is defeated by someone else, you cannot challenge that other person. The top 100 finals will be ranked according to the number of wins. The first pride among all races can enjoy the blessing of heaven, be respected by all races, and enjoy the blessing of all races. He can rise in troubled times, become a great emperor, and achieve true immortality. If your fighting power cannot convince the others, your luck will not be strong either. After the quasi-emperor referee explained the competition rules, he looked down at the Tianjiao below, who were filled with a strong fighting spirit, and said slowly, "You are now also powerful people in the Great Saint realm. Here, I need to explain something to you. The dark creatures you killed were not from the Qingkang universe, but invaders from the outside world. They are the destroyers who destroy order. Those you have killed are merely vanguards. In the future, no matter how accomplished you are, if the destroyers launch a general attack, you must stand firm. With good fortune comes certain responsibilities. If you are afraid, you can quit now." The eyes of a group of geniuses flickered, and they had all kinds of thoughts in their mind, but the word retreat was not on their mind. It's very simple. The lips and teeth are interdependent. In the face of the destroyer's attack, even if you do nothing, you will be killed. It is impossible to quit. If a world-destroying war really breaks out, it will be a disaster for everyone. If you want to avoid being slaughtered, there is only one way, and that is to improve your own combat power so that you can protect yourself from destruction. Seeing that no one spoke, the quasi-emperor nodded slightly, then said, since everyone has no objection, let's begin. Buzz. The words fell. A gap opened in the formation. Upon seeing this, the more than 10 million geniuses walked out one after another. More than 10 million geniuses in the Great Saint Realm, this is an extremely terrifying number. Of course, if placed in the universe, it would appear very small. After walking out of the gap, this group of geniuses realized the desolation and horror of this place, because even those in the Great Saint Realm had a natural resistance to the environment here. It is impossible to practice at all. Even though there is grass and trees growing and it looks vibrant, it is all an illusion. There is no sense of vitality at all. It is simply wishful thinking to want to restore one's spiritual power without relying on resources. Let's go. Suyu nodded slightly to a group of familiar people. See you in round 2. After saying that, he took the lead and flew in one direction and soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing him leave so decisively, Yu Junsheng, Wang Heng and others laughed and shook their heads. Impatient, but it's not surprising, since this person is Suyu. Soon, all the geniuses left the protection of the formation and flew away in various directions of the hunting ground. Because the first game has a time limit, tracking and hunting of geniuses are not allowed within the 6 hours before the start. The hunting mode will only be activated when only 1/3 of the dark creatures are left. This also gives everyone time to grow. As they left, a scene soon appeared in front of the quasi-emperor's seat. There are perspectives from every corner, able to clearly find everyone's traces. The quality of this 10,000 races prodigy competition is much higher than any other competition in recorded history. A quasi-emperor said with a smile. According to historical records, the most prosperous golden age was during the celestial emperor era. 8 million geniuses participated in that era, and 40 of them became emperors within 2 generations. The throne is unlimited. This is especially true in the golden age, when the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is the strongest and can support the greatest number of emperors. But there are only 8 people with the Tianxin seal and 12 ordinary emperors. But this life is different. There are 24 thrones in this world. That is to say, it can support 24 people to become emperors. Some quasi-emperors were relaxed and lazy, while others stared and sighed. Yes, it's much higher, but it also comes with danger. It will be the highest. After all, the universe is facing collapse and destruction. This is also the last struggle of the heavenly Tao. These heavy words made all the quasi-emperors feel nervous. The universe collapses, order is destroyed, the destroyer. All of this is like a huge rock pressing on everyone's heart. The only one who can ignore all this is the Lord of the Forbidden Zone. They were all great emperors in the past. After practicing for several lifetimes, they have already surpassed their past. If it were not for the suppression of heaven, which prevented them from unleashing their true combat power, the universe would have been slaughtered long ago. The masters of the restricted areas can escape from the universe, but at most they will become wanderers in the starry sky and face the consequence of being hunted and enslaved. At least, there is still hope of survival, and these weaklings have absolutely no hope of survival. Can only follow the collapse of the universe. Tens of thousands of quasi-emperors remained silent for a long time, and finally, someone spoke faintly. Yes, this time is also our last struggle. I only hope that someone who can rival the heavenly emperor will be born. Chapter 327, Dark Creatures Representing Devouring and Destruction. Suyu's Crazy Thoughts. Darkness so difficult. The heavenly emperor once resisted a catastrophe for us, the people of later generations. Now, the heavenly emperor's influence is gradually fading, and the invasion of darkness is becoming more and more serious. Especially the restricted area is beginning to show signs of unrest. Upon hearing this, a layer of gloom appeared between the brows of all the quasi-emperors. Darkness plus restricted area is simply a genocidal disaster. The masters of the restricted areas don't care about the life and death of living beings. They are not afraid of the destruction of the universe. But they are different. At the edge of the universe, tens of thousands of ordinary planets have been eroded by darkness and completely transformed into dead stars. No one below the level of a great sage can approach them. If darkness continues to spread at this rate, within 500 years, it will completely infect the entire universe. Some quasi-emperors living near the edge of the universe sighed. Even though he had already reached the 5th level of quasi-emperor cultivation, he still felt a sense of pressure. After this group of geniuses finish their competition, the road to becoming an emperor should be about to begin. To step onto the path of God is to wait for them to compete. It takes 100 years to fight for the throne. After 100 years to become an emperor, there are still 400 years left to become a top emperor and leap to the immortal world. The time span is too short. They are under a lot of pressure. Let the younger generation fight as they please. Losing 1 or 2 geniuses is better than wiping out the entire clan. They don't say these things to the younger generation. It will only let them fight among themselves and produce an emperor with unparalleled combat power. So, all of them have been prepared, that is, to turn the genius of their family into dry bones under the feet of others and become the cornerstone for them to stand on. Seeing that they were all somewhat discouraged, the Holy Lord Tianyin and the Lord of Tianji Tower sat in their seats without changing their expressions. This kind of thing, there are no words to describe it. There was nothing I could say about Suyu, so I could only let him develop on his own. Once the secret is revealed, it is no longer a secret. But things that are known will be modified by fate. Uncertain things. That's called hope. Boom, in the hunting area. In front of Suyu lay the corpse of a huge dark creature. The corpse was 3 meters tall, comparable to that of a celestial. But, at this moment, Suyu frowned, staring at the dark corpse in front of him, muttering, strange, even when these dark creatures are dead, they will emit a destructive energy that will destroy everything around them. This was a dark creature in the early stage of the Great Saint Realm that he had killed. Humanoid creature. Its entire body is black, and its appearance is terrifying and hideous. Except for its human body, the rest has nothing to do with humans. Even blood is black, and while fighting with him, Suyu also discovered a key problem. That is, these dark creatures will devour spiritual power. Their attacks have the property of disintegrating the spiritual energy components. If you want to fight them, physical strength and combat power are the best ways. When alive, they were violent and extremely bloodthirsty. They were a group of beings born for destruction. If you want to fight a dark creature in the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, you must have the combat power of the Tianjiao sequence, the combat power of the Holy Sun level, to kill a creature of the same realm. Furthermore, we cannot disintegrate its physical body. We can only use spiritual energy to continuously infuse it into it and suppress it to death in order to completely kill it. If left untreated, a dark creature in the early stages of the Great Saint Realm would be enough to infect a small planet. After studying these problems, a rare look of solemnity appeared between Suyu's brows. Damn it, Suyu cursed inwardly. That's a problem. He discovered that if these dark creatures were allowed to spread throughout the universe, it would cause enormous damage. Moreover, the more powerful the dark creature is, the less effective one's own spiritual power will be. Physical strength and combat power are the key. Fortunately, the method of cultivating the small cellular world can strengthen the physical body. Now that I control 11 cell worlds, even without using my physical fitness, my basic physical strength alone is enough to rival the legendary heavenly tyrant body. Kang Tian Ba Ti, this is an extremely domineering physical constitution. The legend of killing the emperor with the peak quasi-emperor body was first created by Kang Tian Ba Ti. Thinking of this, Su Yu felt a little more at ease. Suddenly, Su Yu's eyes flickered. The devouring effect is this related to the strange feeling I felt deep within the ancient Qingwu star when I arrived. Thinking of this, Su Yu did not dare to delay at all. He tore the dark creature in front of him into several pieces. He stretched out his hand and hesitated for a moment, but soon he used his fingers as a knife to cut off a piece of his own flesh. Su Yu frowned and placed a piece of flesh and blood on the dark body that he had torn into several pieces. That piece of dark flesh was only the size of a fingernail. But the flesh and blood he cut off was as big as a longan. Despite the size difference, the dark flesh seemed to come alive the moment it came into contact with his flesh, stretching out black lines and wrapping the flesh. Just like a hunting octopus, it uses its 8 legs to tightly wrap around its prey. Although Su Yu had severed the connection between the flesh and blood that was cut off in advance, there was still spiritual power supply. However, after being nourished for a long time, his flesh and blood are still extremely strong. Even so, his flesh and blood could not resist the erosion of the dark flesh and blood, which was also dead. Half an hour later, the last bit of spiritual power in his flesh and blood was melted away and disintegrated, and his flesh and blood completely turned into mortal flesh. The moment he turned into mortal flesh, the dark flesh and blood swallowed and assimilated him in an instant. Gurgle gurgle. As the dark flesh and blood swarmed, soon, the dark flesh and blood that was the size of a fingernail became the size of a lychee. There was no trace of him at all. Seeing this scene, Su Yu's pupils suddenly shrank and he took a deep breath. Hiss, grass, Su Yu cursed for the first time. It's nothing, this scene is just too scary. It's assimilation indeed. Su Yu's brows were filled with solemnity. If Qingwu ancient star is really parasitized by powerful dark creatures, then something very terrifying will definitely happen next. Candle dragon fire. Su Yu switched his physique without hesitation, using the special flame brought by the candle dragon body to roast the dark flesh. Under the scorching heat, the dark flesh began to scurry around like a frog scalded by boiling water. But Su Yu blocked the space and he couldn't escape. After a moment, the dark flesh and blood completely turned to ashes. Then, he burned all the remaining remains of the dark creature into ashes before stopping. The Zulong body is the Dharma body he cultivated through practicing the techniques of Qishao Peak, combined with the body of Zhurong, the fire deity, to form the chain Dharma diagram physique. The Flame Lord's physique that controls the world's most powerful flame. After burning the dark creature to ashes, Su Yu stood there with an uncertain expression. He was solemn about the danger posed by the dark creatures. But, another crazy idea kept growing in my mind. What if I could transplant this phagocytic property into my cells? Would I become a creature of darkness? Chapter 328. The current task has been refreshed. The current task is, devour the Qingkang universe. No, we must not allow such crazy thoughts to arise. Su Yu quickly shook his head to get rid of this terrible thought. He patted his face and muttered, calm down. I'm just a weakling who has just entered the early stages of the Great Saint Realm. The characteristics of these dark creatures are simply beyond my control. Once you let go of your body's defenses and allow these things to erode you, the consequences will be absolutely horrific. No wonder he had such thoughts. After all, the characteristics of the dark creatures he researched were too strong. The power to devour everything. Even if it is dead, it can show signs of resurrection by devouring all the surrounding matter. This is simply the state of immortality that people dream of. This group of dark creatures is by no means that simple. I must not act recklessly without understanding the inside story. Su Yu exhaled deeply. He is not afraid of death, but you can't die in such an unclear way. Although he suppressed this thought for the time being, he still looked at the disappearing dark flesh and blood location with some reluctance. I'll try again when I have enough cell worlds. As long as the cell world is developed enough, he can rely on the cell world to reincarnate. After all, every cellular world can store his consciousness. It is equivalent to a clone. Although he cannot be reborn from the cellular world now, once he fully understands the characteristics of the Green Emperor's immortal body and is exposed to some stream of consciousness techniques, he may be able to succeed. By then, he only needs to hide a cell in his body anywhere in the world. It can be a parasite in animals, plants, and even plankton. Once the body is shivved, he will be able to recover. While there's still time, let's exchange some things from the system mall. After all, it's been a long time since I paid attention to external things. All along, he has been fighting using the skills and martial arts that he has mastered thoroughly. The higher we go, the more difficult the battle becomes. When he first entered the Holy Realm, he was in the middle stage of the Holy Realm and could only achieve invincibility in the Holy Realm. When fighting against those in the Great Holy Realm, he was evenly matched. But when he reached the peak of the Saint Realm, he was able to rival the combat power of the late Great Saint Realm. But, that is an achievement that can only be achieved by using the trump card. Now that he has reached the Great Saint Realm, he has fought with the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord possesses the combat power of a weak quasi-emperor, and even if he breaks through the Great Saint Realm, it will be difficult for him to compete with the Holy Lord's combat power. Even the second elder who was at the peak of the Great Saint Realm could fight him to a standstill. The later the realm, the bigger the gap becomes. It's time to update the equipment. Su Yu smiled slightly and said, in the next battle, the immortal seed and emperor sun levels will start, and then gradually face the weak quasi-emperors and even quasi-emperors. If I can't maintain a transcendent combat state, with the speed at which my realm is improving, there's no way I can compare to them. He never brags about himself, nor does he overestimate his fighting ability. He always feels that his fighting power is not enough. In this world of immortal cultivation where strength is respected and talent is paramount, if one cannot maintain abnormal combat power and cultivation speed, he will easily be abandoned by his own forces. Just like him, if such a terrifying talent had not been revealed, Zhu Xiao would not have risked his life to protect him. It can be said that as long as he is not that kind of cruel and bloodthirsty person, Zhu Xiao will definitely do his best to protect him. This is also one of the reasons why it has been difficult for Diffin to find an opportunity to assassinate him. Behind the scenes, unknown to the public, he had already been blocked by Quasi-Emperor Zhu Xiao. If he performed mediocrely and was unable to communicate with the ancestor and gain his recognition, the top Quasi-Emperor would not protect him. This is the reality. His current success is all the result of investments he made through his own terrifying power. Once he has no investment value, he will definitely be ruthlessly abandoned. Of course, except for the Holy Lord. In Su Yu's heart, he would be grateful when others protected him, but he would not feel any emotion. Only the Holy Lord Zhao Hongjun truly felt the other party's enthusiasm and sincerity. That's someone who really wants him to excel, just like the people of the Su family. He is his trustworthy senior, like a half-master. Well, in this first round, we can plunder points by hunting others, so we don't have to do it ourselves. With all this time, I should improve myself. Thinking of this, Suyu found a cave and crawled in without hesitation. Using the methods of Master Yuan Tian and supplemented by the source of immortality, he set up a simple formation to isolate the breath, and then he began to retreat with peace of mind. Open the system panel. After sitting down cross-legged, Suyu immediately opened the system. Next second, a familiar yet unfamiliar transparent panel appeared in his sight. Host Suyu, Fate Raging Purple Light, Cultivation, Early Stage of Great Saint Realm Plus. Title, Master of Disguise, Villain Value, 125,010,000. System Mall, Plus, Kung Fu Column Transformation, Void Sword Skill, Magic Toad Swallowing Moon Magic Skill, Corpse Immortal Tribulation Heaven, Swallowing Gold, Titan Howling Moon, Yin and Yang Breaking the Sky, Divine Elephant Prison Suppressing Power, Golden Crow Transforming into Yang Visualization Method Automatically Practicing. Backpack Deluo Sword, 5 Animals Demon Feather Fan, Fukian Stick, Killing Knife, Soul Refining Banner, Sunfire Godplate, Wandao Soldiers Natal Combat Weapons. Current task, 0% 100%. Task completed, refreshing. The mission went wrong, and is being adjusted. The mission has deviated, and is. Just as Suyu was looking at his personal attributes with great interest, the system's voice suddenly sounded urgently. The continuous wrong sounds made Suyu stunned. Even the current tasks have become 3. Suyu was a little confused and muttered, what's going on? Is the system broken? It shouldn't be. How could such a highly developed system, a system that could award things at will, actually have such a malfunction? Outrageous. Just after Suyu waited for a while, suddenly, the transparent light curtain in front of him disappeared. Suyu was completely stunned when he saw this scene. Damn, the system disappeared. This sudden change made Suyu stand up suddenly, his eyes wide open, with only astonishment in his eyes. An inexplicable feeling of uneasiness rose in my heart. His biggest trump card has always been the system. But, now the system panel is gone. This made him very uneasy and insecure. How could this happen? Suyu muttered to himself. Bite. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Immediately afterwards, the transparent light curtain in front of his eyes unfolded again. Seeing this, Suyu immediately felt relieved. If the system really disappeared, then the road ahead for him would be very difficult. After all, many of his things were stored in the system space. This will prevent you from losing your equipment. If the system really disappears, he will be in tears. Fortunately, I recovered. However, just as he turned his attention back to the system panel, his gaze suddenly froze when he saw the taskbar. At the same time, the system's cold prompt sound suddenly rang in my mind. Ding, the current mission has been refreshed. Current mission, devour the Azure Universe 1% 100%. Suyu, crazy. Chapter 329, Darkness is not scary, what is scary is the fear of darkness in your hearts. Boom, on the ancient Qingmu star, in the hunting circle, Wang Heng's expression became extremely gloomy after he blew up a dark creature with combat power comparable to that of a mid-stage Great Saint Realm with one punch. This is still too slow. However, the characteristics of these dark creatures are too terrifying. The higher-ups have created so many dark creatures this time. It seems they want to hone top-level immortal species through blood. 15 million Great Saints above the Saint Sun level. Millions could die in the first round alone. Any one of these single dark creatures is capable of matching the combat power of a son of God. Several days have passed since the challenge began. For several days, he did not wait for others to score points like others did, and then go out to reap the rewards. Instead, they took the initiative to attack and look for dark creatures. In his opinion, taking shortcuts to score points is not advisable. If you don't master the power of rules, it's difficult to defeat a dark creature of the same realm with your combat power. Wang Heng's face looked a little ugly. Although he knew about the existence of dark creatures, he also understood the difficulties the Qingkang universe was facing. But this was also the first time I came into contact with darkness. For creatures like this, except for the quasi-emperor who has mastered the power of rules, even those at the great sage level would find it very difficult to deal with such monsters. Certainly, for him, this dark creature was not difficult to kill. He was thinking about the future. If darkness broke out in the future, the Qingkang universe would definitely fall into a desperate situation with all lives destroyed. While fighting, Wang Heng observed the dark creatures and finally came to a conclusion. I must achieve enlightenment and become an emperor. I must refine the void world envisioned by my ancestors and lead the Wang family out of the Qingkang universe and ascend to the upper realm. He doesn't care if the universe collapses, he only cares about his family. If he has the ability, he will naturally save it. But if he does not have the ability, his primary goal is to complete the void world and then lead his people to ascend to the upper realm. Human race. Oh, to put it nicely, they are the human race, and the people in the upper realm are also the human race, but in fact the people in the upper realm call themselves the fairyland. They are immortals, the natives of the fairyland, and are different from the natives of various universes. Saving a universe requires wasting the power of an immortal. It would be better to use the power of the immortal king to create a new universe. Anyway, the human race is like ants, reproducing very quickly. All things in the universe can evolve and be born, and all races have inheritance in the upper realm. If the lower world is destroyed, it will be destroyed. It has nothing to do with the upper realm. Therefore, Wang Heng's goal is very clear. There is only one, that is to achieve himself, protect his clan members, and be able to save Qingkang again. It's that simple. He doesn't care whether others live or die. Just as Wang Heng was about to go deeper into the forest and follow the dark aura to find his way back. Suddenly, the noise coming from a distance made him pause. Soon, a young man running towards him quickly caught his attention. Go, go! One of the young man's arms had disappeared, and only blood was dripping uncontrollably. When he saw Wang Heng, he immediately shouted, "Run! There are several dark creatures in the late Great Saint realm here." This is a human race. However, it was not Xuantian's human race. The young man had silver hair and a weak aura, showing signs of being eroded by darkness. After seeing Wang Heng, the young man roared, "What are you still doing here? These are dark creatures from the late Great Saint realm. Without the peak combat power of the Great Saint realm, there is no way to defeat them. In the competition among the geniuses of all races in the universe, although the human race has its differences, they are still united in facing a war that concerns the destiny of the race. Saving one human being means more hope. Therefore, he also kindly reminded Wang Heng to make the latter aware of the danger ahead. Boom, 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 just as he was about to approach Wang Heng and escape with the ladder. Suddenly, the earth was shaking. A darkness and devouring force that covered the sky and the sun enveloped the two of them. Roar. The next second, a heart-wrenching roar suddenly exploded, turning the surrounding grass and trees into dust. Countless substances were absorbed by the devouring force, even the air could not escape. Immediately afterwards, from all directions, dark creatures walked out from the swallowed space, or emerged from the ground, and there were also giant dark creatures falling from the sky. Each dark creature possesses a powerful aura that makes people tremble with fear. A complex aura of destruction, bloodthirstiness, and all-devouringness slowly rose up from all around. It's over, it's really over now. The young man's face turned pale in an instant, and his eyes were full of fear. Certainly, it was not death that he feared, but it is the characteristic of darkness devouring, destruction and devouring the souls of monks and living beings and assimilating them into dark creatures. At that time, you will become a dark creature that is neither human nor ghost. And you will still retain complete consciousness, but you will not be able to control your body or your will. You can only watch yourself turn into a beast from a third-person perspective. Eat raw flesh and blood, devour everything, until he was killed. This is why darkness is so tricky. What nonsense. Wang Heng looked at the silver-haired young man who was limp on the ground and about to commit suicide, and said slowly, darkness is not scary. The silver-haired young man smiled bitterly. What nonsense are you talking about? You are from Xuantian or the human race of the Central Star region, right? You have never seen darkness, and you don't know how terrifying it is. I am different. I am a human living on the edge of the universe. The galaxies near my home planet have long been swallowed by darkness. I saw with my own eyes my brothers being assimilated by darkness, transformed into dark creatures, and devouring my people one by one. People are different. People from the Central Star region or Xuantian had never seen the horror of darkness, but he had seen it with his own eyes. Therefore, he has a deep fear of darkness. This time, I participated in the Tianzhao competition to win resources from my home planet and to gain help from the strong. But, unexpectedly, this time's competition among the geniuses of all races was completely different from what was recorded. Their first battle is to hunt dark creatures, treating such a terrifying thing as prey. This is courting death. Wang Heng glanced at him, but he didn't respond with any words. But, bang, Wang Heng took a step forward, and in an instant, the devouring power around him was blocked. In front of Wang Heng were several giant dark creatures that were comparable to those in the late Great Saint realm, each 10 meters tall. The smell emitted by the darkness makes people feel uncomfortable. Wang Heng walked forward step by step, holding tightly in his right hand a spear emitting the power of the void. The darkness is not scary. What is scary is the fear of darkness in your hearts. Hearing this, the silver-haired young man moved his lips slightly, wanting to say something. But the next scene shattered all the words he wanted to say. At this moment, the endless power of the void shattered the dark curtain that blocked the heaven and earth. 9 styles of the void, suppress the void. Chapter 330, the demon clan hiding in the dark. Qingzhou Sky Fox, patient. The silver-haired young man had a dull look in his eyes as he watched Wang Heng walk out step by step in front of him and then pierce the endless darkness with a shot. Even the two dark creatures that attacked them couldn't hold on for a moment before being pierced through the body by a bullet. Void strangulation. Wang Heng's calm voice sounded again. The next second, the silver-haired young man saw the other party's left hand stretch out and then clenched into a fist. Bang! As the words fell, the surrounding void seemed to come alive, instantly becoming violent and crushing a dark creature into powder. This scene was like the arrival of a god, unstoppable. Wang Heng's pressure was too strong. Even this terrifying dark creature could hardly withstand his attack. Roar! As their fellow creatures were killed one after another, the remaining dark creatures suddenly roared, and then one dark creature after another continued to attack Wang Heng. So what? The dark creatures that seemed invincible in the eyes of the silver-haired young man were, in Wang Heng's hands, like ants that could be easily killed with just a gun or a punch. In just half an incense stick of time, the attacking dark creatures were completely killed. No one could escape. Even after Wang Heng's breath subsided, the silver-haired young man still stood there blankly. After resolving the attack of the dark creatures, Wang Heng put away his gun and continued to walk deeper. Looking at this scene, the silver-haired young man wanted to speak. However, he was interrupted by Wang Heng's calm voice. I couldn't hold on any longer, so I retreated. What's terrifying about dark creatures is nothing more than their devouring power and your inner fear of them. If you can overcome your fear and observe carefully, you'll surely discover that dark creatures are not invincible. To kill this creature, all you need is skill and no fear of his courage. You can handle it. Wang Heng has also studied dark creatures. This creature may seem scary, but it is actually just a vanguard force and does not have much intelligence or combat power. If ordinary people saw it, they would definitely not find it impressive enough. But for geniuses at the Son of God level and above, killing dark creatures only requires overcoming fear. Although it is impossible to completely kill the dark creatures. At least you can protect yourself. After all, the properties of dark creatures are too abnormal. A drop of flesh and blood can revive by constantly devouring the surrounding matter. Although after recovery, it is a completely new form, at least it is an alternative method of recovery. Hard to kill, of course, just save your life. Although the dark creature is perverted, it also has attributes that it fears, namely extreme fire and thunder. After all, they are alien species. Since they have not completely occupied the universe, they are still restrained by the rules of the universe. Fire and thunder are inherently the most young and fiercest of attributes. It is still possible to deal with dark creatures. Moreover, even if you can't strangle him, as long as you aim at the dark creature's eyebrows and smash his head with the eyebrows, you can temporarily kill him. It was enough to escape. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired young man placed his only remaining hand on his broken arm, and a hint of clarity gradually appeared in his confused eyes. He looked at Wang Heng's departing back and murmured to himself, you're right. I was just too scared, but how could I not be afraid? My entire family perished at the hands of these horrible creatures. After standing there for a long time, the silver-haired young man finally did not say he wanted to give up. Instead, he turned and walked towards another dark valley which was not as powerful. Shortly after the two left, on a small hill not far from their current location, several figures emerged. The aura on them is very powerful. Each of the 7 people has a realm fluctuation that is no less than that of the late Great Saint realm. Among the 7 people, the leader had a very feminine face, and there was a bit of a beast-like aura spreading from him. This human race is quite interesting. They are able to use their cultivation base at the early stage of the Great Saint realm to burst out with combat power comparable to that of a peak Great Saint realm cultivator. The descendants of the Void Emperor's family are indeed extraordinary. The young man with a feminine but handsome face smiled and said, this boy really has the potential to be an emperor. Behind him, a group of young men with different but very distinctive looks heard this and immediately asked in confusion, Brother Bashan, is it really okay for us to plot against the human race's immortal species like this? In the hunting grounds, there are spies everywhere, right? Yeah, I think it's better for us to kill them fair and square. If we plan like this, we'll inevitably be caught by those quasi-emperors of the human race. They are all immortal species of the demon race. However, most of them are from ordinary demon tribes and have extremely hot tempers. Certainly, the feminine young man in the lead was different. He is a 9-tailed celestial fox from Qingzhou and a member of the extremely high-ranking White Fox clan. Bashan is the 8-tailed celestial fox that appeared in Qingzhou 5,000 years ago. It was born with 7 tails, and then when it broke through the holy realm, it rebaptized its bloodline and gave birth to the 8th tail. There are 3 blood baptisms in total. One is at birth, which sets the upper limit. The second is to break through the holy realm. If 6 or even 7 tails can be born, there's a chance to become a quasi-emperor. If the 8-tailed fox is born during the 3rd blood baptism, you will have the potential to become a great emperor. As for the legendary 9-tailed fox, that is completely different. It will be the talent of Fairy Fox. When the demon clan's guide appears in the future, he will surely take the nine-tailed heavenly fox away and ascend to the upper realm. Therefore, Bashan is destined to be extraordinary. In addition to the richness of his bloodline now, when he breaks through to the quasi-emperor level, there is a 70% chance that he will give birth to the ninth tail and become a true fairy fox. Therefore, Bashan attracted many followers of the demon tribe. These 6 people are all immortal descendants of the demon race who followed him. Upon hearing this, Bashan laughed and said, "Why panic? In a 10,000 races prodigy competition, any means can be used. If we can kill the immortals of their human race, those quasi-emperors will not retaliate. Because they don't have enough luck. If those human quasi-emperors really become angry and attack us because they can plan to kill us, then this universe will be completely hopeless. The Fox clan is naturally good at calculating and is also the race that is most familiar with the rules. Bashan is the best among them. He knew the bottom line of the quasi-emperors too well. As long as they were not the kind of crazy people, everything could be forgiven. If this really takes revenge on me, then in this universe, all races and humans will not be able to sit together. All races will join forces to oppose humans. Don't forget the human race is the most excluded. Let's go. This plan has failed. Let's not deal with him for now. Let's harvest the sons of destiny of other races and all races first. This time my demon race must occupy at least 30% of the universe's luck." Bashan was very ambitious. Before he came, he had already discussed with other top-level immortal species of the demon clan. You must get most of the luck. Not to mention surpassing the human race, at the very least we have to surpass the few remaining ancient royal families. Chapter 331 Crazy Killing, Suyu, unleash your potential in the immortal way. Great Sumeru Sealing Heaven Demon Pillar Fragment 1, price, 10 million. Closing square bracket. Eternal Life Sutra, price, 30 million. Closing square bracket. Holy Demon Yuan Pill, price, 10 million. Closing square bracket. Limited time sale, initial Saint War Demon Falling Longevity Power, price, 2 million. After Suyu adjusted his mood, he reopened the system mall to check the product information. Nothing else. Devouring the Azure universe, this mission caught him off guard. Always, he almost forgot that he was a villain. He thought the system would not arrange any special tasks, but he never expected that when he opened it this time, it would give him a big surprise. Swallowing the Azure universe or something like that, at least I have to wait until I ascend to the Red Dust Immortal level before I can do that. Suyu pinched his brows and muttered, for now, I'd better be honest. As expected, if you take too big a step, you are likely to pull something. Refocus your attention on the system mall. The prices of the products above are quite good and he can afford them. Certainly, except for some perverted things. Suyu looked at the product information and fell into deep thought. He has the first great Sumeru Heaven Sealing Demon Pillar, a fragment of the Supreme Imperial Weapon. This is the Supreme Imperial Weapon from the Fairyland, a pillar that can hold up the sky, break any seal, and can also seal the heaven and the earth. This price is 10 million villain value, which is affordable. After all, he already had 2 fragments, and he only needed to spend another 80 million to exchange them. The Infinite Eternal Life Sutra, a martial art created by the immortal King Infinite Eternal Life during his time in the realm of true immortality. It has the effect of keeping one immortal, but has minimal effect on improving combat power. It is only used to prolong life. Practicing this sutra can greatly extend one's lifespan. It is a supreme method of true immortality. After seeing the introduction of this sutra, although Suyu was very surprised by its grade, he was not too excited. Certainly, if this scripture were given to those quasi-emperors whose lifespan was coming to an end, it would surely drive them crazy. Thinking of this, Suyu's eyes suddenly lit up. This manual can be exchanged. If I can't use it myself, I can give it to the sect's quasi-emperor. What a good thing. Thinking of this, he put it on the shopping list. Then Suyu checked the remaining 2 items that interested him. Holy Demonic Essence Pill, an imperial grade elixir, crafted from holy essence and demonic essence, supplemented by yin and yang qi. Taking this pill can greatly increase combat power and briefly unleash holy and demonic power. The side effects are significant, and after the effects wear off, you'll fall into a dying state for 30 days. During this time, even chi refining cultivators can kill you. Use with caution. After seeing this introduction, Suyu fell into deep thought. The power of the Holy Demon. If I remember correctly, the Holy Demon was a name from the mythological period. It was a kind of innate creature that was born with the peak combat power of the Great Saint realm. Of course, the upper limit was also locked. It can only unleash the combat power of the 2nd level of quasi-emperor. Useless, but for now, it can still be regarded as a life-saving trump card. Since he couldn't use it himself, he could let the Su family use it. The way to use the Holy Demon Yuan Pill was that one only needed to be in the foundation establishment stage. Of course, the dying state will also be longer. If taken by a great saint, one will fall into a dying state for 30 days, while that in the saint realm will be extended to 90 days, and there will be a 180-day period of weakness in the celestial realm. If it is taken by a person who is in the state of robbery, it will take at least 10 years to recover. It will be different if you go down further. You will be stuck in a near-death state for the rest of your life and become a complete mortal. But the effect is extremely perverted. If a small family gets this, they might be able to amass countless wealth with the Holy Demon Yuan Pill. You can buy it now. The first Saint's War Demon's Longevity Skill, an Emperor-level skill, created based on the first generation of saintly demonic meridians. Practicing this skill can greatly enhance the practitioner's physical attributes. Using weak meridians to circulate the power of saints and demons will burn the lifespan, and will burst out with combat power beyond one's own extremes. It can withstand a battle in the forbidden realm of the gods, and can also be blessed by the power of saints and demons without fear of the erosion of dark creatures. This is a collision between innate perfect creatures and order destroyers. Seeing the introduction of this technique, Suyu's eyes lit up instantly. Not afraid of the invasion of dark creatures. Nice one. As for the price of the technique, he subconsciously ignored it. Weak meridians. Oh, it doesn't exist. His meridians are definitely strong enough, so at the very least, it can reduce some of the costs. As for the burned lifespan, this is fine. There is a supplement. It just complements the Eternal Life Sutra. Buy. Suyu was very happy. After all, these are already made foundations. As long as you buy them, they will be your own trump cards. The first Saint's War Demon's Longevity Skill is equivalent to a weakened version of the Lindsay secret. After all, it has side effects. The Lin character secret is extremely powerful and has no side effects. The higher the cultivation level, the lower the probability of triggering it. But once it is triggered, it can last for a whole day in the forbidden area of the gods. And he directly stepped into the forbidden realm of the gods. Although it is a weakened version, but at the critical moment, the first Saint's War Demon's Longevity Skill is definitely more effective than the Lindsay secret. After all, this is a bug level skill that can withstand the corrosive power of dark creatures. Ding. Villain value minus 122 million. Current remaining villain value is 3,010,000. Suyu was a little panicked when he saw that the villain value he had accumulated for a long time to reach 100 million was instantly emptied and only 3 million was left. After all, villain value is a sense of security. If it is reduced by so much all of a sudden, it would be a lie to say that you are not panicking. Certainly, 3 million villain value is enough for emergencies. This is all my potential in the immortal path, so I'll just spend it. It just so happens that this is the 10,000 races prodigy competition, and a lot of prodigies have gathered here, which is enough for me to read. If it weren't for the gathering of so many lucky children this time, Suyu really wouldn't dare to spend all his savings at once. Certainly, it is well worth it to spend it all. After all, you will gain a super foundation. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Just one supreme imperial weapon is worth any reward. This is also the first time that he officially owns his own imperial weapon. Right now, Suyu could say without hesitation that he alone could be considered a holy place. With the Supreme Emperor weapon guarding him and a Supreme Emperor weapon in its prime that can recover on its own, he is equivalent to a late-stage quasi-emperor. Just now, he checked the information about the Great Sumeru Sealing Heaven Demon Pillar. During its heyday, the spirit of the weapon is always in a state of recovery, and have already acknowledged him as their lord. After a brief surprise, Suyu calmed down. The matter of the Supreme Emperor's soldier could not be exposed too early. Moreover, the Great Sumeru Sealing Heaven Demon Pillar is not suitable for combat. On the contrary, it is more suitable for creating a barrier to protect the family. It is true that it can be handed over to the Su family. Of course, the more important point is that his cultivation level at the Great Saint level is not enough to control the ultimate imperial weapon. He needs to have a cultivation level of at least the 3rd level of the quasi-emperor to be able to wield the imperial weapon. Otherwise, even if the imperial soldiers have already recognized their master, they will be killed by the remaining force. Although it is a bit regrettable that we cannot use the imperial soldiers, it is enough to protect the Su family. The safety of the Su family has always been a thorn in his heart. Now I finally don't have to worry about the safety of my chief dad and the others, and I can completely let go and do something big. Suyu murmured. However, the next second, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, the first Saint War Demon Meteor longevity skill has been placed in the skill column for automatic cultivation. The skill has automatically achieved minor success. Please note that due to the special nature of the skill, the host is about to fall into a killing state. Please find the location of the dark creatures and survive the killing state. Otherwise, you will fall into indiscriminate killing. The time limit is 1 day. Please be prepared. Hearing the system's prompt, the smile on Suyu's face completely froze. Boom. Immediately afterwards, an extremely violent aura surged out from his body. Damn it, I'm not ready yet. Rumble. In an instant, the space within a radius of 10,000 miles was suddenly filled with the power of the holy devil, and the bloodthirsty murderous aura rose into the sky, directly disturbing everyone. What the hell, what happened? Why is there such a violent murderous intent? At this moment, everyone within 1,000 miles was stunned. Chapter 332, Suyu, who was killing like crazy, easily killed dozens of peak saints. Suyu's murderous intent was so strong that it almost turned into substance. He had never imagined that a martial art would require hunting to gain entry. Does automatic minor success also require hunting? This was Suyu's last bit of sanity. Then, his mind was filled with crazy killing intent. Certainly, this is not indiscriminate. As long as there are dark creatures within his perception range, he will give priority to killing the dark creatures. Only when the killing is over will sanity return. During this time, Suyu could also feel his body moving and was able to control it to some extent. But the only thing he couldn't control was the urge to kill the dark creatures. Depend on. Suyu cursed inwardly. I originally wanted to practice peacefully until later, and then go out to hunt for killing points from all races. I didn't expect that I would become a killing machine first. What a sin. Boom. Then, Suyu's body, under the control of the murderous will, exploded with all its strength without restraint. This level of power would shock even a strong man at the peak of the great sage realm. Nothing else. It's too strong, giving people a strong sense of oppression. It's suffocating. Seeing Suyu's back rushing into the depths, the geniuses of all races and the human race nearby were all shocked to the extreme. Who is this person? Such a terrifying burst of power. A prodigy of the human race, but I don't know which ancient immortal species he is. Too strong, definitely one of the top 10 contenders this year. Just by looking at the power that Suyu unleashed, they could already see how powerful Suyu was. He was definitely an existence that they could not resist even if they joined forces. His chi is powerful and his saint power is comparable to that of a peak great sage. Even if one reaches the great saint realm, he will probably not gain any benefit from him. Hurry, follow him. He seems to be about to kill all the dark creatures in front. Hearing this, many people changed their expressions. You must be kidding. The canyon ahead has been explored long ago. There are dozens of dark creatures at the peak of the great saint realm in it. He dares to mess around alone. Bang. Soon, dark fog began to surge above the distant canyon. The darkness that enveloped one corner was like a hole that had been carved out in the space here, causing people's souls to tremble. However, the next moment, a terrifying holy demonic power suddenly erupted, like a sharp blade, tearing a hole in the dark curtain. Roar. The roar from the dark creature exploded, and the grass and trees within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were shattered into dust by this roar. The pressure filled the sky and the space continued to collapse. Looking at this battle scene, a group of powerful saints at the level of sons of saints, and even quite a few powerful immortals, all changed their expressions. Fuck, the darkness was torn apart. Quick, go over and see what's going on. This scene made them unable to remain calm anymore, and they all flew rapidly towards the direction where the battle broke out. When they arrived at a place thousands of miles away from the battle zone, this group of great saints and immortals dared not get any closer. Nothing else. The pressure from the front has completely torn the space apart, and even the 3 layers of void are about to collapse. The white void was torn apart, and the power of the holy devil was surging within it. The power of darkness wanted to corrode everything, but was beaten to pieces by the power of the holy devil. Bang! At this moment, Suyu appeared. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, Suyu's figure was like a god or demon. He was holding down more than 10 dark creatures and beating them wildly. Each punch was the ultimate physical strength. The sacred golden light and the black magic light wrapped around him, making him look both sacred and demonic. The demonic tribulation falls saint. On the battlefield ahead, Suyu seized the opportunity, jumped up, clenched his fists, roared angrily, and punched down fiercely. With this punch, the holy and demonic energies entangled with each other, forming a huge energy fist. Wherever the fist shadow reached, the white second layer of void exploded. Below him, seeing this, the dozen or so dark creatures stared at Suyu with ferocious eyes, then roared towards the sky and rushed forward one by one. Boom. However, in the face of absolute power, these dark creatures were like fragile branches that were completely broken into with a slight bend. Successfully killed. As the dark creatures were completely killed, the score bar above Suyu's head was constantly refreshing. 62,100 kill points. Seeing this terrifying number, the geniuses who came to watch took a deep breath, and there was only horror and confusion in their eyes. 60,000 points. Killing a peak great saint realm creature is worth 2,000 points, which means Suyu killed 31 dark creatures by himself. And it is a dark creature at the peak of the great saint realm. Hiss. At this moment, even the immortals couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't this record too terrifying? Looking at the dark mist that filled the surroundings, the immortals turned their gaze to Suyu, who was filled with murderous aura. Suddenly, their pupils suddenly shrank and they screamed, he. How come he isn't corrupted by the darkness? How could the corrosive effect of darkness be ineffective on him? How is this possible? At this point they were all confused. You know, the reason why dark creatures cause people headaches and fears because of their pervasive corrosive power. Not to mention the great sage. Even a quasi-emperor could be corroded by the power of darkness if he is not careful. Once the dark power enters the body, it will take a lot of time to eliminate it completely. This is also the reason why it is difficult for this group of immortals to achieve high results. Dark creatures are hard to kill. The difficulty in killing lies in the opponent's erosion and devouring effects. But this most difficult problem had no effect on Suyu. In their eyes, the black fog was everywhere, but it could not erode Suyu in the slightest. The body wrapped in golden light and magic light made the dark fog helpless. There are also signs of melting. Yes, the dark fog infected by the power of the holy devil eventually dissipated. Boom, as they stared at this scene in a daze, suddenly, more than 20 dark creatures comparable to the peak of the great saint realm came rushing from afar. The first thing they did when they arrived was to lock their eyes on Suyu, who was surrounded by holy demonic power. Roar, the grudge between the innate creatures and the destroyers of order is as if engraved in their bones. As soon as they saw Suyu entangled in the power of the holy demon, these dark creatures seemed to have lost their minds and attacked Suyu regardless of anything. Seeing this scene, the group of geniuses were dumbfounded and couldn't help but step back. Nothing else. The power leaked out is too terrifying. Among them, the cultivation base of most people is only in the early and middle stages of the great saint realm, and only a few have reached the late stage of the great saint realm. As for the peak great sage, there is only one. Faced with such a dark lineup, they have no way out but death. But just as they took a step back, Suyu in front of them let out a beast-like roar. Roar. Then he rushed into the group of dark creatures with infinite power. The Son of God and Immortal Seed level sequences who watched this scene were petrified. Dude, are you a beast or a man? Chapter 333, Killing with Red Eyes. Unafraid of the darkness, the quasi-emperors are stunned. Outside the hunting ground, on the quasi-emperor seats, tens of thousands of quasi-emperors looked at the images on the projection and could not help but frown and sigh. Although some geniuses are very powerful, they can also easily deal with dark creatures. But the quality of most Saint Sun level and ordinary immortal level sequences is still worrying. One or two of them, their combat experience is too weak. Alas, the protection is still too good. They, the quasi-emperors, do not pay much attention to protecting the genius sequences of the Saint Sun and Immortal Seed levels. Unless one is truly close to being an immortal or a great emperor, he will be given special protection. Certainly, nor will it be the kind of protection that strictly guards against exposure to dangerous things. But unless the situation is actually close to death, they will never take action. Even if they are crippled by others, they will not fight back. To become a quasi-emperor, one definitely cannot achieve a breakthrough by secluding oneself in a closed-door retreat. Instead, keep fighting and accumulating experience. Finally, he retreated and broke through. The current Saint Sons and Immortals are all very well protected by the Saint Realm and Great Saint Realm Elders below, and they are not allowed to participate in any dangerous things. It can't grow at all. The achievements are very limited. The Xuantian human race has quite a few top-tier geniuses, such as Wang Heng from the Wang family and Ji Shijun from the Ji family. They are very experienced in combat and are all at the top level of immortal species. The Golden-Winged Little Pung King and the third prince of the Blue Lion of the Demon Clan, the young master of the White Elephant Clan, and Xing Lin of the Blue Luan Clan are all excellent. Shi of the Stone Clan and Ling Yuer of the Spirit Clan are both top-tier beings. It's good that not all of it is destroyed. Although they were disappointed with the performance of most of the geniuses, they were still impressed by some of the immortal species. For example, the Little Pung King of the Golden-Winged Pung Clan is one of the best. The golden feathers are so sharp that they can cut off even the holy weapons. Combined with the Golden-Winged Rock's talent for the fastest speed in the world, King Xiaoping, with his cultivation in the middle stage of the Great Sage Realm, can easily kill dark creatures in the late stage or even the peak stage of the Great Sage Realm, causing many quasi-emperors of the Demon Clan to smile from the bottom of their hearts. The demon race is naturally very happy that they have such outstanding descendants. Yuan Fazong's immortal seed Mo Qingshan also performed very well. He had just entered the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm, but he was able to kill the dark creatures at the peak of the Great Saint Realm and accurately discover their weaknesses. This is a natural-born fighter. The quasi-emperors were all sighing with emotion, and after discovering the brilliance of these top-level immortal species, they began to chat leisurely. That's right. When the 10,000 races pride competition is over and the Emperor Road is open, with this group of top-level immortals, we will be able to snipe the demon races immortals and emperors on the Emperor Road. The demons have always been a source of worry for the human race and all other races. The demons are not a specific race. Among them are humans, demons, monsters, and also descendants of gods and demons. It's a hodgepodge. The demons are not the remnants of ancient gods and demons, but a group of fallen people who chose to merge with dark creatures. After merging with darkness, they themselves will not turn into mindless beasts. On the contrary, they are very smart and cunning. However, there's another important factor, that is, the demons who have fallen into darkness love killing. Especially towards all normal creatures such as humans, all races, and the ancient royal family, they have an uncontrollable murderous desire. Of course, this is only true for pure demons. For example, there are some monks who practice with evil means, also called demons, but they are collectively called the demon path, not the demon clan. The fallen who merge with darkness will have very obvious dark characteristics. For example, instead of cultivating spiritual power, focus on devouring everything. Because they possess the normal bloodline of all races, the demon race will also have the path to becoming an emperor. The imperial road is where all races compete. At the same time, it is also the place where the battle with the demons begins. Just as the quasi-emperors were chatting, suddenly, a quasi-emperor suddenly shouted, "Wait, who is this person?" Hearing this, all the quasi-emperors stopped chatting and looked at the projection screen. Then, they saw Suyu, who was full of murderous intent, killing everyone. Seeing the strong murderous intent that could be felt even through the screen, many quasi-emperors showed strange expressions. This person seems to be from the Jushao Holy Land. Hearing this, everyone looked towards Xuantian's seat. All of Xuantian's human quasi-emperors looked normal, and an old and decayed voice came from the floating rotten ancient coffin. And this person is my holy son of the nine skies. Tisk tisk, tens of thousands of quasi-emperors were shocked at the same time. Such a strong killing intent. This kid is a natural-born killer. They couldn't help but marvel at how Suyu's fighting style was so simple and brutal, and how he could easily kill a dark creature at the later peak stage of the Great Saint Realm with just one punch or one palm. Such a strong murderous intent was something they had never seen before. Is he planning to prove his truth by killing? After observing for a while, a quasi-emperor shook his head and said, "No, his killing intent is very pure and only targets dark creatures." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The next moment, they stared at each other simultaneously. No, how could he not be afraid of the erosion of the dark power? At this moment, everyone in the quasi-emperor's seat fell silent. Everyone stared at Suyu on the screen, nothing else. The weirdness displayed by Suyu is exactly what they're looking for. Don't be afraid of the invasion of darkness. This will be the key to fighting against the invasion of dark creatures. Huh, not to mention these quasi-emperors, even old man Tianji and Saint Lord Tianyin let out a cry of surprise. This little guy has a lot of secrets. In the hunting ground. Boom, as the land within a radius of tens of thousands of miles sank tens of thousands of meters due to the battle between Suyu and the dark creatures, only a huge deep pit remained on the vast land. Suyu grabbed a dark creature and decisively crushed its head. Then he moved his body and smashed the last dark creature into pieces with one punch. The saints and immortals who saw this scene had already become numb. Grass, who is this guy? How can he have such terrifying combat power? Faced with the siege of dozens of dark creatures, he didn't even lose the upper hand and even killed them all so easily and powerfully. Fuck, you're a pervert, they were roaring in their hearts, as if they had been hit hard. But, Suyu would not have any communication with them at this time. The killing intent drove him to fly towards a place where there was the smell of dark creatures. During the flight, Suyu's consciousness was also calculating. It took killing so many dark creatures to fill up the killing intent to 15%. If I want to achieve full success, I guess I have to kill all the dark creatures here. Thinking of this, Suyu couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid this time we're going to kill each other. Boom, chapter 334. Who is so fierce? In a dark and desolate place. Ahem, several figures coughed up blood at the same time and flew backwards for dozens of miles before stopping. Without exception, they are all human. Moreover, their cultivation is also quite extraordinary. Each of them has the cultivation level of the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm or above, and their combat power is comparable to that of ordinary late-stage Great Saint Realm people. However, even though he possesses the combat power of an immortal, he still finds it difficult to resist when facing dark creatures. Brother Niu, these dark creatures are too powerful for us. We can't defeat them at all. A beautiful woman with a graceful figure wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and said bitterly. Niu Buffin's face darkened when he heard this. After taking a quick glance, he said, there's nothing I can do if I can't beat him. Now we have no choice but to fight to the death, otherwise you and I will die here. After hearing this, the expressions of the other immortals suddenly became solemn. Even if you try your best, I'm afraid it won't be possible for many to escape. There were only 8 of them in total, but in front of them were more than 10 dark creatures, each of whom had the combat power of the middle and late stages of the Great Saint Realm. Due to the characteristics of darkness, their explosive combat power was offset by 30% to 40% before it could hit the dark creatures. This is an extremely exaggerated proportion. Niu Buffin shouted, the fewer lives we can save, the better. We've all fallen into a trap. When he said the latter part, Niu Buffin gritted his teeth and his eyes flashed with anger. At this point, how could he not see that this group of people had been misled? He had sensed it very carefully at the beginning, and at that time, there were only a few dark creatures in the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm here. But it was not until he walked in that he discovered what dark creatures there were. It's obviously a pile. Dark creatures definitely don't have such means. The only explanation is that someone wants to lure them here to consume the dark creatures. When they are almost consumed, the people hiding in the dark will take action to reap the rewards. However, things have come to this. Even if you know that you have been plotted against, it will be of no use. If you want to survive now, you either have to try your best to kill them, or you can escape. But escaping is impossible. The power of the dark creatures has eroded the void here, making it impossible for them to penetrate it, let alone locate the outside world. The only way now is to fight. Kill these dark creatures. Boom. Thinking of this, Niu Buffin, with his body as strong as a bull, rushed out in an instant. The instantaneous explosive force blew up the void, and even the dark fog that blocked the sky and the earth was defeated by him in an instant. Kunyu Divine Fist, Niu Buffin's running figure was like a Kuinu, bursting out with great power. A punch was thrown out, like a planet falling to the ground. The power is astonishing. With this punch, the group of dark creatures were actually pushed back a little. Seeing this scene, Niu Buffin's followers and friends gritted their teeth, then burst out with all their strength, began to follow Niu Buffin's footsteps, and fought with the dark creatures. Not far away, on top of a mountain, a young man with a feminine but extremely handsome face stood with his hands behind his back. Holding a feather fan in hand, she gently fanned the breeze, causing her hair to lift. The impression he gives people is that he is a young man from a wealthy family, and he is extremely gentle and elegant. Behind it, seeing this, a group of young men, some of whom were not very good looking, some were burly, some were thin, and some had sharp claws, all praised him. Brother Bashan, your plan is really amazing. Yes, it's easy to deceive a group of human immortals into exploring the way force and dying. Follow Brother Bashan. We just need to wait until the human race's immortal seeds and dark creatures are almost consumed, and then we can rush in and harvest them. Ha ha ha, is this what it feels like to win without doing anything? I suddenly understand how the humans feel. They have powerful beings protecting them and leading them in battle, while they just sit back and reap the rewards. This feeling is truly delightful. A group of rodent, canine, demon beasts, saints, and immortals looked at the white mountain in front of them with respect on their faces. Baishan listened to the compliments from his followers behind him, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. It's just a small trick. This is just the effect of the innate magical power of the eighth tail of my family's Skyfox clan, confusion. With just a little trick, I can confuse it. Although he spoke modestly, Baishan was full of pride in his heart. Nothing else. There is only one thing, he was born with 8 tails. As long as he gets a good ranking in the competition among the geniuses of all races, he will be able to use his luck to break through to the quasi-emperor on the road to emperor, grow a 9th tail, and fully possess the qualities of a celestial fox. As long as the 9th tail can be grown, ascension in the future is just around the corner. Even if he cannot become an emperor, the demon clan's guide will take him away. Because 9-tailed fox is already a pass to become a fairy fox. Brother Bashan, you are too modest. Your talent is unparalleled in the world. A mere human immortal can only bow down before you. A young man with shifty eyes came forward and smiled flatteringly. Baishan glanced at him and said with a smile, you're the only one who can talk. The young immortal with shifty eyes just laughed and said nothing. Retracting his gaze, Baishan looked above the person in front of him, examining the data. He said slowly, 15 million participants, and in just 1 month, over 6 million Saint Sun level geniuses have already perished, along with hundreds of ordinary immortals. This hunt for dark creatures truly has a massive casualty ratio. But now that the killing is mostly over, we'll soon be able to start the final stage of hunting for points from others. Only then will it be our home turf. The hunting phase meant that he didn't have to go through the trouble of finding dark creatures to hunt. You just need to find people from the human race or all races, and then kill them one by one, and you can accumulate a lot of points. Even enough to put him in the top 50. Certainly. His ambition goes beyond that. His goal is to enter the top 10. Therefore, he will take the initiative to hunt down top-level immortal species later. He has this confidence. The 8-tailed celestial fox's qualifications are not just talk, nor can they be compared with those of a simple top-level immortal species. The sly-looking young man's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he asked expectantly, Brother Bashan, when the hunt begins, can you let me eat the corpses of those immortal species from the human race and all other races? Tisk tisk, their bodies are a great tonic for me. Seeing that he was drooling, Bashan immediately said with a smile, if you want it, take it and eat it. This rat spirit is really greedy, but it's not his fault. After all, his original form is a soul-eating rat. As long as he eats these cultivators, no matter if they are from the human race, other races, or the same race, he can eat them all. As long as they eat, they will become stronger. After hearing this, the soul-eating rat youth was immediately overjoyed. Thank you, Brother Bashan, for the reward. Baishan laughed and shook his head, then looked down and said, alright, Niu Bufin has been almost consumed, and the dark creatures are no longer a threat. It's time for us to take the stage. Boom. However, just as Bashan was about to rush into the battlefield to take the final step, the Oriole was waiting behind. The sound of a space explosion suddenly rang out in his ears, causing his eardrums to hurt. Baishan and his group were suddenly shocked, and then they saw a young man emitting terrifying murderous intent rushing into the dark area. Boom. In an instant, a violent explosion sounded, as if a nuclear bomb had been detonated, making it impossible for them to see the scene in front of them. Who on earth is so fierce? Chapter 335, The Brutal and Rough Fighting Style, Another Breakthrough. Bang. In the dark realm, a dark creature was blown up by a powerful punch. Immediately afterwards, countless dark creatures seemed to be crazy, ignoring Niu Bufin and his group, and turned around to kill the figure that suddenly broke in. This scene immediately added a hint of shock to the pale faces of Niu Bufin and his group. What's going on? Beside Niu Bufin, the beautiful woman with a graceful figure quickly took out the pill and swallowed it. Soon, the severed half of the body was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although there was still a little bit of dark power corroding her, she could handle it without any consumption. Brother Niu, who is he? Could it be the person who framed us? Niu Bufin frowned, staring at Suyu's back with confusion in his eyes. This shouldn't be the case. He is a human. He was a little confused. If the person in front of them is the one who framed them. But why did the other party attract firepower and draw all the dark creatures over? This shouldn't happen. He looked up at the hole in the dark realm that had been pierced, then gritted his teeth and said, never mind, let's escape first. The one coming is very strong, not to mention that he has already used up most of his fighting power. Even at his peak, he feels that he has no chance of winning. There is even a high possibility that he will be killed on the spot. Hurry, get out through the hole. Niu Bufin swallowed a recovery pill and then led his followers out of the hole. As soon as he came out, he saw Baishan and others with dull eyes not far away. Sensing the smell emanating from the other person, Niu Bufin's face suddenly darkened. It seems it's the work of these demons. The man in white at the head was obviously an immortal from the Qingqiu Fox clan. They are the only ones who have the most reason to frame me. The human who broke into the dark realm was obviously here to save them. Niu Bufin swallowed a whole bottle of chi recovering pills in big gulps, then looked at Baishan and the others and said in a deep voice, Qingqiu Fox clan, very good. I guess it was you who deceived me earlier, right? He is not in the habit of beating around the bush. Although his name contains the word, cow, he is not stupid. On the contrary, Niu Bufin is very smart. Hearing Niu Bufin's voice, Baishan, who was still distracted by Suyu's sudden intrusion, suddenly came back to his senses. He looked at the former and smiled, why do you say that, fellow Taoist? I was just trying to confuse the dark creatures, and you stumbled into it by accident. How can it be said that I framed you? He did not hide it and admitted it generously. Although Niu Bufin's fighting ability was amazing, he was not afraid at all. Anyway, the competition among the geniuses of all races is about various means. They are not afraid that you can hunt down others, but they are afraid that you don't have this ability. Niu Bufin snorted coldly, I will remember this grudge. It's not the time to kill yet. Even if I'm very angry, I have to endure it. Anyway, my hunting points are now enough to secure a place in the next level. From now on, I just have to wait until the hunting time starts and keep my eyes fixed on this fox. If you dare to frame me, you won't have an easy life. He didn't care about the ranking in the first game at all, as long as he could enter the finals. As for the rankings in other games, they were all empty. No matter who dares to make life difficult for him, he will never let that person have an easy time. So what about the Qingqiu Fox clan? As someone from the Central Star region, how could I be afraid of him? Joke. Facing the unfriendly gazes of Niu Bufin and his group, Baishan didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled and shifted his gaze to the dark area. There, he saw Suyu fighting against a group of dark creatures. Gradually, his eyes grew serious. This is a strong enemy. Baishan didn't care about Niu Bufin's threat, nor did he care how he would interfere with him. In his eyes there is only Suyu. Suyu's fighting posture is too violent. With just 3 punches and 2 kicks, he killed several dark creatures, and their combat power was comparable to that of the peak Great Saint realm. Even he would frown if he saw such combat power. In the dark realm, under the influence of the killing intent, Suyu did not use the war soldiers. On the contrary, the restraint of the first Saint War Demon longevity skill on the dark creatures was more effective than using the war soldiers to unleash martial arts. Now he is fighting almost instinctively. Each punch has a terrifying force comparable to the power of the Holy Devil. With one punch, the dark creature was beaten to pieces on the spot. As the number of dark creatures killed gradually increased, Suyu's consciousness gradually began to merge with his body in the will of the Holy Demon. The Emperor Realm technique is indeed extraordinary. Especially this kind of martial arts that requires killing to enter is even more difficult to master. This was Suyu's consciousness sighing, while his real body was roaring like a wild beast and throwing punch after punch. The golden and black holy demonic power wrapped around his body made him the focus. It also caused the dark creatures to transfer all their hatred onto him. Suyu's consciousness was comprehending, because this third-person perspective observation could allow him to comprehend the first Saint's Battle Demon's longevity skill more deeply. Now he can already initially feel the condition inside his body. His powerful spiritual power gushed out like a flood. The holy demonic power flowing through his body was rushing through his meridians without any restraint. The overbearing and fierce holy demonic power caused signs of damage to his meridians, which had already surpassed those of ordinary people by countless times. Spiritual energy surged out like a floodgate, and holy magic surged within the body without any restraint. No wonder it's called the longevity-destroying technique. Suyu's consciousness couldn't help but marvel. If those practitioners who only cultivate magic or only cultivate their physical bodies practice this skill, it will not be enough even if they have a lifespan of 10,000 years. If a normal cultivator in the early stage of the Great Saint Realm were in the same state as himself, it is estimated that after 7 days of the outbreak, the meridians will be broken, the chi and the dantian will dry up and death will occur. Even if it erupts at intervals, it will damage the meridians and cannot be reversed. Even if a great saint has a lifespan of 4,000 years, it will be shortened to 2,000 years or even 1,000 years. If there is a high-intensity explosion, it will probably die out in a few hundred years. Fortunately, my physique is extraordinary and can accommodate more holy magic power. I also have the Green Emperor's immortal body, which is a physique that can extend my life. Even if I unleash my full power for a whole year, it would only cost me 100 years of my lifespan. Of course, there are benefits to being a wild beast and madly slaughtering dark creatures. Suyu could feel that the more dark creatures he killed, the more powerful the holy magic power stored in his body became. This was the basic combat power that could be added up to enter the forbidden realm of the gods. Boom. At this moment, as the last dark creature at the peak of the Great Saint Realm was killed, Suyu's body suddenly shook. Breakthrough. Chapter 336. The breakthrough thunder tribulation disappeared. Suyu's killing frenzy. After Suyu felt the destruction of the dark realm, endless plant essences and spiritual energy began to gather between heaven and earth. Although the spiritual energy of the Qingyu ancient star was very thin, there was still quite a bit. But this is far from enough to make a breakthrough. Thinking of this, Suyu immediately took control of his body and began to take out pills and swallow them continuously. These are all pills containing spiritual energy. If he swallows enough of them, they will be able to support his breakthrough. The middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. Boom. When one reaches the Great Saint Realm, every breakthrough into a small realm will bring about a heavenly tribulation. Suyu was naturally no exception, just as he was accumulating spiritual power and preparing to deal with the thunder tribulation from heaven and earth. Sudden, above the ancient Qingyu star, a space crack suddenly opened up, swallowing up the power of the thunder tribulation. Without the resistance of the thunder tribulation, Suyu actually broke through to the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. Seeing this scene, Suyu was completely stunned. What the hell? Where's the thunder tribulation? If he hadn't felt that his cultivation had indeed broken through to the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm, he would have thought it was an illusion. A thunder tribulation had clearly condensed just now. But how was the thunder tribulation swallowed? This scene not only stunned Suyu, but also the quasi-emperors who were watching the battle outside were completely stunned. Immediately afterwards, everyone's expressions became solemn. There's something strange about the ancient Qingyu star. These quasi-emperors realized the seriousness of the problem. The void crack that previously swallowed the thunder tribulation was definitely not an accident. But there's a great terror at work. At this moment, not only did these quasi-emperors look solemn, but even the usually calm and composed Saint Lord Tianyan and Old Man Tianji, both of them had gloomy expressions in an instant. Afterwards, we must use the heavenly secret mirror to explore the Qingyu ancient star. After they looked at each other, they both noticed the fear in each other's eyes. Able to devour the power of thunder tribulation. The source comes from the ancient star Qingyu. This is a very dangerous signal and we must take precautions. It will be soon. Just wait until the 10,000 races competition comes to an end. After closing his eyes and calculating for a while, the Holy Lord Tianyan said in a deep voice, there are no abnormalities on the Qingyu ancient star for the time being. If there is an outbreak, it will take at least 10 years. Upon hearing this, Elder Tianji transmitted his voice, it can even devour thunder tribulations. Perhaps this can explain why Qingyu ancient star can't gather spiritual energy. At this time, after exchanging opinions, the other quasi-emperors turned their eyes to the Holy Lord Tianyan and the other one. Holy Lord, should we change the trial venue? Now that the Qingyu ancient star has suddenly experienced a change, I'm afraid. Tianyan Saint Lord waved his hand and said, don't worry. If anything happens to Qingyu ancient star, it will definitely not erupt within 10 years. As long as you don't interfere, just wait for them to complete the decisive battle. The will of heaven has chosen the Qingyu ancient star as the location for the grand competition of all races. Naturally, it will not harm you. The location of the 10,000 races prodigy competition was not chosen by humans, but was decided by the will of heaven. Because this is a battle to divide the fortune equally among all creatures in the universe. They have no right to decide. Only the supreme law of the universe is qualified to decide. Upon hearing this, the group of quasi-emperors relaxed a little and nodded, saying, if that's the case, then let's just wait for them to finish. There is no time limit for the first trial. The only thing is that tracking and hunting of geniuses is not allowed within the first 6 hours. Only when only 1/3 of the dark creatures in the hunting grounds have been hunted down will it be allowed to hunt geniuses and plunder points. Over time, 45 days passed in a flash. During this month and a half, the geniuses of the Son of Saint level in the immortal sequence gradually stopped being afraid of dark creatures after experiencing the fighting among dark creatures and the fear of unknown creatures. And began efficient hunting operations and team hunting operations. Even later, 8 top-level immortals who had reached the late stage of the Great Saint Realm joined forces with Wang Hang of the Wang family and successfully hunted down a dark creature with the combat power of a weak quasi-emperor. There are not an infinite number of weak quasi-emperor dark creatures in the hunting ground. There are only 10 weak quasi-emperor level dark creatures. Even though there are 15 million contestants, there are only 10 weak quasi-emperor dark creatures. But if the immortal species here don't cooperate, a weak quasi-emperor dark creature can kill everyone one by one. Although they joined forces to kill a weak quasi-emperor level. However, these 9 top-level immortals also paid a huge price. Not to mention any deaths. At least 1 person was seriously injured and 8 people were slightly injured. In the Dark Canyon, after killing the weak quasi-emperor level dark creature, the 9 top-level immortals collapsed to the ground at the same time, gasping for breath and taking pills to restore their strength. When their boiling blood calmed down a bit, someone among them smiled wryly and said, Wang Hang. This time I helped you kill a weak quasi-emperor dark creature. Next, you must help the 8 of us kill 10 peak Great Saint level creatures to make up for it. Wang Hang picked up a divine sword and without hesitation cut off one of his arms, which had been infected by the dark force. He said calmly, of course. This beast devoured my friend. If you can help me kill him, I will have no regrets. From now on, I will definitely do my best to help you fellow Taoists achieve higher rankings. Now his ranking has reached the top 10. The 8 people around him are all immortals ranked in the top 50 in points, so it is naturally not a problem to help them get into the top 20. After hearing Wang Hang's answer, the tense expressions of the 8 people finally relaxed. The reason why they took action, of course, it was to make Wang Hang owe him a favor. Wang Hang was too talented and would definitely be a candidate to become an emperor in the future. Although they also have confidence in becoming emperor. But facing such a powerful and almost hopeless opponent, they dare not be arrogant. Although both are top-level immortal species, the gap between them is really too big. Wang Hang is almost certain to become emperor. This is their unanimous approval. A favor from a genius who is destined to become an emperor will benefit them for the rest of their lives in the future. Okay, with your words, Wang Hang, we feel relieved. Several people laughed and spoke. After resting for half a day, the few of them had completely recovered to their peak condition. Let's go. After they stood up, they nodded to Wang Hang and said, it's time to go hunting. Only 1/3 of the dark creatures are left now, and they are all powerful beings in the late Great Saint Realm or above. Only by joining forces can you and I secure the final victory. Wang Hang nodded slightly and replied, that's as it should be. Just as they were about to leave, suddenly, the 9 people stopped at the same time. Then they looked at each other's information on the hunting panel above their heads and their expressions suddenly became dull. Number 14,725,691 feet Suyu, successfully killed a weak quasi-emperor level dark creature, earning points, 20,000. Number 14,725,691 feet. Su Yu successfully killed a weak quasi-emperor level dark creature and earned points. Serial number. After seeing this news, the 9 people were petrified at the same time. This guy is killing, he's crazy, right? Chapter 337. The hunt is over. Su Yu reaches the top, killing 3 million people alone. Wang Heng stood there in a daze, his expression gradually becoming strange. Su Yu. This guy is still the same as always. He had only one evaluation of Su Yu, that is, a fighting maniac. This guy's training and fighting are extremely crazy and perverted, and he is simply incomparable to ordinary people. Well, sighing, Wang Heng turned to the others and said, let's go. It's time to go back. Get ready to leave the hunting grounds. After saying that, he left first. Seeing this, the 8 people were stunned at the same time. Then, one of them said angrily, Wang Heng, do you want to break your promise? We just helped you kill a weak quasi-emperor, and you're turning around and leaving. Seeing this, the others looked at him with some anger. But more of it is still confusing. Wang Heng stopped and said to the others, no need for that. The hunting trial can be declared over. What did you say? One of them frowned and asked, there are so many. Forehead. Suddenly, his gaze froze, his eyes widened, and he looked ahead in disbelief. Because, the panel showing the battle record and the number of dark creatures was undergoing earth-shaking changes. There were originally hundreds of dark creatures. At this moment, after all the weak quasi-emperor level dark creatures were killed, the number of hundreds of dark creatures in the latent peak stages of the Great Saint Realm was actually decreasing rapidly. In just a moment, only 100 were left. In another minute, there will be less than 100. What's going on? The top immortal cried out in disbelief, who's so ferocious? Could something have happened that caused the quasi-emperor to take action? Wrong. Suddenly, a bald immortal shouted, Luan, quickly look at the rankings. Hearing this, the top immortal named Luan quickly looked at the rankings, and then he saw that the string of points behind the number 1 name was skyrocketing. Plus 2000, plus 1000, there's a change in every breath. Looking at this scene, Luan's eyes widened and he couldn't help but curse, fuck. Damn, who is this Su Yu? He began to panic. This person's speed in killing the dark creatures is too fast. How is this speed different from harvesting weeds? Seeing this, Wang Heng smiled and said, now do you understand what I mean? Gurgle. The 8 people behind him swallowed at the same time and suppressed the shock in their hearts. Ming, I understand. Now, the 8 people were no longer angry. No suspense. At this rate of harvesting, the hunting ground will probably be closed within a day. If they leave now, they can save their energy. Thinking of this, several people hurriedly followed Wang Heng. Wang Heng, do you know this person? Is this person also one of your Xuantian's geniuses? Yes, that's right. He is the one who took first place on the Eternal Prodigy ranking. What about you? Me, only number 72. Is this guy the one who suppressed the Emperor of Heaven? Yes, let's go, find a few immortal species with a score of around 10,000. I will help you hunt them down and help you move up the rankings. Okay. In the hunting ground, not only Wang Heng and others had this reaction, but those immortals who also came from Xuantian also gave up searching for dark creatures after seeing Su Yu's name appear and chose to leave instead. Let's go. Su Yu has already taken action. Is there any need to fight anymore? This guy is really fierce. Killing dark creatures is like cutting grass. Damn, envy, jealousy, and hatred. Xuantian's human was cursing, but his body was extremely relaxed. Because of Su Yu's performance, they are very confident about the upcoming fights. As long as they can maintain their fighting strength and reach the 4th round, they will be able to receive huge rewards. Different from the Xuantian human race or the immortal species of all races. After seeing the changes in the rankings, everyone was stunned. Especially Beishan of the Qingqiu Fox clan. He stood in front of a dark place, all dazed. The remaining strong wind made his back look a little bleak. Look at him like this. A fox woman behind him saw this and hesitated for a moment before stepping forward and whispering softly, young master, what should we do now? Although their points are enough to enter the next round. But Beishan's points barely made it into the top 1000. Because, Beishan seldom takes the initiative to kill dark creatures. He always designs ways to confuse the immortal species and let them die. He will then appear to reap the rewards after the immortal species consumes the dark creatures, combat power for him. Originally, with this skill, if there were no external interference, he would definitely be able to easily squeeze into the top 10. Even the top 5 is not a bad idea, but every time he set up the array of confusion, it would be harvested. Su Yu always appears at the first opportunity and disrupts all his plans. The key is, he was not sure about snatching food from Su Yu. Baishan's expression changed for a while, and finally he snorted coldly, humph. Let's retreat. It's just the first round, so why not let it shine for a bit? The first round of rewards are just quasi-emperor level skills in martial arts. My Qingqiu Fox clan is not short of these things. As the young master of Qingqiu, Beishan naturally has enormous resources at his disposal. Seeing Beishan leave, his followers looked at each other and finally followed him. There are many people who share the same thoughts as him. All top immortal species could detect the speed at which Su Yu killed the dark creatures. There is no way to grab it. Even if they could snatch it, it would only be a few points, which would not be enough to shake Su Yu's amount. Anyway, the rewards for the first round are not that rich, so instead of wasting time, it is better to give them to Su Yu. As expected, after they all chose to give up hunting dark creatures. The number of dark creatures on the list is also decreasing rapidly. It only took 3 days. With the last week quasi-emperor being killed, the number of dark creatures was completely reduced to 0. At the same time, boom, in the hunting ground, the quasi-emperor's voice reached everyone's ears accurately. The first round of the competition is over. All contestants, please proceed to the exit. Hearing this, all the surviving geniuses looked up at the sky and saw a huge arrow shadow pointing in one direction in the air. There's the exit. Wait until everyone leaves the hunting ground and returns to the square. Many people found that the square, which was originally crowded with people, had become much emptier at this time. Seeing everyone come out, the quasi-emperor realm referee said in a high-pitched voice, 15 million contestants entered the first round, but by the end, only 7,280,000 remain. This casualty ratio is horrific. Everyone held their breath, seemingly shocked by the number. Of course, some people performed very well. In the first round of the Tianjiao hunting competition, the top scorer is Su Yu, the holy sun from the 9 heavens holy land, the Xuantian ancient star. Total points, 3,652,000 inches. Chapter 338. This skill is called the Scripture of Immortality, which is a true immortal skill. Today, I present it to the 6th patriarch. After hearing this score, all the geniuses couldn't help but get a little agitated. There were 10 weak quasi-emperors, and he killed 9 of them by himself, which is only 90,000 points. The peak of the Great Saint Realm is worth 2,000 points, and the late stage of the Great Saint Realm is 1,000 points. That is to say, Su Yu killed nearly 1,800 peak Great Saint Realm emperors by himself. Hiss, is this guy crazy? How can he be killed like this? You might not know this yet, but this guy kills dark creatures like they're his mortal enemies. He'll go all out to kill them whenever he sees them. Disc madman. Many geniuses sighed and sneered at Su Yu. After all, he was so crazy in the first round, it will definitely be difficult for him to fully recover from his injury later. Is the weak quasi-emperor really that easy to kill? No, even top-level immortals have to join forces to kill it, and they have to pay the price of serious injuries to do so. If he goes alone, that would be simply courting death. However, the quasi-emperors did not care about the thoughts of these geniuses. On the stage, the quasi-emperor judge continued, in view of his outstanding performance, he will be awarded an additional top-level great sage-level combat weapon. Second place Tianquan, points 561,000 inches. Third place Kang Yi, 542,000 points. Fourth place. After reading out the names of the top 10, the referee said, all the geniuses whose names were read out above will receive a set of quasi-emperor techniques in martial arts. If there is no technique you are interested in, you can exchange it for resources of equivalent value. Alright, the top 20,000 players in the points ranking can rest for 2 hours, and then the second round of qualifying will begin. In the second round, 2 players advance to the next round, and the opponents will be decided by drawing lots. In this round of promotion, the available resource stars will be allocated to each race based on the number of races that advance to the third round. If a race is eliminated in this finals, that race will not have the right to develop resource stars. Now, the losers can retreat to the stands to watch the promotion matches. From 15 million people in the first round to 20,000 people in the second round, the number of people who advance can only be said to have dropped sharply. Certainly, this is also a normal operation. Hunting competitions most test a warrior's combat prowess and ability to survive, and are the most convenient way to screen geniuses. Soon, the eliminated geniuses all went to sit in the audience seats with a look of regret on their faces. The 20,000 geniuses who advanced came to their protectors and began to narrate what had happened. Su Yu is no exception. After Su Yu walked to the rest area, the coffin containing the 6th patriarch floated in front of him on the quasi-emperor's seat. Inside the coffin, the 6th patriarch's decayed and weakened voice rang out, "Little fellow, what happened to you in the hunting grounds? Why did you become so bloodthirsty? Also, what's with that strange fluctuation of your technique? It's actually not afraid of the erosion of darkness." There was a hint of curiosity in the 6th patriarch's tone. Su Yu heard this and explained with a smile, "That was a book of Emperor Realm skills that I got by chance. It was created specifically to target dark creatures. If you want to cultivate to a minor level of success, you need to rely on killing dark creatures." Hearing this, the 6th patriarch suddenly realized and said, "Then this technique is very beneficial. It can target dark creatures and has a clear suppressing effect. Now that the dark turmoil is coming, if this technique is passed on, it may be able to effectively resist the invasion of dark creatures. I wonder if you could give it to the 10,000 races to practice." The 6th patriarch added, "Don't worry, I will never ask you to hand over the Emperor Realm technique for nothing. You can ask for an Emperor Realm technique of the same level in exchange, or for resources or something like that. More importantly, it can make all the powerful people of all races owe you a favor." What the 6th patriarch said was also sincerely considered for Su Yu and for all races. After all, everyone is in danger when darkness invades, so it would be great if there were targeted techniques to practice. Su Yu heard this and said with a strange look on his face, "6th patriarch, I'm afraid this won't work." Seeing Su Yu's refusal, the 6th patriarch paused, then sighed and said, "Oh, okay." Seeing this, Su Yu laughed and said, "6th patriarch, the name of this technique is the first Saint Battle Devil Falling Longevity Technique. Do you understand now?" When the 6th patriarch heard this, he was choked. Death of life, disc. Hearing these 2 words, he couldn't help but be shocked. This really cannot be popularized on a large scale. After coming back to his senses, the 6th patriarch stopped dwelling on the topic and asked, "Alright, little guy, you consumed so much energy in the first round, you better be careful next time. Don't underestimate the strength of the 10,000 races. From my observation, there are at least hundreds of top-level immortal level geniuses in this battle. And each of them has combat power comparable to that of a great saint. Although you were able to kill the weak quasi-emperor dark creature, I also observed that it was because of the restraint of the cultivation method. So, you must not take it lightly. You take a good rest first, I will leave first." After saying these words, the 6th patriarch's coffin floated away quietly. But, at this moment, Su Yu suddenly called out to stop the departing coffin of the 6th patriarch. "6th patriarch, please wait a moment." Su Yu stepped forward quickly. Seeing this, the 6th patriarch's puzzled voice floated out from the coffin, "Little guy, what else is going on?" Upon hearing this, Su Yu transmitted his voice, "6th patriarch, I've observed your aura and I'm afraid you haven't lived for many years, have you? This is very presumptuous." However, the 6th patriarch did not care, but responded generously, "Not bad. My power is currently in a state of decay. If I completely lose the protection of the coffin of the immortal marrow, I will completely return to the world in just 5 years." Speaking of this, the 6th patriarch's tone had a sense of vicissitudes. Having lived for so many years, in the end, you can't escape the fate of turning into a handful of earth. Even the emperor cannot escape death, of course, except for the emperor in the self-transformed forbidden area. Those are no longer considered human beings. They only exist in this world in order to ascend to heaven and become immortals and live forever. Feed on the blood of living beings and fellow tribesmen, just to prolong life. But in the next few years, I can still protect you for a while, don't worry. The 6th patriarch sneered. Su Yu shook his head when he heard this, and then his voice became a little solemn. "6th patriarch, I have a technique that I can teach you. It should be helpful to you." Inside the coffin, the 6th patriarch paused for a moment and asked with a hint of curiosity, "Little fellow, what other skills do you have that need to be kept so secret?" Although he said it lightly, he also released his aura, isolating himself from all around and making it impossible for anyone to see through him. Seeing this, Su Yu let out a breath of foul air. Then he placed his hand on the coffin of the 6th patriarch. In an instant, light burst out, and a huge amount of information about the skills merged into the coffin along with the light. Inside the coffin, the 6th patriarch's skeleton-like body suddenly shook the moment it received the information. "6th patriarch, this skill is called the Eternal Life Sutra and is a true immortal skill. Today, I present it to you, 6th patriarch. I hope the 6th patriarch can carry out a second life." Chapter 339, Tyranny. Whoever dares to stop me will be killed. After Su Yu finished speaking, the air around him became noticeably quieter. Inside the coffin, the heavy breathing of the 6th patriarch gradually became audible. Even the originally peaceful atmosphere began to fluctuate. Obviously, he was shocked by Su Yu's words and the information about the martial arts that came into his mind. I don't know how long it took. The 6th patriarch's voice finally emanated from the coffin. This time, suppressed excitement was evident in his voice. "Little fellow, this favor you have given me is too great. I have already read this book of immortal techniques. If one can master this skill, even a great emperor can extend his lifespan by 40,000 years. A quasi-emperor minor success is the peak of the quasi-emperor's supreme power, and can also extend life for 10,000 years. To live a second life is more than enough. It can be said that it gave me a second life. This time, the sixth patriarch's voice, filled with a lingering sense of decay, was mingled with gratitude towards Suyu in an extremely complex mix of emotions. With my current state of cultivation, I should be able to achieve a minor level of success before the 10,000 races prodigy competition is over. If I can achieve even a small degree of success, extending my life by 3,000 years won't be a problem. Thank you very much. Upon hearing this, Suyu laughed and said, Sixth patriarch, what are you talking about? I have no use for this sutra. I can only thank you for helping the sixth patriarch live again. There is one more powerful person at the peak of the 8th level of quasi-emperor to protect you, and he is an almighty person in his prime. This is the treatment that many people dream of. Even Suyu is no exception. Ha ha ha, then you better perform well. If you agree, and this technique is passed on to the old guys in the sect, I'm afraid everyone will be grateful to you. Suyu laughed and said, of course you can. Anyway, this Eternal Life Sutra does not provide any combat power enhancement, it only has the effect of prolonging life. It was useless to him, but to the old monster, it was quite attractive. It's worth it to make all the old guys owe me a favor. Anyway, the skills were originally in my hands. Without my permission, even if the sixth patriarch wanted to pass it on, it would be useless. Only when you have the original immortal technique can you pass it on to others. Want to copy the immortal method? Oh, in the lower world, there is no material that can bear the engraving of immortal magic. Soon, the sixth patriarch returned to the quasi-emperor's seat with excitement. Seeing his return, the quasi-emperors around him could clearly sense the sixth patriarch's emotional changes. What on earth did this old man talk about with Suyu that made him so excited? It must be an extraordinary thing to make a quasi-emperor so excited. However, the sixth patriarch didn't care what people around him thought of him. He only knew that he didn't have to die. At least, no need to die now. He could add thousands of years to his lifespan for nothing, and he even dared to strive to break through to the 9th level of quasi-emperor, or even the peak of quasi-emperor realm. Not to mention the Emperor of Enlightenment. At least, I dare to think that I am invincible under the Emperor. After the sixth patriarch left, Suyu also saw Wang Heng and Ji Shijun walking towards him not far away. Brother Wang, Brother Ji. Suyu nodded at the two of them. After Wang Heng walked up to Suyu, he said in a deep voice, Brother Su, Xiao He is dead. Hearing this, Suyu's eyes froze instantly. What's going on? Xiao He was one of the geniuses who comprehended the mysteries of the cellular world with them in Tianji City that day. Because he broke through the Great Saint Realm and condensed two small cellular worlds, Xiao He also came to participate in the competition of prodigies of all races. Now he is dead. Wang Heng's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his voice was low. He was deceived by the eight-tailed fox and led to the dark creature that was weak to the quasi-emperor, and was killed by the dark creature. Although I have killed that weak quasi-emperor dark creature, Xiao He still. Ji Shijun, who was standing by, also added that eight-tailed celestial fox is indeed quite capable. He was so confusing that even I almost fell for him. As immortals from top families, they are very familiar with the powerful tribes among all races. The eight-tailed Qingzhou sky fox has an extremely terrifying talent. It is known as a demon fairy species destined to become an immortal. Even if the immortal demon guide came to the lower world and saw that the envoy had grown 8 tails in front of the quasi-emperor, he would definitely take him to ascend to Qingzhou mountain in the upper world. Because this is the real fairy fox seed. Suyu narrowed his eyes when he heard this. Eight-tailed sky fox. He has encountered it. However, the other party did not dare to follow him rashly, let alone snatch his prey. I guess the other party doesn't want to confront me head on. If I meet him in the next duel, I will kill him, Suyu said softly. However, these words made Wang Heng and Ji Shijun's expressions change slightly. The latter quickly whispered, Brother Su, don't say that. Besides, I advise you not to kill him. At this time, even the fearless Wang Heng couldn't help but say, eight-tailed heavenly fox of the great saint realm will lead even the immortal demon guide to ascension. If we kill it, let's not even talk about whether the immortal demon guide will come and cause trouble for us in the future. All those furry and horned demons in the Azure universe will go crazy. The demon clan is of the same blood. Once their immortal offspring who are sure to ascend to heaven are killed, these demon clans will definitely go crazy. I'm afraid that all the quasi-emperors of the demon clan will come out in full force. There is no solution. We can only let him scheme on our own. Unless you also have the support of the immortal sect behind you. The Taishuan immortal sect in the upper realm and the Qingzhou mountain demon clan are evenly matched in strength, and both sides have immortal king lineages with immortal kings in charge. Now the Taishuan immortal sect in the lower world has already fallen apart. How can we summon the guide from Taishuan immortal sect? Suyu narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this and said softly, if I insist on killing them, what can they do? Both of their bodies shook at the same time. There was a long silence. Wang Heng and Ji Shijun exchanged a glance and said simultaneously, if you kill him, all 810 furry demon species belonging to the same Qingzhou mountain faction as the foxes will regard you as their mortal enemy. If there's no immortal gate behind you, the first immortal demon guide who descends to the mortal world will destroy you. True immortal do it yourself. This is not alarmist, but something that will happen 100%. A fairy fox species destined to become an immortal is enough to drive them crazy. Although the human race has the immortal sect, but there's nothing behind them. Suyu laughed when he heard this, ha ha ha, boom. It seemed that the quasi-emperor had caught on to these words. In an instant, more than 200 quasi-emperors related to the Fox clan simultaneously turned their eyes towards Suyu. At this moment, the sky and the earth were dark. However, facing the gazes of so many quasi-emperors, Suyu remained unafraid, his voice bright and penetrating. It's just a beast. I'll kill it if I want to. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed. Boom. Chapter 340. The quasi-emperors are at loggerheads with each other, and the quasi-emperors of the human race are on the move. Presumptuous. How dare you talk about killing my fox race? Human boy, who gave you the courage to be so presumptuous? Boom. In an instant, the pressure of the quasi-emperor exploded the moment Suyu finished speaking. The powerful pressure made the whole audience silent in an instant. Everyone's face showed horror, and they looked towards the quasi-emperor's seat in doubt. On the quasi-emperor seats, those quasi-emperors of races related to the Fox clan, as well as the quasi-emperors of the Fox clan, all glared at Suyu with murderous intent in their eyes. What did this kid say to actually cause the quasi-emperor to become so furious? Is it presumptuous to discuss killing the Fox race as immortals? Could it be that this number one has set his sights on Bashan of the Fox clan? Hiss, I've heard of Bashan of the Fox clan. It's an ancient life star belonging to the Central Star region. Bashan's reputation has spread almost throughout the Central Star system. What's so special about him? Let's put it this way. Even if Bashan doesn't become the great emperor, the guide will come to the mortal world in this life and take him away. It's so powerful. Is it a true immortal seed? A group of geniuses looked at Bashan in shock and confusion, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, hatred and other complex emotions. Some people hate Bashan because Bashan killed the number one genius of their ancient star. Some people also envy Bashan's future in hope of ascending to the upper realm. In the Fox tribe's rest area, Bai Shan heard the noise and raised his hand to stop the human slaves who came forward to serve him, then looked in the direction of Su Yu. After seeing Su Yu, Bai Shan's seductive and handsome face showed a strange smile, and he whispered, "Want to kill me? Do you have this ability?" Bai Shan paused for a moment, then smiled playfully. "I think you have good fighting ability and are qualified to be my war slave. If you submit to me, I might be able to take you to ascension with me in the future. At worst I can still ask you for a chance to become an immortal." Bai Shan's words were full of insults. For the human race, becoming a war slave of other races is an extremely shameful thing. Because in the distant ancient times, the human race was weak, and anyone with a little talent would be taken as a war slave by the strong of all races. Now that the human race is strong, all other races still dare to take humans as slaves. This is their inherent discrimination against humans. Boom. The moment Bai Shan finished speaking, the playful smile on his face froze in an instant, and his eyes suddenly became terrified. On the Quasi-Emperor's seat, the Quasi-Emperor belonging to the Xuanyan ancient star and the Quasi-Emperor of all the powerful ancient stars of the human race burst out with pressure at the same time. The target is directly towards Bai Shan. Each one of them exuded bloody murderous intent. Especially the sixth patriarch in the coffin, the Lord of Tianji Tower, and the Holy Lord of Tianyan Holy Land, three Quasi-Emperors who are almost at the peak of cultivation, have terrifying murderous intentions that are not concealed at all. Evil beast, who allowed you to say such things? Who gave you the guts to speak so arrogantly in front of us? You're trying to take the #1 prodigy of our race as your slave. Hee, if I kill you, what will your Fox clan do? The demon Quasi-Emperors were not surprised that the human Quasi-Emperor had such emotions, but the owner of Tianji Tower and Tianyan Saint Lord actually had the same reaction, which made them suddenly shocked, and then more angry. After the Qingqiu Fox clan's 7th level Quasi-Emperor of great power reacted, he suppressed his anger and said, "Master, Saint Lord, what do you mean by this?" Upon hearing this, the Holy Lord of Tianyan responded indifferently, "Why, your little fox is ignorant, and you are also ignorant. Do you think that since no one from the younger generation of our human race stands up to protect them, they can bully them at will?" On the other side, inside the coffin, the 6th patriarch said in a cold voice, "Qingqiu Ancient Star's superior is the Qingqiu Immortal Mountain in the upper realm, where the Immortal King is in charge. Could it be that my Taishuan Immortal sect is completely deserted? Let's talk about the matter at hand. If your little beast has the guts to kill my Taishuan Saint son, then forget it. You dare to humiliate the human race's #1 genius, the immortal race, and take him as a war slave." Hee. After the 6th patriarch finished speaking, the other Quasi-Emperors of the human race said sinisterly, "Since the demon race has such great ambitions, then our human race cannot show weakness. If your Fox tribe really thinks so, then let's clash with my human race. Let's see if the Fox clan can destroy our human race and take all our powerful and talented people as war slaves." On the Quasi-Emperor seats, there are thousands of races and major forces, totaling 73,291 Quasi-Emperors. The human race occupies more than 60% of the seats, 47,639 people. The Fox clan, which is friendly with Qingqiu and affiliated with the demon clan, has no more than 10,000 people. There are not many top-level Quasi-Emperors. If a fight really breaks out, these people will all die here on the spot. When the other human Quasi-Emperors saw that the top powers had stood up to speak, they also reacted and stood up silently. The Quasi-Emperor's aura was faint, completely solidifying the surrounding space. So many Quasi-Emperor auras bursting out at the same time, that is, the peak of the 9th level of Quasi-Emperor. There is no escape either. Humans can fight among themselves and kill each other, but when facing the outside world, they must be united. Resolve external interference before continuing internal friction. At this moment, the aura of tens of thousands of Quasi-Emperors burst out. The faces of the Qingqiu Fox clan and the related Quasi-Emperors who stood up became stiff, and cold sweat flowed down their backs. Grass, are these humans crazy? Are you willing to take such a risk and stand out just for a word? Right now, the atmosphere in the whole place suddenly became tense. The middle-aged Tianyan Saint Lord slowly said, "The human race originally had no intention of dominating the universe, enslaving or suppressing other races. That is why they are willing to form an alliance with all races and use the fighting power of their younger generations to divide up the fortune of the universe. If certain races don't know how to restrain themselves and have no shame, then our human race can also start a racial war with them, and the war will not end until one of us dies. Although our Tianyan Holy Land and Tianji Tower are neutral forces handpicked by the immortal gates of the upper realm, they only exist to guide and convey the will of the upper realm. But my Qingqiang human race is still affiliated with several immortal king forces from the upper realms. There are also sages of the Qingqiang human race who have achieved the status of immortal lord in the upper realm. If you fight amongst yourselves, even if you get killed, our human race won't say anything. But if you are shameless and dare to bully the weak, and even think of taking our human race as war slaves, then war will begin. Recruiting humans as war slaves is something you can do in private, and no one will say anything about it. After all, humans also have a hobby of collecting monsters as mounts. But putting the history of humiliation out in the open would mean a complete break. As he spoke, the Holy Lord Tianyan swept his eyes around, and in an instant, Bai Shan, who was locked by the Quasi-Emperor's aura, felt his body shake violently, as if he was hit by a heavy hammer, and a fishy sweet smell came out of his throat. "Little fox, repeat what you just said. Let me hear it. What do you want to do?" At this moment, everyone in the audience held their breath. Bai Shan's face turned extremely pale, his expression changing constantly. Finally, he could only grit his teeth and growl in a low voice, "Junior was wrong. Please forgive my words, Lord." Chapter 341, the atmosphere is tense and settled. There was a look of deep humiliation on Bai Shan's face, and it was obvious that he was unwilling to give in. After all, it wasn't him who started this incident. But it's Su Yu. Why should they stand up for Su Yu? Damn it. Originally, Bai Shan was still a little afraid of Su Yu, and thought that if he met Su Yu in the future, he would try not to compete with him. He still remembers the fighting power Su Yu showed in the first round of the hunting competition. It's definitely not worth fighting him. It would be better to give it your all when you reach the top 100 finalists. Now that this incident has come out, his murderous intent towards Su Yu has skyrocketed. If I have the chance to meet him, I will definitely kill him as soon as possible. On the Quasi-Emperor's seat, Quasi-Emperors of other races, including the ancient royal family, watched the excitement and realized that the atmosphere was a little off. They also laughed and said, "Garlic bird, garlic bird." There's no need to worry so much about the verbal disputes between the younger generations. Let the younger ones figure it out on their own during the competition. Whoever can kill whom among them will be considered capable. Old guys like you and me don't have to fight. These races are naturally happy to see the now powerful Fox clan and the prosperous human race fighting each other. But the war started by Saint Lord Tianyan really scared them. After all, if a racial war breaks out at this time, no matter which side wins, they will not be comfortable. There are dark creatures devouring the universe in front, and the masters of the life forbidden zones are eyeing it covetously, ready to start a dark chaos. If they continue like this, they will be the ones who suffer the most. After all, the main forces fighting against darkness in the forbidden area are the human race and the demon race. The Holy Lord Tianyan naturally knew their little thoughts. He didn't have that idea at first, but the demons were taking advantage of Suyu's head. If he didn't stand up, wouldn't the human geniuses not dare to kill the demons and immortals and could only spare their lives? Tianyan Saint Lord stared at Beishan, who was bowing and saluting with his fists clasped, and lowered his head. After a long while, he nodded and said, "Let the young man solve his own problems." After saying this, the aura of all the human quasi-emperors subsided at the same time. It's like nothing happened, but only the collapsed back of Beishan is real. Snort. When the Fox clan's quasi-emperor saw this, his face became very ugly. The human race is powerful. They can't be messed with. If it were in ancient times, the human race was nothing more than blood food and war slaves raised by them, and playthings for the demon race to entertain themselves. Suyu also felt a little emotional about the support of all the human quasi-emperors. The internal fighting is fierce. Even if they dislike each other, they are willing to stand up in this situation. Even the quasi-emperor of the Holy Land like the Seven Saints martial sect, who had a grudge against Jushao, stood up without hesitation. Thinking of this, Suyu collected his thoughts and said calmly to Wang Heng and the others, "Why should we be afraid of a fox that hasn't grown 9 tails yet? Even if it grows 9 tails and provokes me, I will kill it all. What are the true immortals and immortal kings behind them? They are beyond our reach. Even if we find out later, it doesn't matter. The human race is not without guides." That's what I said, but Suyu knew that it was not surprising that Wang Heng and others had such thoughts because the other party was indeed extremely talented. The reason why I am tough, that's because he has the confidence. Even without a guide, he can become an immortal on his own. This is where the confidence comes from. Moreover, if he reunited with Taishuan Immortal Sect, he could attract the guides from Taishuan Immortal Sect in the upper realm to come down to the mortal world. Obviously, Taishuan Immortal Sect in the Qingkang universe had a very important position, or it might be a treasure or a secret. Taishuan Shanman is also an immortal sect, but it will not allow a fox to kill him, an immortal. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng and Ji Shijun both showed a bitter smile on their faces. Them. But I dare not gamble like this. Although Suyu is not as powerful as them and is the holy son of the imperial clan, they are not very confident in front of the immortal species affiliated with the absolute immortal sect. Especially someone like Beishan, who is destined to be led by a true immortal, is not someone they can touch. Qingzhou Fairy Mountain is a giant level existence in the upper realm. The fairy fox race is ruled by a giant fairy king. Alas, brother Su, just take care of it. After all, the two of them were hesitant to speak. They really wanted to say that, after all, the three religions of Jushao, Tianshuan and Zaiwei had not yet been completely integrated, and the secret manuals of the immortal sect had not been unearthed, so how could they reunite the immortal sect and let Taishuan guide them to come down to the world? But looking at Suyu's expression, they knew that once he made a decision, it would be absolutely impossible to change it. Suyu naturally understood their thoughts. He smiled and said nothing. If he kills a fellow Taoist he recognizes, then there will be only one ending for that person, and that is death. Or die. Either the other person dies. He is the kind of person who will never let go of any grudge. A fox that hasn't even grown its 9th tail dares to be so arrogant, isn't that courting death? The episode passed quickly. The geniuses who advanced to the second round of the competition did not have much time to rest, at best it was just enough for them to recover their killing form. After all, some people will find it difficult to get out of the killing state. Although there is no restriction on killing in the second game, the focus is more on sparring. Only in the 4th and 5th rounds are there no restrictions. The 2nd and 3rd rounds are both 2-to-1 competitions. The number of people was screened from 20,000 to 10,000, and then from 10,000 to 5,000. There is no so-called resurrection match, the winner is determined by one game. It's a battle of luck. If you don't have that luck, you lose. All contestants who have advanced to the second round, please go to the center of the square immediately to draw your opponents. Just then, the voice of the quasi-emperor referee sounded. In an instant, all the geniuses who advanced to the second round set off at the same time and later arrived at the square. In the square, there was a huge box. When everyone had gathered, the quasi-emperor referee continued, "Everyone draw a small ball from the box. There is a second ball with a number engraved on it. The person who draws the same number will be your opponent this round. Due to the uneven strength of the second round, everyone should strive to fight with all their might. If you are defeated or feel your life is in danger, you can shout out your surrender. At that time, a quasi-emperor will rescue you in time. Now, start drawing your opponents." After those words were spoken, a group of geniuses could not wait to walk over to the 2 wooden boxes and take out the small balls inside. After everyone touched the ball and compared it, some were happy while others looked worried. Suyu played with the ball in his hand, a smile on his face. He glanced at the numbers engraved on the golden ball, and then turned his attention to the demon camp. There was a young man holding a small ball exactly the same as the one in Suyu's hand. What a coincidence. Then let's kill a little fox first to make up for it. Chapter 342, if you don't have any, stop talking big, it will shorten your life. There are a total of 10,000 arenas for the 2-to-1 promotion competition. Although the venue is not big enough, the people sitting in the quasi-emperor seats are powerful people who have mastered the magical powers of space. Similar to the magical power of holding the world in one's sleeve. It belongs to the sequence of Tiangong magical powers. After being reinforced by the quasi-emperor, the space of 10 meters in radius is solidified enough to become a battle site for the Great Saint Realm. As the drawing of lots was completed, 10,000 balls of light slowly rose in the square. Each ball of light has a serial number for the lottery. Upon seeing this, the quasi-emperor referee shouted loudly, "All the contestants who drew lots, please enter the light balls with corresponding serial numbers." Call out. The moment the referee finished speaking, everyone rushed out and entered the ball of light without hesitation. Certainly, some people also abstained on the spot. Although killing is not recommended in this second round, but it's just a suggestion. What can you do if I don't obey? Some of the defeated players, after finding out the personalities of their opponents, chose to give up. If you can't win, give up. Fox Tribe area. Baishan turned his head to look at the stern white-haired young man beside him and said slowly, "Bai, although you only have 6 tails, you already have the talent of a great emperor. When you are about to break through to the quasi-emperor and enter the blood pool for baptism, you will definitely be able to grow a 7th tail. If you have the blessing of a rich bloodline, 8 tails is not impossible. Although your spiritual energy capacity is not sufficient, and your explosive combat power is therefore somewhat weak, you can fight him and test his strength for me. Even if you are defeated, you should be able to calmly save your life for a while. If you can't defeat him, then admit defeat. I am an elite member of the Fox clan, and I cannot let you die in vain. When you come out, I will also give you a portion of my blood essence to help you grow your 8th tail." Bai He is the top immortal species of his generation in the Qingzhou Fox clan, although he is only at the 6th tail level. However, the other party's talent and cultivation was extremely impressive. His combat power can easily rival that of a cultivator in the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. Even if he is defeated by the peak of the Great Saint Realm, he can still withstand 2 moves and then retreat calmly. In this game, you can shout, give up, and attract the quasi-emperor to rescue you. The risk factor is not that high. When Bai He heard Beishan's words, a glimmer of light appeared in his cold eyes. Okay, Bai He nodded slightly and agreed. Nothing else. The Fox clan's bloodline blessing is very powerful. He who can grow an 8th tail is definitely more powerful than himself who only has 7 tails. There is even a chance to become an immortal. The 8-tailed celestial fox can be considered a good species of true immortal even in the Qingzhou fairy mountain in the upper realm. I will do my best. Seeing that he agreed, Bashan smiled. In the Fox clan, bloodline level is the first rule. Even though he has sealed his divine source for many years and has only reached the late stage of the Great Saint realm, his status is so high that even the quasi-emperor of the Fox clan has to be polite to him. It's nothing, bloodline comes first. Bashan will definitely be able to grow the 9th tail in the future and become a true fairy fox. According to the immortal envoy from the upper realm, the 9-tailed celestial fox that grew up in the lower realm will most likely be able to break through to the realm of immortal king when it reaches the immortal realm in the future. That is a realm above the true immortal. Boom. After adjusting his state, the white-haired young man named Baihei instantly turned into a stream of light and then plunged into the challenge field numbered 1917. Baihei's opponent is the savage divine bull clan of the ancient royal family. This race is an ancient royal family with a human body and a bull's head. In the era when the ancient royal family ruled the universe, the savage divine bull clan ranked among the top 50 of the 100 royal families. Although their combat power is not extremely outstanding, their physical defense is definitely among the top 10 royal families. When Baihei saw that his opponent had also entered the challenge field, he first glanced at Su Yu, with a hint of sarcasm on his lips, and then entered the challenge field without hesitation. Su Yu. Oh, what a human immortal species, so what if he is protected by so many humans? In front of me, he is nothing. For others, practicing the Emperor Realm technique is already the limit. But he was born with 7 tails, and when he awakened the 8th tail, the memory of an immortal scripture awakened in his blood. He is practicing immortal scriptures and immortal martial arts. How can these peasants compare with me? He originally thought that he was just a white fox from the lower realm born from the union of ordinary foxes, but it was only after the awakening of his 8th tail that he learned about his own life experience. Among his ancestors, there was a fox goddess who was favored by the guide from Qingzhou in the upper realm. He is a descendant of immortals. Not to mention that Su Yu had any hostility towards him. Even if Su Yu had no hostility towards him, he would still kill Su Yu to prove his truth. If the rich fortune of the human race's #1 genius was stripped away by him, he is definitely a future true immortal, and even as an immortal king, there's a 20% chance of a breakthrough. I hope you can hold on to the end. I will kill you myself. This is what Baishan said to Su Yu. He changed his mind. Since these human races don't want the geniuses to be taken as war slaves by this true immortal, then just kill them and take away their luck. That way, what else do these humans have to say? After Su Yu heard Baishan's words, a hint of sarcasm also appeared on his face. Kill me, your life I coveted even more. Besides the fact that his fellow Taoist he recognized was killed by Baishan, what Su Yu wanted more was Baishan's luck. A true rich purple. Name, Baishan, qualification, immortal lord. Fate, deep purple. Character evaluation, born with 7 tails, a demon fox. He could become a 9-tailed celestial fox before becoming an emperor. A future true immortal. With a strong destiny, he could become an immortal lord. Killing the child of destiny with such a fate will definitely be a generous reward. Who knows, you might even get the ultimate imperial weapon as a reward. Although he already had the great Sumeru sealing heaven demon pillar, it was still difficult for him to use this supreme imperial weapon now. He won't mind if you give him one more. Bang. Soon, Su Yu, Wang Hang, Ji Shijun and other fellow Taoists who had already cultivated into the cellular world stepped into their respective challenge fields. Go through the barrier. After Su Yu entered the ball of light, he discovered that the space inside was extremely huge. Such a venue is fully capable of allowing the powerful people at the peak of the Great Saint Realm to display their full potential. Opposite him, the white-haired young man Baihei was standing there straight, holding a pair of claw-like weapons in his hands. They were of extraordinary grade, enough to be the grade of a Great Saint weapon. Baihei was full of fighting spirit. When he saw Su Yu coming in, he immediately took a fighting stance. Although we have no grudges against each other, your insult to the true immortal of my white fox clan is a capital crime. If I have the chance, I will show no mercy and kill you right here. Baihei said this even though there was a projection of the referee on the field. Hearing this, Su Yu raised the corners of his lips, looked at Baihei, narrowed his eyes, and said, if you have this ability, it's fine. If you don't have any, stop talking big, it will shorten your life. Hearing Su Yu's words, Baihei's face turned red with anger. Who are you looking down on? We're both immortals, and we're both in the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. Do you think you can kill me instantly? In the Sky Fox clan, he was originally a highly regarded top-level immortal species. But since Baishan was born, his status has plummeted. That huge feeling of disappointment had been weighing on his heart. Seeing that Su Yu also looked down on him, he felt unhappy. HMPH. Stop talking nonsense and prepare to die. Watch me tear your dog's head off. Boom. Chapter 343, Guiding the Fox Demon Baihei. Lack of explosive power. Let me show you what explosive power is. Claw-type combat weapons are extremely rare in the entire world of immortal cultivation, because claw-type weapons are unpopular and there are very few matching martial arts. The most important thing is that claws are suitable for close combat, not long-range attacks. Relying on a pair of claw-type weapons, Baihei broke through the void in a special way and accelerated his speed. Moreover, the wind from the claws was so fierce that even before it arrived, one could feel the strong wind scratching the skin from dozens of miles away. If Su Yu's body was not extremely tough, any ordinary late-stage Great Saint would have been torn to pieces and have blood scars deep enough to see the bones. The most important thing is that Baihei has a very deep understanding of claw-type warriors and has even reached the 6th level. Compared with the level of swordsmanship, it is also the 6th level of the Holy Claw Wind. Baihei's body tore through the void, making it impossible to see where he was. Only sounds could be heard from all directions. I, Baihei, have been an ordinary fox since I was young. My parents are only Dharma Realm demon cultivators. I was born with 4 tails of Jiang talent, and I broke through the upper limit, broke through the Saint Realm, and purified my bloodline to have 2 more tails. I'm confident that my fighting power is on par with any top-level immortal species. Today, I will try to use you, the #1 prodigy of the human race, as a stepping stone. Baihei is very stern and has rich combat experience. After all, he is a prodigy who has been honed from the bottom. Compared to other immortal species with extraordinary talents, he can indeed be considered a grassroots counterattack. He was given a copy of the Great Emperor's scripture by the White Fox clan, as well as a copy of the top-level Great Saint-level claw-type martial arts. Before Baishan was born, he was a Great Emperor respected by the entire Fox clan. Now, he has to prove himself again. He is not a so-called Great Emperor species, but a true immortal species that can kill the top immortal species of the human race. He is not much worse than Baishan. The only difference is the bloodline. Boom. Strong winds slashed out from the void in all directions, each one aimed precisely at Su Yu. However, facing this claw wind that could hurt a late-stage Great Saint, Su Yu remained motionless, like a tower standing in a storm. No matter how fierce the wind and rain were, he stood like a bright light in the center of the storm, becoming the focus. Click. After the strong wind cut for a while, the space around Su Yu finally couldn't hold on. There was a loud bang, and in an instant, the space shattered, leaving only darkness and a storm in the void. At the same time, a sharp murderous intent rose from Suyu's side. Die. He stared at Suyu's head, with murderous glint and killing intent flashing in his eyes. Clang, but just as his sharp claws were about to cut Suyu's neck, there was a flash of sparks. At some point, Suyu actually raised a dark sword with a blade wrapped in endless murderous intent to block Baihe's claws. And he blocked the two sharp claws accurately. Seeing this scene, Baihe's pupils suddenly shrank. How is that possible? He wouldn't be surprised if he dodged or blocked the attack. But Suyu's seemingly random vertical knife movement actually perfectly found the weakness of his attack. Suyu's eyes reflected Baihe's look of disbelief. He smiled and said, "You are very strong. Whether it's combat power or combat experience, you can be called top-notch. You can also be ranked at the top level among immortal species. But your weak spiritual power is your fatal flaw." Not enough burst. Boom. Suyu shook his knife-holding hand slightly and pushed Baihe back. Baihe's face turned pale when he heard this, and then he said in a low voice, "You said my spiritual power is weak and not enough to burst out. Ridiculous. My Dantian chi is several times more than that of ordinary cultivators of the same realm. You said my burst wasn't strong enough." Swish. As he spoke, Baihe's body began to become illusory. This was his six-tailed talent, called confusing the people. Can interfere with anyone's vision. This allows you to sneak up on the enemy without them noticing and deliver a fatal blow. Watching Baihe's figure gradually disappearing into reality, Suyu shook his head. "I said you're a loser, you have to admit it. Although I like your personality very much, you want to kill me, which is wrong. Well, before you die, I'll let you see what an explosion is." Baihe felt that Suyu's words were extremely harsh. How many years have passed? He had only been criticized like this when he was weak. This was the second time since he achieved the Saint realm, except for the time when Beishin was born and he challenged, that he was criticized for not having enough explosive power. These words reminded him of the time when he challenged Beishin and was defeated by Beishin in 5 moves and humiliated by being stepped on. In an instant, Baihe's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his voice became a little hoarse. "Why are you all so arrogant? I'm just a person with my own bloodline. What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do?" Boom. As Baihe's aura became more violent, the void gale and the claw energy became more violent. In this situation, any late great saint who falls here, I'm afraid they will be seriously injured in an instant. "Sky Claw, tear it!" Baihe shouted loudly, and in an instant, the space in the entire challenge field was completely shattered, and countless claw winds formed by the condensation of void energy swept across. The momentum of the scene was extremely grand. The Fox clan's spiritual power had a characteristic, which was that it had a very strong restraining effect on the soul. When top-level immortals come here, they must be extremely vigilant. Facing the mighty winds coming from all directions, one could easily get hurt in the soul if one is not careful. And it is irreversible damage. The Fox clan does not like to eat humans, but they extremely like to devour the souls of the strong. Therefore, the spiritual power they cultivate naturally has a soul-damaging effect. Boom. At this moment, 12 powerful claws of wind slashed across the sky, slashing straight towards Suyu. In the middle, Baihe's figure appeared, holding sharp claws and pointing directly at Suyu's head. Seeing this scene, Suyu twisted his wrist. Click. In an instant, the holy weapon grade, the killing knife that was dark in color and filled with murderous aura, showed signs of breaking at this moment. Cracks spread from the handle to the entire blade. After Suyu broke through the Great Saint realm, this holy weapon grade killing knife finally reached its limit. Facing Baihe's full-strength attack, Suyu simply raised his head and narrowed his eyes, looking at the other person's all-out effort. He slowly said, "I've told you, you're not suited to high-intensity combat. You're only fit to be a rat in the gutter, waiting for your prey to weaken before delivering a fatal blow. It's a shame you don't have a chance." Baihe was furious when he heard this. Bullshit. Go to hell. Tear it. Seeing this, Suyu shook his head and smiled, then his eyes gradually became sharp, and the aura on his body suddenly changed, like a sword of killing god drawn from its sheath, emitting a terrifying murderous intent that made people dare not look directly at it. This sword will subdue demons and slay evil. 9 Nether Prison. Click. The moment Suyu finished speaking, the sky collapsed. Chapter 344. Baihe was killed with one sword, and everyone was shocked. The 9 Netherworld prison sword chi filled the sky, tearing everything apart and ripping the sharp claw wind into pieces. There is only one sword energy, but the power it exudes is unparalleled. Even a peak great sage standing here would feel a palpitation, because this is a terrifying blow that could cause even a peak great sage to fall. Snap. A crisp cracking sound echoed slowly. Then the killing knife in Suyu's hand shattered into countless pieces and fell into the void. He threw down the knife handle and turned away, not watching the next scene. Because this one blow was enough to kill Baihe. Seeing Suyu's actions, Baihe felt extremely humiliated, but then, he was more afraid of the situation he would face next. Nothing else. This knife made his soul scream and hiss, and the breath of death lingered at his nose. There was a bitter taste in his mouth, and he was about to admit defeat. But this huge sword energy fell down in an instant, leaving him no chance to admit defeat. Boom. At this moment, the sky collapsed and the earth split. The space in the entire challenge field was instantly shattered, the ground cracked, and it was sunk by this knife. In the dark purple light, one could vaguely see Baihe's figure disappearing bit by bit, like a fortress built of sand. After the wind and the breeze passed, it turned into particles and dissipated bit by bit. Juyu prison, first suppress the soul, then kill the body. When Suyu was about to leave the challenge field, Suyu's convoy sounded. I congratulate you for being able to change the limitations of your own bloodline and reach the top of the ranks of the top immortal species. Therefore, this killing sword that has accompanied me in killing enemies for so long will be buried with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu walked out of the challenge field. At the same time, the system prompt sound came to my ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the Son of Golden Luck. Rewards: Villain value plus 880000, Chaos God and Demon Soul Refining Technique, Holy Spirit Pill 1, and Deceiving Heavenly Immortal Bell Fragment 1. Chaos God and Demon Soul Refining Method. This is the method possessed by the innate gods and demons born at the beginning of chaos. After being improved by powerful people in later generations, it is suitable for the soul refining method of the human race. It can train the soul to the innate level, comparable to the eternal soul of the immortal king. Grade: Chaos Method. Holy Spirit Pill purifies the spiritual energy of the holy realm and condenses a wisp of original energy, which can lay a solid foundation for the path to becoming a quasi-emperor. Grade: Imperial Grade Pill. Kishin Immortal Bell. Cast into the depths of time, the Kishin Immortal Sect's symbolic relic is elusive. Possessing this bell allows one to deceive the heavens, conceal from the prying eyes of the great Tao, and conceal from the inspection of the immortal king. With this bell, one can break the barrier between immortals and mortals, allowing them to enter the immortal realm. Rank: Immortal King. Collect all 20 fragments to reassemble the Kishin Immortal Bell. Current progress 1/20th. Suyu's expression remained unchanged as he listened to the prompts from the system. Ever since he saw the universe-devouring mission given by the system, he had completely given up struggling. Swallowing the universe. He didn't mind this, the main thing was to get his own people out. At worst, we have to move them away too. He doesn't care about other people's life or death at all. It's almost there. It won't be long before I can embark on the path to becoming an emperor, thereby sensing the existence of countless laws and quickly condensing a small world. The terrifying effect of the small world can only be known after the battle. Each small world is equivalent to the sum of the spiritual energy in his own Dantian chi. When several small worlds are superimposed together, who can stop that kind of explosive power? No one dares to challenge him. If he disregards everything and bursts out with all his strength, even the quasi-emperor can't do anything to him. Swish, step out of the challenge field. The referee on the ring actually looked at him with a complicated look, but soon, this complicated emotion disappeared. The winner of the 1917 challenge, Su Yu. Wow, in an instant, everyone in the audience looked shocked. His is the combat power of the Xuandian Jushao Saint Sun so terrifying. He is actually the first one to leave the challenge field. And he killed his opponent with one strike. Horrible, truly terrifying. I know Baihei. He's a top-tier immortal species with extraordinary combat power. If Qingqiu hadn't emerged from Beishan, Baihei would have been their leader. I never imagined that a top-tier immortal species couldn't even hold out for a single blow. There is no ordinary person in the audience. Every one of them is a genius who survived the first round of the competition. They have the combat power of a Saint Sun or even the potential of an immortal seed. Seeing this scene, it was naturally horrifying. If they were to encounter this kind of combat power, Su Yu wouldn't even need to use his full strength to kill them. But, while they were shocked, they also discovered a problem. That is the quasi-emperor sitting high above on the quasi-emperor's seat. Some of them have angry and murderous looks on their faces. The quasi-emperors of the Qingqiu Fox clan had eyes as gloomy as water. Su Yu hee, very good. If we kill the embryo like this and allow it to attain enlightenment, how can our Fox clan ever have peace? There was a playful look in the eyes of those ancient royals. Although they didn't say anything, their expression said it all. If humans and demons could fight each other, they would naturally be happy to see it. However, the human race, did not take their anger seriously. Near the sixth patriarch's coffin, a quasi-emperor from another faction smiled and said, "Senior, you, Jushao, have truly been in the spotlight in this lifetime. This boy has terrifying talent. He has a very high chance of becoming an emperor." The sixth patriarch's voice was filled with emotion. "Emperor Cheng, haha, I hope he can inherit the will of the first patriarch and reunite the immortal sect." Upon hearing this, the quasi-emperors fell silent. Reunion Taishuan. He dared to think, if Taishuan were to reunite, there would definitely be one more Taishuan immortal messenger coming down to earth from among the guides from the upper realm. If the three religions were to reform Taishuan, who would dare to attack them? No one dares. The split Taishuan was not recognized by the upper realm, so it was destroyed. But if it is too mysterious, it will be completely different. Even if the guide from Qingqiu Fairy Mountain came, he would not dare to do anything. Taishuan is the top immortal sect in the upper realm. Although Qingqiu Fairy Mountain is also a force of the immortal king, it is still inferior to Taishuan of the human race. The quasi-emperors did not speak. Not long. Another challenge field closed. Baishan walked out of the challenge field with a smile on his handsome face. However, his opponent, the immortal species of the ancient royal family's wild divine bull clan, did not appear again. Obviously, he was also killed by Beishan. On the quasi-emperor's seat. Upon seeing this scene, the quasi-emperor of the savage divine bull clan's face turned ashen, and he clenched his fist tightly. However, even though he was extremely angry, he had nowhere to vent it. Because the person who killed the only top-level immortal in his clan was Beishan. Snort. With a cold snort, the quasi-emperor of the savage divine bull clan stood up without hesitation and wanted to leave, but was held back by the quasi-emperors of other ancient royal families. After Baishan came out, his gaze instantly froze on Su Yu. Su Yu came out faster than me. That. Thinking of this, Beishan glanced at his own lineup. When he found that everyone lowered their heads after looking at him, Beishan immediately understood. However, just after he met Su Yu's gaze, the latter made a gesture of wiping his neck towards him. How dare you? Chapter 345, the fourth round, plundering the scoreboard, the secret realm of time. This was the first time that Baishan showed such a sinister murderous intent. When he no longer concealed his murderous intent and released it without reservation, people within a radius of hundreds of miles could clearly feel how terrifying his murderous intent was. If some cultivators below the soul condensation realm stood in front of him, they would probably be shaken to pieces by this terrifying murderous intent. Baishan looked at Su Yu with a cold and indifferent tone. "You are so brave. When the fifth round comes, I will kill you myself." Although he looked down on Baihei's ordinary bloodline, Baihei's fighting power exceeded the bloodline level limit and he reached the immortal level on his own. This is the pride of the Fox clan. As the eight-tailed celestial fox, he is destined to be the future ruler of the Fox clan. How could he not be angry when his outstanding people were killed? Facing Baishan's murderous intent, Su Yu remained unfazed. He bared his white, gleaming teeth and said, "Don't worry. By the fifth round I will kill you myself." The luck of deep purple. How much reward will I get if I kill him? The tit-for-tat between the two was naturally seen by the quasi-emperors. Both of them have top-level immortal talents. Su Yu's future is still unknown, but Baishan's ascension to the upper realm is a foregone conclusion. When the guy from Qingqiu Mountain comes down to earth and meets him in the future, he will surely be overjoyed. It is even possible to bestow rewards to help them survive the crisis of world destruction in this life or delay the crisis for a million years. The death of either of them would be a pain that the other race could not bear. But, in this competition, death is normal, unless either party will admit defeat after being defeated. However, this kind of top genius is extremely arrogant and would never admit defeat even if he were to die. Well, many quasi-emperors couldn't help but sigh when they thought of this. One of these two people is destined to die. By then, the Qingqiu Fox clan and the human race will definitely be in a situation of fighting to the death. Internal strife among cosmic races. It's not impossible. In the past, they would have fought among themselves, but in this life, dark creatures have begun to infiltrate the universe and gradually encroach on the edge of the universe. This is a world-destroying crisis. If there is any more internal strife, the universe is doomed to collapse. Soon, one after another, geniuses walked out of the challenge field, but deaths were rare after all. Only a small number of geniuses would rather die than surrender, and in the end they really died. Of course, no matter how the losers die, it will not affect the advancement of 10,000 people. Wang Hang, Ji Shijun and others also easily defeated their opponents and won. In the second round, 2 people advanced to 1, and there were a total of 6,400 human immortals who advanced to the third round, no more, no less. This is actually the screening of the Battle of Luck. Only in the fourth round of team battles will the team be completely exhausted. If Ji Yuxing forms a team, he will be the only one left. If he does not have a team, he will need to join others or be quickly eliminated. Certainly, by the fourth round, although everyone was forming teams based on ancient stars, most of them were forming teams based on races. In fact, by the third round, the top 1,000 races had already been selected. The fourth round is to screen the top 100 to the top 1,000. This is inevitable. In the fifth round of Melee, there are no restrictions on rules and no restrictions on any means. As long as you can win, it is the best means. Because this is a real battle of luck. The prodigies who have advanced to the third round will prepare for a while, and then the next round of drawing lots will begin. The second and third rounds are both promotion systems. The third round will determine the winners, 5,000 people. At this time, the top 1,000 are born. Not long. After all the advanced geniuses have rested, the third round of drawing lots will begin without delay. Suyu drew a genius from the human race. After entering the challenge field, he symbolically exchanged 2 moves and then decisively defeated him. For him, it wasn't a top-level match, so he couldn't give his all. Only a high-level cultivator or a top player in the same realm can make him muster all his energy and spirit. Those who are screened in the second and third rounds are all weaklings. Only in the fourth round, it's a real team battle. After the third round, the number of people remaining in the square has dropped from 20,000 at the beginning to 10,000, and now to 5,000. Wait until all the qualified contestants return to the square. The quasi-emperor referee then said loudly, the rules for the fourth round are completely different from the previous ones. You can form teams between ancient stars, or between different races. There are still thousands of races left in the field. Among the 1,000 races, whichever race is eliminated first will be ranked 1,000. And so on. If there is still one person on the field who belongs to the same race, as long as he has not been eliminated, he can delay the ranking of the races indefinitely. This battle is a battle of elimination, but also a coordinated battle. You only need to take the opponent's scorecard to be eliminated. This round of competition is not complete until the top 100 races are determined. The rules of this game are actually not difficult to understand. Races can form teams, and then taking the scorecard from the other race's players will be considered as eliminating the other race. Certainly, this competition is about race, so killing the opponent is prohibited. Only in the fifth round. Only then can you completely remove the restrictions and use all means at your disposal. As long as you can win and as long as the opponent does not admit defeat, you can kill and eliminate him. The fifth round is an elimination system. Whoever is eliminated first will be the last one. And so on and so forth, it will be the final top 10, top 5, top 3, and first. If someone dies, his position will be replaced by the person who ranks behind him, and the order will be in order. Until the top 100 and top 50 geniuses are decided. This is a true war among all races. Whoever can get first place here, no matter whether you rely on luck or your own strength, your luck is well deserved to be the first. Moreover, the first place winner will enjoy endless cosmic luck, and his race will also share in the glory. Now, all contestants, please collect your scoreboards and then enter the challenge arena. In an instant, 5,000 geniuses came forward at the same time to receive the scoreboards, and then walked into the new challenge field without hesitation. The challenge field for this round is a small world. It is the small world of the quasi-emperor. It is 10,000 miles in size, enough to accommodate 5,000 geniuses fighting at the same time. The fourth round is a team battle, which is also a game of cat and mouse. The weak can hide, or they can sneak attack or ambush their opponents and only take their scorecards. Once a player loses his resistance, he will be instantly teleported out by the rules of the small world, and the scoreboard will fall into the hands of the person who defeats him. Human area. Ji Shijun, Wang Heng, Su Yu, and the immortal from the ancient Tianlin star named Fan Lan are all people who have successfully condensed the cellular world. And there are still some immortal seeds left in the Tianjiao competition. Among the contestants from Tianlin ancient star, only Fan Jian remained. As for Xuantian ancient star, there are dozens of people. Among them, 7 Buddhist disciples from the 7 major Buddhist countries in the western region stood on the battlefield. They were very independent and did not unite with others from Xuantian ancient star. Su Yu looked at the 3 people gathered around him and said slowly, since we can't kill anyone, let them fight in this match. You can't kill anyone, and there's no ranking order. It's just a fight to determine the top 1,000. There's no point in fighting like that. He might as well spend this time practicing. However, just when Su Yu was about to find a place to set up Master Yuan Tianqi's formation to prepare for practice, Wang Heng's voice made him stop. This game actually has another deeper meaning. Looting enough scorecards will grant you a chance to stay in the secret realm of time for a few days. Secret Realm of Time, Chapter 346, he is mediocre now and will most likely be mediocre in the future. Secret Realm of Time, what is this? There was confusion in Su Yu's eyes. He knew very little about the world of immortal cultivation. Ever since he started practicing, he had been anxious about his lack of strength. As for finding out what strange things there are in the world of immortal cultivation, he can only find out through others. Seeing him like this, Wang Heng and others understood. They also knew Su Yu's background. He came from a so-called first-class family, but in fact, first class that is, not up to par. At least, this is the case in front of the top Holy Land. If a noble family does not even have the foundation of the Great Saint Realm or even the Saint Realm, it will be a grassroots that can be replaced at any time. Not worthy of understanding any high-level affairs. In addition, Su Yu has only been emerging for a few decades, which is barely enough time to practice, let alone learn other new things. Ji Shijun explained, the Secret Realm of Time is a top-level secret realm passed down from ancient times. It appears once every 100,000 years, and each time it opens, there are 10,000 spots available. The initial stay is only 7 days. Of course, don't underestimate these 7 days. 7 days in the outside world is equivalent to 70 years in the Secret Realm of Time. This is an invincible secret realm. Although you can't cultivate spiritual power inside, it can help you comprehend martial arts and techniques, giving you 70 years more time than others. And in this team battle, plundering others' scoreboards is actually plundering their time. If you rob someone of their scoreboard, it's like robbing them of a day's time. Out of a total of 5,000 people, only contestants from 100 races will remain. It could be 100 or 1,000. As long as only 100 races remain, it's over. In other words, the maximum number of days in the Secret Realm of Time you can plunder is 4,900 days. Wang Heng also took over the topic at this time and continued, existing in the Secret Realm of Time for 490 years is considered a reincarnation. It will be of great help to your understanding of life and death, the origin of life, martial arts, and cultivation techniques. So, don't underestimate these. Hearing this, Su Yu's mood fluctuated a little. Nothing else. Time. Give it time to comprehend skills, martial arts, and even everything that does not require spiritual power to practice. Time is so full. He has no shortage of resources, soldiers, or skills now, the only thing he lacks is time. He practiced a lot of skills in martial arts, but he had no time to comprehend them to perfection. Everything he had was just a patchwork of fighting power. If he could have enough time to comprehend martial arts and techniques, then he will definitely be able to summarize and unify everything about himself. I see. Su Yu nodded. Fan Jian also said at this time, yes, so even though this is an ancient star team battle or a team battle between races, everyone chooses to team up with their fellow Taoists because looting other people's scorecards can allow you to stay in the secret realm for an extra day. And 1 day is 10 years. Good. Upon hearing this, Su Yu immediately said, in that case, let's start the plundering war. He naturally could have missed such an opportunity. Nowadays, the speed of improving cultivation is extremely slow. Even for him, if he doesn't have a great opportunity, it will take 10 years or even longer to break through to the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. This is the time that can only be gained through continuous practice. Not to mention comprehending martial arts and techniques. There is simply not enough time. Why do those people in the late stage of the Great Saint Realm all look middle-aged or even elderly, and have been practicing for thousands or even 2,000 or 3,000 years? It is because the improvement is slow and one still needs to comprehend martial arts and techniques. All the time has been divided up. Only geniuses, top-level saint sons, and immortal seeds can quickly improve their cultivation. But later on, the speed will gradually slow down. Because the more advanced the skills, the longer it takes to comprehend them. The emergence of the secret realm of time gives top geniuses an opportunity, which is to use the secret realm of time to settle themselves, and settle all the skills, martial arts, understanding of the origin, and understanding of the rules that they have learned. Only by laying a solid foundation can you break through in the future without any bottlenecks and obstacles. Once you fill up your spiritual power, you can enter the next realm. After making up his mind, Suyu no longer wanted to practice in seclusion. Wasn't he in seclusion just to comprehend the technique? Now that there are better options, who would still go into seclusion? How inefficient this is. From this moment on, Suyu, Wang Heng and the other two set out together and began to actively look for geniuses of other races to plunder the scoreboard. In just one day, Suyu found many hidden races with the help of Master Yuan Tianqi's unique methods. In one day, Suyu alone plundered for more than 100 days. Outside the small world, on the quasi-emperor seats, each quasi-emperor looked at the images on the projection, and some couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Isn't the granting of the time secret realm qualifications this time a bit hasty? Rash, HMPH, the 10,000 races, prodigy competition only happens once every era, and this time there's even the threat of a dark invasion. If we can't quickly elevate these top-tier immortal species, do we even have the luxury of waiting? There was also a more radical quasi-emperor who said coldly with a sullen face, but is it not worth wasting the opportunity of a few mediocre people in exchange for a few top-level masters? Even if those mediocre people enter the secret realm of time to settle down, what good will it do? Can they produce a few more quasi-emperors, or even top-level quasi-emperors? Yes, but too little. There's no time to wait for them to rise to prominence. The top-level genius is our greatest hope right now. Everyone knows what you guys are thinking. It's nothing more than your offspring being among the eliminated mediocre people. Want to fight for their chance? Huh, just plundering them for one day is already excellent. What else do you want? Some quasi-emperors were immediately furious when they heard this. What nonsense are you talking about? I just wonder if being so radical will cause them to be dissatisfied. Oh, so what if the mediocre ones are dissatisfied? They are mediocre now, and they will most likely remain mediocre in the future. Do you really think that after reaching the late stage of cultivation, you can still change your fate like those at the lower levels? The quarrel between the quasi-emperors made a group of eliminated geniuses blush. Mediocre, they are naturally mediocre. Even though they are now hailed as the top-level saint son or even immortal seed level, it will be difficult for them to reach the quasi-emperor level in the future. After all, there are too many evildoers in this era. If they were placed in the era of ordinary emperors, they would definitely be the strongest competitors. But now, not competitive at all. Now, each of the people in the third round has more potential than them. Boom, Suyu, damn it, how did you find us? Chapter 347 Pure Protection. Suyu, you must be a devil. In the secret world, Suyu used his magical power, mountain driving, to whip the two mountains and move them. The ground where the two mountains were connected was directly dug out by Suyu for 10,000 meters. 10,000 meters underground, there is actually an empty cave. There were more than 10 young men with yellowish-brown skin and rather strange appearances, looking at Suyu with horror. These are the Earth Spirits. It is said that the Earth Spirits were creatures created by Hutu, the ancestor of the Earth, and are naturally highly compatible with the laws of Earth. Certainly, with the disappearance of the ancestral witch, the Earth Spirit clan gradually degenerated from a powerful race to a race of more than 1,000 people today. Their numbers were not small, but their combat power was somewhat behind. The reason why it can maintain its ranking among the top 1,000 races is also due to its innate affinity with the laws. Futuyu, the top immortal species of the contemporary Earth Spirit clan, has reached the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. If he were to fight on Earth, relying on his understanding of the laws of Earth, he would be able to kill those in the late stage of the Great Saint Realm, or even those at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. He is only over 300 years old and is a top-level immortal species. At this time, Futuyu was hiding here with the promoted immortals of the Dueling clan. When he saw his nest being opened by Suyu, he was extremely shocked and angry. Futuyu shouted angrily, I have no grudge against you. My Dueling race and the human race have a close relationship. What do you want to do? His fighting ability is quite good, and he is considered the strongest immortal species of the Earth Spirit clan in millions of years. He was praised by the quasi-emperor of the Earth Spirit clan as a player with a chance of breaking into the top 100. However, he chose not to plunder the scoreboard, but instead brought the elves, geniuses to hide here, waiting to enter the 5th round. Because once you enter the 5th round, even if you lose, you can still get a lot of rewards. As someone who cares about the entire clan, he would naturally rather give up his own interests and choose to help more clan members. Suyu looked at Futuyu's shocked and angry expression, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Because, in his eyes, Futuyu's data is quite impressive. Name, Futuyu, qualification, true immortal. Fate, purple, character evaluation, a creature of the earth created by the ancestor of Hutu. In the modern world of weak bloodlines, he unexpectedly awakened Hutu's bloodline. He can be called the son of the earth, and if he remains immortal, he can attain the realm of earthly immortality. Looking at the data in front of him, Suyu was a little distracted for a moment. The land of earthly immortals. What kind of realm is this? Of course, now is not the time to understand this. He looked at Futuyu and the dozen or so tribesmen he was protecting behind him and said, of course, it's to plunder the scoreboard. How about this, as long as you hand over the scoreboards of 3 people, I won't do anything to the rest. Since Futuyu has no hostility, he won't do anything. But the necessary process still needs to be followed. Hearing Suyu's words, Futuling's face showed anger. Just as he was about to explode, he heard the voice of his tribesmen behind him. Sir, you don't have to take risks for us. Thanks to your care, we were able to make it from the 1st round to the 2nd round by luck, and now we have made it to the 4th round. We are already very satisfied. Yes, the 3 of us are at the early stage of the Great Saint Realm. To have reached this point has already surpassed many people. It's better to eliminate him proactively than for him to eliminate all of us. Hearing this, Futuyu's expression changed slightly. You. However, the 3 tribesmen behind him did not give him a chance to speak. They took the initiative to walk out and handed over their scoreboards. After giving the scoreboard to Suyu, a day passed and the scoreboard suddenly became dim. Next second, the power of the rules of the secret world emerged, enveloped the 3 people, and then disappeared. Looking at the disappearing tribesmen, Futuyu felt a little melancholy. Still, can't you protect your own people? In his heart, he has always had a goal, which is to protect his people. The reason he works hard is not to become stronger, but to protect his own race. Protect those weak tribes who live on the margins and are struggling to survive. Suyu stared at Futuyu for a long time, and finally said, if you want to protect others, then become stronger. If you want to protect everyone by yourself, then keep getting stronger. Only when you surpass everyone else can you protect the one you want to protect. He saw that Fu Tuyu's ambition was to protect. Perhaps. This is probably why he possesses the qualifications of a true immortal. Guarding, a pure heart of protection, is very consistent with the law of earth. Upon hearing this, Fu Tuyu gritted his teeth and said, "There's no need for you to lecture me." Haha, Suyu shrugged. Then he turned and left. Looking at the receding backs of Suyu and the other three, Fu Tuyu's expression changed, and no one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, the few remaining clansmen at the peak of the early Great Saint realm behind him also spoke at the same time, saying, "Sir, please go and plunder the scoreboard. The secret realm of time is very important and will be of great help to you." Yeah, there won't be any accidents if we wait here. Even if there is, we will try our best to escape. Anyway, we are content to survive till here. We've kept you too long. Fu Tuyu has a very high status in the Tuling clan. Even those who are of the same immortal race are willing to submit to him. Because his ambition is to protect, the purest and most pure intention of protection. How could they not admire it? Fu Tuling's Adam's apple rolled when he heard this. After a long while, he said, "Then you just wait here peacefully until it's over. If someone comes, try your best to escape. Good." When the Holy Sun level and immortal level geniuses of the Earth Spirit clan saw that he had figured it out, they smiled brightly from the bottom of their hearts. Seeing them like this, Fu Tuyu no longer hesitated and turned around and flew out of the cave. But, when he walked out and was about to use some means to seal off this place again, he saw the mountains on both sides coming towards him. Obviously, this was Suyu's method. HMPH, seeing this scene, although Fu Tuyu was a little touched, he still had a cold face. After a cold snort, he flew to other places. Not far away, the magic whip formed by spiritual power in Suyu's hand disappeared. Looking at Fu Tuyu's back, he couldn't help laughing. "Let's go too." Beside him, several people asked in confusion, "Why do you do this to them?" Suyu smiled upon hearing this and said, "Isn't a person with a pure will to protect worthy of admiration? Besides, he's not an enemy. He has great respect for people like Fu Tuyu, but that's all, of course." The meaning of protection. Although many people say they are protecting others, in reality they are mostly doing it for their own interests. People like him are very rare. Wang Heng seemed to be lost in thought and asked, "What if they are enemies?" Suyu smiled even brighter when he heard this. "If it's an enemy, then go all out to kill him and wipe out his race. Let him go down there and continue to guard the area. This way, he won't have to worry about his people's well-being after he dies." You must be a devil, right? Chapter 348, the fourth round of competition ends, and the top 1,000 races have been decided. Time passed little by little, and soon the number of people eliminated reached more than 3,000. Certainly, when many top geniuses encountered small races gathered together, they did not choose to eliminate them all, but chose to leave one behind and let it go. Because before the benefits are maximized, they naturally don't want to end it so soon. There are only 10,000 places available in the secret realm of time. They occupy half of it here. Each person only has 7 days to stay. The more they can plunder, the longer they can stay in the secret realm of time. After all, those who enter the secret realm of time are not just young geniuses. There are also those powerful people who have just entered the quasi-emperor stage. Even some terrifying existences in the middle stage of quasi-emperor. They all have their own skills to comprehend. The reason why young people like them can enter is naturally because the great era is coming, and they need to improve their cultivation and understanding of martial arts more quickly as they have unlimited potential as immortals. Otherwise, will we have to rely on the older generation with declining energy and blood to fight in the future? No, only by cultivating young blood can we unleash infinite combat power on the battlefield. The older generation's potential has reached its limit and they are unable to strive forward. In the secret world, Baishan's scorecard has an extra 800 days worth of credit. That is to say, during this period, he has eliminated a total of 800 people. How many days do you each have? Baishan took back the scoreboard in his hand and asked, each person must accumulate at least 50 days in order to maximize the effect of the time secret realm. 1 day is 10 years. 50 days is 500 years. For geniuses, 500 years is enough time for them to comprehend the skills in martial arts and elevate the martial arts they have learned to the highest level. Only in the future can you overcome difficulties without being limited by your understanding. There are 7 immortals following him, and each of them is a leader among the demon clan. Even if some of them are not as good as the top geniuses, it can also rival many mid-level immortal species. It is not surprising that they can enter the 4th round. Hearing Baishan's question, several people said truthfully, "Brother, we have accumulated almost 60 days. 60 days, they picked up the soup and water along the way." Baishan nodded slightly after hearing this. "Okay, since everyone has accumulated enough, then when we meet others next time, we will all be eliminated." There is enough time. Yes, to Baishan, other races except the Fox clan and the immortal race loyal to him are all ants. It is destined to be a stepping stone on his road to becoming an immortal. So what if I offend everyone? As long as he enters the secret realm of time to practice and consolidate his cultivation before breaking through to the quasi-emperor level, he will be absolutely sure of success when he breaks through to the quasi-emperor level and condenses the ninth tail in the future. If not for this, and he was able to quickly break through and become a quasi-emperor, his success rate in condensing the nine-tailed fox would not exceed 30%. But if you enter the secret realm of time and come out to condense it again, he is confident that he can increase the success rate to 70%. As he spoke, Baishan suddenly sighed and said, "What a pity, I can't kill anyone in this 4th round. Otherwise, I would like to find Suyu's whereabouts and then kill him." This is what he feels most regretful about. If not, why would he go around plundering weaker teams? He would definitely go straight to find Suyu's whereabouts and then have a big fight with him. Even if I can't accumulate enough time in the secret realm, it's worth it. Upon hearing this, a wolf fairy demon laughed and said, "Brother Baishan, we're about to enter the 5th round of the finals. By then, Suyu won't be able to escape even if he wants to. If we kill him, the backbone of the human race will be broken." Upon hearing this, the other immortals and demons also echoed, "Yes, Brother Baishan, with your combat power, killing Suyu is a piece of cake." This life is the era when Brother Baishan reigns supreme over the universe. Others may not have seen Baishan use his full strength, but this group of followers had seen it. Although Baishan is gentle and handsome, his fighting power is extremely terrifying. Even the tiger tribe, which is known for its extremely strong explosive power, pales in comparison to Baishan. If Baishan completely releases himself and bursts out with all his strength, even a great sage at the peak of his powers can be killed. He can even clash with a true weak quasi-emperor level 1 strongman. Otherwise, Baishan would not have allowed them to follow him so loyally. Listening to his followers' flattery, Baishan also raised a confident smile on his face. Suyu's combat power is extraordinary. Although it may take a lot of effort to capture him, it's worth it. He possesses an extremely rich aura. If I can kill him and take away his aura, I will definitely be able to establish a supreme immortal foundation. When he thought of the luck that surrounded Suyu, even the conceited Baishan couldn't help but reveal a hint of greed. It's really tempting. That luck. If he could devour it, the fortune of the universe might even favor him in the future. Use the power of the universe to forge the immortal foundation. Not to mention surpassing the heavenly emperor and becoming an immortal lord in the mortal world, at least one can lay the foundation for becoming an immortal lord. Not to mention that Su Yu wanted to kill him for no apparent reason, even if they had no grudges against each other, Bai Shan would find an opportunity to kill Su Yu. Possessing the 8 tails, he is able to see through a person's destiny. Su Yu's fate cannot be determined. However, that rich luck was obviously accumulated from killing many people with good luck. Others don't understand luck, but he does. Ha ha ha, let's go and eliminate the other races as soon as possible so that I can completely kill this guy in the 5th round. Bai Shan was in high spirits. With a wave of his hand, he led a group of followers to look for immortal seeds of other races. And somewhere else, Su Yuzhang, Wang Heng and others were plundering the immortal species of other races. With the combat power of Su Yu and his 3 companions, even if a single top-level immortal species came, they would be easily eliminated. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After plundering the scoreboard of a race, Wang Heng, Ji Shijun, and Fan Jian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, saying, the cumulative number of days has exceeded 200. After seeing his scoreboard break 200, Wang Heng looked at Su Yu and said, how about you? Hearing this, Su Yu held the scoreboard between his 2 fingers and shook it, saying, 1,300 days. Disc. Upon hearing this number, Wang Heng and others were shocked. During this period, Su Yu's plundering behavior could be described as crazy. Even if he met humans, he would not let them go. As for other races, only one person was left, and the rest were all plundered by him. You can say that, with such a crazy way of plundering, by the time the knockout stage comes, the number of people who can advance to the 5th round will probably be no more than 500. The 4 of them have already shared out 1,900 days, let alone the other geniuses. Let's go, the harvest is almost done, it's time to move on to the 5th round. After resting for a while, the 4 continued on their journey. With the harvesting mission completed, finally, all the immortal species that were capable of hunting no longer held back and directly plundered people of a single race when they encountered them. 3 more days passed. Buzz. On this day, the secret world was shaking, and at the same time, white light covered all the survivors. The 4th round of competition has concluded, the top 1,000 races have been decided. All surviving contestants, please exit the small world. Chapter 349, Final, all contestants please enter the battlefield. As the light enveloped all the survivors in the small world also vanished with a loud bang. Wait until everyone reappears in the square. Only then did people realize that the team that originally had 5,000 people was now reduced to only 400 people. These 400 or so people represent the top 100 races. Among them, there were only about 200 human survivors. There are more than 60 people in the demon tribe. There are also 60 people in the ancient royal family. Humans, demons, and ancient royal families occupy a total of more than 300 seats, and the remaining 100 seats are divided among other races. This is the difference in strength among all races. The human race is completely the leader. If we really talk about overall combat power, the human race can take on the entire universe alone. Congratulations to all the geniuses who have advanced to the top 100 competition. The time you have stolen from other scoreboards in the secret realm will be used to allow you to stay in the secret realm of time in the future. Everyone understands these hidden rules. Therefore, the quasi-emperor judge did not intend to elaborate too much. Among them, the one who plundered for the longest time is still the human Su Yu, with a total of 1429 days. The second place is Beishan of the Qingzhou Fox clan, with a total of 983 days. The third place is Sun Shengwang from the ancient royal family, the fighting Saint Ape clan, with a total of 756 days. Click. After hearing the referee announce the accumulated days, Bai Shan, who had been calm and composed, suddenly froze his smile. A pair of hands clenched tightly in an instant. The finger bones were making a crackling sound. How is that possible? More than 1,400 days. More than 400 days longer than him. Damn it. After adjusting his breathing, Bai Shan took a deep breath, but the murderous intent in his eyes became even more intense. He must be killed. With Su Yu's strong performance, if he is allowed to live, he will definitely be a big obstacle for him in his future enlightenment. Maybe. He really hopes to kill himself. The only thing that makes him somewhat confident at the moment is that his cultivation has reached the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. However, Su Yu had only broken through to the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm during the battle. There is no way to compare with him. Even if he could be on par with himself in terms of combat power, his powerful spiritual power, coupled with his Dantian Qi, which was dozens of times wider than that of an ordinary Great Saint in the late stage, would sooner or later kill him. If you can't kill it, you can wear it out. This is his confidence. It is impossible for a mid-stage Great Saint to have the combat power to cross the divine prohibition. Even if he did, he could not surpass the Great Saint's limit and be comparable to a true quasi-emperor. As long as he doesn't have the quasi-emperor combat power, he has unlimited opportunities to kill Su Yu. As for the third-rank fighting Saint Ape clan, he didn't even look at them. Although the fighting Saint Ape clan is an ancient royal family, except for the first-generation fighting Saint Ape king who had already ascended to heaven, there has been no other emperor-level strongman among their ancestors. The current fighting Saint Ape clan is nothing to worry about. No one would dare to go against me. Looking at the rankings, Su Yu was not surprised at all. After all, his ability to find people all depends on the methods of Yuan Tianqi, otherwise, his luck should be almost the same as Bai Shan's. But this fighting Saint Ape clan. Thinking of this, Su Yu couldn't help but look towards the area of the ancient royal family. In the area of the ancient royal family's geniuses, a stern young man, half ape and half human, holding a black iron stick, stood in the corner. His eyes were lowered, making it difficult to see the emotions contained in them. The fighting Saint Ape clan has an extremely small population and does not restrict intermarriage with other clans. All descendants of the fighting Saint Ape clan, no matter what race they marry, will eventually give birth to the fighting Saint Ape. Sun Shengwang, the name is very domineering. Although he looks half ape and half human, he has more human-like features, with thick golden hair and a tail swaying gently behind him. Wang Heng, who was standing by, saw him staring at Saint Sun and explained to Su Yu, Saint Sun is the holy ape born to Saint Fighting Emperor's granddaughter and the great emperor of the human race. She possesses a strong fighting bloodline. According to ancient records, when Saint Emperor Sun was born, strange phenomena frequently appeared in the heaven and earth, and he was born with the ability to cultivate Jiang. He was hailed as the future holy emperor by the then holy Lord Tianyan. Then, at the suggestion of the holy Lord Tianyan, the granddaughter of the fighting Saint Emperor and her husband, the human emperor, used supreme means to seal it away in the immortal source marrow mine. It was not until the advent of the Golden Age more than 10 years ago that it was unearthed by other members of the ancient royal family. After he was born, he began to cultivate by mastering the resources left by the lineage of the fighting Saint Ape. In just a dozen years, he advanced from the Jiang realm to the late stage of the Great Saint realm. It is said that he has awakened the inherited memories left by the holy emperor of fighting. After Wang Heng finished speaking, Ji Shijun added, in addition, Sun Shengwang is the last fighting Saint Ape in the universe. Listening to what the two said, Su Yu discovered that even someone as proud as Wang Heng. When talking about Sun Shengwang, everyone looked solemn. You know, Wang Heng's fighting power is not that incredible, but at least he can be ranked 72nd in the eternal prodigy list. That is an eternal talent. However, even such a proud person had a solemn expression when talking about Sun Chengwang. It was obvious that Wang Heng regarded him as a strong rival. As if he noticed someone was watching him, Sun Chengwang, who was standing in the corner with a black iron rod in his arms, raised his eyes. There was a golden light flashing in his eyes, which were sharp and alert. After seeing Su Yu, Emperor Sun nodded slightly towards Su Yu. Then, he continued to lower his head and meditate. It was as if nothing here could cause him any trouble at all. But this is not surprising. After all, being sealed in the immortal marrow was just a sleep for him, but this sleep lasted for countless years. When I woke up, there was no one I knew around me. Relatives, all gone. It seemed as if he was the only one left in the world. How can this not be lonely? That's quite interesting. Su Yu smiled slightly when he saw this scene. Because he saw the fate of Emperor Sun, the extremely purple immortal species. He will have a place in the transcendent position in the future. This evaluation is the best that Su Yu has ever seen. Of course, Su Yu didn't stay on him for too long. Because the final has arrived. As expected, when all the data was tallied, the quasi-emperor referee announced loudly, okay, the 10,000 races prodigy competition is about to enter the finals. In this final battle, no methods are restricted. Of course, any methods beyond the Great Saint Realm are prohibited. This battle does not restrict killing, nor does it restrict shady dealings, teaming up to snipe others, etc. Everything is for victory. It's still a racial elimination system. Whichever race is eliminated first will be the top 100, and so on. Until the racial rankings are finished. If there are only 2 people left from the same clan, they will engage in a final battle to determine the first place genius. Now the 483 contestants who have advanced to the 5th round of the finals enter the battle arena. Chapter 350, the seal of the heart of heaven can lead directly to the way of heaven and replace it. Boom. At the moment the referee's voice fell, a ball of light gradually rose above the square and covered the entire square. On the quasi-emperor seat, several high-level quasi-emperors attacked at the same time. This is the law. It is a kind of spatial law. It can change the rules of the entire square and transform its small area into a vast world that can support the ultimate explosion of the first level of quasi-emperor. Fighting for life and death in a small world is ultimately an unstable factor. If the small world collapses or compresses, then a group of geniuses will fall into the deep void. Even if the quasi-emperor took action, it would be difficult to rescue him. Only when several high-level quasi-emperors used the laws of space to create a world of their own and personally took action to suppress the aftermath of the battle could stability be achieved. And several high-level quasi-emperors come from various races. There are 10 in total. They are all high-level quasi-emperors from the top 10 races, including humans, demons, ancient royal families, gods, elven royal families, etc. Only if they act together can they ensure the safety of Tianzhou. Even if a high-level quasi-emperor harbors ulterior motives, it will not affect the safety of the genius. After the space stabilized, the referee shouted, enter. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, more than 400 figures moved at the same time and plunged into the stable space. There are no restrictions on any means used in this battle. Aside from the fact that your combatants must not exceed the great sage level, all other means are acquired through your own practice and are unrestricted. Even if you have mastered the power of rules, you can still use it in the competition. There are no limits on killing, no limits on dirty tricks. Your goal is to use any means necessary to become the number 1 prodigy among all races. The number 1 prodigy among all races, enjoying the bonus of the universe's luck and the luck of all races. Whoever can take first place will be listed as a true immortal. You can say that. Whoever wins first place will basically be guaranteed to become a true immortal. Even if it was a guide from the upper realm, you would be very polite to him. Nothing else. Because they enjoy the luck of the universe, they are destined to become immortals. Now, fight. Boom. In an instant, the temporarily created space closed instantly. There is no spiritual energy replenishment in the space, not even air. Of course, for the Great Saint Realm, it doesn't matter whether there's air or not. The chi-si and the dantian of the Great Saint Realm is as vast as the world. If the spiritual power contained in the body can be converted into spiritual energy, it can allow 100,000 celestial beings to practice for a full 10 years. From the outside, this temporary space looks like a huge sphere. The geniuses inside are like ants. Their every move can be seen clearly by people outside. There's more. With the start of the 5th competition, there are also photostones set up all around that can broadcast real-time to all parts of the universe, which is equivalent to a live broadcast of the world of cultivation. It's not just the people on the ancient Qingmu star who can see this competition. At the same time, there are all kinds of races in the universe. Every ancient star with life, every city, has erected a sky curtain to broadcast this scene in real time. Because this is a prosperous era for all races, it is also necessary to let all races see clearly who is the number 1 genius. This is not only a matter of personal honor, but also the fate of the race. For the first race, the luck bonus will be the most significant. Xuantian ancient star. In the courtyard deep within the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Kongyang, the great Zhou ancestor, raised his eyes slightly and looked at the image projected on the sky screen. A sharp cold light flashed in his lowered eyes as he murmured, Jushao Su Yu. Snort. If it weren't for you, how could our great Zhou lose so many outstanding talents at the same time? Damn it. The murderous intent in Zhou Kongyang's eyes almost solidified into reality. Because of him, Dazhou is a top dynasty, and he is a top quasi-emperor. How could he not know the news of the coming of darkness? Everyone excludes themselves. Damn it. Bang. His anger almost reached its peak, causing him to crush the teacup in his hand. Just then, a black mist spread out from the space beside him. Gradually, a skeleton figure wearing a black robe and with only a layer of skin left appeared. He stood behind Zhou Kongyang and laughed sinisterly. Hee hee hee. The 10,000 races prodigy competition. How dare you claim to represent all living beings in a competition without the participation of the young master of the imperial tomb? The black-robed quasi-emperor's voice was filled with disdain. It seems that he looks down upon this game. Zhou Kongyang did not agree with him, and said in a cold voice, are you so sure that your son can be stronger than the first place? He had never met the young master of the emperor's tomb, nor had he ever been to the emperor's tomb in person. However, he still knew the reputation of the emperor's tomb. No one knows how powerful the foundation of the emperor's tomb is. All I know is that all the ancient stars in the universe where people can cultivate life have the shadow of the emperor's tomb. This is how powerful he is. The black-robed quasi-emperor glanced at him and said, of course. How could you possibly know the power of my holy son of the emperor's tomb? When the emperor's path emerges and the heavenly heart seal appears. This is the time when I, the holy son of the emperor's tomb, will powerfully attack all the geniuses in the world. This time, the heavenly heart seal will only belong to my emperor's tomb. When he thought that the grand plan that Emperor Tomb had been planning for tens of millions of years was about to be realized in this life, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Zhou Kongyang couldn't help but frown when he saw the black-robed quasi-emperor who had lived for who knows how many years and was so excited at this moment. What exactly are you planning? What's so special about the Heavenly Heart Seal? The effects of the Tianqin seal have long been known to everyone. The first emperor who achieved enlightenment possessed the seal of the Heart of Heaven, and could wield some of the authority of the Way of Heaven. He could also use the seal of the Heart of Heaven to comprehend the Great Tao and break through the highest limits. The emperor who failed to obtain the Heavenly Heart Seal is inferior to the former, and it is also difficult for him to cultivate and become immortal. One needs to rely on the attention of the guide and ascend to the upper realm to have hope of attaining enlightenment in a higher world. Apart from that, there is nothing special. Nowadays, almost 90% of the masters of the restricted areas are the first emperor who won the Heavenly Heart Seal. However, after they felt that there was no hope of breaking through to the true immortal stage, they angrily slashed the Heavenly Heart Seal. Cut off your own realm and demote yourself to the supreme level. This is the consensus, but he now realized from the black-robed quasi-emperor's words that the Tianqin seal seemed to have other uses. This made him a little curious. As if realizing his own loss of composure, the black-robed quasi-emperor put away his smile and sat down next to Zhou Kongyang. Then, he glanced at Zhou Qi, the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, who stood in the distance, seemingly invisible, waiting at his side, and said coldly, "Get out." "Yes, sir." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi, the emperor of the great Zhou dynasty, who was like a quail, felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly rolled out. Seeing Zhou Qi being so obedient, the black-robed quasi-emperor showed a hint of surprise. This person, some cleverness. Zhou Kongyang saw this scene, but he didn't say anything, but said lightly, "You can tell me now." Upon hearing this, the black-robed quasi-emperor came to his senses, sneered, and remained silent for a long time. Then he said something that made Zhou Kongyang stand up immediately. Heaven's Heart Seal. It can lead directly to the heavens and can replace them. Chapter 351, The Emperor's Tomb Plant, Inside Story, and the Great Zhou Quasi-Emperor's Shock. What did you say? Zhou Kongyang's eyes widened, and he stood up from his chair in shock. He stared with disbelief, staring intently at the black-robed quasi-emperor's skull-like face, and asked in a serious tone, "Are you telling the truth? Can the Heavenly Heart Seal really lead directly to the Heavenly Tao and replace it?" As he spoke, he shook his head again and again, denying it. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. If such a heaven-defying act really existed, why wouldn't the great emperors throughout history have tried it? This is really too outrageous. It's not surprising that Zhou Kongyang reacted like this. After all, who wouldn't be shocked when these words were spoken? The higher your cultivation level, the more you can feel the majesty and restrictions from the Way of Heaven. Everyone knows, the universe they live in was created by a top-level immortal. The upper limit of their achievements is only the true fairyland. Apart from those 9-generation top emperors who have fought against the odds for 9 generations, achieved the status of emperor in each generation, and survived in the next life to become immortals in the mortal world, no one else can break this boundary. And the only one who could break this boundary in Qingkang was the Emperor of Heaven. Looking at Zhou Kongyang, who kept shaking his head, the black-robed quasi-emperor just sneered, "Hee, what do you know? My imperial tomb is inherited from the upper realm. How could you know that I have supreme means?" These words left Zhou Kongyang speechless. Really? The emperor's tomb inheritance was passed down to old Jiyu, and it came from the upper realm, so he really didn't understand. Zhou Kongyang calmed himself down and then asked, "So what are you going to do next?" What he asked about was, of course, the next steps for the emperor's tomb. Upon hearing this, the black-robed quasi-emperor slowly said, "The next steps should be carried out step by step and avoid causing trouble. Also, have you done everything I asked you to do? Now that these top geniuses are gone, things will be easier." After hearing this, Zhou Kongyang immediately shouted, "Zhou Qi, come in." "Yes, ancestor." Soon, Zhou Qi's response came from outside the yard. Immediately afterwards, Zhou Qi ran in. As the leader of a top dynasty, he had no dignity at all at this moment. He looks like a lackey. "Ancestor, what are your instructions?" Zhou Kongyang looked at him and said, "How's the progress of the task I asked you to do?" Zhou Qi said hurriedly, "I've arranged for the Dark Dragon Guards to do this these days. There are 50 Dark Dragon Guards in total, and each one has reached the peak of the same realm. In the past few days, they have hunted nearly 1,000 people with different physiques, draining their blood, extracting their souls, and knocking out their marrow, and collected them all. The Dark Dragon Guards are the imperial guards of the great Zhou dynasty, and each of them possesses extraordinary talents. However, this is not enough to support them to become saints. Instead, they were cultivated by the great Zhou using special techniques. After the death of each generation of Dark Dragon Guards, everything would be collected and then a new Dark Dragon Guard would take over. Although it is extremely costly, it is worth it." Before Zhou Kongyang could say anything, the black-robed quasi-emperor beside him shouted coldly, "Too slow. Don't limit your hunting range to one place. Try to find out the movements of those strange people in the countryside. Your mission is to hunt down 10,000 people." The tens of thousands of people he mentioned were not ordinary cultivators, but cultivators with special physiques and methods. Feeling the majesty emanating from the other party, Zhou Qi's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he quickly said, "Yes, sir, I will order the Dark Dragon Guards to speed up the progress." Zhou Kongyang didn't say anything, obviously agreeing with this. Then, he fixed his gaze on the sky not far away. Looking at Su Yu's wanton figure in the sky, his eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. "Then what about him? What are you going to do? This kid, hateful and murderous, he deserves to be damned for letting his great Zhou fall completely out of the tide of the times." Although he wanted to kill Su Yu to vent his anger, Su Yu had too many powerful forces behind him to protect him. There's even a quasi-emperor at the peak level who can be called upon at any time. This was not someone he could kill at will. If you want a chance to kill him, no one else can do it except Divan. Upon hearing this, the black-robed quasi-emperor looked towards the sky, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent as he said, "Just an ant who doesn't know how to live or die. When the emperor's road opens and the young master of the emperor's tomb is born, that will be his death. For Emperor Tomb, Su Yu must be destroyed, because this represents the shame of the emperor's tomb." At the same time, he was also afraid that Su Yu would find out some things about the emperor's tomb through some means. "Good, I hope you can do it." Zhou Kongyang nodded. At this point, he asked, "How is the progress of the emperor's tomb in cultivating top-level immortal seeds for our great Zhou?" This was what the black-robed quasi-emperor had promised him. Now that the talent in the great Zhou is dwindling, he naturally has to be more careful. Upon hearing this, the black-robed quasi-emperor said quietly, "Within some time, it will be able to walk out of the petri dish. By then, your great Zhou will still be able to have top-level immortals go to the emperor road to compete for opportunities. Even if I can't become an emperor, I can still become a quasi-emperor." That's great. Eastern Wilderness, in the Su family. Today, the Su family has made great progress since it had the resources provided by Su Yu in the advent of the Golden Age. And, the Su family still has 2 major trump cards. Those are the ancient species of Earth Qilin and Phoenix that were hatched. The Su family, in the patriarch's courtyard. Above Su Muyao's head, a small phoenix stood drowsily. In the yard, Su Qingying, Su Muyao, and Su Wanqing sat together, while Su Long sat in the main seat. Now, their eyes were all focused on the sky screen projected into the air. Looking at Suyu's figure, the three sisters had extremely complicated emotions filling their hearts. So good, when they first woke up, they all looked down on their younger brother Suyu, believing that he was dark, cruel and vicious and could kill even his own blood relatives. However, when I look at it now, I no longer have the same emotions as before. Now, Chen Yanxi has been in seclusion to break through to the Great Saint Realm. But they are still in the late stage of the Saint Realm. Su Long retracted his gaze, looked at the complicated expressions on the three sisters' faces, sighed, and said, "You three sisters are so mean to you." Well, the misunderstanding is quite deep. These four children are his flesh and blood. As a father, he feels bad when he sees them falling out. But there is no way to reconcile, because Suyu's whereabouts are uncertain now, and his contact with the Su family is becoming less and less. Even it's broken. However, Suyu's influence still exists. They are protected by the three religions in the eastern wilderness. The three religions have arranged elders at the peak of the Holy Realm to take turns guarding not far from the Su family. The Su family, which posed no threat, is now developing extremely rapidly. The family already has more than 10 celestial beings and 2 or 3 saints. The development is certainly gratifying. However, Su Long did not seem so happy. Su Wanqing and others were silent. Nowadays, their progress is not slow at all. They even have the opportunity to ascend to the Emperor Road and compete for the throne of the Great Emperor when the Emperor Road is open. But compared to Su Yu, he seemed so mediocre. Su Yu's fighting posture at this moment was reflected in the eyes of the three people. For a long time, Su Muyao spoke slowly. "Sister, did we really misunderstand him?" The little phoenix above Su Muyao's head opened its eyes and let out a cry, interrupting the silence. "Maybe yes. Chapter 352. Even if you have a strong background, I still dare to kill you here." At this moment, on the battlefield, looking at the shrunken world and the towering crowd outside the barrier, Bai Shan withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Su Yu. He bared his cold white teeth and said, "This time, let's see how you escape. You must not admit defeat, otherwise I will be very unhappy." He wanted to kill Su Yu so much. This guy's performance is almost the biggest stumbling block on his road to becoming an immortal. Although, once he achieves the nine-tailed fox, he will be confirmed as a true immortal. Even if the guy from the upper realm comes, he will take him away. But he was unwilling to do so. He wanted to seize the destiny of this universe with his supreme talent, just as described in the inherited memory and the blood memory left by his immortal ancestor whom he had never met. Then he gathered countless luck and broke through to the realm of true wonder in one fell swoop. If you can break through to the true immortal level before the guide comes to the mortal world. Then he went to the upper realm in the future. It is the true immortal species. The treatment they receive will also be based on the standards of an immortal king. There may not be no chance of stabilizing to the highest level. Suyu is the biggest obstacle for him to seize the destiny of the universe. Now Suyu has obtained the luck of the human race. If he can kill him, with his special talent, he will be able to plunder the luck gathered on him. At that time, we will cooperate with the first place in the competition of geniuses of all races. The luck that can be used for one's own benefit will be an extremely terrifying number. It is something no one dares to imagine. In his last days, he must achieve true immortality and become a real immortal. Bang, clang, the sounds of weapons falling to the ground rang out one after another, and the elite demons surrounding Bai Shan stood on his side or behind him in a guarding manner. Every immortal demon has a strong desire to fight. The demon clan. The demon race has been the greatest enemy of the human race since ancient times. They love blood and food, especially the flesh and blood of humans. It is their favorite. Some beastly monsters will even sneak into some planets with ordinary life and devour the human beings on the planet. Just to satisfy the appetite. Hee brother Bashan, why bother talking to these two-legged beasts? Just kill them directly. HMPH, that's right, a mere human immortal race is worthy of being compared to a noble immortal demon bloodline like mine. Beside Bashan, there were two powerful immortals licking their lips with excitement on their faces. Although the immortals and demons around did not speak, their eyes were filled with bloodthirsty murderous intent. It was obvious that they were all excited. Suyu glanced at the two immortal demons who were talking and sneered, "A pheasant enemy deer, killing them is just right for replenishing the body." Arrogant. The two immortal demons were obviously stimulated by Suyu's words. He suddenly became furious. They are the fire pattern demon crane that inherited the bloodline of the Bifang divine bird, and the Kirin horn deer that has the bloodline of the Qilin. The bloodline is extremely noble, but Suyu humiliated him into a pheasant enemy deer. Damn it! Boom! In an instant, the ground suddenly shattered, and the first battle began instantly. At this moment, the fire pattern demonic crane and the unicorn horn deer, which belonged to the top-level immortal species, suddenly jumped up and rushed towards Suyu with weapons in hand. However, before they could get close to Suyu, they were blocked by two people who suddenly appeared. Bang! Wang Heng was seen holding a long spear in the void, stabbing it out with the power of void compression, forcing the fire pattern demon crane back dozens of miles away. The other side, Ji Shijun gripped the grey halberd tightly and knocked the unicorn horn deer away with one halberd. The two men stood on either side of Suyu, unmoved even by the cannibalistic gazes of the demons. Wang Heng smiled and said, "You are both top-tier immortals, so come and fight me first." Ji Shijun grinned and said, "Lin Daolu, I heard that he possesses the bloodline of the Earth Qilin. Disc, I'd like to try and see how much of the Earth Qilin's power to control the Earth you've inherited." Both of them are ranked among the top immortal species. Although his realm was only at the peak of the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, it was incomparable to the peak of the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm of the fire pattern demon crane and the unicorn horn deer. But their combat power can be stabilized at 3 times breaking the limit. That is to say, he can fight at the peak of the Great Saint Realm. In fact, if he bursts out with all his strength, he may be able to defeat the Great Saint in his prime. This is the magic of several small worlds. Of course, Ji Shijun's combat power is slightly weaker, because he first condensed a small world in his body, but his combat power can easily challenge the peak of the Great Saint Realm and remain undefeated. Although the two top-level immortal species, the fire pattern demon crane and the unicorn horn deer, are at the peak of the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. But the reason they are called immortal species is naturally because they are able to still have the combat power to break the limit twice at the stage of Great Saint. That is to say, the combat power is comparable to that of the peak Great Saint Realm. Of course, what the immortal species value more is comprehension, and combat power is secondary. After being repelled, the two men's faces darkened and they said, "The Wang family of the Void Emperor, the Ji family of the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan bloodline." Snort. Obviously, the two were very wary of the families behind Wang Heng and Ji Shijun. One is the Void King family, which is now at the peak of its power. Another one is a true immortal from the ancient human race, the bloodline of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who pioneered the prosperity of the human race. Their background, but not lower than myself, especially the Ji family, no one knows whether the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are lost in the upper realm, or dead, or have ascended to a high position. No one knows. So what? Even if you have a strong background, I still dare to kill you here. The immortal descendant of the fire pattern demon crane shouted sternly. As soon as he finished speaking, a crane cry pierced the sky, and then he saw his true form. It was a demon crane with orange flames wrapped all over its body. The flames were steaming and burning, and a pair of flaming wings spread out, stretching for 10,000 meters. It was as if there was a flaming sky curtain stretching across the sky, as if the sky was burning. The unicorn deer standing nearby was not willing to be outdone. Roar. The angry deer's cry was mixed with the Keelan's roar, which sounded quite strange, but its sound waves were shocking and made people tremble. In the audience, the eliminated immortals had solemn expressions on their faces. Everyone looked horrified. It was obviously only at this time that he realized how big the gap was between him and the top immortals who could enter the 5th round. When everyone was shocked, Lin Jiaoluya revealed his true form. It was a creature with the body of a Keelan, but a deer head. The pair of horns on the deer head were not deer antlers, but Keelan horns. Tala tala. The deer's feet made a crisp sound when they stepped on the ground. After he called out like a deer, the ground in the battlefield was shaking, like a dragon turning over, causing a wave of tremors. Above the sky, the huge body of the fire-patterned demon crane covered the sky and the sun, and it was suspended in the air carrying a divine flame that could burn through planets. Looking up, one could not help but feel infinite fear. And on the ground, the unicorn horned deer, like a unicorn descending from the earth, is controlling the earth, like the master of the earth. In front of the demon clan, Suyu and others seemed so insignificant. Seeing these monsters reveal their true forms, Suyu's eyes were filled with a stronger fighting spirit. After a moment, he slowly opened his lips and uttered a word. Kill. Crash. Chapter 353. The 5th round of the Immortal Seed War begins. This battle will definitely kill you. So what if there is a monster that blocks out the sky and is so huge that it can hold up the sky? In ancient times, when humans were not yet strong, they were so weak that they could still think of slaughtering these giant monsters for food, not to mention that humans are now at the overlord level. Monster, you can no longer rely on your size to scare people. Suyu knew very well that the fear of these behemoths today all came from blood, from the ancient times when the demons stood tall in the universe and devoured humans wantonly, which brought gigantic fear to the human genes. But now, this fear has long disappeared. Human race. He can also transform into a giant. You can also transform into a man who holds up the sky. Back then, there was Kufu chasing a 3-legged golden crow as big as the sun, and Dia raised his magic bow and shot down 9 quasi-emperor golden crows as big as stars. Humans, with their weak bodies, can commit acts as cruel as killing gods. Boom. As Suyu shouted the word, kill, in an instant, the human immortals no longer hesitated and took a step forward. See the actions of the human race. The demon race immortals on the opposite side all frowned, then whispered, the human race is really tricky. But, in this lifetime, I will eventually pull you down from the altar of dominance, and let my demon race continue to rule the universe. Boom. This time, without waiting for Baishan's order, those demon immortals continued to transform into their true forms one after another. But they are all descendants of giant monsters, and some are even descendants of immortal monsters. How can you be afraid of the human race? Roar. Moo. Squeak. At this moment, the roars of countless powerful demon races resounded throughout the entire battlefield, and one giant monster after another revealed its true form. There were rat monsters, devilish horse monsters, and also pythons. Dozens or even hundreds of huge figures appeared on the battlefield. However, faced with this horrifying scene that is enough to scare ordinary people, the immortals in the human camp are not afraid at all. So what if it's a giant monster? Back then, our human race was able to kill your ancestors so badly that they begged for mercy. From then on, they dared not act rashly against the human race. Today, we can still continue the glory of our ancestors and suppress you for thousands of years. Tianwu's true form, martial Saint Dharma image. The human immortal species are not limited to Wang Heng, Ji Shijun, Fan Jian and others. There are also many immortal species of human life that have been hidden in the ancient stars for countless years. There was extreme indifference on each of their faces. Compared to the modern blockade, the contemporary human race has never experienced war. These immortals who live in a chaotic era. You must have a deeper hatred towards the demon race. Boom. In an instant, a sacred and majestic aura was constantly revealed, and colorful lights were constantly outlined. At last, one after another, martial bodies of Dharma stood tall in heaven and earth, opposing the huge bodies of the demon clan. Among them, the immortal from the top ancient star said in a despairing voice, Suyu, we feel that we don't have the fighting power to deal with Baishan. He will be handed over to you. Leave the rest to me. As long as we are still alive, we will never let it stop you. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, this human immortal from the top ancient life star shot away instantly. With one punch, he blew up the 3rd layer of void. The other immortal species were not indecisive either, and they all rushed out at the same time. They held weapons in their hands, like soldiers from heaven, able to kill all the demons in the world. Wang Heng and Ji Shijun also tilted their heads and said to Suyu, if you can't take the first place, don't call yourself invincible anymore. I gave you my first place. Wang Heng laughed even louder. Always, he believes that he will not lose to anyone in the world. However, since he had seen Suyu dare to talk about killing Baishan in front of countless demon quasi-emperors, he felt a little terrified. He then realized that he was definitely not the first. Suyu is the one who possesses the true belief of invincibility. He is the one who really doesn't care about the future flood, he just wants his thoughts to be clear at the moment. If you make me unhappy with someone, just kill him. No matter what your background is, no matter how great your potential is. Even if you are a true immortal, you will be defeated by my sword. Suyu laughed loudly upon hearing this, and said in a loud voice, as long as I am here, I am number one. You will always be below me. And these demons don't even think about getting involved. Suyu's voice was filled with absolute confidence, and absolute belief in his own invincibility. This scene, it is projected onto the entire universe by the sky screen. There was a chorus of shouting and cursing in the demon camp. How arrogant of the human race, you are only able to occupy your current position by relying on the residual glory left by your ancestors. I just don't believe that in every golden age, they can produce a great man and take the top spot. In this life, my demon clan has a true immortal like Baishan. What can they use to fight us? Kill all these human blood-eating creatures. The demon race on various ancient stars was filled with excitement, and every big demon was roaring. There has always been an irreconcilable conflict between the human race and the demon race. Even if we can sit together and discuss matters now, it is only because we are facing a powerful enemy. If there were no threats from the golden age and the dark turmoil, they would have divided the seats long ago, or even directly competed for the throne. In the universe, the ancient star of the human race. Countless ordinary humans and cultivators looked at the majestic backs of the top immortals and the words they said, and suddenly felt their blood boiling. Obviously, their words aroused the unyielding spirit hidden in his blood. Yes, monster, how can you treat humans as food? The human race is supreme. Kill. The immortals of our human race are the truly invincible ones. Suyu's talent surpasses that of the heavenly emperor, making him number one on the eternal prodigy rankings. His talent is truly unrivaled. Even a true immortal fox would have to kneel down and submit before the number one prodigy of our human race. The demon race is only fit to be a mount. Kill. Among the human race, there are constant roars, and everyone has deep beliefs. That is the confidence in the genius of the human race. Since the rise of the human race, it has never been trampled into a quagmire, and it is even more impossible now. It never existed before, it never will exist now, and it will never appear in the future. Boom. Inside the battlefield, the body of the Dharmadhatu and the body of the great demon were fighting, using all kinds of means, shaking the light curtain and causing ripples to appear. The immortals of the human race blocked all the big monsters of the demon race from outside, preventing them from getting close to Suyu. When the immortals of other races saw this situation, they did not intervene at all. Instead, they would look for the weaklings among the top 100 to fight, eliminate them first, and then improve their own ranking. The battlefield is very large, and even though so many Dharma bodies and great demon bodies appear, it still does not feel crowded. Because this is a battlefield that changes as they change. At this time, in the chaotic battlefield, both Suyu and Baishan were dressed in white, their bodies standing straight like strong pines. Baishan has a handsome appearance, but also a weird and feminine look, the type of weak young man who is powerless. Suyu, on the other hand, had a face as handsome as a banished immortal, with features as perfect as if they were carved by a knife or an axe. He had both the masculinity that a man should have, and a perfect appearance that made it impossible for people to feel disgusted. His eyes were as bright as stars, and his thin lips slowly curled up in an arc, as if mocking, but also as if smiling. The two of them confronted each other, and gradually, a terrifying aura gradually rose from both of them, as if the shadow of a god appeared on their bodies. In an instant, the two bodies disappeared from the spot. The next moment, boom, the deafening explosion completely drowned out the entire square. As the aura reached its peak, the space suddenly exploded, and the two of them spoke in unison. In this battle, I will kill you. Chapter 354, your mouth is much tougher than your fighting ability. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu and Baishan both had a weapon in their hands. Suyu held the glazed sword Wan Daobing. Under his training, Wan Daobing had already been upgraded to the great sage level combat rank. Baishan held a long sword in his hand. This is also his natal weapon. The Qingqiu Fox clan, the White Fox clan of Baishan, is good at swordsmanship and once had a fox demon sword emperor who vying for the throne. In an instant, terrifying sword and knife intent erupted from both Suyu and Baishan at the same time. Both of them already have the power of the seventh realm. 7 realms is the artistic conception of the great sage. The 8th realm means rules, and the 9th realm means the law of Tao. Call out. The next moment, the two figures disappeared at the same time. Immediately afterwards, in the distant air, the space was suddenly split apart. The figures of Suyu and Baishan appeared at the same time. The two men each held a weapon, but their swords did not actually touch, because when the two terrifying pressures collided, a rare wisp of space was intercepted, which served as a buffer zone for the two men's energy. Boom! The roar of space shattering shook the sky. The power of laws is spreading over both of them. Obviously, they have all had a preliminary exposure to the laws. The attack failed, and the two men quickly disappeared into the void, and then shuttled back and forth at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Only the constant roar proved that the two of them were fighting fiercely. On the quasi-emperor's seat, watching the battle between Suyu and Baishan, a group of quasi-emperors all had strange looks in their eyes. The talents of these two are simply too extraordinary. A mere great saint realm, yet it hasn't even reached perfection yet, it already has the rudiments of rules. If the two of them hadn't died, perhaps two supreme emperors would have appeared in this world. This is the evaluation of Suyu and Baishan by the quasi-emperors. But, what made them feel regretful was that one of these two people would inevitably die. With such talent, no matter who dies, it is a loss to the whole race. If it were in the past, they would certainly be happy to see them both dead. However, the restricted area now shows signs of recovery, and outside the universe, dark creatures are breaking through the cosmic barriers and preparing to devour the Qingqiang universe. There are enemies both inside and outside, and the death of one person is heartbreaking. At the very front, the Lord of Tianji Tower and the Holy Lord of Tianyin sat side by side. The Tianji Tower master withdrew his gaze from Baishan and Suyu, and then sighed. They are both extremely talented. They are both true immortals. If Baishan is defeated and in danger of perishing, the demon tribe will not sit idly by. If they take action, what should you and I do? Tianyan Shengju kept his eyes on Suyu and said, if they take action, they should be sensible and run away with Baishan. I won't do anything. If they dare to attack Suyu, what's wrong with going to war with the demon clan? Does the Holy Lord Tianyin have such confidence? Even though the Qingqiu Fox clan is the top clan among the demon clans, and countless demon clans are led by the Qingqiu Fox clan, so what? The human race is the overlord of this universe. Their Tianyin and Tianji Tower are the real immortal gates. Do the Fox tribe dare to start a war? I dare not. Those peak quasi-emperors will not allow it. They are not fools. Upon hearing this, the Tianji Tower master sighed with helplessness in his old voice. What you are doing is against the rules. The higher realm will blame us. The purpose of Tianyin and Tianji's existence is to guide the universe. Guiding everyone onto the right path and competing fairly is equivalent to the role of a sheepdog in the flock. If the sheepdog takes the lead in breaking the rules, the higher realm won't allow it. Tianyin Saint Lord slowly said, so what? Qingqiang is destroyed. Even if you and I have obtained the quota to ascend to the upper realm in this life, what does it matter? This is our home. What if we break a few rules? He has no attachment to the upper realm. His talent stops at the peak of quasi-emperor. How can he go any further? Even in the upper realm, is the status of the emperor very high? No, the emperor is only for kings and princes. The realm of kings and princes in the upper realm is the realm of emperors in the lower realm. Above the kings and princes, there are pseudo-immortals, who are equivalent to the second generation emperor and the third generation emperor. Not worth mentioning at all. After hearing this, Elder Tianji was silent for a long time. Then he sighed and said, no wonder my teacher said that I am not as good as you. He understood it now. Why did my master say that I was not as good as Tianyan? It turns out that the gap is here. The Holy Lord of Tianyin smiled and said, teacher once said that the secrets of heaven can be changed. There are 50 great ways, 49 are derived from heaven, and only one can be hidden by humans. Coincidentally, I believe that the last rule will be controlled by my human race. The rules of fate. What people escape is fate. What the Emperor of Heaven did back then was determined by fate. He was the chosen one, but later, he failed. And in Suyu, I see traces of fate. As he spoke, the smile of the Holy Lord Tianyan gradually faded. He looked at Suyu's calm demeanor in the battlefield and said softly, he may be the master of the rules of Qingqiang's destiny. Boom. On the battlefield, the battle between Suyu and Baishan was so massive that it affected almost everyone. Wherever they appeared, the space was shattered and could not be healed. Layer after layer of void was blasted by them. The fighting power is so strong that it makes people despair. Even if someone at the peak of the great saint realm comes, he will still despair. Baishan looked at Suyu, who was on par with him, and his originally relaxed attitude gradually became serious. After striking Suyu, he pulled away. HMPH, you do have some strength. Baishan snorted coldly. Although he said so on the surface, he was extremely serious in his heart. The fighting power displayed by Suyu gave him a great sense of oppression. Even, it made him a little jealous. Why? Suyu is only in the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. How can he fight against me who is in the late stage of the Great Saint Realm? I can't even gain the upper hand. Suyu looked at Baishan and said indifferently, your words are much tougher than your fighting ability. Although the tone was a little indifferent, however, his eyes became extremely fiery. The stronger the fighting power, the more excited he is. However, he still has many tricks up his sleeve. Baishan snorted coldly when he heard that, and then a white light flashed in his somewhat feminine eyes. Well, I'll let you understand why my Qingqiu Fox clan is revered as the #1 demon clan. Ouch. The next second, a sharp fox cry came from Baishan's mouth. Immediately following, his human body gradually transformed into his true form, a handsome white fox with snow white fur all over his body. Behind him, white fox tails continued to grow one after another. It was not until the 8th tail was completely formed that the white light on the white fox completely dissipated. Ouch. A sharp and loud fox cry was heard, causing all the fox demons to involuntarily roar towards the sky. Little bastard, how could you possibly know the foxtail magical power of my Qingqiu white fox clan? Confuse all living beings. Buzz. Chapter 355. But thank you, I have to go all out. In an instant, a white mist so thick that people could not see the scenery ahead surged out from the body that was transformed from Baishan. Almost in an instant, Suyu was covered. What is this? Suyu frowned and looked at the white mist. Then he discovered that he could not see through the reality of the white fog, and even his spiritual sense was blocked. Just as Suyu was about to break the white fog, suddenly, a voice came from behind him, causing his body to freeze. Suyu, your paper was rejected by your instructor. Hearing this familiar voice, Suyu slowly turned around, and then found himself in a familiar yet unfamiliar classroom. Then a girl with a very pretty face walked into the classroom. The girl walked straight up to Suyu and asked with a worried look on her face, what's wrong with you lately? Why is the quality of your papers getting worse and worse? Ban, squad leader. Suyu stared at the girl blankly. Because this was the girl he had liked in college. Own. Thinking of this, he looked at his hands and found that the clean body that had been baptized by training had now become dirty. A pair of hands full of all kinds of impurities. She doesn't have the characteristics of jade bones and icy skin at all. He tried to look inward at his dantian chi, but found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get in. It's as if there has never been a dantian. Are you dreaming? Suyu murmured. Bang. Just as he was stunned, he suddenly felt a slight pain in his head, and then he heard the girl's voice in his ears. What are you thinking? Take it back and revise it. Your graduation thesis is unqualified. The girl rolled her eyes at him and then sat down next to him. Seeing that Suyu was still looking at her, the girl's face gradually turned red. She whispered softly, what are you looking at? You keep staring at me, what do you want? The girl was a little shy, and although her tone was firm, it was a little embarrassing. Suddenly, Suyu stretched out his hand, placed it on the girl's head and stroked it gently. The girl's bright eyes widened, as if she had not expected Suyu to do this. What are you doing? Let go. There was a hazy light in Suyu's eyes, as if he was reminiscing or sighing. He murmured, it's so similar. What are you talking about? The girl was startled and asked. Suyu smiled and replied, I said, your illusion is too similar. It reminds me of my past. If it weren't for my slightly higher soul level and other means, I might have really fallen into it. Click. The next second, Suyu's eyes were filled with murderous intent and fierce bursts. There was only a crisp sound. The next moment, the girl's eyes widened as Suyu crushed her head alive. There was no scene of blood splattering. Instead, it shattered like a mirror. Boom. At this moment, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Suyu's body. This wave of air swept over, instantly raising a cloud of dust, and the space was like flowing water, constantly rippling out. Ripples appeared on the surface of a lake swept by a violent storm. The thick white fog shrank even more frantically until it was completely retracted into the white mountain fox tail. Rub, rub, rub. The huge fox demon body of Baishan kept retreating, and it took dozens of steps back before it stabilized its body. In those eyes, which were larger than lanterns, there was a look of disbelief. He asked, how could you possibly escape the illusion created by my 8-tailed avatar confuse all beings? Impossible. Unless you are a quasi-emperor, you can hardly walk out of my illusion. The 8-tailed magical power confuse all living beings is his innate magical power, which can awaken to weakness, longing, and deep hatred in the deepest part of others' hearts. With methods that touch upon the deepest secrets of one's heart, it is almost impossible for others to escape. However, what Baishan didn't know was Suyu didn't have any deep longing or blood feud. There is only one secret hidden deep in his heart. That's the reality, but this is exactly what Suyu feels is wrong. The place where he lives is just an ordinary world, with no spiritual power at all. But after he fell into the illusion, although he could not use his spiritual consciousness and strength, he had a fatal flaw. That means you can still comprehend the world. You can also see through the dirt in your body. Suyu sighed and recalled the real scenes in the illusion before him. Because since he traveled through time, his memory of reality has become increasingly vague, and his impression of the people he had passed by has almost disappeared. He was satisfied to be able to see the person who once made his heart beat faster this time. Thank you for letting me remember my past once again. Suyu's smile was bright and sincere. In order to thank you, I have to give it my all. The words fell. Suyu took a deep breath, and then the corners of his clothes that were fluttering in the wind gradually calmed down. It was as if all the breath was drawn back into the body. This action was as if he had given up resistance. However, everyone's gaze was fixed. Even those who were fighting fiercely stopped and looked at Suyu in surprise and doubt. What is he going to do? Why do I smell a terrible smell? Could it be that he is activating some forbidden technique? Opposite Suyu, Baishan saw this scene and his heart suddenly became alarmed. An extremely dangerous aura spread from his nose. Not good. We must not let him use it. This breath was so dangerous that he could smell a hint of death. Boom. The 8-tailed white fox shot out instantly, carrying an endless sense of terror and oppression and charging towards Suyu. During the flight, the 8-tailed white fox gradually shrank and finally turned into a human form. Baishan held a long sword in his hand, with a crazy murderous intent in his eyes. Go to hell. Green Lotus sword technique. The sword force burst out, causing the nearby immortals to frown, and then withdraw, obviously not wanting to be affected by the battle. The sword energy swept across the sky, the space shattered inch by inch, and the void was even pierced through 3 layers. Boom. Just as the sword was about to strike Suyu, he suddenly opened his eyes. Lindsay secret, open. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's Lin character secret, which he had tried countless times, was finally successfully triggered. At this moment, Suyu's aura was constantly rising. The peak of the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm, the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. The peak of the late Great Saint Realm. Boom. The terrifying airwave immediately blocked the approaching sword energy. At this moment, Suyu's eyes burst into brilliant light, causing a sharp pain in the soul. The Dharmakaya of 10,000 forms. Lin. Boom. The moment he finished speaking, Suyu took a step forward. This step was like crossing countless distances. His originally tiny body actually continued to grow larger at this moment. In just a moment, he transformed into a giant. This moment. The aura of dominating the world burst out. Destroy the sky. Chapter 356, Monsters. 2 monsters, on par with young immortals. I have a method that can destroy the sky of an entire world. Today, I will use this bomb as a starting point to test the combat power of you, a fox. Su Yu's voice was loud and clear, like the sound of heaven, and like the sound of thunder, which made people's scalps numb. Combined with the 10,000 feet tall body, it looks even more majestic. The words fell. Snap. The space was shattered, the void was torn apart, the pitch-black void was destroyed in the blink of an eye, and then the white void also shattered. The third layer of void is a distorted color. It's like a black hole, emitting infinite gravitational force, as if even time can be disturbed. All matter was crushed in the 3 layers of void. This bomb can destroy the sky. The power is so strong that it is terrifying. If it falls on a planet, the area within a million miles will be completely destroyed. To this day, Su Yu's cultivation level has reached the level where he can destroy stars. With the physical body, one can travel across the universe. In a single thought, one can travel thousands of miles. In a single day, one can even travel a billion miles. But this is not enough. Since he traveled through time, all he wanted was to save his life and gain a foothold in this world. But now that his means of saving his life were successful, his goal also changed. He wants to be emperor, become the Emperor of Heaven. To become the most supreme person in this universe, even if he is an emperor, he wants to kill him. Others can kill me for a small matter, but I, who initially only wanted to save my life, and now have growing ambitions, will naturally not give up. If you want to have no enemies, then you have to kill all those who are hostile to you. Even if it's an immortal species, even if it means destroying the entire clan, I won't hesitate. Su Yu's eyes were sharp, radiating a supreme brilliance. The competition among the geniuses of all races, this battle has attracted the attention of all living beings in the universe, and it has also condensed the luck of all races and brought down the luck of the universe. I must win first place. This is my own transformation battle. It is also a battle that can make everyone devote their attention to you. From now on, there will be no more enemies. If there are enemies, you can kill them. Even if you are an immortal, you can still rebel. After killing Bashan, if there are still some ignorant people among the demon tribe, even if their entire clan comes, they will be punished one by one and killed in the future. Not to mention wiping out one clan, even if hundreds or thousands of clans are wiped out, new clans will replace them in the future. And I am still sitting high in the clouds, overlooking the changes in the world. What's more, with the great changes in the world, it is still unknown whether this universe can still exist. I'm just making the best use of it. Thinking of this, Su Yu's mind became clear, and his aura became even stronger. Come on, you fox, I want to see what you can use to block this palm. Su Yu roared to the sky and slammed down with a palm. Rumble. As the illusory palm print with the power to destroy all material things came down, Baishan's face in the distance changed drastically. Obviously, he didn't expect Su Yu's outburst to be so terrifying. How is this possible? He has already reached the Great Saint Realm, how can he still trigger the divine forbidden field of the Lin character secret? Baishan roared in his heart. The secret of the word, Lin, is one of the 9 secrets of Tianzun. This secret method is comparable to the magic of immortality, communicating with the way of heaven and even time, and borrowing power from the future to fight. Certainly, the triggering conditions will naturally become more difficult as the realm becomes more advanced. Sometimes it may not be successfully triggered even after running it a million times. Unless, he has already cultivated the secret of the word Lin to great success and even perfection. Once the Lin character secret is triggered, one can instantly step into the forbidden realm of the gods. If one triggers its effect at the early stage of the Great Saint Realm, one can defeat those at the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. At this time, Su Yu, in the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm, triggered the secret technique. His combat power has obviously reached the peak of the Great Saint Realm. With his own basic combat power, it is not a luxury for him to shake the peak of the Great Saint Realm or even reach the perfection of the Great Saint Realm. Even with his top-level qualifications, he can only have a successful battle with the Great Saint. If he bursts out with all his strength, he might be able to fight against a weak quasi-emperor. Snort. Baishan was shocked and furious, and shouted, no matter how many trump cards you reveal, I, Baishan, have my own immortal aura. Why should I be afraid of a mere peasant like you? Even though they were fighting non-stop, he had already found out everything. Su Yu is just the young master of the ant family, who comes from a so-called first-class family and has not even reached the Saint Realm. However, it was only after he entered the 9 skies that he began to defy fate and change his destiny. Just a few decades. How can someone who has only practiced for a few decades compete with him in terms of foundation? He has been a 7-tailed beast since he was young, and later awakened the 8-tailed beast. He was born with a bloodline technique bestowed by the immortal ancestor, and that is an immortal technique. In Qingzhou Mountain, only the descendants of immortals are qualified to practice immortal techniques. In this lower world, he is valued by the ancestors of the entire Qingzhou Fox clan, who teach him carefully, and he has a profound foundation. What could Su Yu use to compete with him? You were just lucky enough to get some opportunities, but how can you compare with me? Roar. Baishan shouted angrily. Then the body of the celestial fox began to appear, and in the blink of an eye, it was as tall as Su Yu's myriad Dharmakaya. The aura in his body was so condensed that it was simply incomparable to that of the so-called late Great Saint Realm. What he forged was the foundation of immortality. The sky fox swallows the moon. Boom. Baishan attacked with all his strength, crashing into the heaven-destroying palm seal with his 30,000-foot-long white fox body. In an instant, the space of the battlefield was completely shattered, leaving nothing intact. Even if a high-level quasi-emperor stepped in to maintain stability, this space was still filled with terrifying waves. If even a little bit of the aura here leaks out. These are all terrifying forces that are enough to kill those in the late stage of the Great Saint Realm in seconds. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it would destroy the world. Oh my god, Su Yu and Baishan are truly monsters. Are they really still in the Great Saint Realm? In this category, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to even call him a weak quasi-emperor, right? The battle was too intense, and both of them were equally powerful. True immortals, all of them are true immortals. This scene made all the quasi-emperor's eyes sparkle. Obviously, they saw the shadow of immortals in Su Yu and Baishan. Both of them had extremely strong foundations. When the Lord of Tianji Tower and the Holy Lord of Tianyan saw this scene, the light in their eyes became even brighter. Because they can see the essence. What they saw was more profound than that of other quasi-emperors, and their method of cultivation allowed them to see through the origin. Bashan single-handedly displayed the demeanor of a young immortal. In Su Yu, it is even exploding with the power of multiple worlds. Both of them have begun to touch the rules and can even barely use some of the power of rules to fight. Supreme posture. The evaluations of the Holy Lord Tianyan and the Lord of Tianji Tower are consistent. Compared to the beauty of Bashan, they value Su Yu more, not his race but only his potential. Su Yu's qualifications and foundation are obviously stronger than Bai Shan's, even if his foundation is slightly lacking, but that is not the point. The point is, Su Yu is not even 100 years old. This is the real point. The light of destruction and all-devouring power bloomed, making it impossible to see what was happening on the battlefield. Everyone was nervous and looking forward to it, just as the light of destruction gradually faded. Suddenly, a huge white figure was blown out and crashed heavily into the barrier of the battlefield. Haishan, Baishan was knocked away. At this moment, the whole audience was in an uproar. Countless creatures stood up at the same time, looking at this scene in shock. Chapter 357, Su Yu goes all out, crushing the enemy. Now it's time to slay the demon. Puff. In the battlefield, Baishan's fox mouth spat out a mouthful of golden blood, and the blood shook the void. It was holy blood, and even space could hardly bear its power. Baishan looked extremely embarrassed after crashing into the barrier in the battlefield. He no longer has the demeanor of the elegant young man he used to have. Swish. Bai Shan didn't care about his injuries at all. He jumped up and then disappeared. Bang. A huge noise came from the void again. The sound wave was so strong that even the barrier was vibrating wildly. You said you boasted of noble blood, being born with 7 tails, and even possessing the appearance of a 9-tailed fairy fox. Su Yu's cold voice rang out continuously. Every word was like a heavy hammer falling on the hearts of all living beings. Don't even mention your so-called noble bloodline before you even grow your 9-tailed beast. I have been practicing for less than 100 years, and now I have even entered the realm of the great sage. As for your immortal arts, do you think you can defeat me with just your profound immortal arts? Could it be that I don't have any immortal methods? Boom. Su Yu punched down one after another. The banging sounds continued. Roar. The roar of the white fox is so terrifying that it makes people feel their hearts tremble. Just when their hearts were palpitating, suddenly, in the void, the 30,000-foot-tall Wanxiang Dharmakaya grabbed the white fox's neck with one hand and punched it on its sharp mouth one after another. Bang. Then Su Yu lifted up the white fox's huge body and swung it out heavily, hitting the wall of the arena. This brutal scene makes people's hearts tremble. A top-level true immortal, the 8-tailed sky fox, was just caught in Su Yu's hand and thrown away like a chicken. Damn it. Seeing this scene, all the demons in the Quasi-Emperor's seat, led by the Fox clan, became nervous. This little bastard is too arrogant, especially the Quasi-Emperor of the Fox clan. His eyes were filled with anger, staring at Su Yu as if he wanted to devour him. If Bai Shan is really no match for him, no matter what, I will break into the battlefield and rescue him. When coming, the Fox clan's ancestor at the peak of the Quasi-Emperor level once gave a secret message. He once said that this was the last crazy moment before the end of the world. The geniuses of the universe and the eternal immortals will appear frequently. It is indeed the peak chaos of the end of the world. Although Baishan has the blood of immortals, he is still not safe enough in troubled times. In case of emergency, you can use the Imperial soldiers to rescue him and then quickly return to the ancient star of Qingzhou. There are also immortals who have ascended to heaven on the ancient star of Qingzhou, so the ancient star of Qingzhou can also be regarded as a branch of the immortal sect with a very deep foundation. Even if Tianyan Holy Land and others attack, it would be of no avail. As long as you survive until the road to becoming an emperor opens, the battle to become an emperor will begin. The immortal will come. The ancient star of Qingzhou will naturally pass through smoothly. This is the reason why the Qingzhou Fox clan dares to challenge the human race. Think of this. This old Quasi-Emperor of the Fox clan, whose strength seemed to have reached the 7th level of Quasi-Emperor cultivation, could not help but touch the ring in his hand. Hidden inside is the ultimate imperial weapon of the Sword Emperor of the Qingzhou Fox clan. The supreme imperial weapon that has been revived. If there is an accident, he will naturally take action. Although he had a backup plan, his expression was extremely ugly. Because at this moment Bai Shan was no match for Su Yu. Although he could barely resist. Su Yu still has the upper hand. Bang! The battle between the two was so intense that the immortals around them all stopped and watched the battle between Su Yu and Bai Shan. On the side of the ancient royal family, an immortal from the ancient royal family walked up to Saint Sun and said, "This is even more violent than the blood of your fighting Saint Ape clan." What do you think? Sun Shangwang didn't say anything, but just looked up at Su Yu with a strange look in his eyes. Seeing that he didn't speak, the immortal from the ancient royal family felt bored. When he turned around and was about to leave, he heard the other party utter a few words indifferently. At that time, my father once said that when I awaken, the human race will produce an unparalleled one. If my ancient royal family wants to survive, we can only follow in his footsteps. Sun Shangwang's voice was very calm, as if he was narrating an ordinary matter. However, the immortal from the ancient royal family asked, "What do you think?" There are 10 clans in the ancient imperial family and 100 clans in the ancient royal family. They have their own pride, disdain to depend on anyone. Because they all had extremely glorious pasts, there are also many ancient royal families who ascended to heaven. Although it is unknown whether there are still people from the ancient royal family in the upper realm. Sun Shangwang said slowly, "Follow. I don't want to die." Sun Shangwang does not have the so-called arrogance of the immortals, and he would never say something like, "I can't die." He just wants to live. I just want to live simply. His father and mother cut off their own 10,000 years of lifespan to seal him in the immortal source marrow for countless years. How could he let them down? Obviously, they felt that in that era, there was no hope for them to become immortals or that they would encounter great terror after ascending. So, they chose to keep themselves in the dust. In this case, I cannot die easily. He wants to live. Even if I don't know the way forward, I have to survive in this world. Upon hearing this, the immortal from the ancient royal clan's eyes became even more surprised. He asked, "You want to live, then how do you think about it?" Follow him. The fighting holy monkeys have been a proud tribe since ancient times. But there has never been a member of the holy ape tribe who follows anyone. This Saint Emperor's son has noble blood. Could it be that he is willing to abandon his own status to follow others? Sun Shangwang shook his head and said, "No, I think he doesn't need followers, he needs fellow Taoists." This was his intuition. It was also his first impression of Su Yu. "Fellow Taoist," the immortal said in surprise upon hearing this. This time, Emperor Sun Shang no longer spoke much to him. Although the other party was also a noble royal family, it was obvious that they had nothing to talk about. Boom, just as they were chatting. In midair, the huge white fox used a move and successfully forced Su Yu to retreat. Taking advantage of this gap, Baishan had a chance to catch his breath. He quickly retreated to a safe area. At this time, there was no arrogance in his eyes, but more of a burning desire to fight and kill, as well as a trace of imperceptible fear. He himself didn't understand why he had such emotions. Only, Su Yu gave him the feeling of a tireless beast, wantonly unleashing his strength as if he had endless energy. You know, there is no spiritual energy here for it to absorb and recover. Now, all we have to fight for is our own foundation. Seeing Bai Shan retreat, Su Yu did not continue to attack, but raised his hand, and 10,000 soldiers appeared, which he held tightly. Now it's time to slay the demon. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu disappeared from the spot in an instant, holding the 10,000 Dao soldiers. Baishan's scalp went numb instantly when he saw this scene. After realizing his own emotions, Bai Shan became furious and roared, "Who do you think you are? How dare you dream of killing me? You, a lowly human, are worthy enough to kill me." Roar. At this moment, the sky collapsed. Chapter 358. This knife, everything I have learned, is called unparalleled. This roar shook the universe. The sky suddenly collapsed as Bai Shan roared. The power was so great that it even penetrated the barrier and shattered the already fragile sky of Qingmu ancient star. The secret technique of the celestial fox sword immortal. The moment the words fell, the huge white fox's body instantly shrank back, and it burst out in human form with a sword that surpassed the emperor's martial arts. The secret technique of the sword immortal is a kind of immortal art. The forms of all things are ever changing, but only the human body is more in line with the Tao. The practice has reached a certain level. The human form is what is sought after by billions of races. The reason why the human race is despised by hundreds of millions of ethnic groups is because the human race is born with a weak constitution and cannot be compared with them. But when the human race grows up, its physical form becomes more in line with the Tao, and is even called the Tao body by powerful beings. The demon race and all other races are inherently powerful because of their physical bodies. Also because of blood. Bloodline is their glory, but it is also the shackles that restrict them. Their upper limit is almost blocked by their bloodline. But the human race is different. Even if the human race is born weak, as long as they have sufficient understanding, they will be able to continuously break through the upper limit in the future and even reach the highest level. There are 50 great ways, 49 are derived from heaven, and 1 is hidden by man. This is not just talk. Even Bashan, a powerful immortal demon species that looks down on the human race, dares not deny the perfect form of the human body. Even his strongest attack requires the use of human body. How dare you dream of killing me? Are you worthy? Bai Shan shouted angrily. In his hand, the long sword of the top grade great saint weapon grade shone with brilliance, and the sword energy swept through, even separating the surrounding void. The sword energy flickered, as if stars were lit up, forming a brilliant galaxy hanging high above the night sky. The twinkling stars were the trembling sword energy. At this moment, he was the most angry. He stared at Suyu's gigantic Dharmakaya and roared at the top of his lungs, "Who do you think you are? You are just an ant, without any high-level bloodline. You are neither of the bloodline of a great emperor nor of the descent of an immortal. In fact, your ancestors have never even left the realm of saints. How dare you, a lowly ant in the dust, dream of killing me? What flows in my body is the blood of immortals. This is what he has always been most proud of. He was born with 7 tails and was destined to become an immortal. Who can compare with him in noble bloodline? No one. Even the current lord of Qingqiu, or even the oldest ancestor of Qingqiu, cannot compare with him. Suyu is nothing, what can he compare with himself? Sword divides the galaxy. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shan shot out like a cannonball, pointing his sword at Suyu, intending to behead him. This sword gathered all his strength. His real cultivation level was at the late stage of the Great Saint realm, and after bursting out through the Heavenly Fox secret technique, he actually reached the peak of the Great Saint realm. With this sword, he can even kill a weak quasi-emperor. Not to mention other geniuses. At this moment, even the quasi-emperor could feel his edge. White Mountain, he has already taken half a step into the realm of great power. If one can kill a weak quasi-emperor, he is a match for a quasi-emperor 1 level higher. Boom. Facing Bashan's charge in the collapsing space around him, Suyu remained unmoved. Although the Dharmakaya of all aspects is easy to use. But it doesn't apply at this time. After the Dharma body disappeared, Suyu, dressed in white, stood proudly in the void. Even though the sword energy and stars around him kept falling, and the brilliant sword intent that burst out was enough to kill the peak of the Great Saint realm, he did not show any ripples. I say, this sword should be used to slay demons. Suyu's eyes were almost filled with terrifying sword intent. If he looked towards the holy realm, even a peak saint would be severely injured by a single glance. Below the saint realm, his eyes are like knives, enough to kill everyone. At this moment, endless chaotic energy emerged from Suyu's body, just like the first breath when the vast world was first created. The chaotic energy flowed along Suyu's arm like a dragon and wrapped around the 10,000 Tao soldiers. Buzz buzz buzz. The blade trembled, as if excited. This sword technique is the result of the condensation of all the sword techniques I have learned. Suyu usually holds the knife with his left hand. At this moment, his right hand gently strokes the blade, with reminiscence and expectation in his eyes. The sword I learned has touched the void, touched great power, touched the underworld, and even had the power to split the sky. But what I use most is killing. I have learned the void sword technique, and I once possessed the prison-suppressing body. I once combined the corpse immortal chi with the corpse immortal's prison-suppressing power, and with one strike of my sword, I could suppress the prison. However, all these methods were created by our predecessors and are not suitable for me. This sword was created by me using the method that best suits me. It's influenced by my predecessors, but more importantly, it's my own strength. Boom. At this moment, the pressure from Suyu exploded, shaking the void, and the space was trembling, like a minister meeting a king. The power of the void. As Suyu finished speaking, the eyelids of all the people from the Wang family of the Void Empire who saw this scene twitched. Even Wang Heng was a little touched. The power of the law of void. Crash. The power that made the void tremble and surrender surged out from Suyu's immortal platform, flowing continuously along the meridians, and finally gathered in Suyu's arm, turning into a swimming dragon and fighting thousands of soldiers. The law of divine thunder. Bang. In an instant, the divine thunder law appeared from Suyu's right hand, and the thunder dragon appeared with the heart-shaking power of thunder punishment, and finally gathered on the 10,000 Tao soldiers. However, this is not over yet. The law of fire. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of divine sun appeared in Suyu's abdomen. This is the divine yang transformed from the candle dragon fire. The candle dragon fire is the first flame in the world. For the candle dragon, when it opens its eyes it is day, and when it closes its eyes it is night. Roar. The candle dragon held the fire in its mouth and swam towards Suyu's left hand, eventually wrapping around the 10,000 Tao soldiers. When Zulong appeared, the power of those laws instantly shrank and no longer showed off their power. The chaotic energy surrounded Zulong, extremely intimate. 4 rules. They are all the strongest powers that Suyu possesses. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the quasi-emperors became dazed. Obviously, Suyu's move had completely confused them. Because they had never seen a low-level cultivator who could initially master the power of rules. No, maybe it's not about mastering, but about using. Suyu can borrow the power of rules. Chaos body. Suddenly, a quasi-emperor's expression changed, and he said in horror, "This kid is a chaos body. Fearless of all things, borrowable rules, the chaotic body can be called the innate Taoist body. If he doesn't die young, he will eventually become an emperor. Even becoming an immortal is a sure thing. No wonder, no wonder. No wonder the Holy Lord Tianyin and the Lord of Tianji Tower have such a preference for this kid. It turns out he is a true immortal who is destined to become an immortal." At this moment, everyone suddenly understood. However, but this was not the time for them to chat. This sword is unparalleled. Suyu's words were so calm that they made people feel a sense of peace in their souls, as if nothing could cause him to be disturbed. However, the condensed pressure made all of them swallow their saliva desperately. Demon slaying. Boom. This knife, cut down. In an instant, heaven and earth turned upside down. The expressions of the demon clan quasi-emperors changed drastically, and they shouted angrily, not good. How dare you, you little brat. Boom. Chapter 359, defeat Bashan with one strike. Destroy the Tao heart of the top immortal cultivator. The force of this sword was so strong that it directly broke through all blockades. Even the spatial laws maintained by the quasi-emperor were broken by the power of chaos. No surprises. The power of chaos is not affected by any laws. Any law that wants to lock it is a joke. Chaos body. Invulnerable to all kinds of attacks, all kinds of curses are useless. This is also the reason why Suyu can still not be followed in this realm. Even the Emperor's tomb is helpless against the chaos body. Because what they are desperately trying to create now is a chaotic body. As long as their plan succeeds, innate chaotic bodies can be created. Those after that are nothing but acquired chaotic bodies. But, the appearance of large-scale physiques is enough to tip the balance. Even if all the races in the universe target him, Emperor Tomb can resist calmly. This is the horror of the chaotic body. If it is just a single chaotic body, there is still a chance to destroy him. But what if it is mass-produced and turned into assembly line production? Even if it is an acquired constitution, it is not something that ordinary people can deal with. Boom, the power of chaos swept through, and the blockade of the laws of space instantly failed. The terrifying sword energy was spreading, splitting the fragile sky of the ancient Qingwu star into two halves. Like cutting the sky, wherever the sword reached, the space was split into two, with the left and right sides filled with the azure sky. And in the middle, a huge black abyss leads to the universe, and boundless darkness corrodes everything. Snap, when the sword was slashed down, Bashan, who was originally unstoppable and like the Lord of the Stars, the endless star sword intent actually kept shattering like glass. This is impossible. Not only his sword intent was shattered, but also the magic sword in his hand. The great saint weapon grade divine sword, under Suyu's terrifying blow, before the blade could even come down, his sword shattered first. Snap, the sword body turned into pieces and continued to break. Until finally, only the hilt of the sword, made of extraordinary material, remained. Baishan's eyes were dull. His invincible spirit was gradually bent by the force of the knife, and he fell to his knees on the ground. How could I lose? There was confusion and despair in Bashan's voice. With this knife, he felt death. Boom. After the sword intent that was resisting the knife's force was completely wiped out, it burst out at a speed faster than the speed of light, continuously slashing down. The immortals around were horrified and retreated one after another. Afraid of being affected by the knife, this sword can kill a weak quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor level combat power. There was a loud bang, and the space barrier of the entire battlefield was cut into pieces like a knife cutting butter, leaving a smooth gap. The ground of the battlefield was sunk. Even with the support of the power of rules, the recovery ability of the battlefield cannot keep up. Die. Suyu's eyes burst with extreme murderous intent, his Adam's apple rolled, and he roared in a low voice. He was fully confident that with this strike, he would kill Baishan. This is the fruit of his hard work. It is a sword strike made by him by combining many rules and the energy of chaos. It can be said to be the way of rules. Directly touch the 8th realm of swordsmanship, the quasi-emperor sword intent. How dare you kill me? Just then, a loud shout came from outside the battlefield, the sound was deafening and cracked the sky. Immediately following, a figure carrying terrifying murderous intent drilled in from the crack. The power of rules exploded instantly, shattering all the power. Call out. A stream of light that was countless times faster than the speed of light flew in instantly, and then crushed Suyu's 1,000-foot-long sword with one hand. The power of rules spread and rescued Baishan, who had fallen into the abyss and was already unconscious. The sudden change shocked everyone. However, Suyu, remained indifferent and just looked at the other person. Now, he is still no match for the quasi-emperor. Even a powerful quasi-emperor at the first level can kill him. What's more, the one who took action before him was the quasi-emperor of the 7th level of the Fox clan. Who can stop him when he takes action? No one except the late quasi-emperor realm can stop him. Crushing the deadly blade's momentum, the Fox tribe quasi-emperor grabbed Baishan's figure and then looked at Suyu with a murderous look in his eyes. He said in a cold tone, how brave. You actually dared to kill the true immortals of our clan. From the moment Suyu said that, he knew that this human immortal was no simple person. Fortunately, he has always been on guard against Suyu. Only then will there be a chance to save Bashan. Otherwise, Bashan would surely die by this blow. One knife. This knife is really amazing. What a pity, this is a mortal enemy. Facing the terrifying power of the quasi-emperor, who was like a demon from hell, Suyu shouted, you can kill him in the competition. If he can't win, he will admit defeat. If you are not as skilled as others, you deserve to die. Why, now that you've saved him, you're planning to kill me. In such an occasion, Suyu would not be afraid of him. So what if I am a quasi-emperor? Sooner or later, I will be able to reach this level. By then, it is not certain who will kill whom. Upon hearing this, the Fox clan's quasi-emperor became furious. A junior who is not even a quasi-emperor dares to be so rude to him. He is really looking for death, but before he could retort, a streak of light instantly appeared in front of Suyu. Crunch. As a harsh friction sound was heard, the lid of the coffin sealing the 6th patriarch slowly moved, and then a thick aura of death spread from it. This deadly aura made even the quasi-emperor frown. So rich, almost completely decayed, it doesn't look like it will take much time. If he stays in the coffin and doesn't come out, he can still live for a few decades, but if he comes out, he may die in a few years. Qingqiu's Fox, do you also want to try my Jushao's fighting power? Could it be that only your Qingqiu has a quasi-emperor, and I, Jushao, don't have one? You're showing such blatant murderous intent to me, the saint of the 9 skies. What do you want? The 6th patriarch's old and decayed voice rang out. The next moment, a skeleton with only old dead skin left stood up from the coffin, like a zombie. Click, he bent his hand slightly, and the sound of bones rubbing against each other continued to ring out. What do you want? Buzz. In an instant, a ray of lightning flashed in the 6th patriarch's eye sockets, which were completely sunken and only dark. It seems that this is the ancestor from Shenshao Peak. Master the law of divine thunder. Seeing the 6th patriarch appear, the murderous intent in the eyes of the Fox clan quasi-emperor receded like the tide. 7th level versus 8th level. There is no need to think about who is stronger and who is weaker. Alright, I, Qingqiu, will remember this grudge. The Fox tribe quasi-emperor took a deep breath and then shouted, Fox tribe Bashan, surrender. Swish. Then, without waiting for the referee to speak, he took Bashan out of the battlefield on his own. Seeing him leave, the 6th patriarch's aura also dissipated. He nodded to Suyu, then lay back down in the coffin, closed the lid, and left in an instant. As they left, the battlefield barrier closed again. Suyu glanced in the direction of the Fox clan from the corner of his eyes. Seeing the unconscious Baishan waking up, the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating Daoshin, the son of the purple destiny, and receiving the reward. Bite. Chapter 360. The anger of the Fox tribe's quasi-emperors turned into a harmonious competition of geniuses. In my mind, a series of system prompts sounded. Regarding the reward for the son of deep purple destiny, even though Suyu was very calm at the moment, he still couldn't help but become moved after hearing the reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the rewards. Plus 80 million villain value, 4 fragments of the Kishin Fairy Bell, Divine Thunder Purple Sky Spear, and a Desolate Infinite Star Sword formation. Divine Thunder Purple Sky Spear, a mid-grade quasi-imperial weapon. Wielding this spear, one can control the Divine Thunder in the world. It was created for the quasi-emperor of Divine Punishment. The 8 Desolate Infinite Star Sword formation. It was born in the ancient times and was created by the kings of the 8 Desolate Extreme Realm. The sword formation is mainly composed of 8 great imperial weapons. The lowest grade can be used as a quasi-imperial weapon to set up a sword formation. The sword formation can kill the emperor and cannot be broken without the 8 emperors in person. Seeing the prompt given by the system, Suyu's eyes suddenly focused and his heart was pounding. The quasi-imperial soldier's magic gun. There is also a formation diagram. Moreover, it is a super-grade formation that can kill emperors and cannot be broken without the presence of 8 emperors in person. Sent. Although the requirements for setting up the 8 Desolate Infinite Star Sword formation are somewhat demanding, it is not difficult for Suyu. When his cultivation reaches the quasi-emperor level, with his secret of the word, weapon, as long as there are enough materials, refining quasi-emperor weapons will be a piece of cake. Coincidentally, he has no shortage of materials. In the Eastern Wilderness, the treasures of the 3 religions are almost all at his disposal. As long as it is not too excessive, he can have whatever he wants. What's more, he also has a system mall where he can exchange goods. It's worth it. This was Suyu's only thought at this moment. Even though he has offended hundreds of demon tribes headed by the Fox tribe, in the face of such a reward, these so-called hatreds are not worth mentioning at all. Once the sword formation is set up, he alone can create a restricted area. Without the emperor, don't even think about breaking the sword formation blockade. When he reaches the great emperor realm, he will use powerful means to search for all the refining materials in the world. After refining the 8 great imperial weapons, the complete form of the 8 Desolate Infinite Star Sword formation will cause bloodshed even if the great emperor comes. So, looking at it this way, the so-called hatred of the demon race is not worth mentioning at all. So what if you have hundreds of races? Do you have hundreds of emperors? No, there is not even a great emperor. In this life, one of the Fox clan's potential emperors had been killed by himself, leaving only Bashan. Besides, the latter's Taoism had been shattered by him. Even if they met in the future, Suyu could easily kill him. It is extremely difficult for others to make any progress. But he is able to continuously strengthen his foundation. This time, all the power of the cell world was mobilized to be able to kill Bashan. If there was no small world, but only a small world inside his body, his combat power would actually be almost the same as Bashan's, or even weaker. But he developed the cellular world, which is invincible. When the cell world continues to fill up, if it fills up to 15, or even 20, or even 100, let alone a weak quasi-emperor, even a quasi-emperor in the late stage, I can kill it with one sword. Suyu is very ambitious and confident, because he has the confidence. Once the scripture of infinite immortality is distributed to the 3 religions of the Eastern Wasteland, and those quasi-emperors who are on the verge of death are rejuvenated, what will the so-called Fox clan do? Although Taishuan was split into 3 religions, many dying ancestors were buried in its ancestral tombs. Some can only erupt for a day, and some can only erupt for half an hour. But, their strength is all in the late quasi-emperor realm. Once revived, even if it only lasts 100 years, the power of the 3 religions will increase to a terrifying level. Enough to wipe out an entire clan. This is Suyu's confidence. Suyu sat cross-legged in the battlefield as if no one was around, calming his boiling blood. After all, he had forced himself to burst out with all his strength and use the Lin character secret, so naturally he felt a little uncomfortable. If the boiling chi and blood are not dealt with in time, it will harm yourself in the long run. He just sat there cross-legged, and no one dared to approach him. Everyone else tacitly avoided him and didn't provoke Suyu. Not to mention whether they could defeat Suyu, just with those human immortals eyeing them covetously, they would have no chance of success. The battlefield returned to normal only after the battle between Suyu and Baishan ended. But, what's interesting is that the other races, who were originally fighting each other to the death, now tacitly pointed their knives at the pursuers of the Fox clan and Bashan. They can't afford to offend Bashan. However, once Bashan is eliminated, these people will naturally be eliminated first. The quasi-emperors of the races headed by the Fox clan were naturally very angry when they saw the scene. However, they were angry but helpless, because all the top 100 races are taking action together. No matter how powerful your Fox clan is, can you still attack all the top 100 races? Do you dare? I dare not. The ancient royal family and the ancient imperial family alone are enough to fight against the Fox clan. With everyone's tacit cooperation, the Fox tribe was almost completely eliminated within 2 hours. So far, except for the weak races that were eliminated previously, the Fox tribe and several other races were eliminated at this time. From being ranked in the top 10 in the previous session to being ranked outside the top 70 now is a huge change. Seeing this scene, all the quasi-emperors of the Fox clan turned pale, with frustration and helplessness in their eyes, but more of it was horror. Lost its status as one of the top 10 races, their luck will drop to a terrible freezing point. Once the enormous power of luck is lost, the number of future generations of the Fox clan who awaken powerful bloodlines or even supernatural physiques will be greatly reduced. For example, when they were in the top 10, only one immortal seed could be born in 1,000 years. Now that I have fallen out of the top 70, I might not be able to meet an immortal for 10,000 years. This is the influence of luck. It's enough to weaken a powerful clan. Unless their outliers can take advantage of the opportunity to rise and win a higher ranking in the new 10,000 races prodigy competition, their luck can be restored. Otherwise, once the Fox clan's quasi-emperors fall one after another and lose the protection of the strong, the Fox clan will completely decline. Damn Suyu, damn the ancient royal family. The quasi-emperor of the Fox clan had cold eyes and murderous intent in his heart. The reason why the ancient royal family dared to take action was nothing more than wanting to get close to the human race. What a damn backward race. As for those quasi-emperors of the ancient royal family, they all had smiles on their faces. Although they did not laugh out loud, their expression said it all. They just want to see the scene. Naturally, they did not get close to the human race nor make enemies with them, but Suyu and his companions saw hope for investment. Why would this guy move Bashan? Of course it's because of protecting one's own shortcomings. His fellow Taoist was killed by Bashan's scheme, which led to this battle. There is no harm in making friends with someone who can maintain this kind of mentality in the cultivation world. Even if we are not good friends, don't offend. What's more, now that such a thing with no harm and only benefits has appeared, they are naturally happy to take action and make Suyu have some good impression of them. It's a profit. With the Fox clan and some other races eliminated, the luck my Taiku royal family possesses this time will definitely increase by 0.5%. Chapter 361, Suyu vs. Sun Sheng Huang, one move decides the outcome. This battle Su Yu wins. With the elimination of the Fox clan, the remaining geniuses in the field seem to have turned their focus to sparring. They fought desperately, and when they were defeated, they admitted defeat with a smile. Nothing else. The Fox clan led all of his younger clans to be eliminated, and their ranking could be improved by several places, so they were naturally happy. Therefore, even if I admit defeat, I will do it with all my heart. I have tried my best, but I still cannot beat others. I have to admit that I am not as skilled as others. The game seemed extremely harmonious. All the creatures of all races who were ready to watch the immortals fight to the death were stunned. It was said that the battle of racial destiny would be a fight to the death without bloodshed. How? Something is not right. Outrageous. These top 100 races are truly shameless. This is clearly a battle for the fate of their races, so why don't they just beat their brains out? Are you stupid? They eliminated our Fox tribe, so naturally they can move up the rankings. Why would we need to fight to the death? Fuck. Damn the human race. This despicable race should be eaten by us as blood food. The creatures of the Fox clan and its subordinate races were all filled with righteous indignation, and their resentment almost reached the sky. However, even if they are angry, the battle is already decided. This is a battle carried out in accordance with the will of heaven. Heaven is watching. Even if the Emperor comes, he cannot change this predetermined fate. The decline of the Fox clan is already doomed. Snort. On the Qingwu ancient star, at the quasi-emperor seat, the expressions of every Fox quasi-emperor on the throne were extremely ugly. The complete opposite of them. They are the quasi-emperors of their races who are still standing on the battlefield, and each of them has a smile on his face. He couldn't suppress his excitement. Soon, the competition in the battlefield has come to an end, and the top 10 have been decided. At this time, the only ones still in the battlefield are Su Yu and Sun Shengwang, the only descendant of the fighting Saint Ape clan. A race with only one person became the second in this session. Sun Shengwang's combat power is extremely terrifying. Even Wang Heng is no match for him. After eliminating Wang Heng, Sun Shengwang simply calmed down his blood and then walked straight to Su Yu. Su Yu opened his eyes, looked at him, and said softly, "How is it?" Fighting Holy Ape. He is very similar to the Monkey King in his previous life. But, there are also some differences. The Monkey King in his previous life was ugly and had a bad temper, but Sun Shengwang was different. He was very calm and more like the image of the Monkey King in film and television dramas. Sun Shengwang's eyes were calm as he said, "I'd like to have a discussion." He felt that he could not beat Su Yu, but, now that he has come here, how can he just admit defeat? This is not in line with his spirit. Hearing this, Su Yu smiled slightly, then stood up and said, "As you wish." The words fell. Both of them were silent. Next second. Boom. The deafening sound shook the entire battlefield. Bang. The terrifying sound waves produced by the clash of metals even caused the space barrier of the battlefield to tremble. Both of them have the combat power of a weak quasi-emperor. In terms of combat power alone, Sun Shengwang gave Su Yu the feeling that he was only slightly inferior to Bai Shan. It doesn't seem like a big difference, but in front of a monk, even the slightest deficiency can be fatal. The fighting Saint Ape became famous for his fighting and was bellicose throughout his life. Even when facing an opponent much stronger than himself, he would never show any fear. And the power is extremely terrifying. Boom. Su Yu held the Wandao weapon, while Sun Shengwang used a long stick that was half a meter taller than him as a weapon. This is a war weapon that has been refined to the ultimate quasi-imperial weapon. However, it was sealed by the Emperor through some means. The power of the combat soldiers will only be gradually unlocked as Sun Shengwang's cultivation level increases. So, at this moment, this weapon can still be regarded as a great sage weapon. It will not unleash any power beyond its stage, but the great is still the top-grade great saint soldier. The two figures disappeared in midair. Of course, this was not disappearance, but the speed of the two people was so fast that it was impossible to catch their traces. Only the sound of metal colliding continued to be heard. At the same time, there are also various powerful and colorful divine lights blooming. This only son of the fighting Saint Ape clan is quite powerful. You're talking nonsense. Why don't you even try to understand who the parents of Emperor Sun are? Those are two powerful emperors, the mother of the emperor of the fighting Saint Ape clan, and the war emperor of the human race. With the blessing of their bloodline, if Saint Emperor Sun can't even do this, then he is useless. At this moment, with the end of those desperate battles, the all-out sparring style of Sun Shengwang and Su Yu actually surprised people. Those with low cultivation could gain a lot of insights just by watching the battle. As the two fought, the rhythm of Tao flowed and the fluctuations of supernatural powers continued. Just after the two of them fought for hundreds of moves. Suddenly, Sun Shengwang said, "Let's decide the outcome with one move. There's a gap between you and me, but I also want to see how big the gap is. One full strength move is enough to determine the outcome of the competition." Certainly, this is under normal circumstances. If Su Yu unleashed the same blow he had intended to use to chop Bai Shan, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Su Yu nodded and said, "Okay." When fighting with Sun Shengwang, he naturally would not use a killing move. Even if he used that move, it would be extremely difficult, and if he used all his strength, it might even shorten his lifespan. The move he wanted was naturally a normal one. Instead of mobilizing the power of several small worlds, he used the power of a small world to see how big the gap was between himself and Emperor Sun. Seeing Su Yu agree, Emperor Sun took a deep breath. "Fight," he shouted in a low voice, and in an instant, the power of his blood began to evaporate and burn. In an instant, the power of Sun Shengwang began to rise rapidly. In a blink of an eye, he reached the critical value of the Great Saint Realm. Weak quasi-emperor combat power. The sky-fixing stick, Sun Shengwang waved his hand, and the soldier who had been knocked away before instantly broke through the void and flew back into his hand. Rumble. In an instant, the sound of muffled thunder rang out in the clear sky for no reason. Hunyuan stick technique. Boom. The moment Sun Shengwang finished speaking, he took a step forward. In an instant, his body suddenly became huge, and in the blink of an eye he broke through a height of 30,000 feet. In his hands, the Dingtian rod was just as its name suggests, as if it supported the heaven and the earth. The Hunyuan chi surged out, and the space turned into nothingness in the blink of an eye. With one strike of the stick, heaven and earth are destroyed. Facing this stick, Su Yu raised the corners of his lips slightly, and there was also a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. 9 net of prison. Boom. Su Yu took a step forward, and his body also instantly became huge. The 10,000 Dao soldiers even burst out with brilliant glass light, like divine light, illuminating the heaven and earth. The shadow of hell slowly emerged in front of him. In hell, there were countless hideous and evil ghosts wriggling. It's like trying to break free and escape from this world. As this scene appeared, the aura of the prison-suppressing body also emerged from Su Yu's body, but it was mixed with the mighty power of the sun and the cleansing aura of the 9 netherworlds. Yin and yang together create chaos. Break. Su Yu uttered a cold word. The glass knife chopped down instantly. In an instant, the evil spirit's shrill screams and wails rang out in hell, making people's scalps numb. Prison suppression. Boom. At this moment, the sky collapsed and was instantly swallowed by endless darkness. The breath surged out wildly, making people tremble with fear. After a while of darkness, suddenly, Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the son of the extremely purple fate in luck and receiving the reward. At the same time, outside the battlefield, the quasi-emperor's slightly shocked voice suddenly exploded. Su Yu wins. Chapter 362. The competition is over. God blesses you, and you reach perfection in the blink of an eye. Boom! The moment the referee finished speaking, the battlefield barrier disappeared instantly. The figures of Su Yu and Sun Shengwang reappeared in everyone's sight. Now, still standing in the center was Su Yu in white. Opposite him, Sun Shengwang was holding the Ding Tian stick with both hands and barely standing. The difference is obvious. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the son of the extremely purple fate in luck. Reward: plus 30 million villain value, 2 pieces of the Kishin immortal bell. Ahem. Sun Shengwang wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth and said in a deep voice, "You are really powerful. I am no match for you." He accepted his defeat with conviction. Although neither he nor Su Yu used their trump cards, this move was enough to make him realize the gap. Su Yu smiled and said, "Your fighting power can be even stronger." Sun Shengwang did not use his trump card, and neither did he. In this move, both of them tacitly used all their strength to unleash it. His cultivation level is at the peak of the middle stage of the Great Saint Realm. Sun Shengwang is in the late stage of the Great Saint Realm. The fact that he was able to defeat Sun Shengwang with the outburst of his own strength was enough to prove everything. Su Yu came in front of Sun Shengwang and stretched out his hand to help him up. The two smiled at each other. Obviously, both recognized each other. By the time the two of them walked out of the ruins, the battlefield had become a ruin. After they walked out, everyone's eyes became fanatical. Certainly, there is also hidden murderous intent and jealousy. The two never cared about these gazes. At their level, no one could kill them unless the quasi-emperor took action personally. Even now, only Sun Shengwang is left in the fighting Holy Ape clan. However, as a member of the ancient royal family, the entire ancient clan will protect him and even marry the women of the clan to him. Similarly, the human race naturally does not mind protecting Emperor Sun, because his father is the war emperor of the human race. He also has half human blood. This Tianjiao competition lasted a total of 4 months and 9 days and officially ended today. The referee's loud voice rang out, and everyone held their breath at the same time. All the quasi-emperors at the quasi-emperor seat stood up at the same time, their expression solemn. Then, the Holy Lord of Tianyan and the Lord of Tianji Tower walked out at the same time. They are the spokespersons of the upper world and the lower world, jointly supervising the direction of the universe and will not interfere with the destruction of any race. At the same time, Tianyan and Tianji are both able to communicate with the way of heaven. Seeing the two of them coming on the court, the referee, Jundi, bowed to them and then turned and left. The Holy Lord of Tianyan stood at the front, gazing at all the participating geniuses, and then slowly spoke. The 10,000 Races Pride competition is a competition for all races to test their strengths, but it is also a competition for the heavenly Tao to select races with potential. Although we are the referees and set the rules of the competition, the greatest rewards are still bestowed by heaven. The first place winner will enjoy part of the universe's luck. And there's a chance to wield the authority of heaven and obtain the Heavenly Heart Seal. When the Heavenly Heart Seal merges, it will undergo the test of heaven. The Heavenly Heart Seal will evolve into the shadow of the great emperor who once achieved enlightenment, and fight with him. The loser will lose the recognition of the Heavenly Heart Seal and also risk his own death. And for the first place among all races, the whole process will be omitted. Once one's cultivation reaches the 9th level of quasi-emperor, one will be able to instantly comprehend the Heavenly Heart Seal and integrate it into one's body. You only need to defeat all your competitors of the same period to become an emperor. Hearing this, all the geniuses' hearts began to beat wildly. Directly prove the truth. This temptation is simply too great for them. This made me even more envious and jealous. The second place winner shares the same cosmic luck, but only 50% less than the first place winner. At the same time, the second place in the 10,000 Races Prodigy competition will have their chances of breaking through to the true immortal realm, and their aptitude will be further improved. If the probability of breaking through to the true immortal realm was only 20% before, it will now be 60%. The third place has the same luck as the second place, but it is 50% less than the second place. At the same time, you can gain an opportunity for enlightenment. The probability of breaking through to the great emperor is nearly 90%. The first 3 are all sure to become emperors, and even the probability of breaking through to true immortals is greatly increased. Even without a guide, they can become immortals and ascend to heaven on their own. Self-ascending ones. After ascending, one may become an illegal resident. Only by working as a miner for the immortal forces for 1,000 years can one clear the blacklist and obtain the true identity of the immortal world. Upper realm. Firmly control the life and death of those who ascend from the lower world. If you accidentally fall into a wolf's den, you might be eaten as blood food. This is also the reason why there are guides. From the 4th place to the top 10, the rewards are different, and all are given a lot of authority. This is a reward that allows them to quickly improve their strength and become on par with veteran quasi-emperors. After all, when he reached the quasi-emperor level, the improvement of his cultivation was too slow, and the road to becoming an emperor was about to open. Once he broke through the road to becoming an emperor and reached the battle to become an emperor at the end of the universe, he would have to defeat the countless quasi-emperor opponents waiting there. The one who becomes emperor first will be the owner of the Heavenly Heart Seal. Those who attained enlightenment later were all ordinary emperors. There are 12 people who can become emperor this time. Whoever wins the first place will become the emperor. The great emperor, respected by all races in the universe. Unless it is a special period, even the master of the restricted area will not easily offend the owner of the Tianqing Seal. The Heavenly Heart Seal can elevate you to the highest level. And no side effects. No one dares to challenge it head-on. After explaining the rewards in detail, Saint Tianyan and the Lord of Tianji Tower looked at each other, and then the aura of the Great Tao emerged from behind them at the same time. That is a formation that communicates with the way of heaven. The halo circulates and the rhythm of Tao permeates the air. Just watching all this can give those at a lower level a lot of insights. Because this is a direct road. In an instant, the sky above the ancient Qingmu star was covered with rolling clouds, and the avenue was filled with rosy clouds, spreading across billions of miles. Next second, an ancient and magnificent sound entered everyone's mind. The elite of the heavens bless all living beings. Wow, the next second, the endless avenue of light fell vertically like a waterfall from a cliff, accurately covering the top 10. The light of the avenue on Su Yu, Sun Shengwang, and Wang Heng was even more intense. In just a moment of coverage, endless spiritual energy gushed out from the rosy glow. The next moment, the aura of Su Yu, Sun Shengwang and Wang Heng began to increase continuously. Late stage of the Great Saint Realm. The peak of the late Great Saint Realm. The peak of the Great Saint Realm. The Great Saint Realm is complete. In the blink of an eye, Su Yu's cultivation was forcibly filled to the perfect state of the Great Saint Realm. If calculated based on combat power, now, he can easily display the combat power of a weak quasi-emperor level. Even, he can fight against a quasi-emperor of the first level, and with full strength, it is not impossible to kill a quasi-emperor of the first level. The same goes for Sun Shengwang, Wang Heng and the other two. The three of them simultaneously reached the great saint realm and achieved perfection. This is the gift from heaven. After absorbing the aura of the great Tao, Suyu opened his eyes, and the sharp light flashed, giving him a different feeling. What a mysterious feeling. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his head and his eyes became deep. This moment, he seemed to have seen the way of heaven. Chapter 363, Rest, Suyu's speculation, and exploring the ancient Aoki star. As the blessing from heaven ended, the rosy glow of the avenue stretching for billions of miles gradually faded away. It wasn't until everything returned to normal that everyone realized what was happening. Only, looking at the top 10 people on the stage at this time, there has been a huge change. The top 3 directly enter the great saint realm of perfection. The other 7 people also made significant improvements. The aura of the great Tao not only improves their cultivation but also purifies their spiritual power. Their physical constitutions are more in line with the great Tao, and cultivation will be easier. Even if it is not as good as innate creatures, it is not much worse. This is a reward from heaven. I'm so envious. From this moment on, this group of people are destined to dominate the universe. Even if some of them can't become emperors, they will still be supreme and powerful in the late stage of quasi-emperor. Alas, he is a child of destiny, and we can only look up to him. Is Chengdi Road about to open? I can't wait to see the birth of the great emperor. It is said that after the great emperor is born, his appearance will automatically appear in the minds of all living beings in the universe, and the great emperor will also share his insights. At this moment, people from all races across the universe witness the birth of this scene with their own eyes. But, just as the blessing from heaven ended, the sky curtain of the projected universe closed instantly. In addition to the heavenly Tao rewards, additional rewards have also been distributed to the quasi-emperors of your faction. You can claim them at any time. In addition, Elder Tianji paused and said, this time, the secret realm of time will be opened on the ancient Qingyu star. In 7 days, the secret realm of time will open. You can enter directly. The secret realm of time. Everyone's space is different, so, once you enter the secret realm of time, you can comprehend it on your own. Even if your mortal enemy is sitting next to you, you can see him but cannot attack him. Because the spaces you are in are all different. In the secret realm of time, it is your consciousness that is accelerated. You will not age, nor will there be any changes. So, this is a secret realm of opportunity for you to comprehend advanced techniques. The purpose of the secret realm of time is to quickly improve weak geniuses and raise their perception to the top level, so that they can be comparable to 1,000-year-old monsters. 1 day is 10 years. If Suyu plundered for 1429 days, he would be able to spend 14,290 years in the secret realm of time. 15,000 years. With such a terrifying accumulation of time, one will not die of old age, and consciousness will not age at all. Even a pig can become psychic and even cultivate immortal magic. This is the greatest opportunity against the will of heaven. Go, everyone, go back and recuperate, adjust your state, and bring your spirit and soul to the best condition to welcome your ascension. Old man Tianji looked at them with a kind gaze and spoke softly. Among this group of people, the human race has occupied quite a bit. After entering the secret realm of time, as long as they have enough cultivation resources, their cultivation can be improved rapidly. It won't take many years to reach the middle stage of quasi-emperor. Especially Suyu. 14,000 years of time, once it comes out, Suyu will almost be able to fulfill all his trump cards. The skills are perfect, the martial arts are perfect, the secret techniques are perfect. The 3 perfections will be the most powerful force. After that, you will have a thorough understanding of the realm, and there will no longer be any bottlenecks in improving the realm. As long as the resources are in place, you can quickly enter the late stage of quasi-emperor. In this way, as long as he quickly breaks through the Emperor Road and reaches the Emperor Battle, Suyu will directly obtain the Heavenly Heart Seal. He was absolutely convinced that Suyu could capture the Heavenly Heart Seal. Because, behind him is a master with terrifying cultivation, duty and quasi-emperor. With the help of this powerful man who almost achieved enlightenment as an emperor in the Dharma ending age, Suyu will definitely become the #1 emperor in the world. Everyone, go and adjust yourselves. For the next 7 days, you can move around on your own. There's no danger on Qingyu Ancient Star, so you can walk around. After saying that, Old Man Tianji and Saint Lord Tianyin disappeared. Tens of thousands of quasi-emperors also left at the same time. Nothing else. All are preparing to pull the secret realm of time. After Suyu and the others stood there to calm down their improved state, they also walked down. After the 3 of them came down, Ji Shijun came up and said, let's have a gathering together. The immortals of other races suggested that we hold a gathering to bond with each other. This would have been very unusual in the past, but now the pressure facing the universe comes from outside, and they have no chance to surrender or defect. All were tied to death in a boat, that is to face the invasion of darkness together. We will inevitably have to fight side by side in the future, so it is necessary to familiarize ourselves with each other in advance. Suyu heard this and shook his head and refused. No. I still have some insights and want to wander around the Qingyu Ancient Star. He doesn't like this kind of gathering. Now, he prefers to enjoy the joy of improving his cultivation. Sun Sheng Huang also refused. I don't have time either. The Fighting Saint Ape clan had left him with too much heritage, and he also needed time to consume it. He had no time to waste on gatherings and making friends. Wang Heng also said, no, he is much simpler. In his opinion, it's not the number of friends you have, but the quality of them. Having a fellow Taoist with a similar temperament is better than having thousands of casual friends. Seeing this, Ji Shijun didn't try to persuade them. He nodded and said, then I'll get together with them and see if there are any like-minded people among the 10,000 races, prodigies. He didn't choose to refuse. What he likes most was making friends. After Ji Shijun left, Sun Shengwang clasped his fists towards Suyu and Wang Heng and said, Brother Su, Brother Wang, I will go into seclusion to gain insights first. See you in 7 days. Upon hearing this, the 2 of them clasped their fists in return. Brother Su, what are you going to do? Wang Heng turned his head to look at Suyu and asked. Hearing this, Suyu slowly turned his gaze towards the outside world and said, I want to visit the Qingyu Ancient Star. He had an illusion. That is the ancient star Qingyu is similar to the small world. It's like a small world that has not been refined. He wanted to verify his guess. Wang Heng nodded and said, okay, then I won't go with you. Now that I've broken through to the great sage perfection realm, I have a deeper understanding of the void laws and I need to verify it. If nothing unexpected happens, perhaps when I come out of the secret realm of time, I'll be able to attain the status of quasi-emperor. Of course, what he meant was that one could become a quasi-emperor at any time. He will not become a quasi-emperor before the road to emperorhood is open. Because if that happens, he will no longer be able to enter the imperial road and compete for opportunities. The emperor's road is only accessible to those below the quasi-emperor level. At the same time, only those who break through to the quasi-emperor level can stay and continue to walk the entire emperor's road. Okay, then I wish you success. Suyu smiled. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the 2 of them left in opposite directions. Suyu walked out of this temporary square alone and came to the outside of Qingyu Ancient Star. Here, the place is full of vitality, flowers are in full bloom, and the sounds of insects and birds are endless. But the strange thing is, here there is not a single spiritual energy. It's like a Death Star. What kind of secrets does the Qingmu ancient star hide? Thinking of this, Su Yu's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 364, The Mysterious Qingmu Ancient Star, Su Yu's Discovery. In a dense primeval forest, flowers, birds, snakes and insects are everywhere, but none of these creatures have any attack power at all. Of course, this is true for warriors. This creature is very similar to the blue star from my previous life. Su Yu's eyes were filled with emotion. Walking in here, he found some evidence that was detached from reality. I've been in this world for a long time, and I once thought that all my memories of my past life were just dreams. Su Yu took a deep breath, feeling this ancient Qingmu planet where there is no spiritual energy. Blue star, I don't know if I will be able to return to reality and take a look once I reach the highest level. Even though he has lived in this world for countless more years than on Blue Star, he still feels that he is not from this world. He came here just to complete the system's task rewards. Even if he felt real emotions, he didn't want to get involved. This world is too dangerous. Once you get too deeply involved, it will become your most fatal weakness. This is absolutely beyond doubt. He knew very well that for someone like him who had that kind of reluctance, once he indulged in it, it would become his most fatal flaw. Walking in the primeval forest, Su Yu felt deeply moved. I grabbed a python casually and took a closer look. I found that the pythons on the blue planet were exactly the same as the one in my hand. Could it be that Blue Star was once a planet full of spiritual energy, but it has since dried up? How else can we explain that on a planet without spiritual energy, all creatures are exactly the same? Any planet with spiritual energy, even if it is very barren. Every creature born will be unique. Even the most ordinary squirrel has extraordinary abilities. Forget it, these things are not something I can explore for the time being. Su Yu casually shook off the python, and after it landed on the ground, it crawled away like crazy. Afraid of being caught by Su Yu again, for 2 consecutive days, Su Yu traveled across 1/10 of the territory of Qingmu Ancient Star. After finding nothing useful, he turned his attention to underground. At first, I observed the surface and found that the layout of the green plants and water veins was very similar to the refining array, so I had the illusion. However, when I walked on the ground, I didn't find anything useful. Thinking of this, Su Yu's figure instantly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, his figure appeared in midair. Looking down from an altitude of 100,000 meters, Su Yu took in the entire area, and a divine light flashed. The originally sparse and irregular layout of green plants and water veins now seemed to have a kind of formation rhythm flowing in Su Yu's eyes, and the end was actually underground. Underground. Maybe my guess is right. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a sonic boom sounded that was countless times more terrifying than the roar of a fighter jet. Under such terrifying speed and mass impact, the space exploded instantly. Boom. The ground suddenly shook violently. The dust was flying, almost reaching a height of 10,000 meters. Looking around, I saw that there was an extremely huge pit on the ground. It was bottomless and only the roaring sound could be heard. This place is far away from the competition square, and Su Yu has set up some tricks, so naturally no one can sense the changes here. As his body continued to sink deeper into the ground, Su Yu gradually discovered that something was wrong. This is because countless water veins and vegetation roots extend here. You know, this place is already 100,000 meters deep from the ground, and ordinary vegetation and water veins cannot reach here at all. Moreover, the water veins converge, just like the blood vessels branching out in the human body, from the tiny capillaries to the main trunk, and now, they go straight to the heart. There really is something wrong underground. Feeling the changes around him, Su Yu actually sensed a hint of danger. It's a wonderful feeling. After being in this world for so long, this was the first time he felt a threatening aura at such a close distance. In other words, the cards in his hand are not enough to save his life. If we continue to go deeper, there will definitely be great terror. Interesting, at this moment, Su Yu felt extremely curious and he really wanted to go in and explore. The villain value is still enough for now. If something horrific happens inside, don't hesitate. Exchange your villain points for a shuttle talisman and escape immediately. Having made up his mind, Su Yu did not hesitate and continued to go deeper. However, as Su Yu's position got deeper and deeper, the threatening aura in the air was also increasing, and even had a hint of life-threatening flavor. This sudden change made Su Yu's brain frantically warn. Continue. Su Yu gritted his teeth and did not stop at all, but now he had begun to use Master Yuan Tian's methods to resist all this. But it was still in vain. The sense of threat continued to grow, and this terrifying aura that had not yet revived made Su Yu truly feel that his life was threatened. It's not enough. The more terrifying it is, the more he wants to understand. If the secret of the ancient Qingmu star can be discovered, it may be an opportunity, but it may also be accompanied by a major crisis. This crisis may be life-threatening, a threat from dark creatures. No, Su Yu quickly rejected this idea. Dark creatures, even those with weak quasi-emperor combat power, are monsters without any intelligence. They are creatures that exist to follow orders, created to destroy the universe. So, it absolutely cannot be the work of dark creatures, they are not worthy. While he was still guessing, suddenly, boom. As the sound of collision rang out, Su Yu discovered that there was a barrier blocking his way ahead. This is a protective formation set up according to the direction of the Earth's veins. If you force your way in, even a quasi-emperor will have to pay a terrible price. But, in Su Yu's eyes, this protective formation was nothing and could be broken with Master Yuan Tian's methods. Moreover, that sense of threat was not brought to him by the protective formation. But the things inside, it's even more interesting. A planet that was deemed a dead star and has been explored repeatedly by quasi-emperors from the very beginning actually has a natural protective formation deep underground. No wonder those quasi-emperors couldn't discover the secrets here. If he didn't have the methods of Master Yuan Tian, he would still be confused and wouldn't be able to find any clues. Thinking of this, Su Yu did not hesitate to use Yuan Tian's methods to break the formation. It only took him 6 hours to successfully break through the protective formation. After walking into the formation portal, at this time, Su Yu had already gone 9 million meters underground. Buzz. As the light flickered, the scene in front of Su Yu instantly turned pure white. When his vision returned and the scene in front of him came into view, Su Yu's pupils suddenly shrank. This is Chapter 365, Great Terror. Su Yu is horrified. Escape. He just wants to escape. The body of a congenital being. Su Yu's pupils reflected horror and shock, because the pressure emanating from the body in front of him made his hair stand on end. The sense of crisis is rising sharply, because there seems to be some kind of power in this innate creature waiting to be revived. Very strong, at least better than anyone Su Yu has ever seen. The strongest person he had ever seen was his chief master, the quasi-emperor Dudian. A powerful person who has reached the state of great perfection of quasi-emperor. Even so, he still felt that if the aura of his chief master was regarded as a lake, then the power in the body of the creature in front of him was the sea. The vast ocean, this innate creature has the fighting power of a great emperor. Su Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in his heart. But, although the pressure exuded by the innate creature in front of him was stronger than that of a quasi-emperor, it had no signs of life. Simply put, it's an empty shell without a soul. However, those water veins and earth veins are like meridians, transporting endless vitality into them. It looks like the innate creatures are locked up. But if you look closely, you will find that those are not chains of the road, but infusion tubes that transport nutrient solution. Someone wants to revive a congenital creature. Su Yu's eyes were filled with doubt and uncertainty. Then, he looked around and found that the depths of the earth's core had been completely hollowed out, with only this extremely tall giant standing in the center, acting as the center of the earth. The energy of water veins, earth veins, and plants' roots and stems is constantly being infused into the innate creatures. Such a huge project cannot be completed overnight. It will take at least 10,000 years, one generation after another to arrange it. Moreover, everyone who makes the arrangements will be at the late quasi-emperor stage. Because only the supreme power in the late quasi-emperor stage can sort out these water veins and then arrange them in order of strength. This requires hard work day after day to achieve. If a quasi-emperor who has reached the great perfection can live a second life, he can extend his lifespan by 5,000 years. In other words, a quasi-emperor can serve for about 2,000 to 3,000 years. Day after day, without a single day's break, there is no time for you to breathe in and out spiritual energy to restore yourself, connecting the roots of every tree, weed, and even aquatic plant. Water veins range from tiny streams to mountain streams, then to small rivers, large rivers, big rivers, and the ocean. Connect them together bit by bit. To achieve this, we need to explore the entire Qingmu ancient star. Not only does it consume spiritual energy, but it also consumes a lot of energy. For a late-stage quasi-emperor, being able to persist for 1,000 years is considered very good. Call. Su Yu exhaled deeply and suppressed the uneasiness in his heart. It would take at least 11 late-stage quasi-emperors to bring this place together completely. Who is raising the corpse? If the corpse of this innate creature could regain consciousness, it would be the last god in the world, with combat power comparable to that of the Emperor of Tianqing Seal, or even stronger. If the forces behind this weren't trying to resurrect him, that means someone is nurturing the physical body. Nurture a body of a natural creature raised by nature, use it to take over another's body, and thus master the power of heaven and earth. No matter which possibility it is, the consequences are extremely terrifying. Su Yu really wanted to destroy this corpse-raising ground. However, after observation, he was completely desperate. A perfect closed loop has been formed here. You can destroy the entire surface, but you will never be able to destroy the core. It's like an artificial intelligence program that has evolved from needing human patching to being able to repair itself. Even self-evolution. This is a place of great terror. After Su Yu analyzed it with Master Yuan Tianqi's divine eyes, there was an indelible solemnity between his brows. It's already in the late stages, and success is imminent. Indestructible. We must leave here, leave this planet. This was Su Yu's only thought. It's best not to step into this place before you become an emperor. However, just as he was about to leave, suddenly, a cave not far away caught his attention. For some reason, Su Yu, who wanted to escape from here as quickly as possible, walked in as if possessed by a ghost. As soon as he stepped into the cave, Su Yu saw a jade-like golden skeleton sitting cross-legged in front of him. His head was lowered, and his hands were placed on his legs in a seal. Next to the skeleton, there was an inconspicuous parchment scroll. This is a material that was used in ancient times, that is, 5 million years ago, and it is a material that can leave behind the secret methods of the heavenly book. Even now, this material is also used to record the great emperor's skills. Seeing this, Su Yu walked forward, picked up the parchment scroll and spread it out to read. The first sentence that caught Su Yu's eye froze him. I am a sinner from the ancient Qingmu star. I carry the secret of the character, Xing, and discovered a horrific plot within the forbidden zone. I caused the ancient Qingmu star to suffer a catastrophic disaster because of me. Latecomers, this place is a restricted area. Not only the Qingmu ancient star, but many other ancient stars also have the corpses of these innate creatures. After I discovered this secret, I led the powerful to attack the restricted area. However, if you can't become an emperor, you'll always be an ant. My crusade failed. The previous page records the failure of this genius. I cannot tell you the specific reasons, because once you say his name in your heart, you will sense it and come to kill you at all costs. So, I'm giving you a piece of advice. If you don't become an emperor, don't act on impulse like me. Otherwise, there will be only destruction. His last words did not mention the name of the murderer, nor did he provide any other useful information. The only useful. There is only one reason, and that is that this is a plan for the restricted area. Call. Su Yu exhaled and turned to the second page. The above is the advice I give you, and what follows is what I have learned in my life. My most precious thing, it is the secret of the character, Xing, that has accompanied me throughout my life and made me invincible. It's yours from today. Seeing this, Su Yu's eyes finally showed some surprise. But not much, just a little. After all, compared to the great terror that was so close to him, the impact of the Xing character secret on him was much smaller. Turn to the third page, where the complete secret method of the Xing character secret is recorded. The moment Su Yu saw the secret technique, his eyes lit up, and he was completely immersed in the practice. Time flies by quickly. 7 days are up. Tens of thousands of quasi-emperors went and returned at the same time. After returning, the voice of Holy Lord Tianyin resounded throughout the ancient Qingmu star. The time is up. All the geniuses who have obtained the qualifications for the secret realm of time, please enter. Chapter 366 Entering the secret realm of time. Everyone was already waiting in the temporary square opened up by Qingmu ancient star. In the Qingzhou Fox clan's camp, Bai Shan no longer had the smiling face and the attitude of not taking anyone seriously. Instead, his face was calm, even a little gloomy. Nothing else. After being defeated, a flame of revenge grew in his heart. He wants to become stronger. He wanted to calm down quickly, and then enter the blood pool of the Qingzhou Fox clan, break through the quasi-emperor, and evolve the ninth tail. Only by truly becoming the ninth tails can he be completely perfect. He hasn't lost yet. He still has room for improvement. Once the nine-tailed fox is complete, no matter if it is Su Yu or anyone else, he will be killed by my sword. One failure doesn't mean anything, but Su Yu must die. Although Bai Shan has come out of the state of failure, he still has inner demons, and the source comes from Su Yu. The battle of proof. One of him and Su Yu must die. As long as Su Yu doesn't die, he will never be able to reach the realm of the great emperor. Seeing that the time was up and the human race still couldn't find Su Yu, Bai Shan couldn't help but sneer. After winning the first place in the 10,000 races competition, he is so arrogant that he has to make the quasi-emperor wait for his arrival. Why? It's just a little late. The secret realm hasn't opened yet, and the quasi-emperors haven't spoken yet, but you're getting anxious first. Just as Bai Shan finished speaking, Su Yu's calm voice rang out. Next second, outside the square, a stream of light appeared in an instant, and when the light dissipated, Su Yu's figure appeared in front of everyone. Suyu first clasped his fist towards the quasi-emperor's seat, then looked at Bai Shan and sneered, "You defeated general, look at you, you're anxious again." This made Bai Shan furious. "What did you say?" The 4 words, "defeated general," deeply hurt his nerves. Suyu glanced at him sideways and said word by word, "Hand. Down. Defeated. General. Are you still in a hurry? We are all mortal enemies anyway, so why bother about whether or not to offend him? Besides, he is not a person who will swallow his anger, and he will take revenge on the spot. Not to mention that he won't back down in a fight. Even when it comes to talking, he won't give in even a little." "Damn it." Bai Shan was furious and roared, "Suyu, if you have the guts to leave this Qingwu ancient star and fight again, I will kill you." Look at his angry look. A group of Fox tribe quasi-emperors were frowning, thinking to themselves, it seems that this boy has become the inner demon of Beishan. If Beishan can't kill him, he won't be able to become the emperor even if he grows the 9-tailed fox. Although they wanted to help Beishan get rid of his inner demons. But what can I do? Suyu has already shown a talent that is unrivaled among his peers. How could the human race just sit back and watch? This is definitely against the dark main force. Beishan also has top-notch talent, but the two are sworn enemies. You can say that. Whether it is Beishan or Suyu, the death of either one will cause the two tribes to become enemies, and the racial feud will begin from then on.